From Hollywood, the Hollywood Radio Theater. Starring Robert Taylor and Denise Garcelle in Westward the Women. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. It's sometimes nice to look back to the trails blazed by our ancestors and take heart from their courage. In tonight's play, I think you'll be fascinated by the unusual situation of one man bossing a wagon train of 100 women intended as wives of the California settlers. And as our stars of this intriguing Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, we have Robert Taylor and Denise Garcelle playing their original roles in Westward the Women, starring Robert Taylor as Buck Wyatt and Denise Garcelle as Denard. California, 100 years ago, a settlement called Whitman's Valley. It's early morning, but the saloons are open, and Roy Whitman knows where to find the man he's looking for.
They tell me you just came up from San Diego, Bud.
Yeah. Sit down, Roy.
Brought a party all the way there from Missouri, huh?
I'm going to get drunk for a week trying to forget about it.
You got plans for the week after?
No.
Then I got a job for you if you're interested.
Oh, I don't run cattle and don't grow wheat.
You ever really look at this valley? Wheat and cattle and horses and ranches. The men who own them, well, now they know that what I told them about this valley was true.
You want me to pat you on the back?
No, not yet. You see, in all my planning, I forgot one thing. Women. Good women to be wives and mothers. To make this valley a place that'll last forever.
What's that got to do with me?
The men want wives. They put up the money to get them here. They're just as sick of this as I am. Saloons, gambling. Well, you know.
Yeah, I know, and I like it.
I want you to go to Chicago with me, Buck. I'll recruit the women. You'll guide us back across the country.
Oh, no, I won't.
How much pay did you get to bring those folks to San Diego?
Plenty.
Whatever it was, I'll pay 1,000 more. Well?
You're really crazy, aren't you?
Maybe.
All right, you got a deal. How many good women do you figure on bringing here?
There's 100 men put up the money.
You better recruit 150 women, then. If we're real lucky, you'll only lose 1 out of 3.
Well, I'm kind of anxious to get started, Buck. You still figure to stay drunk for a week?
You start looking for me day after tomorrow. I'll be real mean, but I'll be ready.
So we're on our way to Chicago, me and Buck Wyatt, and we'll bring the women back. Now, just remember, I don't guarantee the looks, but this much I promise. They'll be good women, and they'll be your fortune. And God help you if you don't treat them right, because you'll answer to me. All right, Buck, let's get started. Yeah, fine men, Buck, fine men.
Get one thing straight, Roy. Whether you get your good women or not, I get my money.
That's right.
You really think these fine men will marry those good women if they ever get here?
Yes.
They're crazy, too.
Sure. Crazy enough to build a home out of the wilderness. That kind of crazy I like. All right, ladies. Ladies, please. We've been months getting here to Chicago, Mr. Wyatt and I. And if necessary, we'll spend months picking out those of you we want to take back. So just simmer down and fill out those application papers. We'll meet you upstairs in the hall at 1 o'clock. That's it for now, ladies. And thank you.
Well, all right, we'll fill out those application papers upstairs. That won't be bad.
We're wasting our time, Sherry.
Why?
Why? Didn't you see the look he gave us? The way we're dressed, that's why.
But we had no time. We come straight to the theater.
And we'll go back to the theater.
Oh, Laurie, no. We go to the boarding house. We change our clothes. We fix our hair. We take the rouge off our faces. And we come back like 2 little angels.
You think Mr. Whitman won't recognize us?
We won't even recognize ourselves.
Oh, it won't work, Dan on.
Then we'll have nothing. Oh, Laurie, please. It's a chance for a whole new life. For that, I will try anything.
Me too, honey. Come on, we'll have to hurry.
All right, next application. Miss Rose Myers, please.
Yes, sir.
You're a school teacher?
Yes, sir.
Good. I'll need someone like you to keep a journal of our trip. Go to the desk, sign your name, please. Patience Hawley.
Aye, Captain.
New Bedford, Massachusetts, huh?
That's my home port, Captain, but I figured it was time to scrape my hull and weigh anchor.
You've stated your age on your application, but looking at you...
Noka. You can't ask a woman to state her age right, but I can ship my tonnage and extra to boot.
Yes, ma'am, I would say that you could.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and sign on.
Thank you.
Well, that should do it, Buck.
How many all told?
138. Now, just soon we get started.
Mr. Whitman, please.
Well?
I am Mademoiselle Fifi Danon, and this is Miss Smith, my friend.
Look, girls, go home, huh?
Oh, I'm sorry we are a little late, but it was very necessary.
Why do you want to go to California?
Well, we...
He said, why California?
We want a change, monsieur.
Of what?
Of scenery.
Would it be a permanent change?
Oui, monsieur. A permanent change.
Well, your applications look all right to me. Sign the book, ladies.
Thank you.
Merci, monsieur. Merci.
You got any idea what you're doing?
Oh, they'll be all right, Buck. They'll do fine.
I'm sure trained.
Well, you ready to talk to him?
I'm ready, and I got plenty to say. Now, listen close. We go from here by boat, St. Louis, then to Independence. We jump off from Independence, cross the Big Blue River, the Little Blue, the Platte, and the Sweetwater. We take the South Pass over the Rockies down to the Big Salt Lake. Then over the desert. It's a long, hard grind with no let-up. Rain, hail as big as eggs, breakdowns, prairie fires, sandstorms, dust storms, alkali water. No water. There'll be cholera, Indians, drownings, stampedes, and stupid accidents. We'll pass old graves and leave new ones everywhere along the way. So if you're smart, you'll get up now and leave and forget all about California. That's my best advice. Follow it. Nobody wants to quit, huh? All good, brave women, huh? Well, you've made Mr. Whitman real happy. Now, can any of you handle a horse? I don't mean just ride, I mean handle. 7 of you? 8? 8. All right, give your names to Mr. Whitman. Can any of you handle mules? A team of mean, iron-mouthed mules. 4 courageous ladies. You'll be a big help, I'm sure. Now, what about firearms? Any of you shoot a gun? I mean, shoot it and hit what you're aiming at.
Jean can, and so can I.
All right, here's my gun. Catch.
I caught it, mister.
This is a 3-foot map of Whitman's Valley. Let's see you hit it.
What's that in the middle of it, Mr. Wyatt?
That's the Adams Ranch on the left and the Warren Ranch on the right.
Gino'll shoot first, mister.
Mr. Whitman, would you care to join me on the floor? When you're ready, ladies.
We're ready. Your turn, Maggie.
Holy Moses. Well, look, Buck, look. Ladies, it appears you're blowing 2 ranches right out of Whitman's Valley.
Is that what you meant us to do?
That's just what I meant. You're a real comfort to me. Now about those frilly, fluffy clothes you're wearing. Get clothes and boots that are rough, tough, and comfortable. Wouldn't hurt any of you to wear pants. I mean, pants. And speaking of pants, I got men waiting for us at Independence. 15 men to help me get you through to California. Just one thing about those men. Stay away from them. Don't ever forget that. All right, Mr. Whitman, they're all yours.
Well, Rose, still taking care of her journal, huh? Good girl.
7 full pages, Mr. Whitman. The boat trip to St. Louis, then here to Independence. Now a fresh page for our real start.
Good, good. Just write in the book that I've taken great heart with the conduct of the women. The way they're all learning to shoot, to handle a wagon, drive the mule.
We can't wait to get started, Mr. Whitman. And Mr. Wyatt's terribly upset. He wanted to leave at daybreak.
Well, upset or not, Mr. Wyatt's going to wait a mite longer. Get all the women together, Rose. We're going to kneel on this Missouri ground and pray. Well, Buck, we're on our way.
Yeah. Get ready to run for your life.
You don't think they've learned how to drive?
I think they have, but let's find out. Stretch out! Stretch your wagon!
You see, Buck, all these weeks of preparation, you've missed one thing.
Have I?
The will of a woman when there's a wedding ring in sight.
Maybe so. You better get forward, Roy. I'll hang back and watch for the stragglers.
All right, Rose. Who is he? He's been riding off our bow all day.
He seems very nice, Patience. His name is Sidney Cutler.
Now, you listen to me, Rose. On this voyage, there's going to be no he-in and she-in.
Oh, I know.
Well, then you better let him know, because he's taken an interest, or hadn't you noticed?
Patience, you've been married, haven't you?
Aye. My man's dead. Him and the 3 boys with him. They all went down together off Cape Horn. Took the biggest storm in 50 years to sink my man.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right, child. That's all right. You mules, mind your course there. Heave a port. Heave!
Look at them, Roy. Scrubbing, washing, splashing all over. Don't they know we're in the middle of nowhere?
You don't know women.
Me? I don't know women? What's so funny?
All the time, boss. You make me laugh.
Get in the cook wagon. See that we get some decent grub for supper.
Yes, boss. Very good. All the time, very good grub. I fix.
Wait a minute. I got another job for you.
What, boss?
Roust around and see if you can find the grave of a Jim Quackenbush.
Jim Quackenbush?
You heard me.
Jim Quackenbush. Very good. I ask.
Hey, Danon.
Yes?
Get some of these women to look for clover.
What for?
Cut off the tops and cook them up. That's what the Indians do, and they don't get scurvy.
Laurie, Jim, come and help me. We eat clover for supper.
Listen, Dad. Why must sad music be so beautiful?
That's Rose playing that song. Last night she played the same song, too. She said it is from her home, some little farm village. What's she got to be so sad about, Laurie?
I don't know.
Maybe she's in love. Like Sidney Cutler is.
Oh, come on. Let's get this straight.
Hey, Ito.
Yes, boss.
Well?
No Jim Quackenbush, boss. Boss, why you look for grave?
Well, because me and Jim, we've been pals for years. I couldn't live without him.
But if he die, you got to live without him.
No, I don't.
Please. Is boss all right in the head?
Boss, all right in the head. Now go to sleep. Wait a minute.
You see something, boss?
Yeah, second wagon there on the far side.
That's woman's wagon, boss. That is woman there.
Yeah, sure. Only a man's with her.
Boss, no. No gun.
You stay where you are and shut up.
But you can't come here. You know, but
If you just keep quiet, who's going to know?
No, I won't let you.
That's not what you said when you talked.
Someone's coming. It's Wyatt.
Pull a gun, Riley, and I'll kill you.
Look, I know I broke orders, but all I was
Get on your horse and get out.
Oh, why not take it easy? It's a long ways back. Nobody can make it alone.
You can try.
You're making a mistake, Buck.
You're right, Cat. I should kill him.
Oh, we need every man we got.
This kind of fun will rip a train wide open. On most trains, the law calls for 30 lashes. On my train, from here on, it's a bullet. Now use your heads and stay alive. Get going, Riley. All right, ladies, settle down. We got to get up with the birdies.
There is not much you mischief there, Mr. White.
I thought you'd be in on this, Danon.
Me?
You.
Don't you ever shave?
Go to sleep.
You always look so dirty.
Sherry, look. Don't you go getting ideas.
It is not me that get ideas. It is that ideas get me.
Oh, you sure forget easy, don't you?
Huh?
All that big talk. We go to California. It's a new country, a new life.
That is what I said. That is what I mean. But ideas, they still get me.
Buck, wake up.
Oh, hello, Roy.
I just got back to camp, Travis and me.
You find water?
Found Indians. They crossed the river, 40, 50 of them, heading this way.
They see you?
I don't know. I'll rouse the
You'll say nothing to any of them. It's 3 hours till daylight. Let them rest. They'll be hysterical soon enough.
Well, they'll be dead soon enough.
On the trail, I'm boss. Or did you forget?
Sorry.
The rush is at daybreak. We'll be ready for them. Now give me a hand and we'll round up the stock.
We'll continue with this week's production of the Hollywood Radio Theater in just a moment. Make a friend and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has, like Fiorello LaGuardia, the busy little mayor of New York, who found time to get on the radio and read funnies to the kids. Here was a man who loved children, and through his love saw the United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund come into being. To start such a fund, LaGuardia went to Europe, not as a representative of the UN, but as an American citizen. He traveled from country to country, investigating conditions, speaking to the people, and making friends. In his native land, Italy, he helped hand out food to the needy and won their admiration. On his return to the United States, LaGuardia worked day and night to sell the need for a children's emergency fund. And finally, the General Assembly of the UN adopted his proposal unanimously in a resolution which stated that as many children as possible to the age of 18 would receive help from the fund on the basis of need, without discrimination because of race, creed, nationality, or political belief. Workers all over America donated a day's pay to the fund, as did children in all kinds of schools, organizations, and churches. But LaGuardia didn't live to see the full success of the great work he helped to start. His big heart stopped the night before the UN announced aid allocation to over 3,700,000 children and mothers in 12 European countries and China. But others picked up where Fiorello LaGuardia left off. People like him, who knew that by helping others, you help your country. Now, our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act 2 of Westward the Women, starring Robert Taylor as Buck and Denise Dossell as Danon. It's the following morning, but the Indian attack has failed to materialize. Too many wagons, too many rifles. For the time being, the wagon train is safe. And by way of celebration, Roy Whitman persuaded Buck to call a day's holiday.
I thought you asked me for a day of rest.
Oh, let them dance, Buck, if they've a mind for it. And keep their spirits up. Well, what about the men joining?
The men are where they belong, out scouting.
You figure the Indians will be back?
How do I know what they'll do? No hard feelings, or I'm just uneasy, I guess.
You'll feel better when we're moving again.
Yeah, sure.
No, don't shoot. It's just me.
Oh, Danon, huh?
Why can't you call me Miss Dano like you call all the others?
Is that what you came up here to ask?
If I'm still Dano when we get to California, California won't be any different for me than Chicago.
Don't worry, not all the men in California want to get married.
You, for instance?
Me, for instance. That's good perfume you use.
The best. Does it bother you, Buck?
Get back to your wagon. That rule goes for you and me, too. I told Roy Whitman back in California.
Oh, now you tell me the story of your life. Let me tell you mine. It's much more interesting.
I know yours. Now go back where you belong.
Boss, It's me, Ito. I look for grave, boss. No Jim Quackebush.
Keep looking.
Boss, men come back now. They say no more Indian.
Good.
Nice perfume, huh, boss? Very pretty lady?
Why, you little...
Yes, all right, boss. I go.
But, Rose, it don't make sense, child. If you're sick, why shouldn't you tell me?
There's nothing anyone can do. Please, patient.
Rose, you don't mean you're smoking oakum. Who else knows about this?
Nobody here. Back home, they all know. That's why I'm going west, patient.
A baby.
I've done wrong. I've suffered for it. I don't want my baby to. Out there, he'll have a chance.
Oh, now don't you worry, Rose. He won't run aground.
You won't tell. Promise me you won't.
Oh, they'll know soon enough without me telling them.
It'll be months yet.
Sure, honey, sure. Now, you lie down and let me cover you.
All right, boys, we'll stand 2-hour watches during the night, same as usual. Keep the fire going here by the corral, but don't let any of the... Where's Cat? I said, where's Cat?
I don't know, Buck. Likely somewhere's around.
I thought he was with you.
Well, yeah, he was. Maybe he went to the cook wagon for coffee or something.
You and Dan on, huh, Cat? You kill her?
Kill her? What's the matter? You crazy? All I did was just rough her up.
Looks like she just fainted, Buck. She'll be all right.
Sure, I didn't do nothing.
You were with her.
All right, I was with her, Buck. Now, is that such a...
You remember what I told you?
Yeah. Boys don't like the rules you make, Buck.
I'll take care of them later.
Now, Buck, you're going to give me a chance to draw, ain't you? Buck, you wouldn't just...
Go ahead, draw. Maggie, get Laurie Smith and take care of Danon. I'm all right. It's going to be awful tough getting to your valley, Roy.
So make up your mind, Sid. Why was Buck to see you riding next to Rose here? He'd shoot you down the same as he did Cat.
Yeah, maybe so.
Why, it's gone crazy. He'd kill any one of us next.
When are you leaving?
Tonight. So make up your mind.
Rose, come with me. We'll make it back, all right?
No, I can't.
I'll take care of you, Rose. Honest, I will.
I can't.
Look, if it's that, Rose, I know. Patience told me.
And you still want me?
Listen to me, honey. If there was time, I wouldn't be talking like this. There isn't any time. I love you, Rose. I want to marry you. Come back with me and
I can't.
You think it's wrong to leave the others? Is that it?
Yes. I've done enough wrong for a whole lifetime.
You coming or not?
I'm not leaving Rose.
Suit yourself. And good luck.
Bert, wait. Roy?
Well, the men are gone, and 8 of the women with them. Must have waited till we rode out to scout. When I got back to camp, they were gone. Only 2 of them left, Sid Cutler and the Japanese cook.
Well,
we turned back.
we do?
We come nearly halfway. Thank God it's the easy half we'll face going back.
We're not going back. My job is taking trains through. If you lose a train, nobody ever hires you again. I've seen it happen too many times. Well, it's not going to happen to me.
I don't care what happens to you. So's women. You can't get them through. It can't be done with women alone.
Then I'll make men out of your women, Roy. You breed cattle in that valley of yours, you kill off the weak ones. By the time we get to that valley, you'll know that the women who are left are fit stock. Now get back to camp and rouse them out. By the time they get their big blue eyes open, I'll be there to talk to them. Yes, I've got a surprise for you. It seems that during the night, the men left. And with them went 8 very wise ladies. Now, was I to give you time to think, you might feel sorry for yourselves. You might get a little envious of those 8 very wise women. So I'm going to drive you till you're too tired to think. You're going to start by fixing breakfast. It'll be daylight by the time you're through eating, and I'll be waiting for you. You're going to learn to shoot. You're going to learn to ride. You're going to learn how to handle your wagon. That goes for you, too, Danon, so get that dumb cow look off your face. Now start moving, the lot of you. Cup of coffee, Roy?
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Bring the coffee, Ito. What'd you say?
I say in Japanese, boss. All you do is make them hate you.
Well, you can say it in English, because I hope they do.
Come on aboard, Mr. Whitman. Set yourself.
Thanks, Pete. Well, yeah. Feel any better, Rose?
Who says anything's wrong with Rose?
I'm fine, Mr. Whitman. Just kind of tired, I guess.
Well, I wanted to put in the journal, Rose. Just write it down how the men deserted and how we're going to push ahead just the same. And you can say that this afternoon we faced a new disaster.
This afternoon? But it's still morning.
Mr. Wyatt and I have been riding ahead. It's been a landslide. Boulders as big as this wagon. They cover the trail for 200 yards.
And what's he got to say about it, Mr. Wyatt?
He says we'll have to roll those boulders and clear the trail.
Then I guess we're gonna. Come on, you mules. Ee-yoo!
Stop wasting your breath cheering about it. That's just one of these boulders. Now, come on, get to it. What's the matter, Danon? That rock too heavy for you?
I do the best I can.
Why don't you do better than the best you can?
Minous de temps, il est toujours après moi. Qu'est-ce que tu veux faire,
Take it easy, Sherry. Don't let him get you all upset.
Oh, keep yourself shut up.
Come on, ladies. Get behind that rock.
Oh, you shut up, too.
I'll shut up when the trail's clear. Now,
And I've got more news for you, ladies. You did pretty well clearing that trail yesterday, but there's a hill ahead of us. Only it's much too steep to drive wagons down. So if you want to get to California, the wagons will have to be eased down the hill, lowered down. That means block and tackle and ropes and every ounce of strength you can muster. Eat a good lunch, ladies. Any mistakes this afternoon, it may be your last. Hold those mules back. You're going down too fast.
hang on there, Jesse. We'll get you down.
Hold back on that rope. It's getting away from us. Put on your wheel brakes. Your wheel brakes.
Look! The axle's turned loose! The axle's broken!
Let go of the rope. Let go of it.
Buck.
It's no use, Roy. But get to him if you can. Who is in that wagon?
Mary Saunders, Jesse Collar.
All right. Get the next wagon up here. Sid, Ito, get that other block and tackle. I said, who's next? Come on, it's been done before. The only difference was it was done by men.
By men, huh? All right, I'll take the next wagon down. Easy there, mule. Mind your helm.
Hold him back. You're giving him too much head.
Just get these bullies on the prod. I can handle them.
All right, ladies, get on that rope. And pay it out easy. Set your brakes, Patience.
Set your own brakes, mister, and turn me loose.
I go flat.
All right, start her down.
Turn me loose up there. I made it.
You weren't so big, I'd kiss you.
If you weren't so puny, I'd let you. Hey, how'd you get down here?
Horseback. I wasn't pulling any wagon.
All right up there. Who's next?
July 24th, 1851. Our journey has been halted now for 2 days. We have buried our dead. Mary Saunders, Jessie Toller, and the 2 Abbott sisters. But we have conquered the trail. Many of the women are sick with fever, but Mr. Wyatt says we must go on. God grant they be spared.
Better get in the wagon, Sherry. They're rounding up the mules. They'll be hitching in a minute.
But look, Lori, look over there.
Oh, it's just a rabbit.
Dig out my spice bag when I give the raffle. For supper tonight, we shall eat rabbit à la dame.
Oh, just be careful. I don't trust you with a rifle.
Run in there, Sid. The wagon circle. Keep it coming, Roy. Get those mules in here.
Who fired that rifle? Hey, you lobsters! Turn them away! Stampede!
Bob, how is he, Mr. Whitman?
How do you think he is? Tromped on by a herd of stampeding mules. Oh, he'll live, but he can't thank you for it. You see what you started?
It wasn't her fault. It could have happened.
What do you mean it wasn't her fault? Who fired that gun? Mules are crazy, but there isn't one on the train you couldn't learn
Oh,
from.
taisez-vous donc. Vous n'avez pas fait exprès quand même.
Don't talk to me in that lingo. I don't know what you're yapping about, and I don't want to know.
Oh, vous devez empêcher une tête de mule insupportable.
Roy was out of his mind to sign you on. From now on, stick to that wagon, both of you. Don't move from it. Everything you touch is that much more grief. Don't Sal Cush on me.
Give me a Mari Murida. I don't want to hit you.
You too, huh? All right, what did you say?
I say you're wrong, boss. Too much, boss. This lady should do 2-3 times more work than everybody.
Don't tell me I'm wrong, even if I am.
When you wrong, boss, I tell you, even if you are.
And this time, Laurie, you don't stop me. No one stopped me. Not you, not him, not anybody. Laisse-moi partir. Je pars jusqu'au
What are you trying to tell me?
But I'm leaving. I'm going to try to reach that fort back there. Maybe I will, maybe not. I will know if I stay here. I will kill him. I'll kill him.
Mr. Wyatt.
I told you to stay in your wagon.
That's exactly what I intend to do. I just thought you might like to know that Dandon's taken one of your horses. She's run away. She's going to try to reach that fort back there. Well, are you just going to stand there?
Sid.
Yeah, Buck.
Take over. I'll be back as soon as I can. Oh, little fool. Stop fighting, will you? You could have drowned yourself trying to cross that river. I said stop fighting.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
You crazy, no good, riding that horse to death. Well, did I knock any sense into you?
Yes. Thank you. I'll be all right now.
I was on your trail for 2 hours. Where'd you think you were going?
I didn't care.
Well, let's get back. My horse will have to carry both of us. May not make it now till morning.
What you did?
Did what?
You came after me.
Your mouth, it's bleeding. Hit you harder than I thought.
Wipe it out. Well?
Well?
Get ready.
For what?
I'm crazy, yes? All right. I give you some craziness. I tell you some. I'm going to tell you that I love you.
Yeah?
From the first time I see your beautiful face in Chicago.
What?
It's beautiful to me. It's a nice, rugged face. Beard and all. I love it. Would you like to hear that?
Yeah.
Well, I like to hear it too.
All right. You've got a nice, rugged face, beard and all.
Chérie, c'est très drôle.
You want me to tell you I love you, huh?
Is it so difficult?
Well, don't you think it's a little too quick for a man to...
Oh, first time it has been too quick for you, isn't it?
Come back here.
Yes, yes. Like these?
Like these.
How much further to the camp?
As soon as we reach the top of this rise, we'll be able to see it. What's the matter? Been traveling too fast for you?
Much too fast. I did not care if we ever reached it.
We'll be there in half an hour. And when we are, just remember that you're...
Well, I am... What?
Look. Down there.
Oh, the wagon train. It's burning, on fire. Bug on the ground. Those are buddies.
They came back, Dan. The Indians came back.
Make a friend, and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has. By helping others, you help your country. We pause now for station identification.
Curtain rises on Act 3 of Westward the Woman, starring Robert Taylor as Buck and Denise Dossell as Denon. Denon and Buck have reached the encampment of the wagon train. The tragic shambles of the Indian raid. The surviving women are silent, exhausted, stunned.
Roy, I'm sorry.
Stop saying you're sorry.
But if I hadn't left camp...
What difference? There was more than 100 of them. I've been waiting for you, Buck. So listen careful. When you said you could get the women through without the men, I didn't believe it. But now I know they can make it. Take them. Take them to the valley. Now, leave me be.
Roy, I can't. The supplies, the wagons. How many are left? I said, how many are...
He's dead, boss. He's dead.
He said the women can make it, Ito. But not after this. He was wrong.
Some horses, right? Some mules, wagons. Mr. Whitman, right?
You women. Well, he's dead. Mr. Whitman is dead. The last thing he said was to take you through to the valley. I'm sorry, but I can't do it. You've fought and you've died. Sickness, floods, accidents. Now this. There's just too much against you. We'll start back in the morning.
No! I won't turn back. Not me. Not me. Not me. I won't turn back either.
All right. If that's the way you want it, that's the way you'll get it. Ito, what about Cutler? Where's Cutler?
Dead.
He's here, Mr. Wyatt. He never left my side.
Rose, please.
Laurie. Where's Laurie? I can find Laurie.
She's under that wagon, Demo. She didn't suffer none. She was one of the first.
Oh, Laurie. My poor Laurie.
Who else?
18. We did what we could.
I'll put the names in the journal. Oh, but not now. Please, not now.
6 days in the Indian raid. You know how many miles we've gone?
No, boss, no. But I find something.
40 miles, maybe 50 at best. Nothing but rain, day and night.
Sure, boss, sure. But I tell you, I find...
You checked the wagons? Everything all right back there?
Everything good, boss. Woman sleep, baby.
It'll be a long, wet night.
Yes, sir, boss. Boss, please, you listen. Jim Quackerbush. I find grave. Jim Quackerbush.
Where?
Come, I show. In dark, I pour over something. I hold a lantern. It say, Jim Quackerbush.
Dead of cholera?
Oh, yes, sir, boss, yes.
Get a shovel. Get 2 shovels and show me where.
Shovel, boss?
What a man. You couldn't have picked a better night for it.
Boss, I think I dig enough, huh? I go back to camp.
You stay right where you are, but take it easy. Don't jam that shovel, Tom.
Boss, why we be so careful?
Wait a minute. Wait. Give me that lantern. Well, Ito, you see what I see?
Oh, Rito, come on. There's a jug down there.
There's 2 jugs down there. Rum.
Rum?
Whiskey, sake, only it's rum.
Sana grave se cholera.
Well, that's one sure way of keeping it safe. I buried these jugs 5 years ago.
Oh, nanda, saque de saquida.
What'd you say?
I say good old Quackybush. Oh, gonna be very wet night, boss. Huh? Wet tonight.
Yeah, that's something brand new out there, ladies. That's desert. And it's like walking through a furnace. I said walking because that's just what I mean. What mules and horses we got left, well, they just won't make it with a full load. So you're going to walk and you're going to strip the wagons. Junk everything you don't absolutely need, everything. And guard the water barrels with your life. For the next week or so, they're going to be your life. All right, start unloading.
You mean the furniture we brought? Our clothes, our nice dresses?
I said everything, didn't I?
But we come out here to be married. How are we going to look? How are we going to look when they see us?
Oh, God, listen. This poor woman. What do you think they do at night when we camp? They open their trunks. They see the pretty things. They touch silk again. Silk. Oh, what do you think has kept them going?
These poor women, huh? You buried Lori in a silk dress. Do you want to live or do you want... I don't care what you do. We'll be starting across in an hour.
Come on, ladies. Let's dump the trunk. Rose, now, just don't you go trying to push any trunk around. I'll give you a hand.
Doesn't matter. Throw it all away. Just save with the baby, my...
Rose, you mean now?
I think so. Just don't tell him. Please. Please.
Oh, now, don't you worry, honey. We'll take care of you.
What do you think you're doing? Get her out of that wagon.
It's Rose. She's going to have a baby.
Out here?
Yes, out here. Because she knows you won't stop. Not even for a baby.
When did I say I wouldn't?
Oh, please, just leave us alone. Just let her ride in the wagon and then... Oh, go away.
Come on, Tono.
What'd you say?
I say, purito woman. Purito woman.
Get up to that lead wagon. We're going to stop. Look at him. Like it was home sweet home.
It is, boss. Listen.
Well, ladies, can we start moving again?
Move right ahead, Mr. White. It's the boys.
It has been more than a week since I have made an entry in this journal. Yesterday we reached the end of the desert. Thanks to Providence and Mr. Wyatt, we survived the crossing. Even my tiny baby boy. Mr. Wyatt says that if all goes well, we will be in sight of Whitman's Valley in 3 days. We cannot believe it. We just cannot believe it.
What the devil are you doing? Who said you could stop here? Get back in the wagons. Keep them moving. Stretch those wagons out.
Oh, leave us alone. Go to sleep or something.
You all gone crazy? What do you think you're doing?
We have agreed it's a good place to stop. It is shady. There is a stream. We can wash. We can mend clothes. We can...
I told you you're here. Whitman's Valley is right over that hill. There's somebody else having a baby.
No baby.
Well, then what?
We are not going to the town.
You're not what?
Look at us. Our clothes are rags. We don't go in looking like this, like tramps. You go to the town. And when you come back, bring us things that make us look like ladies.
You heard her, Mr. Wyatt.
Frou-frou, feminine things. We don't move from here until you do. And if the men come near us before we're ready, they never go back.
And we mean what she says.
All right, ladies, if that's the way you want it.
Spread your sails, ladies. There's a freshening breeze, and I smell men ahead.
Now, if you'll stop asking questions, I'll try to give you some of the answers. First of all, about Roy Whitman. He's dead. Indians. We left a lot of the women buried there, too.
Well, what about the rest of them, Wyatt?
The women are camped just over the hill. Oh, no, you're not going. None of you are going anywhere. This is the way the women want it, and this is the way it's going to be. They won't come into town until they look their best. You get within range of them now, and they'll blow your heads off. I got some idea of what most of you went through to get to this valley. But none of you came through the hell these women did. So just make sure you're good enough for them. Make sure you treat them right. Because God help you if you don't. Whitman's gone, but I'm still here.
Well, these here must be some females.
What do they want us to do? Well, they gave me my orders. I want a wagon, and I want it loaded with things they can wear, nice things. Until then, you stay here, and they stay there.
Ah, you're going to have a time rounding up petticoats in Whitman's Valley.
Yeah, well, you've got stuff for trading with the Indians, bolts of cloth, blankets, any kind of crazy trinkets that'll make a woman look like a woman. The sooner you get them, the sooner they'll be. Well, ladies, now that you've quit clawing each other and fighting over what I brought back, let me take a look at you. Well, Tito, what do you think? What'd you say?
I say, let's go, boss.
You're sure a sorry lot of females, but they ain't seen one of your kind for so long that even you'll look good.
Stay and talk if you want to. We're leaving for town.
Just one more thing. They've been building a big pavilion in town all these months while they've been waiting for you. That's where you'll go. You got a big spread of grub, and there'll be music and dancing. That's how you'll meet the men. From there on, ladies, it's up to them and it's up to you. Now start moving. Stretch out.
Well, gentlemen, here we are. Likely as not, we're about as handsome as a school of mackerel. But we done the best we could. Now, you can look us over, but don't think you're going to do the choosing. All the way from Independence, we had your picture in our mind. We could either shut our eyes and dream what you was going to look like, or we could open our eyes and look at the rump of a mule. Well, ladies, I guess even this bunch is prettier than them mules. So come on, gentlemen. We're choosing partners for the dance.
Buck, where are you going?
No place special. There's a preacher riding into town. I want to make sure he gets here safe.
I go with you?
Yeah, you go with me.
A preacher out here? He has not made any marriages.
Likely he'll be awful rusty.
Maybe we let him practice on us?
Yeah, I guess that's the least we could do for him. I shaved.
Oh, yes. So nice and smooth. It's a beautiful face, and I love it. Oh, chérie.
Just between you and me.
Yes?
We better get that preacher and fast.
Theater is produced by Mr. Irving Cummings. Our orchestra is under the direction of Rudy Schrager. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us next week at this same time for another presentation of the Hollywood Radio Theater.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. What do you like me to eat? Archie speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. What am I doing? I'm in the Columbia workshop. What am I in for? Duffy, I said workshop. Yeah. Tonight I am an artist. Yeah, actor. Yeah, we're doing a thing called Miracle in Manhattan. What do you mean? If it's good, it'll be a miracle. Duffy, you ain't got no Christmas spirit, that's all. Whose idea is it? Well, it's Columbia's Western program director. He dreamed it up. Yeah, it's Charlie Vander. He's a friend of mine. Came to New York on a busman's holiday from Hollywood. Yeah, he's directing it, too. Well, I don't know, it starts like all Christmas plays. You know, the band plays Silent Night, and we're into it. How much to Times Square, driver?
From here?
Certainly from here.
6 bits, mister.
Okay. Let's sort of take it easy like. I want to take a gander to town.
Okay. Want a little music? I'll turn on the radio.
Go ahead.
Ah, that thing again. I'll try to get you something different. Now, you'd think there was nothing else on the air tonight. Oh, get that, will you? Listen to that. It's enough to drive a guy nuts. I'm sorry, mister. I guess this is all we're going to get. Over and over and over.
Doesn't bother me. Matter of fact, I kind of like it.
No kidding?
Sure. It's Christmas music. Heck, this is Christmas Eve.
Well, I'll be frank with you. To me, Christmas Eve is nothing but a first-class headache.
Yeah?
Yeah, what have you got? Slippery streets, a bunch of screwy people with too many drinks under their belts. I tell you, a cab driver's got to watch his step on a night like this. So it's December 24th. So all of a sudden, everybody goes wacky. You never know what's liable to happen.
Maybe you got something there.
Yeah, everybody's got packages under their arms. You know, a lot of nice little packages. So they can't reach for the tip. Well, mister, you said you want to see the town. What's on the menu first? How's about starting off with Park Avenue?
Oh, no, just drive. Oh, wait a minute. Pull in over there.
By that little church, you mean?
Yeah. I'd like to sort of drop in.
You know, these guys are people funny sometimes. I've never figured you was the religious type.
Oh, just curious, that's all.
Well, you're the doctor.
Hey, how about coming in with me?
Huh? Oh, nah, not me. I ain't been to church for so long, I wouldn't know how to act.
Well, I ain't been to church much either, but Christmas Eve is Christmas Eve.
Well, like I told you, mister, my racket one night ain't much different than the next.
The music ought to be nice.
Are you kidding? Now, listen, count me out. I'll just sit out here in a cab and listen to the meter tick. That's music enough for me.
I'll pay the damages.
No. You go ahead. I'll wait out here.
It's warm inside.
What are you, mister? Missionary?
Oh, no. Just want company. Come on.
Well, you're paying the freight. Let's go.
Gee, you never go to church, huh? Nah, you see, there's the kind that does and the kind that don't. I'm the kind that don't. Did you ever pray? Yeah, you know, when I was a kid, they used to teach us all kinds of prayers. Our Father, what art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. I don't know, I forget the rest of the stuff. Say, that's kind of pretty, ain't it? If you like that kind of thing. Yeah, let's sit near the back. Hey, all them people are awful quiet, ain't they? Yeah. I guess this is one of the last places left where people can come and think. Think, huh? What are they thinking about? Well, you're just one of the people, too. What are you thinking about? Me? Oh, well, us cabbies is different from most people. I guess all we ever think about is where we're going to get another fare. Is that all? Even on Christmas Eve? What else is there to think about? Oh, all kinds of things. Special things. Sort of wonderful things. Look, mister, this ain't for me. I get the heebie-jeebies in this joint. I'll meet you out in a cab, huh? All right, I'll go along. Hey, what are you doing? The sign there says, helps the poor, don't it? Well, it didn't do you much good to have that meter ticking over out there in the cab. You aren't going to break even. All right, so I don't break even. Forget it. Hey, that was a sucker. Let's get going, huh? Still that same tune. Oh, don't worry. I told you I liked it. Well, of course, that's your own prerogative, but give me Glenn Miller playing that Chattanooga shoo-shoo. Boy, this traffic's tough tonight. Christmas.
Get Christmas Eve edition. Yeah, paper.
Hey, Cabby, you think you could pull out of this traffic line for a minute? I want to pick up a paper. Well, you're in the right neighborhood for a paper, mister. You can buy it from little Jimmy Turn over there. Jimmy Turner? Yeah, a little crippled guy, newsboy. Ain't walked in years, but always got a smile for us cabbies. That's why we like to bring him business. That's him over there in the corner.
Paper, Christmas Eve edition, paper.
Crippled, huh? Wait a minute, I'll get you paper. Hey, hold on. I'll go with you.
Extra paper. Paper, mister? Oh, hiya, Lefty. Merry Christmas.
Same to you, Jimmy. How's business?
Half sold out already. Hey, mister.
Thanks, Jimmy. We'll be seeing you, Jimmy. We got to get along, you know.
Look, Lefty, one of my customers threw me a nickel. Hold out in the street there. Want to get it for me?
Oh, sure, Jimmy. I'll get it. Why don't you walk over and get the nickel yourself, Jimmy?
Oh, what are you trying to get me, mister? You got eyes you can see, can't you?
Yeah, and you got legs.
You can move your eyes.
How long since you tried to walk?
Long as I can remember. I ain't chicken. I can yell.
I heard you. You sure can.
Bet your life I can. That's all I need for this racket. On a quiet night when I ain't too much traffic around, where they can hear me 2 blocks away. Yeah. Clear up to 53rd Street. And that's important in my business.
Oh, sure it is. Tell me, Jimmy, what do you want for Christmas?
What do I want? I already got my Christmas present. Last October.
Last October? No kidding.
Uh-huh. When the Yanks won the pennant. Boy, they paralyzed us.
You like the Yanks, huh?
I'll say I do. And mainly because of one guy. Joe DiMaggio. Paper, mister?
Is this the latest edition?
The very latest.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, DiMaggio's the greatest baseball player in the world. Boy, you ought to hear me yell when he's in the headlines.
Oh, driver. That cabin gauge? Sorry, mister. It's all tied up. Thanks. I'll get another one. Hey, Jimmy.
Yeah?
You know who that was? That was Joe himself. Joe DiMaggio.
No kidding. Oh, gee, I didn't recognize those imaginary street clothes. Oh, gee.
Come on, Cabby. We gotta stop him. Hey, DiMaggio! Hey!
Did you call me?
Say, excuse me for yelling at you, but I had to stop you. You see, you've got quite an admirer over there in that news kid.
That's so?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, if he could shake hands with you, I think it'd be the swellest Christmas present he could ever get.
Really?
Yeah. Honest. Would you mind?
Certainly not. Come on.
Just a minute, Joe. Let him walk over to you.
What's that, kid?
Oh, you need somebody like you to, well, call him and see.
I don't get it.
Wait a minute. Jimmy.
Yeah?
There's a friend of yours here. He wants you to walk over and shake hands with him.
Yeah, but... Well, gee, can't you see?
Come on, Jimmy. Come on over here and shake hands.
Joe, I can't.
Come on, Jimmy.
Joe, I'm walking. Look, I'm walking. Man, you see what I'm doing?
Come on, Cabby. I don't like crowds.
Flowing.
Let's get out of here.
I'm walking.
Hey, careful, Cabby. Watch this crowd. Take it easy.
I'm sorry, mister, but it's a wonder I know what I'm doing. I swear I'm dizzy.
What's the matter?
That kid back there. I seen him sitting on a corner like that for 6 years. And now he's walking.
Well, maybe he could have walked all the time.
Yeah. Hey, you're the smart one. You did it. Giving him the will to walk. Tell him that was Joe DiMaggio.
Well, it was.
Listen, look, it's all right to fool a kid, but I know better. That wasn't DiMaggio.
It wasn't, huh?
No, it couldn't have been. Maybe it looked like him, but it wasn't him.
No?
No. Of course not. Of course, only this morning I read about him in the papers. It says that Joe DiMaggio was spending Christmas with his family in San Francisco. Won't that thing ever stop? Well, I hope you like it. Nothing I seem to be able to do about it.
Hey, what's all the excitement?
Oh, say, that's something that ought to be worth seeing. I heard about it earlier this evening. There's a guy up on a window ledge there on the 22nd floor. Claims he's going to jump off at 11 o'clock. Hey, wait a minute. Listen to them chimes. Yeah, that's 11:15 now. Guy's got 15 minutes to go, if he keeps his word. Look, they got a spotlight on him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they don't want to miss nothing. Guys don't do this every night for a week, you know. Guy must be off his bean, huh?
Who is he?
Oh, some guy used to be an actor, they tell me. Certainly hogging the spotlight for this performance, huh?
Cabby, you think we can get into this hotel?
Huh? You mean you don't want to stay outside here and watch?
I want to get inside right away.
Listen, who are you anyway? You a newspaper reporter?
Oh, maybe.
Well, listen, there's cops all around. You can't... Oh, wait, I tell you, I got an idea. You walk in the front door with me behind you, see? They'll think you live there and that I'm going to carry your luggage out.
Oh, good. Come on.
Look at that. It's disgusting. Look at them toes. I'm telling you that's the kind of a thing that can only happen on a night like this.
Phew. That was close.
Well, we're in. Now what?
22nd floor. Going up, boy?
Huh?
Yes, sir. 22.
I can take you up, sir, but the police aren't letting anyone into the West Wing. That's where that room is that the man's jumping out of.
Oh, I know. Listen, miss, I hope you ain't going to try nothing screwy here, especially when the kid says that they got cops guarding the room. And besides, you
Here
can't...
we are. Come on.
See? Look at it, just like I told you. 3 cops in front of the door. You ain't got a chance of getting in there. Come on, before they kick us out.
It's worth a try. Maybe one of us will make it. Right down. Here we are.
Yeah, just a minute. Where do you think you're going, Tabby?
I'm just following my friend here. You let him through, didn't you?
We didn't let nobody through, and we ain't letting nobody through. We got orders that nobody's to go into this room.
You mean to say that you guys didn't see nobody go into that room just now?
Of course we didn't, because nobody went in.
Huh?
You must be drunk, buddy. Now run along and sit and wait for Santa Claus to come down the chimney. We got strict orders to keep everybody out of this room until the wife of that nut gets down here to try and talk him out of jumping.
Okay, wise guys, have it your way. But my fare sneaked by, and he's up there in that suicide jumper right now. Now, you guys can laugh all you want, but I'll bet my hack that there's a mighty interesting conversation going on right now. Mighty interesting.
Listen, you. I thought they promised there wasn't going to be anyone else out here to bother me.
I just want to talk to you. Who knows? Maybe I can help you.
Supposing I don't want your help.
Well, people have refused help from me before, but it doesn't matter.
Just remember what I told the others. If you come one step towards me, I'll jump. Or maybe that's what you're here for. To get a better view of it.
No, I don't need to watch it to know what'll happen. I know. So you in a few minutes. When those church chimes ring, you'll hesitate a second, and then you step off into space. Your heart's pounding, your throat's so hard you think it'll choke you. And then the night air hits your face, ice cold, and you grab at that air, and nothing there. You have a sick, helpless feeling in your stomach. You thought it was going to be over fast. It lasts a long time, a heck of a long time. Long enough to bring back every memory you ever knew, two more. You hate to look down, but you can't help it. You hear a scream. You hear an ambulance bell. You see the lights on the street. People running, shouting. They're rushing up to you like lightning. The people run. They yell like crazy. The lights go brighter. Down, down, down! And suddenly it's over. And you don't hear the police. You don't hear it at all.
You can't scare me.
I know. I'm not trying to. I thought maybe you'd like to hear exactly how it would happen without going through it.
Who are you, anyway?
Just a guy. Who are you?
Don't tell me you don't know that. Don't you read the papers?
Well, not very often. But, hey, I hope you're not doing this just to break into print.
I've got good reason for what I'm doing.
Well, a lot of people down there trying to be happy because this is Christmas Eve. And here you are making them all feel sick.
Christmas Eve. A fine Christmas Eve it is for me. No job, no.
What do you do for a living?
I was an actor. A good one, too.
Start putting on a show here, too, ain't you? Go on. Tell me about yourself.
All right, I will. I might as well fill in the time between now and 11. Maybe they told you why they've stopped trying to talk me out of this. They're waiting.
For your wife to get here?
That's right. But they'll wait forever. She won't be here. That's why I'm doing this. I haven't known one decent moment since she left me, or until I left her.
You're sorry about that, huh?
Plenty. I haven't been good for anything without her.
I suppose if you had to do it all over again, things would be different.
Oh, what's the use of even talking about it? Nothing means anything.
So that's why you're up here tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, I've tried everything to get her to come back to me. I've written to her, tried to see her, made promises. I even prayed.
Yeah?
But it isn't any use. You see that clock over there? In about 5 seconds, it'll ring out the hour. And that's when I'm jumping. Right with those chimes.
Why don't you wait? Give your wife a chance to get here.
They're trying to reach her.
Well, that's plenty of time. And she won't come when they do reach her. What's keeping those times? They could ring any second now, any second.
Those seconds are going to seem kind of long to you because they're the last seconds you'll ever have.
Well, they're not important. Because my life isn't important. Not anymore. Don't think I'm going to back out, mister. Come on, times! Bring out! Like you've been doing all day. You see, I've heard them ever since I've been standing out here. I can tell almost to the second when they're going to ring.
But it's like I told you. These last moments are changing all that. The seconds seem like years.
Yeah, but this can't keep up. They'll go in a moment now, any moment. And then I am going to jump. And you'll see, all of you, that you were wrong. That she didn't get here. She didn't come back to me. Even at a time like this.
Paul. Paul. Yes, darling. It's Anne. Please, Paul. Aren't you going to take me in your arms?
She's waiting for you, Paul. What are you going to do?
Do? What am I going to do? Oh, Anne, thank God you've come back. Anne, those chimes. I was going to jump when I heard the man. I was going to jump.
I know. I got here as soon as I could. And all the while I was afraid I was too late. I thought I was too late for it.
That's limited. I've been caring for these chimes nearly 20 years now. And this is the first time I ever known them to ring late. And on Christmas Eve, too. What do you suppose done it?
What's wrong? You haven't tried to get some other music.
Huh? Oh. Well, I guess I'm kind of mixed up. You got me thinking here. Listen, mister, do you mind if I shut this radio off altogether? That silent night is beginning to get me back.
Oh, do anything you like.
Look, mister, you got to tell me what happened up there. How did you sneak past the cops? And what made that guy change his mind? What did you do, anyhow?
Oh, I only gabbed with him a little while until his wife got there.
Listen, I've had some screwy Christmas Eves, but this one tops them all. First, there was that little newsboy.
Hey,
now?
Cabby, that man crossing the street.
I've known Jimmy for...
Look out! Hey.
Don't worry, driver. I saw it happen. He walked right out in front of us.
Yeah, you did see him, didn't you, mister? He walked right out in front of us.
Come on, let's get out.
Well, the driver didn't stop. No, the man stepped right out there without warning. Somebody better call a cop. Don't worry, there's one coming right now. All right. Hold on, Jim, let your hands, will you? Hey, I saw it happen, officer. He walked right out. It wasn't the driver's fault. This guy stepped right out in front of him like a blind man.
Hey, wait a minute. He is a blind man. I've seen him around here before.
Yeah, so have I.
Here, you. Get your hands off him. Don't be trying to pick him up. It's against the law. Wait till the ambulance gets you.
Against the law? Help someone?
Sure it is. You never know when you're doing him more harm than good.
Okay, officer. Okay.
Hey, wait, he's getting up.
Get back, everybody.
What hit me? I was so excited. Christmas Eve, I was in a hurry to get home. Tell me. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Lights and faces.
Easy, mister. You better not try to get up.
I can see. I'm all right, I tell you. And I can see.
Why?
I can see.
Why, he can see.
It must have been the shock. The shock when the cab hit him, you know.
I didn't mean to hit him.
Didn't mean to, so you've done him a favor. The shock of it brought back his eyesight.
No, that's not it. Someone touched me. It was a cool hand. The cool hand of the man that helps me.
Huh?
The minute he touched me, I was all right. Where is he? Where is he?
Hey, wait a minute. I'm beginning to get this. It's a racket. In a minute, these guys will be passing the hat.
Yeah, he's never been blind at all. What? I've been giving him money on this corner all winter, and he's a phony.
Hey, wait a minute. There was another guy with a cabbie. He looked like a suspicious character to me, officer.
You ought to run him in, officer. I bet they staged the whole thing.
Suspicious character, huh? Where'd he go?
Well, he was here a second ago. He looked like one of those subversive guys to me. Imagine pulling a trick like that on Christmas Eve.
Now, wait a minute here. The guy's got this all wrong. Huh? This guy you're talking about is a very good guy. Now, wait a minute. He's a stranger in town, but he's all right. Hey, where did he go?
You see, he even ducked out on you, buddy.
I know it was all an act.
Oh, wait, he was here just a second ago. This guy's been riding my cab all night. He was a regular sort of a guy. Listen, let me tell you what he done. First, it was Jimmy the Newsboy, see? He was crippled. And all of a sudden, he started to walk. All right, now this ain't funny, I'm telling you. Then it was that guy that was going to jump off the building. And now this blind man.
Hey, what are you handing us anyhow?
Get moving, buddy. Boy, what a frame-up.
Better get moving, Cabby. This mob don't like what's happening. All right, I'm going. Fine thing. The guy just ducks out when I need him to prove a point. In addition, he sticks me with the cab. What a guy.
Just 2 more blocks. It's 2 minutes to Christmas in Times Square.
Hey, was you in a cab all the time?
What do you think I am? Magician?
Sometimes I wonder.
Now, in case you lose me in the crowd again, here's your fare. Keep the change.
$5.
And Merry Christmas.
Mister, look, what goes on here anyway? Who are you? You talk like one of us. I mean, real lingo, and yet you say you're a stranger.
Oh, wherever I go, I sort of seem to be just like everybody else, see? Talking their language. It's always been that way.
Yeah. Mister, do you mind if I turn on the radio again?
No. Go ahead.
Geez, that's funny. Now, you don't hear. What happened to that silent night? All night long they played that one tune. And, you know, it's a funny thing. Before it almost drove me bats, and now, all of a sudden, I got a funny feeling. I feel like I'd give anything to hear it again. Can you beat that? No silent night. What a night this is, huh, mister? I never had such a time before. All them things that happened, I wish I could figure them out. But what's your slant on it, mister? I said, what's your slant? Hey, where are you? Geez, he disappeared again. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Director for CBS. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Great scenes from great plays with your host, Walter Hampden. And starring tonight, Mr. Henry Fonda in Young Mr. Lincoln. And now your host, the distinguished actor-manager, Mr. Walter Hampden.
Thank you, and good evening. Our play tonight is memorable for its portrayal of one of our greatest men in his youth. It's called Young Mr. Lincoln. Now, though he's already tall and well-known out in Illinois, in tonight's story, Abraham Lincoln has not yet cast his long, historic shadow on our land. He's just young Lincoln. And our play deals with just one episode in his life. An episode which is an inspiring illustration of his greatness. And here to portray this man for us is the distinguished star of the current Broadway hit, Mr. Roberts. I'm pleased to have you meet Mr. Henry Fonda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hamden. You know, we sort of always think of Lincoln as a sorrowful man of history. You forget about Abe, the young fellow full of sass, country humor, and homely beginnings. His downright plainness for one, a kind of twinkling honesty, and already that sense of justice burning inside him. That's what this story shows. That's the Springfield Lincoln that...
Yes, Henry, our play shows the greatness born of humility. So let us raise the curtain now on Young Mr. Lincoln, adapted for radio by Alan Sloan and starring Henry Fonda. The heart of Springfield in Illinois back in America's youngish days is like most small towns of the time, a public square formed by courthouse and church, store and tavern, bank and blacksmithy, plain-clad people on the wooden sidewalks, the gentry in smart carriages on dirt roads. But the young man who comes riding in upon a borrowed pony is quite unlike most people, so much so he's quickly recognized even in the state capitol.
Hey, what are you doing in Springfield?
Going to be a lawyer, friend.
Oh, what do you know about law?
Not enough to hurt me.
An ungainly figure, legs too long, pantaloons too short, coat too skimpy, hat too high, horse too small even. And his face...
Say, Abe, I got a watch rightfully belongs to you.
How come, friend?
Fella said I was to keep it till I met someone uglier than me. Boy, you've won it.
If you're going on looks, friend, maybe you better throw in the chain, too.
Young Mr. Lincoln came to Springfield to be a lawyer. Behind him, the rail splitting, the love and the loss of a girl called Anne, the hard study of law in borrowed books. Ahead, small cases, tall tales told down in the courthouse square.
I told him, sure, I'm common folks. Lord must have loved the common folks. He made so many of them.
Hey,
How's that?
Hey, look there. Isn't that Steve Douglas walking there with the lady?
Sure is. Don't he strut, though?
Look at that. She's gone and caught her parasol in the cottonwood tree.
Look at him stretch, though. Well, now, my legs will come in handy there.
Please don't tear it, Mr. Douglas. Do be careful.
Excuse me, ma'am. Now I'll fetch it down. There.
Why, thank you, Mr.
May I present Mr. Abraham Lincoln, Mr. Lincoln, Miss Mary Todd.
It's a pleasure, ma'am, I'm sure.
Thank you. I've heard some mighty fine things about you.
Well, ma'am, just don't you believe all you hear.
I hear you've got that murder case on for tomorrow.
That's true, but I don't hear, Mr. Douglas, that your silver tongue is assisting the state to prosecute. If it was, I reckon I wouldn't have a chance.
Oh, balderdash. I had been approached on the matter, but previous commitments...
Of a political nature?
Interfered.
Naturally. Well, ma'am, I'll be leaving now, if you'll allow.
I hope we'll meet again, Mr. Lincoln. Won't you call?
Ma'am, it'll take a court order to stop me.
So that's Abraham Lincoln. My.
Very quaint. You should see him in court.
Oh, yes. What is this case you spoke of?
Oh, a village affair. 2 young men held for the murder of a third. Lincoln is defending the 2 brothers. The state requested my advice, but to my opinion, it was unnecessary. Lincoln can't win.
I should like to go to the trial.
Would you accompany me and see him make a fool of himself?
Why, yes. I'd be delighted. I'd like to see him in court.
Circuit of the State of Illinois is now in session. Judge Herbert A. Ball presiding. All right, Mr. Clerk, let's get started. Yes, Your Honor. The State of Illinois versus Matt Clay and Adam Clay, brothers, charged with the murder of Henry C., known as Scrub White. Is the state ready, Mr. Felder?
May it please the court, the state is ready. Ready, sir, and waiting.
And the defense? The defense.
Oh, as soon as I fix these galluses of mine, Your Honor, I'll pitch in like a dog into a root. Now, Ed, you being the last of these 12 good men and true, I got a right to challenge as jurors. Mind if I ask you, you drink?
Well, yes.
Cuss?
Well, yes.
Got a job?
Well, no.
Like to loaf?
Yes.
Ever tell a lie?
Why, sure.
And you're just the kind of honest man I'm looking for. Take your place. Mr. Prosecutor, it's your move.
Gentlemen of the jury, the good book says, thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not kill. But Matt Clay and Adam Clay did not heed that commandment. 2 against 1. They came at Scrub White with their deadly weapons. Scrub White, a man, an American who loved life, loved the blue heavens, the soft caress of the wind, the gentleness of a woman's smile. He loved life, but he is dead. And there, gentlemen, sit his murderers. I tell you, gentlemen, they ought to be wiped out as a man wipeth a plate.
Friend, I hope you aren't going to charge a state mileage for all the traveling you've done up and down in front of that jury.
Your Honor, I would like to call Sheriff Billings. Sheriff, as duly sworn officer of the law, have you ever seen this knife before?
Yes, sir. It's the knife they killed Scrub with.
Sheriff, did you see him do it?
No, but counsel will voice his objections to the court.
Sheriff, what else did you find at the scene?
A jug of liquor, about 3/4 full.
They'd been drinking?
As usual, they said.
That's all. Your witness, Mr. Lincoln.
Sheriff, where's that jug now?
In my jail.
Any left?
Well, some.
How much?
Oh, about 1/4.
Who drank it?
Well...
That's all.
Your Honor, I submit that in attempting to discredit the witness, an officer of the law, my worthy colleague, is not only casting discredit upon the state, but in so doing is departing the merits of the case itself. I object.
Sustained. Mr. Lincoln, I'll ask you to confine your remarks to this.
Trial goes on. Young Mr. Lincoln makes his small points, but the trend of the trial is clear. The state has a case. And so that night, after adjournment, young Mr. Lincoln rides out from town to visit the mother of his 2 clients.
Well, Mother Clay, I split you some kindling. People used to say I could sink an axe deeper than anybody they ever did see. Now, I want you to do something for me. But first, you mustn't be afraid of me.
I ain't, sir. It's for my boys, I'm afraid.
I know, but you've got to answer me some questions. You've got to tell me the truth. Bible says to.
Yes, I know.
Well, then, will you answer me straight?
I'll try.
All right, then. Mrs. Clay, which one of your boys killed Scrub White? You've got to tell me. Was it Adam? Was it Matt, then? Tell me. I'm your lawyer. You can trust me.
I can't tell you. I just can't.
I don't want to scare you, ma'am, but I've got a fight on my hands. I've got to know what I'm doing. I've got to know. Whose knife was it then? Adam's or...
I can't. I trust you, sir, but I can't tell.
Why not?
Because it'd be like choosing between them to live or die.
But what made them both say they'd done it?
Well, Matt said it because he's the oldest. And Adam, he said it because Matt's got a wife and baby, I reckon. Mr. Lincoln, I'd like to help you, but I can't choose between my boys.
Just one more question. Could I stretch out here in front of the hearth and do some work?
Work?
Writing. Sort of note down some ideas about the trial. I have to figure things out. Need some paper, too.
Oh, paper. Well, we don't have none, but could you use this, maybe?
I reckon I could, but, ma'am, I hate to take your almanac.
Hey, Abe Lincoln.
Right here. What's the trouble?
Down to the jail. There's a mob down there yelling for blood. They're out to hang the Clay boys.
You'll have to excuse me, Miss Clay. I better get right down there.
Burn it down! Lower it up! Finish the door! String him up! Lynch him! Lynch him!
You men, hold on now. Listen to me.
Get out of the way!
Run him down!
Step.
We got nothing against you, Lincoln, but get down.
Which one of you is man enough to make me? Well, that's better.
I ain't nobody scared of you. Go get him, man!
Well, I thought I'd find that big mouth of yours here telling others what to do.
Get off in there, Lincoln, or we'll give it to you, too!
Well, first time I ever heard of you trying to break into jail. Now, gentlemen, all joking aside, let's look at this matter from my side. You all know I'm a fresh lawyer trying to get ahead. What are you boys trying to do? Do me out of my first clients?
Go ahead, Abe.
It's more than that, though. I can get other clients, I hope, but hanging these without the pomp and show of law, why, that's a little permanent.
I guess you're right.
The chief trouble is when you start taking the law into your own hands, you're just as apt in the confusion and fun to hang somebody who's not a murderer as somebody who is. Might get so a fella can't pass a tree or look at a rope without feeling uneasy.
He makes sense.
Oh, we sort of lose our heads times like this and do things together we'd be mighty ashamed to do by ourselves. Why, take Jeremiah Carter there. There's not a finer, more God-fearing man in Springfield. Jeremiah, I wouldn't be surprised if you were to go right home now, take down a certain book and look into it. Maybe you'll just happen to hit on these words. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. That's all I've got to say, friends. Good night. Reckon I'll see y'all tomorrow, though, at the trial.
Mr. Felder, you may resume for the state.
Your Honor, I should like to recall my witness, Mr. J. Palmer Cass. Mr. Cass. Mr. Cass, just what did you and Scrub White do the day of the murder?
Objection. Sustained.
Or the day of the occurrence?
Well, Scrub and me had a little argument, and he went off by himself. Next thing I knew, I heard shouting, and I run as fast as I could. When I got there, Scrub was laying on the ground, and these two fellas were standing over him.
Where was the knife?
Right on the ground, between them.
Your witness, Mr. Lincoln.
Brother Cass, well, what was this argument about between you and the late Scrub?
Rather not say.
I'd rather you did say.
Well, if you got to know, it was politics.
That's so?
Yeah. I said I figured you had more sense in politics than Stephen Douglas. And Scrub said you had no more sense than a hen in a duck pond.
You see, Miss Todd, that man Lincoln is hopeless.
Yes, Mr. Douglas. I'm afraid he is.
Now, let's see what further blunders
Your
the man
Honor,
make.
I would like to call a surprise witness. May it please the court, the state desires to call at this time an eyewitness, Mrs. Abigail Clay.
Miss Abigail Clay?
What does he expect to gain by calling her?
Abigail Clay.
Do I have to go?
Reckon so. Reckon there's anything I can do about it.
Take a stand. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Say I do.
I do.
You are the mother of Adam and Matt Clay here?
Yes, sir.
You love your boys, don't you, Mrs. Clay?
Yes, sir.
You'd like to save their lives, wouldn't you?
Oh, yes, sir.
I'm sure you would. Now, you were present the night Scrub White was killed?
I seen him fighting.
Don't be afraid of me. I have no desire to see you lose your two only sons. No man could wish that less. So, Mrs. Clay, on behalf of the great state of Illinois, on behalf of the people, I offer you the life of one of your sons. Provided you tell me which of your boys stabbed and killed Scrub White. Don't prompt her, Mr. Lincoln. Let her answer.
I can't.
Mrs. Clay, don't you know that under the law both your boys are equally guilty of murder? That they may both be hanged?
I won't tell you. You can't make me tell.
Don't you understand? I'm offering you the life of one son. Take it and tell us which one killed Scrub.
No.
Don't you know that this court can make you answer, that you can be sent to jail yourself? That by your mistaken affection, you're deliberately sending both boys to the gallows? Don't you know, Abigail Clay?
Enough of that.
Your Honor, I object.
Your Honor, I protest against the prosecution's attempt to force this woman to decide which of her sons shall live and which die. In her eyes, those boys hold equal place.
Your Honor, the law...
I may not know much of the law, Mr. Prosecutor, but I do know what's right and what's wrong, and I know that what you're doing, what you're asking, is wrong. Your Honor, look at this woman, a plain, ordinary countrywoman who can't even write her own name. But has she no feelings, no heart?
Your Honor, please.
Mr. Lincoln. Gentlemen of the jury, I've seen Mrs. Abigail Clay only 3 times in my life, but I know everything there is to know about her. And so do you. We've seen women like her, hundreds, working in the fields, working in the kitchens, nursing the sick and helpless children. And I will tell you that such a woman will never answer the question that's been put to her here. It will take a higher court than man can summon to force her to do that, and a higher justice to judge her. Mrs. Clay, I'd rather see both your sons taken from you than see you break your heart by saving one at the expense of the other. So don't, Mrs. Clay. Don't you tell them.
May it please the court, the state wishes to spare the jury any more harrowing outbursts. And so I call to the stand one other eyewitness to the murder of Scrub White. Recall Farmer Cass to the stand. Very simply now, Mr. Cass, where were you at the time Scrub White was killed?
Well, 100 yards away, I reckon.
You saw the killing with your own eye?
Yes, sir, I saw it.
Will you tell us how you happened to see so clearly?
Well, it was moonbright.
I see. Moonbright. The moon was full.
Sure was, bright as day.
Therefore, you could clearly see which boy pulled the knife.
Yes, sir.
The defendants will stand up. Now, tell us, Mr. Cass, which of the defendants did you see stab and kill Scrub White?
That one. The big one, Adam.
Hang him!
Mr. Lincoln, your witness, if there is anything you can think of to ask him.
Oh, reckon I'll think of something. Brother Cass, can you read?
Why, sure.
That's good. But first, you're sure it was Adam Clay you saw kill Scrub White?
That's what I said.
And you stick to that?
Yep.
Reason you could see him was it was moonbright.
Moonbright it was.
All right.
All right. Huh?
That's all.
There now, Miss Todd. He's hanged his clients. What do you think of your Mr. Lincoln now?
I think I'd like to leave, Mr. Douglas. Would you be so kind?
Cat! Hey? You said you could read. Read this.
Huh?
This page. Just the line I got marked with a pencil. Read that line, J. Palmer Cass. Read it clear and strong to the court.
This here?
That there. Read it. Right from the almanac.
Well, I don't hanker to, but... On the evening of April 16th...
The night of the killing, that is. Go on, read.
The moon will be in its first quarter. It will set at 10:21.
And the murder, by your own testimony, took place at 11. So it couldn't have been moon bright, could it? You couldn't have seen it, could you? You didn't see it, did you? Did you? No, you lied. You weren't trying to save anybody's neck but your own, Cass, were you?
No.
Why did you lie?
I didn't.
You did, and I'll tell you why. That argument you had wasn't over politics. Me and Douglas. Everybody knows what you and Scrub argue about. It was liquor and women and money.
No, sir, you're wrong, sir. It was nothing. It was a friendly fight.
I'll tell you what
he
you
was
did.
My friend.
You heard a row, you saw a fight, you saw Scrub fall, you ran over, and he was still living.
No, I don't remember. I was drinking. I was drunk. I didn't know what I was doing.
Then may God have mercy on your soul, Cass. Because when you saw that knife Matt dropped, a knife he had used in self-defense, you picked it up, and you stabbed Scrub in the back and killed him.
No, I don't remember.
These two boys, Matt and Adam, each knew he didn't do it, and each thought the other did, and that's why each confessed. And their mother couldn't say because she didn't want to hang them both. They were helpless because you killed him. You lied, and your own lie tripped you up. Now deny you did it now, can you? Answer me.
I didn't. I didn't mean to.
You didn't mean to. But you did. That's all. Your witness, Mr. Prosecutor.
Mr. Lincoln, sir.
It's all right, Mrs. Clay. It's going to be all right now.
We ain't got much, but after what you've done, why, I want you to take this.
Now, ma'am, there's no call to... Why, thank you, ma'am. Hope all my clients pay off as fast.
Mr. Lincoln?
Well, howdy, Steve.
My, congratulations.
And mine, Mr. Lincoln.
Why, Miss Todd, you've been here all this long while?
Yes, and I must tell you...
Very masterly, Lincoln. Very well handled.
Reckon neither one of us better underestimate the other from here on out.
I imagine not. Now, Miss Todd?
Mr. Douglas, if I might speak to Mr. Lincoln.
Well, yes, of course.
Alone.
Well, I bid you good day. Good day.
Mr. Lincoln.
Ma'am?
Mr. Lincoln, I saw everything. And I think... Well, I'll just say thank you, Mr. Lincoln.
Why, thank you, ma'am.
Would you accompany me home?
I'd be proud to someday, ma'am. Right now, I reckon I'll saddle up and kind of ride out a bit. I want to get the smell of the country in my nose. I'm riding out. Won't be far. Good day, Miss Todd.
Good day, Mr. Lincoln. Not far. I think you'll go far, Mr. Lincoln. Very far.
Roma Wines present
Suspense.
Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salud. Your health.
Is Roma Wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the man in black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, to introduce this weekly half hour of suspense. Tonight in Hollywood, Roma Wines bring you a distinguished all-feminine cast of stars headed by Margot, Miss Elsa Lanchester, and Miss Janet Beecher. The suspense play which stars these ladies and which is produced and directed by William Spear is called Finishing School. Despite the absence of male participants in Ethel Lena White's story, we can promise you there is nothing dainty about the proceedings. And so, with Finishing School, and with the performances, in the order of their appearance, of Margot as Caroline Watts, of Janet Beecher as Melody, and of Elsa Lanchester as Dean Sterling, Roma Wines again hope to keep you in suspense.
I can see them so vividly now, just as I saw them the very first time. Those high stone ivy-draped walls of Miss Nash's School for Girls. And the first person who greeted me, that amiable soul, Miss Melody. I can see her, too. It was she, in fact, who showed me into my new room and who stood there watching me a moment, smiling.
This is your first teaching job, isn't it?
How did you know?
Well, if you've been around nothing but teachers for 30 years, you'd know, too. Let me guess now. Your subject is either French or... No, it's sport.
On the nose. What's your subject, Miss Melody?
Mine?
Come in.
Caroline Watts?
Yes?
I'm Miss Sterling, the dean. Welcome to the Nash School.
Oh, how do you do, Miss Sterling? I've been looking forward to meeting you.
Thank you. I wanted you to know about the general faculty meeting in my office at 3 this afternoon. I'll see you then.
At 3 o'clock?
Oh,
yes.
Melody?
Yes, Sterling?
Miss Nash is a little concerned about the new students. You might just check up on supplies for the 3rd floor.
It's already taken care of.
Oh, very well.
I should answer your question, Miss Watts. You see, my subject is housekeeping.
Oh, I didn't know. I just supposed that you were one of the teachers.
I was, up until a year ago, when Miss Penelope passed away.
Oh, yes, that was Miss Nash's sister.
No changes like that are inevitable, I suppose. As inevitable as, well, that ugly rumor.
Ugly rumor?
About Miss Penelope's death.
But I hadn't heard any rumor or anything about her death.
Oh, then I'm sorry, Miss Watts. I assumed you were that familiar with the school.
What was the rumor, Miss Melody?
Oh, it was nothing really, not even worth repeating. But I imagine
Wait, Miss Melody. Look, I'll hear about it sooner or later.
Well, it was just a silly, stupid tale. But somehow it got around that Miss Nash's sister had been frightened to death.
This, then, was Caroline Watts' introduction to the Nash Institution, a place which future events proved to be, with a vengeance, a finishing school. Thus, the prologue for tonight's tale of suspense. The narrative will be resumed in a moment. But first, let's take a little journey.
We'll journey to a capital in Latin America. Here at a gay legation party on a lantern-hung terrace beside a garden pool. Listen.
Everything is perfect at your wonderful party, including this exquisite wine. It is a wine that helps to bring back pleasant memories.
I, of course, agree. It helps good friends such as us to appreciate good food, too. And this sherry has come far to add enjoyment to our legation party. It is of the famous vineyards of California in the faraway United States. See? It is the celebrated Roma wine.
Yes, Roma wines are prized in other countries for the great enjoyment their superb quality affords. They are esteemed as something rare, a luxury. But you in America may enjoy Roma fine wines in all the variety of types as an inexpensive everyday delight. So trifling in cost are these fine Roma wines here in America that you can be a most generous host, offering to each of your guests his or her favorite, a delicious tangy California sherry, a fine California claret or burgundy, or a heavier, sweeter California port. You'll be delighted to learn from your dealer at what small cost you can get an assortment of several types, permitting you now to boast of your private wine cellar. Ask for Roma, R-O-M-A, America's largest selling wine. Roma wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that Roma Wines bring back to our sound stage Margot, Elsa Lanchester, and Janet Beecher in Finishing School, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Frightened to death. Miss Nash's sister. Well, if I had known then what I know now, I would have been able to judge with real accuracy the importance of Miss Melody's remark. But the excitement of my first classes left little room for other thoughts. A week or so later, out on the athletic field, one of my students, Flora Nash, the niece of the owner, became quite ill. I sent her to the infirmary, but within 10 minutes she had returned. Miss Sterling, she said, had ordered her back. I was furious, and, well, I told her I was going to have it out with that woman.
Miss Watts, wait. I know it isn't my place to say this, but please, for your own sake, don't antagonize Sterling.
Oh, now, really?
I tell you, I know what I'm talking about. Listen, you know Miss Melody, don't you?
Of course.
Miss Watts, she practically started this school with my two aunts. When Miss Penelope died, everybody thought she'd move up to take her place. But she didn't. Somehow or other, Sterling saw to it she was left with the job of housekeeper. Miss Watts, don't have any trouble with that woman. Please.
Oh, all right, Flora. I'll go see Miss Nash.
Oh, no.
Why, Flora, Miss Nash is your own aunt.
But Sterling would find out. Please, you mustn't.
Oh, I never heard such nonsense in all my life. Hurry straight to bed. I went to the top floor of my building and entered the small waiting room of Miss Nash's quarters. It was empty, but just opposite was the door to the private apartment, almost halfway open, and I walked over to it, ready to announce myself. Then I stopped, dead still.
Penelope.
For it was then that I heard...
Are you there, Miss
Sterling's
Penelope?
voice.
We're almost in touch. Yes, I hear her now. Very faint, but nearer. Nearer.
It was an incredible sight.
Penelope.
Seated at a table wholly unlike the elderly but austere white-haired lady I'd seen before was Miss Nash. Her eyes were closed, and swaying gently, she seemed utterly transfixed as she listened to Dean Sterling's low murmur.
We're here, Miss Penelope. We're waiting. Yes. Speak to her, Miss Nash. Speak to her now.
Oh, all right. Can you hear us, Penelope? Miss Sterling says you have predicted some tragic accident for another of our loved ones.
And then Sterling turned toward me.
What are you doing here?
I'm sorry. I wanted to speak with Miss Nash.
This is not the time or the place for that.
What is it? Miss what?
Miss Nash, it's about your niece.
I'm familiar with this matter about Flora, Miss Nash, and at the moment I don't want you to be disturbed by anything so trivial.
Trivial? But
I don't see how you can call it trivial, Miss Sterling. Flora was ill today. Why did you send her back to the field?
Because she was no more ill than you are. She was simply up to her old trick, playing on the sympathy of a new teacher. Come, we'll talk about this outside.
No, Miss Nash, your niece really...
Miss Sterling, she'll handle it. Miss Sterling knows best.
Yes, Miss Nash. Good night.
Good night. If you'll just step out here. Now.
Miss Sterling, you evidently don't realize that Flora Nash suffers from a slight heart condition. It's entered on her card.
I'm sure it is, because I entered it. I'm a fairly competent judge of her state of health, Miss Watts, for the simple reason that I happen to be a registered nurse. Can you say the same?
Well, no,
After this, please be assured that I don't make a practice of deliberately murdering my students, especially the niece of my employer.
I'm very sorry, Miss Sterling.
Very well, Miss Watts. That will be all.
But it wasn't all. I was bewildered, even alarmed, I suppose, at the recollection of that voice calling out, Miss Penelope. And I went to the one person that I felt must be told. For quite a while, the housekeeper said nothing, then she motioned me to a chair.
You might as well know this, Miss Watts. Sterling, you see, has deluded Miss Nash into believing she can actually hear Miss Nash's sister. She then relays messages which are supposed to come from Miss Penelope.
But, Melody, I'm afraid I don't understand.
My dear, these messages direct Miss Nash to delegate more and more power to Sterling. That's her grip on Miss Nash. That's the instrument she's using to get the whole school away from her.
I can't understand. Miss Melody, how could she ever delude Miss Nash that way? The head of a school, an intelligent...
Also an old, grief-stricken woman, Miss Watts. More important, she's a woman who's been thoroughly sold on Sterling's clairvoyant power. You see, Sterling's made quite a number of predictions, and always they've come true.
They've come true?
Because she makes them come true. Miss Watts, there's a reason why I've told you this. I have the feeling that rather soon there'll be another prediction, and somehow, some way, it mustn't be allowed to come true. I want your help.
Miss Melody, what could we do? Yes?
Sterling.
What? I'm perfectly aware that you regard me as a very ominous creature, a sort of Lady Macbeth. No doubt your special charge, Flora Nash, shares the same view. So, bring her along when you come to my cottage tonight.
Your cottage?
Yes, there'll be some other girls. I'm having a little party.
Well, I hadn't...
What's the matter? Don't you want to?
What? Oh, yes. Yes, of course I do, Miss Sterling. I'd love to come, thank you.
Good. And you can come too, Melody. 8 o'clock sharp.
We were prompt, Flora and I, and the sharp tenseness and alertness we carried with us into that cottage vanished almost at once. To my surprise, I discovered that when Sterling chose to be, she was one of the most compellingly charming women in the world. And that night, she chose to be.
Flora, since you're the one student in the whole pack of teachers, we'll make you the guest of honor. Now, what would you like to do?
Gee, I don't know, Miss Sterling. Anything, I guess. Have you any ideas, Miss Watt?
Well, we can always play cards.
That, of course, is exactly why we shouldn't.
Sterling, I've got it.
What?
Remember last spring, that seance you gave us?
Oh, no.
Oh, swell.
No, I don't think so, Helen. In the first place, I haven't picked up a single new trick.
Oh, that's all right. It'll all be new to Watts and Flora. Come on, give them a chance to see you demonstrate your real powers.
Yeah. All right, then.
Oh, no, I'd rather not. Flora, you're not scared, are you?
A little, maybe.
Well, don't be. It's all in fun, like watching card tricks. Need any help in here?
Oh, thank you. Yes, we'll use this large table.
Come on, Flora, you stick with me.
All right, Miss Watts.
So presently, in a room quite dark, we ranged ourselves about a large bare table, at the very head of which sat the dean. And then, for several long moments, there was quiet, broken at last
Yes.
by the low drone of Sterling's voice.
Yes. I hear you. Yes. Yes. But you must announce your presence. Let us know you're here. Speak louder. Louder. Your name is Coleman.
Miss Watts.
Coleman Nash.
That's my great uncle.
And you're trying to warn? To warn?
She's fainted. Turn on the lights quickly. It's her heart. Get the doctor, quick.
Call him somebody. The phone's in the bedroom. And Helen. Yes? I'll want some digitalis. You'll find it in the medicine chest in the infirmary. Here are the keys, and hurry.
I'll be right back, Sterling.
Here, Watts. Here, let's pick her up. We'll put her on the sofa. That's it. Must have been frightened.
Yes. Frightened nearly to death. There. Miss Sterling, you did this deliberately.
Deliberately?
You knew that girl's heart condition.
Why, Watts? You can't anticipate a thing like that. I was simply going to tease her, warn her not to fake any more illnesses.
Yes, well, you see how she's faking this one. You planned this, Miss Sterling. The party, having her here, finding out her uncle's name.
I happen to know her uncle's name. It was a joke, a game. Everybody knows that.
A game?
She's coming to.
You tell these women it was a game, but will you tell that to Miss Nash?
You don't know what you're saying.
Oh, yes, she does. You'll show Miss Nash the proof of another successful prediction.
Melody.
You'll have her completely at your mercy. Flora's the only remaining heir to the school. The only person who stands in your way.
Caroline, don't leave.
Oh, it's all right, Flora. I'm only going to get my coat. We'll be right back. Please, don't worry about a thing. Come along, Miss Melody. It was 5 minutes later that Melody and I crossed the campus to Sterling's cottage and found it empty. We learned that the doctor had arrived, had prescribed for Flora, and ordered her to the infirmary. Sterling alone was left in charge of the girl. That's where Melody and I found her, directly before Flora's room at the infirmary. We wasted no time. Literally, we pushed her aside and hurried into Flora.
Can't you see she's asleep? The doctor gave her something to make her sleep.
Is that what this is?
What?
This bottle on the nightstand.
You can see from the label what it is. Digitalis.
A heart stimulant, Miss Melody.
And not, oddly enough, a deadly poison. The doctor left it here, and it's been given to Flora every 2 hours. Now, will you please be good enough to leave?
Yes, I'll leave, but I shan't go far. I expect to stay very close to this girl until she's safely under someone else's care.
You're completely mad, aren't you?
That's an odd remark, Sterling, coming from you.
We maintained a watching post not far from the room. And from there, first Melody, then I made regular trips to the bedside. Flora was better, there was no doubt of that. And so at last I dropped off to sleep. A sleep that lasted for an hour or more. For dawn was filtering into the long infirmary corridor when I awoke. Suddenly, Melody was shaking me.
Caroline, it's happened.
What do you say?
Caroline, it's happened.
What are you saying?
She's dead. Flora's dead.
Oh, Sterling, just tell us what happened.
It was only a few minutes ago. It was time for her medicine, and I went over to wake her up for it. Her heart, it had just stopped beating.
The medicine? The digitalis, you mean?
That's right, Melody.
Where is it?
What?
Where is it? Where's the bottle of medicine?
Why, it's...
It used to be on that nightstand there. But it isn't now. Where is it, Sterling? What have you done with it?
I don't know. Let's see. Under the bed. It might have rolled under...
But it didn't. Nor under the chest of drawers, either.
Perhaps we should look out of the window. Maybe Sterling decided not to give her any medicine at all.
Miss Melody, this medicine chest, it's locked.
Locked?
Yes. Do you happen to know where the key is?
One of a housekeeper's major duties. See if this will work, Caroline. Being keeper of the keys.
It works. Melody! Miss Nash, look!
What is it?
It's Sterling's bottle of medicine. Unopened.
Unopened?
And unused. I was right, Sterling. You just sat there and watched her die.
That's not true. Helen, you saw me give Flora some medicine early tonight, right after the doctor left. Helen, you remember that, don't you?
Well, it looked like a different bottle, Sterling. A different bottle, yes. And I can guess what was in it. A sleeping draught. That's what you gave her, Sterling. You knew that even a slight overdose would stop a weakened heart.
All right, Sterling. We found one bottle. The one that would have saved Flora's life. Where's the one that took it?
You should know that, Melody.
What?
You should know where that bottle is because you took it out of this room just a little while ago when I was calling Miss Nash.
You are insane.
What's more, you brought it into this room. Tonight, in one of your countless visits. You brought in a bottle of heavy sleeping draught and exchanged it for digitalis. You were hoping I couldn't tell the difference and that I'd give that to Flora instead of the heart stimulant. And that's what I did.
You did it all right, but without any help. Sterling, just how, for example, could I produce a bottle of sleeping draught so exactly like the digitalis that you couldn't tell the difference?
You had whole medicine chest to work with. That's how you did it, and that's how I knew you did it. Helen?
Yes, Sterling. I know what you're thinking. It just came to me.
Go on.
When we were at the cottage, when you sent me over here for the bottle of digitalis.
That's it.
And there wasn't any. There wasn't any in that chest.
Of course not. Sterling didn't put it there until tonight.
Well, that's not the point, Melody. She couldn't have put it there at all, because she had no way to get into the chest. You see, when Sterling sent me over here, she gave me her keys.
Well,
I forgot to give them back to her. Here they are. I still have them.
In other words, Melody, you were the only one who could have put the digitalis bottle there in the chest. It's very true what you said before. One of a housekeeper's major duties is being keeper of the keys.
Miss Melody, that isn't true, is it? Miss Melody, it isn't true.
Oh, no, of course it isn't. Don't listen to them, Caroline.
No, Caroline, don't listen to us. Listen to Melody. Let her keep drugging you with lies until you see everything she wants you to see and hear everything she wants you to hear. That's what she did to Flora, you know. She flooded that poor girl's imagination with absolute terror. And then she killed her.
I didn't kill her. Why should I? Why would I want to?
Why? So you could get Flora out of your way. So you could accuse me of killing her and get me out of your way, too. So you could have a clear path to Miss Nash. Well, Melody, your plan backfired.
But you're not getting me out of the school.
Helen, Watts, go phone the police.
I'll never leave. Do you hear that? I'll never leave. Never.
Oh, yes, you will, Melody. Yes, you will.
And Sterling was right, too. For within the month, Melody was an inmate of a quite different kind of institution than the Nash School. Life settled down then into a state of normalcy that lasted through the rest of the year. Lasted, in fact, up to just 4 hours ago, when I was crossing the grounds toward the main gate. All of the teachers had gone into town, and I was on my way to join them, when I saw it there on the grass. A tiny object, glistening dully in the late afternoon sun. What made me pick it up, I don't know. But when I did, it was as though a rocket exploded in my brain. It was a small empty bottle, and its label bore the slightly faded letters of the word digitalis. Then in the next instant...
Find something?
Sterling! Yes, I found something, Sterling. This bottle labeled digitalis. You know, I bet anything in the world a good chemist can find traces of a sleeping drug in it.
You mean? Then you found it. Melody's bottle.
Melody's bottle? My guess is that Melody's bottle, as you put it, never will be found because it never existed except in your mind.
What?
I picked this bottle up right here, Sterling, right where I'm standing, just 3 feet from the trash bin behind your cottage.
That was careless of me, wasn't it?
You used this bottle. You used it to get Flora Nash out of your way, to kill her and make good on your warning.
You're taking it to the police, I suppose?
I want to see if they can find your fingerprints on it, Sterling. Yes, I'm going to take it to the police as fast as I can get there.
Certainly, Watts. And the best of luck.
She went on inside her cottage, and I struck out across the grounds for the main gate and the road into town. I reached the gate just in time to hear the school caretaker prying it shut. Miss Sterling, he explained, had just telephoned the order. An early closing hour. I remembered the service driveway then, the other passageway through those high stone walls which encompassed the grounds, and I found that it, too, was locked. I was a prisoner. And then it was right then that the solution came to me. I should have thought of it before. Miss Nash herself was in those grounds, right on the top floor of my own building. I would take the bottle to her. I would show her the proof. I flew up the stairs, down the corridor, entered her small waiting room, and then stopped. beyond me, through the open doorway of the darkened suite was Sterling and Miss Nash.
Tragedy. Before this school year ends. That's the warning I hear.
A warning? From Flora, did you say? From my niece?
From your niece.
Oh.
She says there will be more tragedy.
Oh, no.
Before this school year ends. Tragedy.
Oh.
For one more woman here.
My strength left me completely then. I don't know whether I fainted or not, or how I got back to my room. But I'm here in it now. And it is just 10 minutes before midnight. 10 minutes before this school year ends. My door is locked. She has locked it from the outside. But now that door is going to open. And she's coming in.
What?
What are you going to do with it?
This revolver. I'm going to use it to fulfill a prediction.
No, please, don't, please.
Laura made a prediction to Miss Nash tonight. No. Laura made it through me. No. Do you understand that? Laura made it. I heard her. I really heard her saying that there would be one more death before the school year ends.
Please!
And that prediction is going to come true. Now!
Hello, the police station. You'd better send someone over to the Nash school right away. There's been somebody's shot herself dead. And please tell Miss Melody that she'll be out soon. Tell her that Lady Macbeth is gone.
And so closes Finishing School, starring Margot, Elsa Lanchester, and Janet Beecher. Tonight's tale of suspense.
Before we tell you about our star and story for next week, a word about an American anniversary of 173 years this week. Still standing in California is a little winery founded in 1771. Settlers from foreign countries discovered early that California vineyards were among the world's finest. That in the rare combination of climate and soil which produces perfect wine grapes, California surpasses some of the most famous Old World vineyards. Take Roma California Sherry or Port. They are magnificent wines, truly delightful. Yet, like all Roma wines, priced astonishingly low, because you pay no duty, no costly shipping charges. Toast the new year with Roma wines, America's largest selling wines. And let us hope that next New Year's we'll all be together, our sons and daughters, our husbands and fathers, in a world at peace. We help make this more certain with the war bonds and stamps we buy. So for 1944, increase your purchases of United States war bonds. Good luck and health to you one and all from the makers of Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Next week, Roma Wines take great pleasure in bringing to you, in his first radio appearance of the year, Mr. Alan Ladd. Mr. Ladd will be heard in a swift-moving action drama played against the colorful background of the Midway in an amusement park and called The One-Way Ride to Nowhere. Don't forget then, next Thursday, same time, for Alan Ladd in Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
International Silver Company presents
The Silver Theater, starring Andrea Leeds and John Garfield in Escape from Tomorrow, directed by Conrad Nagel. Brought to you on behalf of two of the greatest names in silverware, International Sterling, world-famous solid silver, and 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Conrad Nagel welcoming you to the 20th of the new series of Silver Theater dramatic productions. Before we introduce today's play and its players, we'd like to say briefly that among those to appear on Silver Theater in the near future are Lee Tracy, Shirley Ross, Helen Hayes, and others. And now for today's story. The lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on Act One of Escape from Tomorrow, an original drama written especially for Silver Theater by two of America's foremost motion picture writers, Gene Town and Graham Baker. Our stars are John Garfield and Andrea Leeds, who play the roles of Dan and Wilma Morgan, with Lindsay McCary as Inspector McLaughlin. High over the Atlantic, bound from Nassau in the West Indies to New York, a huge flying transport battles its way through a sudden and unexpected storm. 13 are aboard, eager all of them to be at their journey's end. All that is, save two who speak so that others may not hear.
But we've got to decide, Dan, and before we land, don't you see if...
Now,
if
look, funny face. If anybody's doing any worrying, it's me. Get that? This is a honeymoon, remember?
Oh, but I'm scared, darling. What's the use?
Scared? For what? We're in one of the biggest transport planes ever turned out. We're up in the clouds so close to the old angels you could stick your head out and talk to them. And you're worrying.
Oh, it's not flying I'm afraid of, Danny. You know that. It's...
You know, the more I think of it, the surer I am. Over in Jersey. That's the place.
Jersey?
Of course, it's farther out, but you can get better houses for less dough. I think we can even get one with a fence around it. What kind of fences you like?
Oh, darling.
Personally, I go for pickets. You see, picket fences are the one kind kids can't crawl over, while they're little, I mean. And I'm darned if I'm going to let you chase all over the...
Danny, will you stop it?
Hey, now look, Mrs. Daniel Morgan, you got to take it easy.
How can I?
Well, be like me. I just let myself think of one thing, see? That's you and me, standing in that little church back there in Nassau, saying forever and ever. Because that's what it's going to be.
Is it?
Bet you my life.
Oh, Danny.
That's better.
But how, darling? How can it be forever?
What does that matter? It's going to be. You see, I never told you this, but I got a special pal who's aces with the guy who fixes things.
The guy who fixes things?
That's how I got you. I talked to this pal of mine. I say, look, buddy, there's a gal named Wilma, see? Now, I don't know what other people think, but for Danny Morgan, she's Miss America, plus Canada, plus Mexico, plus all the other countries you got around. So how's about a word to the guy who fixes things for me? That's what I told him. And, well, that sure got fixed, didn't it? So now...
Danny.
Yeah?
Sorry to interrupt, lad, but do you suppose Wilma could change seats with me a minute? I want to talk to you.
What about?
Sure, I'll change seats with you, Mac. Oh, Dan, please keep your temper.
Thanks, Wilma.
Oh, that's all right.
All right, copper. Too much to expect you to leave a guy alone a minute with his wife.
Oh, don't talk like that, Dan. You know that I...
But I'm serving chocolate to all passengers in just a few minutes. Would you gentlemen care for some?
Huh? Why, sure. I'll have some. Thank you, stewardess.
And you, sir?
Count me out. Oh, thanks, just the same.
Quite all right, sir.
Now, Danny.
What's up? Decide to put the bracelets on me to be sure I don't run out on you?
Oh, now, cut it, lad. There's no one on this plane knows, and no one needs to know. You're just a passenger like all the rest. And, son, I want to help you.
Help me? That's a cinch. Just jump overboard.
Why do you think I stood up with you and Wilma to get married yesterday? Well, there's nothing I'd like better than to just forget I ever caught up with you and let you kids go in your way. But I can't do that. I'm a copper, and I've got to do my job. What are you going to do, Dan? When we land, I mean. I ought to know for your sake.
Suppose I tell the truth.
Ah, that's smart.
And plead not guilty.
Not guilty? Pretty stubborn, aren't you, son?
Am I?
Now, look, Danny.
Hey.
Huh?
Those motor planes. They sound right to you?
Sure, I think so. Sure they are. Oh, you're a little jumpy, that's all, Dan. So it's not guilty, huh?
That's what I said.
It's crazy, Danny. Add it up yourself. A boy has a taxi stand at 42nd and Broadway, and among his steadiest customers are Tony Morelli and his boys. One day, Morelli and 3 others jump in the boy's cab, and he rides them to the Eastern National Bank. He waits for them and then drives them over to Jersey. Only our boy don't know that his customers have robbed that bank of $60,000 while they were inside.
Well, that's on the level. I didn't know. I'd ridden them guys lots of times on Sunday.
I haven't finished yet. And that same night, while our taxi driver is visiting his girlfriend, one of the guys he drove that afternoon shows up. He hands our boy an envelope, and he says, "There's your split. Keep quiet." And then he beats it. And our boy opens the envelope, and there's $5,000. And that's the first he ever knew there was a robbery. You really expected jury to believe that, Danny?
Well, it's true.
Then why did you jump the country and Wilma with you? Why didn't you come to me?
Because you got a habit of asking names, Copper, and telling names ain't healthy. Not when Morelli's boys is mixed up in something.
I get it. You're scared.
For me, no. For Wilma, yes. But I'm going to beat this rap, Copper, and I'll do it without a lot of talking. I can prove that they came to me with payoff dough.
How can you prove it?
By Wilma. I was at her place when the guy gave it to me.
Oh, that's swell. Did you ever hear of a law that prevents a wife from testifying for her own husband?
You mean Wilma can't...
Maybe you had an alibi, son, but you married yourself out of it at 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
Oh. Well, that's a hot one. Well, that's swell.
Now, look, Danny, there's one chance for you, and only one. Turn state's evidence. Whether you helped to rob that bank or not, you know the guys who did. So tell us who they were. Come with me to the...
There's no need for concern. The ship's all right.
Thomas, what's happening? Why don't you find out? Danny, the plane we're going down.
Take it easy, kid. She's all right, huh? Listen to those motors now.
I tell you, I've been a flyer myself, and I know the plane's icing up. Why don't you tell the truth?
There's nothing to be concerned about. Quiet. Quiet, everyone, please.
Oh, Danny, darling.
Everyone in his seat, please, quickly, and fasten safety belts.
Look, Mac.
Sure, take your seat back, Wilma.
Thanks.
I don't know just what's happening right now, but anyway, good luck.
Oh, look, Danny, out the window. Those waves down there, we won't have a chance.
Oh, you always got a chance. Besides, whatever's going to happen, we're together, aren't we?
Oh, quick, darling. Kiss me just in case.
Sure.
Oh, Danny. Danny, I love you.
God. Wilma, you all right?
Yes. Yes, and you?
Sure. You can't kill her.
Thomas, help me, somebody. Help me. My husband.
Don't get excited. Keep your head. Calm. Don't get excited.
Silence. Silence. Attention, everybody. I'm in command of this ship, and you'll obey my orders, all of you. Now, you'll find life belts under your seats. Put them on now.
Here, kid. Here's yours. Go on.
We may have to abandon the ship, but everyone must keep his head. We've landed in the Gulf Stream, and the water is warm. You can stay afloat for hours. We've already radioed for help. It may be here before the ship goes down.
No, it won't. She's sinking now.
Dan, look. Mac's unconscious.
Hey, Mac. Come on, Copper. Snap out of it. He must have smacked his head when we hit the water. Come on, Mac.
Dan, is he alive?
Sure, he's alive. Look at him breathe. Come on. Here, Copper. You got it.
Danny was thinking.
Abandon ship. All passengers into the water and hurry.
Oh, darling, we've got...
Mac, he's still out. Here, take his life belt. I'll have to carry him. You go ahead there.
All right, Danny.
Remember, everybody, jump as far from the plane as you can and then keep swimming. Don't cling to the wreck or you'll be pulled down with it.
Go on, Wilma. See you in a minute.
All right. Come on, Danny.
Hey, how's about a hand here, buddy? I want to toss this guy out.
You sure he's alive? Maybe you better just...
No, you give me a hand. Shove us both at once.
Right. Here you go. What is it?
You went out, Copper. Now you're taking a swim. Here, keep hold of my shoulders. We got to find Wilma. Wilma!
Look, Dan. Don't worry about me. I can...
I said stick with me. Hold on. Wilma! Hey, funny face. Wilma! Come on, Copper. Come on.
Danny, here he is. Here's my husband. Here he is. Oh, where's mine? They didn't get me.
Easy, ma'am. You can't go back to the wreck. She's going down.
Keep clear, everybody. Keep clear of the plane. Keep clear! There she goes. Hello, everybody. Listen to me. We've got to stay together. We wirelessed our position, and there'll be ships to look for us. Keep your heads. Your lifeboats will hold you up.
Oh, how long will it be before they come, Captain?
I can't tell you that. Perhaps only an hour.
Oh, they'll never find us. They'll never find us. We'll drown, and you'll know.
Stewardess, try to quiet that woman.
Yes, Captain.
Is there anyone who needs special help, who feels he can't stay up?
That man over there, Captain.
Well, McGuire's all right. I can take care of him. But, Captain, what if we all get in a circle and tie our life belts together? We can hold each other up.
A good idea. You hear that, everybody? Swim into a circle. All here together.
All right. Copper, come on. We're swimming again.
I can't, Danny. I'm too far gone.
Forget it. Stick with me.
Wilma.
Yes, Mac?
Make him let go of me. I'll drag him down, too. My legs are lead.
I said I'd keep you up. Hey, your bracelets, where are they? Wilma, while I keep hold of him, you get his handcuffs. They'll be hanging from his belt.
No, look, Danny, lad. You can't do this.
You got him?
Yeah. Here, darling.
Good. Now, snap one on his wrist. Now, the other on mine.
No, Danny, no. You've got Wilma to take care of.
Yeah, Wilma, snap that cuff.
All right, darling.
Now, I've got your cuff. And you're not getting away, see? I bet you my life. Come on. We're joining the family circle. All three of us. Hey, how you doing, funny face?
I'm all right, Danny. How long has it been?
I don't know. 4 hours, I guess, maybe 6. How about you, Mac? You know, you ain't doing such a hot job of holding me up. What do you think I fastened you onto me for? You know, this ain't so bad. Now with the wind's gone down, it's...
Listen, all of you. Please do what I say. How, I don't know, but my life belt got away from me. I can't hold out. Not any longer now. And I know it. Now, don't try to save me, please. It'll do no good. I'm too far gone. The 10 of you that are left will have a chance. In fact, you'll win. I'm sure of it. But only if you let me go.
Martin, wait.
I can't, Captain. Sorry. The old arms just won't function any longer. It's better this way. So cheerio, all of you. And a world of luck. It's best.
Martin!
Hey, some music. That's what we need. How many of you can sing? Come on, somebody start a song. I said we gotta sing. Wilma, help me start it. Come on! East side, west side, all around the town. The boys will bring around Rosie. Hey, what's happening? You're not going to let getting dark stop you singing. Now, what if a couple of ships did pass by without seeing us? That proves at least they're looking for us, don't it? Come on now, there's lots of songs we haven't tried yet. How's about a hot time in the...
Might as well give up, Danny. None of us has the strength or spirit left for singing.
Oh, why don't we stop it? Why should we keep pretending? We might just as well give out.
Trying to calm down, Mrs. Reed. That's going to do no good. There'll be another ship.
Sure. I'll bet you my life. Well, what time is it now? Any idea, Captain?
Nearly 9, I guess.
10 hours we've been here. How much longer can we stand it?
Oh, plenty. I'm getting used to this. You know, when I was a kid, we used to go swimming in the East River in the summertime. Only I never got to go much because I was working. This kind of makes up for it.
Danny, any sign of another boat, China? I'm nearly gone for good.
No, but there'll be one. And this time we'll connect. Third time's a charm. That right, funny face?
Yeah, that's right, Danny. Want me to help you hold Mac?
No, I'm okay. If my wrist hold out. Hey, what's happened to everybody? None of you know any more stories? Oh, who's heard the one about
Danny.
Yeah?
Danny, watch there. It's like a searchlight.
Huh? Wait, that comes again. Wait, we're sure. It is. Captain, over there. Watch, a searchlight.
No, wait, that'll do no good. It's too far off.
Captain, why not take a chance? Let's all of us call at once, together.
He's right. We've got to call together and make our voices carry as far as possible. Ship ahoy!
Ship ahoy! Ship ahoy!
It's no use. It's no use. They're going to pass us.
They are going to pass us. They can't pass us. We're going to keep it up. Now, come on. Help! Ship ahoy!
They've got to answer.
And they will. I bet you my life. Listen. Listen, everybody.
They've heard us. Look, the searchlight. They're looking for us. Oh, Danny.
Keep on calling. Oh-ho! Start shouting. Save! I tell you.
In just a moment, ladies and gentlemen, Andrea Leeds and John Garfield will bring you the thrilling second act of Escape from Tomorrow. But first, I'd like to say just a few words about a different kind of thrill. The thrill that many of you are experiencing as you plan your approaching wedding and your future home. And as you dream and plan for the future, is there perhaps a wish deep in your heart that the silver you choose for your new home could be solid silver? Then for you and for all those others who long to own the best in silverware, we have a message of special importance tonight. If you will, John Conte.
Ladies and gentlemen, International Sterling offers 2 easy plans to help make your silver dreams come true. The first is to start off with individual place settings, 1 or 2 at a time, and build a solid silver service month by month. A single place setting, 6 lustrous pieces in International Sterling's beautiful enchantress pattern, costs as little as $16.75. Now, the second plan is to buy a complete service of International Sterling out of income, just as you do furniture, fine rugs, and other permanent possessions for your home. But your silverware dealer can give you complete details. So tomorrow, Monday, stop in and talk with him. Let him show you not only Enchantress, but the other lovely International Sterling designs also. No matter what pattern you choose, it will be beautiful and correct always. The kind of silver that not only glorifies your own home, but becomes the cherished possession of your children's children. Solid silver by International Sterling.
Once again, the lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on the second act of Escape from Tomorrow, starring John Garfield and Andrea Leeds as Dan and Wilma Morgan. It's the following evening. Safe aboard the rescuing vessel, a cruise ship bound from Havana to New York. The 10 survivors have been the center of interest and attention for both passengers and crew, and no effort has been spared to ensure their comfort and well-being. And in a luxurious cabin, forward on A deck...
Mac, I think he's waking up. Will you go now?
Okay, youngster. But I'll be back to talk to him. I've got to for both of your sakes.
All right. Danny? Awake, Danny?
Huh? Oh, hi, funny face. I remember you.
Do you? You slept so long, I thought maybe you wouldn't.
Oh, sure. I'm funny that way. I always remember my wives. In fact, hey, what is this? Well, where'd you get that dress? And this room? I didn't go to sleep in...
You went to sleep in the Atlantic, Danny. Almost 2 days ago.
Huh? Oh, wait a minute. Are you all right?
Oh, I'm swell. Now that I've got a husband again.
And what about the others, Mac?
Mac's all right, too, Danny. He's more than all right. That's why we're here.
Why we're here?
This happens to be the bridal suite of the cruise ship Mayfair, bound from Havana to New York.
The bridal suite? Hey, and these pajamas.
They're the captain's, and here's his robe, too.
The captain's clothes and the bridal suite. Hey, what is this? Is this some kind of a gag?
No, Danny, it's not a gag. You see, they figured it was the least they could do for the hero of the plane disaster.
The hero? Who gave him that idea?
All the survivors, but mostly Mac.
Mac? You mean Mac told him that...
He told him the truth, that you saved his life. That's all he told him, Danny.
Yeah? The bridal suite! How do you like that?
And it's not all, darling. The captain's giving a dinner tonight just in our honor. Really in yours, but they count me in because I'm the hero's wife.
Look, will you cut that stuff?
Oh, all right, Danny. Oh, but you know I'm so proud of you, don't you?
Proud? What right have you got to be proud? I'm the one. Let me look at you. Hey, what'd you do to your hair?
And the hairdresser on the boat fixed it for me.
And that dress. I suppose that's a hand-me-down for Mrs. Astor.
Well, I don't think that's her name, but it could be. One of the passengers was determined to fit me out.
She was, huh? Well, that was part of it. In fact, everything's just like it was supposed to be.
Like it was...
That pal of mine, remember? The fixer-upper? I'm talking to him and I say, how's about a couple of new outfits for Mrs. Mrs. M. And while you're about it, we could use a swell suite on a boat that's a honeymoon for us. So my pal says, okay, Danny. And here we are.
You had the whole thing planned this way, huh?
Bet you my life.
I'll take that bet, mister. Oh, Danny, darling.
You think this is something? This is just the beginning. We're going to do lots of traveling, funny face, in suites like this. We're going to...
Danny.
Huh?
What are we going to do? Max kept quiet till now, but once we reach New York...
Look, will you forget New York and forget Mac?
Oh.
I should have let him drown.
Oh, you couldn't. Not be you. I know that, Danny, and so do you. And please don't blame Mac. He hates what he has to do worse than you do. Oh, Danny, why? Why did it have to happen like this? We didn't ask anything except each other. What did we do to make it all go wrong? I used to pray, Danny. Do you know that? I used to go and pray. Pray for nothing but to have us married and by ourselves. I didn't ask for any money or even for that little house with fences. I just wanted you, and now...
Oh, now they're doing nothing.
Oh, they'll railroad you. You know they will. Oh, Danny, unless you turn state's evidence, and you've got to. I know what's stopping you. You've been afraid for me because of Morelli and his gang, but that mustn't stop you, Danny. Tell the DA what you know. Tell him who did that robbery. You've got to, darling.
Maybe you're right. Who is it?
It's Mac, Danny.
Come in, Mac.
Hello, son.
Mac, Danny's going to...
I'm going to... I get it. A little framing with my wife while I'm out. Is that it, copper? Thought you'd scare her into breaking me down.
Danny.
Let him talk, Wilma. You don't make it very easy for a guy, Danny. You know, I didn't pass that taxi stand of yours every day for 5 years without getting pretty strong for a lad named Danny Morgan. I haven't forgotten the night you rode me home with the meter up. But that's all apart from this, Danny. Even what you did out there in the water is apart from this. Maybe I feel like a heel, but taking you in is my job. There's nothing else I can do.
No?
Oh, but there is, Mac. Look, supposing you hadn't found us in Nassau. Suppose you were just to turn your head when we landed.
And let 100 other coppers grab the both of you when you step off the gangplank?
Oh, he's right, Danny. There's no other way.
Well, son, it's up to you. You talk or not. If it's that gang you're thinking of, you have my word that you and Wilma will be as safe as the whole department can make you, and that's pretty safe. Well?
I got your word on that? What you said? Protection for my wife?
For both of you. You have my word.
All right. I'll do it. I'll turn state's evidence.
Oh, Danny.
Great. And now be getting dressed. You've got a day or so of being a hero to be attended to before we reach port. And as for your trial, you can forget it. I'll clear you, Danny, lad. As sure as my name's McLaughlin, I'll get you off. And therefore, Your Honor, Dan Morgan can't be held for trial. Not just because of what he did out there in the ocean after that plane came down. That's all beside the point. He's got to be dismissed because he's offered to turn state's evidence. In fact, he's already told the district attorney who really robbed that bank.
Just a minute, Inspector McLaughlin. Let me remind you that you're the arresting officer in this case and not the public prosecutor. Stick to the facts, and the court will hear pleas from the proper source. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, what's your recommendation in this case?
My office will leave that to Your Honor's discretion.
To his discretion? No, wait a minute, Mr. Prosecutor. You promised me...
Inspector, you'll be in order. It is the judgment of this court that an attempt has been made here to sentimentalize upon the so-called heroics of Dan Morgan during an airplane accident at sea. I see no reason why the defendant should not be held for trial. Daniel Morgan, will you please face the court?
Oh, Your Honor, please. You can't do this.
Silence! Daniel Morgan, you're aware of the charge on which you have been arraigned?
I am.
How do you plead? Guilty or not guilty?
I'm not guilty.
The defendant's trial is set for April 16th in Department 32 of the Superior Court. Bail at $5,000, incarceration
And we will prove that the defendant is beyond all reasonable doubt guilty of direct participation in the robbery of the Eastern National Bank. we will further prove that this muchly publicized and self-heralded hero did willfully so participate.
Sure he rode Morelli and his gang that day. I seen him ride him lots of times.
He could have been one of the men who held me up. I think he was.
He bought a ticket for Nassau, yes, and with that marked bill. The girl was with him.
All right, then I am in contempt of court. You can take my badge. I still won't testify against Dan Morgan. This whole thing's a farce.
They did, I tell you. They brought the money in an envelope while he was with me. He didn't know why they were paying you.
Object. Move that be stricken. Witnesses the defendant's wife can only serve as character witness.
Objection sustained.
What does it matter what I say? I told you the truth, but it's not the truth you want. Go ahead, you've made up your minds already. The railroad is on its way, so let it go. Go on, and find me guilty.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have decided upon a verdict?
We have.
The defendant will rise and face the court. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, how say you?
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty as charged.
The defendant, Dan Morgan, stands convicted as charged and is hereby sentenced to imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a term of not less than 15 years.
No! No, Daddy! They can't! She fainted.
Where do you think you're going, Morgan?
My wife, and try and stop me.
All right. Get back. Give her air. Get back, will you?
Wilma.
Dan, I'm sorry, kid, you know.
Suppose you shut up, copper. Wilma.
Oh, Dan.
Hiya, funny face.
Oh, Dan. They can't. 15 years, they can't. Not now. You don't know, Danny.
What is she talking about, Mac? You heard me. What's she talking about?
Okay, Dan, then maybe it wasn't just the news that made her faint.
You can't go to prison, Danny. You can't go now. You...
I get it. A kid. That's wonderful. That's all we needed to make the picture perfect. That's all we needed. The guy that fixes things. Huh?
Listen to me, Dan. Wilma's going to have a child, yes. But I'm going to have you out before she does.
Yeah?
Yeah. Betcha my life, Danny. I'll have you out before your kid is born. Betcha my life.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we tell you about next week's episode of Escape from Tomorrow, I'd like to tell you the story behind the most distinguished name in silver plate, 1847 Rogers Brothers. This famous house first came into existence back in the days when the country was expanding on every side, acquiring new boundaries to north and south, pushing steadily westward across the plains. And influenced by the change and growth all around them, a group of New England craftsmen formed a partnership and started developing new and finer techniques in silversmithing. Even then, the skill and artistry of their craftsmanship was really extraordinary. And as the years went by, their skill became even greater, reaching its climax with the latest and greatest achievement, a way to apply sterling silver craftsmanship to finest silver plate. A shining example of 1847 Rogers Brothers craftsmanship is the pattern Lovelace, a pierced pattern, utterly graceful and feminine, with shimmering orange blossom motif and exquisite sterling-like detail. And so that you may appreciate the full beauty of Lovelace and also see other stunning silver plate patterns, 1847 Rogers Brothers extend this cordial invitation to you.
Tomorrow, Monday, visit your silverware dealer and let him show you the really gorgeous 62-piece service of 1847 Rogers Brothers. Silver plate that can be yours at a saving of more than $14 over open stock price. Let him tell you also on what easy, convenient payment terms this lasting loveliness can be yours. For now, as never before, you can afford the finest in silver plate. Silver plate that bears the illustrious name 1847 Rogers Brothers.
This is Conrad Nagel again, ladies and gentlemen. Next week, Silver Theater will once again star John Garfield and Andrea Leeds in the thrilling concluding episode of Escape from Tomorrow. We know you'll be interested in hearing how Dan and Wilma Morgan faced the greatest moment of their lives. In the meantime, I think you should know that Andrea Leeds, who appears on Silver Theater through the courtesy of Samuel Goldwyn, will soon be starred opposite Gary Cooper in The Real Glory. John Garfield may currently be seen in the Warner Brothers picture They Made Me a Criminal. And his forthcoming production for that studio will be Juarez, in which he will appear with Paul Muni and Betty Davis.
Remember, if you want solid silver, you want International Sterling. If you want silver plate, you want 1847 Rogers Brothers, both proudly created by International Silver Company. Escape from Tomorrow is by Gene Town and Graham Baker. The radio adaptation is by True Boardman, with original music by Felix Mills. All incidents and characters in today's drama were entirely fictitious. John Conte speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
International Silver Company presents The Silver Theater, starring Andrea Leeds and John Garfield in Escape from Tomorrow, directed by Conrad Nagel. Brought to you on behalf of two of the greatest names in silverware, International Sterling, world-famous solid silver, and 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Conrad Nagel welcoming you to the 21st of the new series of Silver Theater Dramatic Productions. Before we introduce today's player, we'd like to announce that next week, Silver Theater will star Herbert Marshall and Maureen O'Sullivan. And in the near future, you'll hear Joan Crawford, Lee Tracy, Shirley Ross, Helen Hayes, and others. And now for today's story. The lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on Act One of the concluding episode of Escape from Tomorrow by Gene Town and Graham Baker, starring John Garfield and Andrea Leeds as Dan and Wilma Morgan, with Lindsay McCary as Inspector McLaughlin.
Read all about it, X3. Hero of plane disaster convicted. Dan Morgan gets 15 years X3.
Here, give me one of those.
Yes, sir. Here you are. It's your X3 here, hero of plane disaster.
You get it?
Yeah, I got it.
What does it say?
They nicked him. 15 years. Read it yourself.
Let's see, Carlo. Dan Morgan, hero of the recent Atlantic plane disaster, was today sentenced to 15 years for participation in the robbery of the Eastern National Bank. The sentence was of unexpected harshness inasmuch as Morgan had offered to turn state's evidence, naming the notorious Morelli brothers as the men who'd really committed the crime.
A rat.
As a result, Tony Morelli, leader of the Morelli organization, is already in custody, and the other brothers, Joe, Mario, and Carlo, are being hunted by police. 15 years.
That's good. Good. What chance have we got to get at him behind 20-foot walls? I want to see him out and quick.
Yeah, maybe you've forgotten Tony, huh? Already on his way to Alcatraz because this kid don't keep his mouth shut.
Hey, wait a minute. Maybe we don't have to wait so long. Look at this picture.
Huh?
Wife of condemned hero collapses. Wilma Morgan, young wife of convicted man, has shown us she fainted in court just as sentence was pronounced. Left to right, Dan Morgan, his wife, and Inspector Thomas McLaughlin, whose life Morgan reportedly saved when the transport plane in which McLaughlin was bringing Morgan back from the West Indies crashed in the Atlantic.
I don't get it. What's the copper got to do with it?
Nothing. But maybe the girl has. So Morgan goes away. Well, it's too bad. But his wife ain't going nowhere. And she won't be behind no walls.
His wife? You mean...
Look at that picture again. The both of you. Look good. Just so you're sure you can remember.
Morgan, Inspector McLaughlin has asked permission to be the one to take you up the line. Well?
I have to put the bracelets on you, son. Your left arm.
They go on easier here than they do in the ocean, don't they, copper?
Danny, you... Come on, lad. We've got a train to catch. Look, Danny, I know how you feel towards me, and I'm not blaming you. I promised I'd get you off, and then I couldn't deliver. But what I told you the other day in court still goes. I'm going to find a way to get you out.
Save the chatter, copper. If you'll be needing it to convince some other sucker to turn himself in.
Look, lad, will you quit it? I haven't forgotten that you saved my life when that plane went down, Danny, and I'm never forgetting it. Why do you think I asked to be the one to take you on this trip today?
How do I know? Maybe... Hey, this isn't Grand Central.
You're right.
Well, what the...
You're getting out here, Danny. But first I'm taking that handcuff off your arm.
Well, wait a minute, you...
I'm putting you on your honor, lad, and waiting for you while you're inside.
Inside? A church. That's swell. So I should go in and talk to the guy who fixes things, huh? Great.
Danny, you're going in there. Now.
Why should I?
See those two guys waiting there by the steps?
Yeah, what about them?
They're plainclothesmen. If you remember, I promised you protection for your wife.
For Wilma? You mean Wilma's there inside?
And waiting for you. I couldn't let you stop off at your house, but after all, a church. Well, Danny, wait. You're on your honor, lad, and there's not much time.
Hey.
Danny.
Hi, funny face.
Oh, Danny, my darling.
Hi. Feeling okay?
Sure. Sure, darling, I'm swell. I was just afraid you might not get here.
Say, this ain't so bad. The church looks different when it's empty, don't it?
Uh-huh.
Where's the fella that's playing that music?
Up in the balcony, I guess.
Well, why didn't he learn to play?
He's practicing. Don't say anything. I like it.
Okay. But he still ought to learn to play. You sure you feel all right?
Yes, Danny.
You're not scared or nothing?
Uh-uh.
Hey, this church ain't so bad. But I'd still take that little one in Nassau. You looked swell that day, you know it?
Did I, Danny?
Sure. If you only hadn't bawled. Of all the stoops, bawling at your own wedding.
Mac bawled, too.
We'll leave Mac out of this.
Oh, Danny.
You sure you're okay, funny face? Shouldn't you maybe be at home in bed resting?
Look, Mr. Morgan, there are a couple of million babies born in this country every year, and their mothers don't all go to bed the whole time they're waiting for them to arrive.
Did the doctor say anything about when...
A long time yet. October.
Oh.
Danny.
Huh?
We've got to talk about something else. While you're up there, darling, you're not to be afraid. For me, I mean. I'll be all right. I'll write you every day, and twice a month on Sundays I can come up
You
to...
won't. You'll stay away from there. I don't even want you near the place. We'll wait till I get out. We'll wait, do you understand?
All right, my darling.
Well, I guess I better go now. How's about it, funny face? You coming to the station with me?
Let's say goodbye. Here, Danny.
Okay, kid. Take care of yourself.
Oh, darling. Darling.
Hey, cut it, will you?
Danny. Don't think I'm crazy, but before you go, won't you... I mean, will you say something, just a word maybe, to the guy who fixes things?
No.
Please, darling. There are times when there's just nothing else to do, when no one else can help. Please, Danny.
You heard me, no. I tried that stuff before. The guy that fixes things, huh? He fixed things, and how? 15 years.
Oh, it won't be that long, my darling. Max swears he'll have you out before October.
Max swore I'd never go up at all. But you needn't worry. They're not going to keep me in that place. Not when my kid's being born. I'd like to see him try it.
Danny. Danny, no. Please don't do anything crazy. Oh, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to wait. I'll wait forever, Danny, darling, just so I know you're coming back to me. But you mustn't take any chances up there.
And she's right, Danny.
Mac.
I'm sorry, Wilma, but I've got to take him now. Come on, lad.
Always have to bust in, don't you, copper? Go on. I'll meet you in the taxi.
Okay, lad, but remember, we can't miss that train.
Well, funny face, this is it.
Yeah.
Look up here. That's the stuff. Okay if I don't kiss you? I just want to remember you like this. Only I'll be pretending them tears ain't there. Because Mrs. M is a gal who can take it, see?
Sure.
Now, turn around and look that way, will you? And don't say nothing till I'm gone.
Danny.
Hey. Yeah, that's better. Okay, funny face. So long. And just remember this. When that day in October comes along, a guy named Danny Morgan is going to be there. There's nothing in this man's world can stop him. Bet you my life.
Danny. He doesn't mean it. Those things he said. He doesn't really mean a one of them. You've got to understand it. Help him. Please. If he won't talk to you, then let me talk for both of us. He didn't mean to blaspheme. I know he didn't, but you see, to Danny, you were always the guy who fixes things, and he thinks you've let him down. Oh, I know you haven't, because you couldn't. Not Danny. Not after the things he's done. Why, Danny saved 9 lives when that plane went down. You know that, don't you? You must know, and that's why you've got to help him now. Without his asking. Please. Please, you've got to help him now.
In just a few seconds, Andrea Leeds and John Garfield will bring you the final act of their thrilling story of today. But before they do, I'd like you to go back with me some 90 years and picture the leisurely, orderly living of the people of that era. Now, the radio and the airplane was still unheard of. Great ladies are riding sedately in carriages instead of automobiles. And up in a quiet little Connecticut town, a group of artist craftsmen are turning out the finest silver plate this country yet has seen. Today's descendants of those early silversmiths, the present house of 1847 Rogers Brothers, adhere to the same high standards of quality and craftsmanship. One of their most popular creations is the pierced pattern Lovelace. Graceful in line, with inspired orange blossom motif and sterling-like detail, Lovelace is truly a pattern beautiful beyond belief. Yet lovely as it is, lovely as all 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate patterns are, you can afford to earn a complete service very easily.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you can now get a 62-piece service of gleaming silver plate at a saving of more than $14 over open stock price. But why not get the complete details from your silverware dealer tomorrow? Ask him to show you several different patterns and tell you about the easy, convenient payment terms. For today, you can make your dreams come true. You can easily own America's finest silver plate by 1847 Rogers Brothers.
Once again, the lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on the concluding act of Escape from Tomorrow, starring John Garfield and Andrea Leeds as Dan and Wilma Morgan. Several months have passed, endless, torturous months to Danny, determined to get out by whatever means and regardless of cost. Anxious, fearful months for Wilma, thinking ever of the danger to Danny if he fulfills his threat to break from prison. And then on a day early in fall...
Okay, Inspector McLachlan, what kind of runaround is it this time?
I've got news, lad. News you ought to know.
Wilma?
She's all right, Dan, but only because my boys were on the job. The Morellis were after her.
The Morellis, you mean?
They didn't touch her. There was some shooting, and Mary Morelli's dead. But the other brothers got away. I only tell you, lad, so that you'll know that when you do get out, you must be careful.
When I get out? You've been saying that for months. I'm tired of listening, see? You're going to get me a new trial. You're going to get me a pardon from the governor. You're going to...
Listen, Danny. The parole board meets October 1st. That's just a week away, and I'm going to make them give you a parole.
Suppose you save it, cop. I heard it all the time before. I'm getting out, see? And without your help.
Danny, no. No, lad, listen. You'll ruin everything.
But you gotta let me use that gun, Roy. You gotta. Do you understand?
Easy, Danny, my boy. I got a rod, yeah. But the pal who got this gun in here to me forgot I never break that way. You're bunkered with an expert. I guess I busted out of more pins than you can name. But you gotta be smart, me bucko. If you walk out a door, that's one thing. When they catch you, you walk back in. But if you walk out over a stiff or two, then when they catch you, you don't walk anywhere no more. No, son. We'll wait until we get...
Boy, I ain't waiting, see? If you won't use that rod...
Watch it.
Morgan, you're wanted in the warden's office.
Okay.
Ask the warden to speak to you alone in here because...
Never mind all that. What about my wife?
Wilma went to the hospital this morning, Dan.
The hospital?
The doctor wanted her there for observation. The baby's still not due for 2 days yet, maybe 3.
You're lying to me.
Why would I lie?
To keep me in here. To be sure I don't break. Well, I am breaking, copper. I said I'd be out when that kid is born, see? And there's no jail strong enough to stop me.
Easy, Danny. You're talking wild. You've got no way to get out.
I got a way. I got a rod in there.
What are you saying, lad? Well, you can't, Danny. If you've got all the guns in creation hidden away inside there, you mustn't use one. Not now, lad. It'll ruin everything. I tell you, this parole is on
You
it.
tell me nothing. Sure, I can get a rod. I'm using it tonight. Now, go and tell the warden what I said. Go on and squeal on me.
Oh, Warden.
Yes, McLaughlin?
Warden, I've just been talking to Danny Morgan.
Yeah?
And there's something you should know.
Oh, what's that?
He's sick, Warden. I'd suggest you send him right to the hospital now before he even gets back to his cell. The lad's in no condition to be left alone.
Good idea, McLaughlin. Thanks.
I got it. It's signed, sealed, and in the bag.
Oh, Mac. Dan, does Dan know?
No, I'm on my way up to him now, but I had to stop with the news for you. How are you, girl? What does the doctor say?
Well, he isn't sure. Perhaps tonight, perhaps tomorrow.
Oh, well, either one, the lad will be there. You can be sure of that. Well, how's the patient, Danny boy?
You, of all the lousy double...
Now, wait a minute, lad. Suppose you look at this.
Huh? Dan Morgan is hereby paroled to... You did it! You weren't lying, copper. You did it!
I'll say I did it, laddie. You're paroled in my custody.
Wilma.
The baby's due tonight or tomorrow morning, lad, so we're getting out of here and down to that hospital right now, the two of us.
As the State Parole Board released Morgan in the custody of Inspector Thomas McLaughlin. Rumored as having strong influence with the parole board was the fact that Morgan's wife, Wilma, is hourly awaiting the birth of a child in St. Stephen's Hospital. Today's action reawakened speculation as to the whereabouts of the 2 survivors of the Morelli gang, which Morgan exposed...
Turn that off. So I was right. Maybe we don't have to wait so long, huh?
Now wait so long?
Look, Carlo. Tony is in Alcatraz. Mario, the cops get him, both because of Danny Morgan.
You mean that now we go to...
To where Danny Morgan's going. That's where we go. Come on.
Sister Miriam, please let me wait as long as possible. Danny will be here. Mac went for him. He's...
Hiya, funny face.
Danny. Sister, will you please? Just for a minute. There must be that much time.
All right. Until the doctor comes back.
Darling.
I made it. Didn't I tell you I'd make it?
And Mac?
Gone down to headquarters, but he'll be back. Hey. How are you? You okay?
Uh-huh. Sure, I'm swell.
Is it pretty bad?
It's kind of like having about 1 million lights flash on at once and so bright you just can't stand to watch them and then go out. Only the lights keep coming on again.
Gee. Well, I'm here anyway.
Yeah.
How much longer did they say?
Pretty soon.
You're not scared?
You?
Oh, me? When was I ever scared? And look, kid, you got to be thinking of one thing all the time, see? That house with fences.
A picket fence. Because that's the one kind kids can't crawl over. Remember when you said that?
Yeah. And there's another thing. I don't want no double cross from you, see, funny face? This has got to be a girl, see? So as I can call it Wilma.
I'll see what I can do. Mr. Morgan.
Hey. Okay?
Yeah, but you better call the doctor.
Sure, kid. The doctor, sister, hey. But you're sure about one thing, Doctor. Nothing's more important than my wife. I mean, if...
Yes, son, I understand. And now I must go, sister. Will you show Mr. Morgan to the waiting room?
Of course. This way, young man.
Yeah. Good luck, Doc.
Same to you, son.
You'll wait out here. As you see, you won't be alone. Mr. Olafson's an almost father, too. This is Mr. Morgan, Mr. Olafson.
How do you do?
Hello.
If the delay gets too trying, Mr. Morgan, I might suggest you watch the babies through the glass there. That's the nursery.
Is that where mine will be after it's born?
Yes, they're all of them kept in there.
Gee.
We'll let you know just as soon as there's word.
Thank you.
I think it's better you sit down. Maybe it'd be a long time.
Huh? Oh, I'm okay.
Oh, you first time here, no?
Yeah, first time.
I know. Now I can tell. Another fella here until 10 minutes ago, he first time too. He go away just now. He go away crying.
Crying?
Yeah. His baby die.
His baby? Gee.
Oh. You look at kids in there, huh? They're plenty cute. I look too first 3-4 times I'm here, but no, I...
Hey. Where's that coming from?
What?
That music.
Oh, there's chapel just down the hall there. You forget, this is a church hospital, yeah.
Well, there's a guy who can really play that piece.
Huh?
Nothing. I'm just mumbling. Sister, is it...
Not you, Mr. Morgan.
Oh, it's for me, huh?
Yes, Mr. Olafson.
What is it this time? A girl, a flick, or no?
A boy, Mr. Olafson. A fine boy.
Oh, a boy. Too bad. $3 I lose. I bet my brother Justa. I go see Helga now, no?
Yes, she's fine. You may go right into her room.
Ah, good. Oh, son. Good luck. And don't be too jumpy, huh? A lot of kids get born, yeah.
Okay, old-timer. Thanks and congratulations.
Congratulations when I lose $3.
Sister, just a minute. My wife, do you know?
I'm sorry. There's no more I can tell you.
Well, is she all right?
Yes, she's all right. You'll just have to be patient, I'm afraid.
Patient? Oh, yeah. I'll just stick around and watch the kids through the glass there. Excuse me for bothering you.
It's no bother. And, son.
Yes, sister.
You mustn't be too afraid. That's not the way to help her. You must have a little faith.
Huh? Oh, sure. Thank you. Yeah. I guess this is one of those times she talked about.
One of those times.
When there's nobody else you can ask. Look, ma'am, you know how to put the words together better than I do. Do you suppose you could, that is...
Yes, son. I could and I will. I'm going to the chapel now.
Morgan.
Yeah?
Morelli. Yeah, Morelli. Stand where you are and don't start yelling.
What do you want?
You hear that, Carlo? What do we want? 6 months we wait to find him, and he asks, what do we want? Tony goes to the rock because of him. Mario's dead, and he asks, what do we want?
Let's get it over and get out of here, Joe. This place...
I get it over soon enough. If you got a prayer to say, Squealer, say it now and quick.
I'm saying no prayers, and you ain't shooting me, Morelli. My kid's being born in there, and I'm sticking around until I see it.
Yeah? We got other plans.
Then you changed them. Know what's inside this glass behind me? Take a look.
Hey, Joe, there's kids in there.
You bet there are a bunch of them. Go on, boys, and give it to me. Knock off a half a dozen kids while you're getting me. See how long before the coppers chase you down.
He's right, Joe. We can't plug him with those kids.
Shut up, Carlo. All right, Morgan. It's up to you. I'm counting 5, and then I'll let you have it. If you move over so the wall's behind you, there won't be no kids hurt. But if you don't, it's up to you. Make up your mind. 1.
You'd do it, too, wouldn't you? Okay.
2.
I'm moving.
So you came to see your baby, did you? Keep moving. 3.
I said I'd move. I'd move till I was clear, didn't I? So...
Joe! Hey, Carlo! Come on,
Take him for the fire escape. Go after him.
No, stay back. They're getting from outside.
They did. They got him. They got him both from down below. Come on.
But Mac, he's hurt. Go on, I'll take care of Mac.
Sure, lads. Go on. Danny can take care of me.
Mac, you crazy fool. You walked right into it.
Yeah. Always was a cop who busted in at the wrong time, lad. You told me so yourself.
Here, in here, Doctor. There were no children.
That's no use, Doctor. No use, believe me. It'll be a waste of your time.
Mac, Look, Mac, you're gonna...
Danny, tell me, lad, is it a boy or a girl?
We don't know yet.
Yeah, well, when you find out, just slip a word to the guy who fixes things, huh? And you'll tell me.
Mac. Oh, Doc.
I'm sorry, son.
Your wife, Morgan. You can go into her now.
Huh? Oh, yeah, thanks. Mac, you'll...
We'll take care of everything.
Yeah.
Danny, those shots. I heard...
Morelli's. They got Mac.
Oh no, Danny.
Yeah.
But how?
He jumped in front of me. Oh, Wilma.
Oh, darling. Darling. Don't. You must.
But I was a heel to that guy, Wilma.
He didn't think so, Danny. He understood. He was a cop, Danny, but he was a swell one. And for anyone he loved like he loved you and me, well, Mac's glad, Danny. I'm sure of that somehow.
Glad?
He swore he'd have you out to see the baby. Remember what he said?
Bet you my life.
And he didn't lose that bet, Danny. Not really. He wouldn't think so. Oh, darling.
Hey, what about you? I just went kind of crazy with what happened out there. You all right?
Sure. I'm swell, and Danny, hold out your arms. Here.
What's this?
You got your wish, darling. A girl.
Yeah? Gee. Hi, funny face.
Our stars, Andrea Leeds and John Garfield, will be back to greet you personally in just a moment. But first, may we help you turn a dream into a reality? Listen to John Conte.
If you've ever dined at the home of a friend who owned sterling silver, you probably couldn't help envying her a little. Couldn't help wishing that your dinner table, too, could shine with genuine, solid silver. Of course, 10 or 15 years ago, a wish like that would have been pretty much of an idle dream. But today, it's easy to make that dream a reality. For International Sterling, creators of many of America's most exquisite solid silver designs, has a budget payment plan which makes it possible for you to buy a complete solid silver service out of income. Or you can start a service in International Sterling Silver with individual place settings, and month to month add extra place settings until you have a service for 4, 6, or 8 as your entertaining needs demand. A single place setting, beautifully wrought in the Enchantress pattern, 6 pieces of solid silver, costs as little as $16.75. But tomorrow, Monday, go wherever fine silverware is sold and get the facts firsthand. Look at Enchantress and other International Sterling patterns, too. Notice the painstaking detail, the indescribable richness and beauty of every one. Here is silver that will speak of your taste and love for worthwhile possessions every day for years to come. Silver as exquisite as any the world has ever created. Solid silver by International Sterling.
This is Conrad Nagel again, ladies and gentlemen, and I want you to meet our stars, Andrea Leeds and John Garfield, who at this moment are stepping out in front of our silver curtain.
Thank you, Conrad. Thank you.
We want to thank you both for your fine performances in our play, Escape from Tomorrow.
Well, Conrad, it's been more fun than anything I've done in a long time.
You see, John, I told you Silver Theater performers have more fun than anybody.
Well, you should know, Andrea, this is your 3rd broadcast you've done for us.
That's right. And I almost forgot to tell you. Since I worked for you on Silver Theater, almost a year ago, I've listened to most of your productions, and I think they're wonderful. Also, I became so sold on International Sterling that I bought a complete set of it for my home.
That's great. Hope Mrs. John Garfield's listening.
Well, you don't have to sell us, Conrad. Mrs. Garfield and I are both International Silver fans. Bet you my life.
Well, that's fine, John. Now, I'm afraid our time is up. Thank you, John Garfield and Andrea Leeds. We'll be looking for you on Silver Theater again in the near future.
Andrea Leeds, who appeared on Silver Theater through the courtesy of Samuel Goldwyn, will soon be starred opposite Gary Cooper in The Real Glory. John Garfield may currently be seen in They Made Me a Criminal, and his forthcoming Warner Brothers picture will be Juarez, in which he will appear with Paul Muni and Betty Davis. Next week, Silver Theater will star Herbert Marshall and Maureen O'Sullivan. Be sure to listen. In the meantime, if you want solid silver, you want International Sterling. If you want silver plate, you want 1847 Rogers Brothers, both proudly created by International Silver Company. Escape from Tomorrow was adapted for radio by True Boardman, with original music by Felix Mills. All incidents and characters in today's drama were entirely fictitious. Silver Theater originates at Columbia Square in Hollywood. John Conte speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
The Jack Benny Program. For your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, remember...
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And fine tobacco is what counts in a cigarette.
Year after year, at auction after auction, independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
So for your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
At 59, American.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go out to Jack Benny's house in Beverly Hills, where we find Jack and Phil Harris alone in the library.
Well, Jackson, you asked me to come out to your house and see you alone. What's all the mystery?
Wait a minute, Phil. I want to lock the door.
Okay, Jackson, what is it?
Just a second, Phil. I want to shut the window.
All right. You locked the door, closed the window, and drew the blinds. Now, what do you want?
Phil, something's got to be done about your orchestra. I don't know what, kid, but something.
Are you kidding?
No, Phil. Look, I'll admit, when we're doing radio shows, I joke about your music. But now we're in my home, just the two of us. Believe me, I'm serious. Something has got to be done, or else.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. Don't go getting tough with me. If you got any beef, talk to Petrillo.
I've already talked to Petrillo, and he's on my side. Believe me.
On your side? How do you like that? You miss your dues 1 week, and the mother hen starts kicking you out of the nest.
Look, Phil, after 10 years, I don't mind your band. I'm used to it. But listen to these letters I've been getting. Listen to this one. Dear Mr. Benny, I am a poultry farmer. I read in a magazine that music helps the hens lay more eggs. So I put a radio in the hen house. 2 weeks ago, I tuned in your program. The hens heard Phil Harris's orchestra. Now they are laying more eggs than ever, but the yolks are green. There you are, Phil. What do you think of that?
Green yolks, the guy's got something there. You can use them in martinis.
Please, Maestro. Look, here's another one. Now, get this other letter. Dear Mr. Benny, I am a professor of English and literature at Harvard. And for years and years, I have consistently listened to your Sunday presentations. I have found your construction and continuity compact and concise. Your dialogue singularly free of cliches and ponderosity. But Mr. Harris's musical ensemble stinks. And Phil, this proves he's a high-class professor. He spells stinks with a Y. Now, those two letters are just samples of the mail that comes in. Every week I get thousands and thousands and thousands of letters like those.
Well, if I'm getting all that mail, I want more dough.
Oh, look, Phil, what I'm trying to tell you is that you better do something about your orchestra.
What are you talking about? I got one of the greatest musical aggravations in the country.
That's aggregation, but for once, you're right.
Of course I'm right. You take my boys. They've all got great backgrounds in the music business.
Oh, fine.
Sure, take Frankie, my guitar player. For 7 years, he played first washboard for Spike Jones.
Well, he's not playing the washboard now, so tell him to stop strumming his guitar with that box of duds. If he's that close to soap, why doesn't he get some of it on him? And Charlie, your piano player.
Now, wait a minute. Don't be talking about Charlie, my piano player. He held a job with Guy Lombardo's orchestra for 12 years.
12 years with Guy Lombardo?
Yeah, and he wasn't even a brother.
Phil, that has nothing to do with it. And believe me, Phil, I'm not picking on you. I'm just trying to arrive at an understanding. Now, Phil, I know you're sensitive. So I'm talking to you not as an employer, but as your friend. Now, let's try to... Phil, stop chewing on that ham hock and listen to me. Please.
I'm sorry, Jackson. I just happened to have one in my pocket.
All right, but Phil, I hope we understand each other now.
Okay, Jackson. Look, I got to run along. Do you mind if I go?
No, go ahead. Phil, I said you can go. What are you waiting for?
Well, open the door, Richard.
Oh, yes.
So long, Jackson.
Hello, Phil.
Oh, hiya, Livy.
Well. Hello, Mary. Mary, come on in the library. I want to hear all about your trip. Where'd you go?
Well, Jack, I thought you knew. I went back east to attend my mother and father's wedding anniversary.
Really? And how were the Duke and Duchess of Plainfield?
Oh, swell, and you know, Jack, they have the cutest way of keeping track of their anniversaries. Each year on their wedding date, Papa snips off a lock of Mama's hair and puts it away.
Well, that's awfully sweet. How long have they been married?
I don't know, but for the last 3 years they've been calling Mama Baldy. And, Jack, you should have seen my sister, Babe. She looked beautiful. She wore a strapless evening gown and was really glamorous.
You know, Mary, those strapless gowns fascinate me. How do they keep them up?
I don't know about the other girl, but Babe uses fish hooks.
Fish hooks?
When Babe's out to catch a guy, she ain't kidding.
Well, how did she do?
Oh, she's got a nice boyfriend now. He's a credit dentist.
Oh, you mean one of those dentists who let their patients put them on the installment plan?
Yeah, one of his slogans is, don't sit around and gum your hash just because you're short of cash.
That's one of his slogans? You mean he has others?
Yeah. His best one is, don't keep your lips closed in sorrow. Smile today and pay tomorrow.
Well, he certainly sounds like the right guy for Babe.
Yes, and he's very successful, too. He's the one who invented that new lower plate. It bites underwater.
Oh, yes, it's got those new ballpoint teeth. By the way, Mary, would you like to have dinner with me?
Oh, I can't, Jack. Dennis is coming by to pick me up in a few minutes. He's taking me to a movie.
Oh. How come you're going out with Dennis tonight?
Well, he called me up in Plainfield for the date. And...
Dennis phoned you in Plainfield? Long distance?
Yes, long distance.
Well, of course he has 2 shows. You know, Mary,
Hello, Mr. Benny, Mary.
Oh, hello, kid. We were just talking about you.
I'm ready to go, Dennis.
Say, Mr. Benny, ask me what picture we're going to see.
What?
I say, ask me what picture we're going to see.
All right. Oh, what picture are you going to see?
It's the one about a couple of deers.
A couple of deer. The yearling?
No, the Dolly sisters.
What?
You sure stepped into that one.
Damn it.
For a big-time comedian, you ain't got that Oxidol sparkle.
Dennis, stop with the jokes, will you?
Come on, Dennis, let's go.
Wait a minute, kid. Hello? Oh, hello, Don. What? You've been rehearsing the commercial for next week? Don, what's so difficult about the commercial that you have to rehearse it? All you have to say is LSMFT, LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. That's all you need. The quartet? No, Don, I'm not going to use them anymore. I don't care if they are in your room rehearsing. We're not going to... Well, all right, I'll listen to them. But I'm warning you, this is their last chance. Okay, put them on. Hello, fellas. Now cut that out. Just sing your commercial. Go ahead. It's not bad at all. LSMFT, I love you. Da-da-dee-da-da-da-dee. Say, that sounds beautiful. Da-da-dee-da-dee-da. Fellas, hold it. Hold it. You started out so beautifully. Look, fellas, that isn't what I want. Wait a minute. Put Don back on. That's not what I... Hold it a minute, fellas. Put Don back... Fellas, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute! That won't do, fellas, and tell Don I'll talk to him when I see him. Goodbye. They drive me nuts. I'm going to... Oh, there's the phone again. I wonder who it is this time. Hello? Yes, this is Jack Benny. What? Well, I suppose I could, but of course I'll have to make some arrangements about my picture and radio commitments. Yes, I certainly will think it over. And it was nice of you to consider me. Thanks. Thanks very much. Goodbye.
What was that, Jack?
They want me to be governor of Georgia. Well, go ahead, kid. You can run along now.
All right, so long, Jack.
So long.
Goodbye, Governor.
Goodbye, you all. Enjoy yourselves. Da-da-dee-dum, dee-da-dum-dum, sweet Georgia Brown. Dee-da-dum. Oh, Rochester!
Yes, boss?
What do we got for dinner?
One used ham hock.
One used ham hock?
And turnip greens. He had a hole in his other pocket.
Well, wipe the lint off of it. I'm hungry. That was a good dinner, Rochester. Now I think I'll go in the library and get a book. Oh, here's one on the table.
But you finished it, boss.
I did?
Yeah, you called all the pictures in that one.
Oh, yes. Maybe I'll just read one for a change. I'll be in the library, Rochester. Gee, I don't know what to read. Here's a good book. The Great Balsamo by Maurice Zolotow. Here's another one. Life in the Swiss Alps by Sam Oleolehihu. Here's another one. The Rover Boys on Mulholland Drive. Say, they're growing up. Here's one. I Stand Condemned by Maximilian Q. Langley. I Stand Condemned. I think I read that about a year ago. Gee, it was pretty good. Exciting, too. I might as well read it again before I take it back to the library. Chapter 1. I Stand Condemned.
I'm what you call an average citizen. I come from a little town in the Midwest. Yes, I'm married. I have a lovely wife, and we have 3 fine boys and a dog. George, Frank, Harry, and Fido. Harry is the dog. My life, as the lives of most men, followed a course pointed out by the fickle finger of fate. Most stories start at the beginning, but my story begins at the end. I am occupying a cell in the death row at the state penitentiary.
I'm innocent. I'm innocent, I tell you. Let me out of here. Oh, Warden. Warden.
Yeah?
Warden, you gotta let me out of here. I'm innocent, do you hear? Innocent. And in a few minutes, they're gonna execute me. What time do I go to the chair?
5:30.
Good. Then I won't have to listen to Fred Allen. No, what am I saying? Warden, I tell you, it wasn't my fault. I don't want to go to the electric chair.
Now, calm down. Our barber's a little rushed today, so I'll shave your head myself.
But, Warden...
Sit still. I'll start with the scissors.
Take it easy around the sideburns, please.
Yes, sir.
Manicure?
No, thank you. Wait a minute, let me out of here. I don't want to go to the electric chair. I won't leave this room. I can't walk that last mile.
Oh, you won't have to. We'll bring the electric chair in here.
What?
We have a long cord, you know.
But, Warden, can't you hang me? I'm afraid of the chair. How will they know when I'm dead?
We have one of those new electric chairs. You pop up when you're done.
But Warden, I'm innocent. If you'll only listen to my story, I know you'll believe me.
Oh, very well. What is your story?
Well, Warden, it goes back a long, long time. I would have led a normal life, except for the fickle finger of fate.
The warden listened to my story. I told him how I met the man who was responsible for my undoing. I had just left my office and was going home to my 3 wonderful children, Manny, Mo, and Jack. We had Manny and Jack and felt that we should have one Mo. Anyway, I was walking down the street when suddenly a figure stepped out of the shadows. He was a tall man with a sort of a square face. He reminded me somewhat of Boris Karloff, but his voice was so pleasant. when he tapped me on the shoulder and said,
"Pardon me, please, but may I trouble you for a match?"
A match? I'm sorry I don't have one, but I'll let you use my cigarette lighter.
Thank you. You're very kind.
Hey, you! Come back with that lighter. Give me that.
All right, all right. Here's your lighter.
But why were you running away? I thought you just wanted to light a cigarette.
I do, but my cigarette is home.
Well, you have no right. Wait a minute. You look so much like Boris Karloff.
Thanks. You're looking well yourself.
Thank you.
However, my resemblance to Mr. Karloff is purely physical. For instance, I would never think of going to a cemetery in the black of night, opening graves and stealing the gold teeth out of dead bodies.
Huh?
That's dishonest, you know.
Yes. But wait a minute. You were trying to steal my cigarette lighter, weren't you?
No, I wasn't. As a matter of fact, I'd like to buy it. I'll give you $20,000 for it.
$20,000? Well, I don't want to take advantage of you. I'll tell you what. I'll throw in an extra flint.
Just as I said, you're very kind. Here is the money.
A $20,000 bill. Gosh. Well, so long, mister. I hope you enjoy the lighter.
Just a moment, please. I also admire your necktie.
My necktie!
I know it sounds fantastic, but he bought my tie for $17,000. And then he bought my shirt and my shoes and my suit. As I gave him my last stitch of clothing, this mysterious stranger handed me $194,000 and 2 balloons. Having no clothes, I blew up the balloons and danced my way home. The next day, I met the same mysterious man for a second time. Again, he gave me fabulous prices for my clothes. And again, I danced my way home. On the third day, the same thing happened. I was not only getting richer, but I was dancing better. Our daily meetings were more than mere coincidence. A bond developed between us. 2 weeks later, I was sitting in the kitchen having breakfast with my wife and my 3 lovely children, Minsk, Pinsk, and Busher. The mysterious stranger had not yet come downstairs. Yes, he was living with us.
Come on, children, finish your breakfast.
That's right, children. Eat your food.
But, Daddy, can't we have milk like we used to? I'm tired of champagne on my grape nuts.
No, you can't have milk. It costs practically nothing. Where's Junior?
Oh, he's out in the backyard feeding $20 bills to the cows.
Feeding our money to the cows? That's ridiculous.
No, it isn't, Pa. We haven't any more bags to keep it in.
Anyway, he's been out there long enough. I'll call him. Junior! Junior, get ready for school.
Oh, Daddy, I don't want to go to that new school.
I bought it, and you'll go to it. Now, get ready.
You know, darling, things just haven't been the same since that stranger came to live with us. He frightens me. There's something eerie about him.
I've been feeling the same...
Quiet. Here he comes now.
Yes. As we were talking, he opened the door and walked into the room. He was wearing sneakers. As I rose from the table, he said,
"Good morning, everybody."
Good morning.
Did you sleep well?
Yes, I did. Nah. Sit down.
Thank you. I'm sorry I'm late for breakfast, but I overslept. I was out at a party last night.
A party? Well, how do you feel this morning? Oh, well, have some tomato juice.
Yes, I'll get you some.
You know, I envy you two. A beautiful home, lovely children.
Haven't you any children?
No, I married a smudge pot.
You married a smudge pot?
Oh, then you haven't any children.
No, but we're lousy with oranges.
Oh.
By the way, I don't feel I should live here any longer without paying you rent. How much do you want?
Well, I'm no good at these things. Let's forget it.
Oh, but I insist. Would $1 million a week be enough?
Well, with or without meals?
With meals.
That'll be $3 extra.
I'll be glad to pay it.
Glad?
Things like this were happening every day. I had gone money mad. Money, money, money. My wife left me. And so did my 3 lovely children. Sarah, Toga, and Trunk. But I didn't care. I had my money. I had accumulated millions of dollars, which I kept in my shoes. I was now 11 feet 6. I begged the OPA to raise the ceiling. One day, as I was sweeping some loose change under the rug, he came in.
Hello, my friend. Look, I have a present for you. A brand new $10,000 bill.
A $10,000 bill? Let me have it. Give it to me quick. I gotta have it.
All right, but be careful how you handle it. The ink is still wet.
Don't worry, The ink is still wet. Wait a minute. You mean you've been printing this money yourself?
Certainly. But doesn't everybody?
Oh, so that's it. I must have been blind not to see through this whole scheme. My life is ruined. I've lost my wife and my 3 lovely children. Chico, Pico, and Sepulveda. I thought I was rich, but I haven't got a tie or a shirt or a suit. All I got is money, 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 and all counterfeit. You've even got my cigarette lighter, and I, like a fool, threw in an extra flip.
Yes, you are a fool. Do you think I'd really pay you $17,000 for a necktie? What? $22,000 for your button shoes?
Now, wait a minute.
Yes, you are a fool. Do you think I'd give you $500 for a dinner when I can get the same thing at Ciro's for $400?
Ciro!
Of course that money was counterfeit.
And those balloons you gave me weren't any good either. They broke on the Sunset bus and embarrassed me. And so all this time, you've been nothing but a counterfeiter.
Well, what's the difference? We can still do business. I can print the money and you can get rid of it for me.
Never, never, never. I'll kill you first. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to kill you.
No, get your hands off my throat. Take them away. Take them away. Don't kill me. I'll give you back your clothes.
My clothes? What good are they now? You had the pants lengthened and the coat let up. You even lost the string out of my pajamas. Didn't you?
Please stop choking me. Stop choking me. Oh, why must I always die in the end?
There.
Yes, I killed him. And as I finished telling my story, the warden looked at me and said,
"It's 5:30. Shall we go?"
And so, as I walked through the little green door, I thought of my 3 lovely children, Finger, Fickle, and Clyde. I stand condemned.
Now, Jack will be back in just a minute. But first, here's my good friend, Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs.
No doubt about it. In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And year in, year out, consistently, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Here's a tip from a man with a lifetime of tobacco experience. Mr. James Monroe Ball of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. an independent tobacco auctioneer for the past 31 years. Mr. Ball said,
I speak as an eyewitness when I say that season after season, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine, ripe, mellow leaf. That good kind of tobacco that makes a swell smoke. I've smoked Luckies myself for 29 years.
Remember, at auction after auction, independent tobacco experts like Mr. Ball can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Real Lucky Strike tobacco, yes?
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
I want to thank Boris Karloff for appearing here tonight, and he can currently be seen in his latest RKO picture, Bedlam.
Oh, say, Jack.
Yes, Don?
I understand you're going to be on Kenny Baker's program in the morning.
Yes, I am, Don. Will you pick me up for rehearsal?
Yes, Jack. Rehearsal is at 7:30 a.m.
Oh. Well, don't bother. I'll go right over there from here. Good night, folks.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
And now, the Lux Radio Theater proudly presents Vincent Price as Winston Smith in 1984. "1984. The world is one world, divided into three parts: East Asia, Eurasia, Oceania. Religion is abolished. God is rooted out. There is only Big Brother. Big Brother is the head of the party. Big Brother is one, indivisible, unassailable.
Oceania is good because Big Brother is good. Oceania is one because Big Brother is one. Big Brother sees everything, knows everything. Everyone exists by the clemency of Big Brother.
Big Brother, Big Brother, Big Brother.
In Oceania, there are the proles. The proles, like the animals, are free. They have no telescreens in their houses. They have no numbers. They wear no uniform. The proles are the primitives, the early inferior people. Subdued by the party, subject to the party, they are the lost and the forgotten. Between the proles and the party there is a great gulf fixed. A prole cannot join the party. No party member can retreat to the proles.
The party is one as Big Brother is one.
Big Brother.
Every member of the party wears a uniform, a suit of overalls. Every member of the party has a telescreen in his house. Every member of the party has a number.
You there. Stand up. In front of the screen. What is your number?
6079.
Your name?
Winston Smith.
Where do you live?
Third floor, Victory Mansions.
Employment in the party?
Records Department, Ministry of Truth.
Repeat the slogans of the party with fervor.
War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength.
Now, how is Oceania governed?
By Big Brother, through the Ministry of Truth, the Ministry of Peace, the Ministry of Plenty, the Ministry of Love.
Describe their functions.
The Ministry of Truth, News, Entertainment, Education, the Ministry of Peace, Conduct of War, the Ministry of Plenty, Economics.
Well, go on. The Ministry of Love. What does that do?
I don't know. I have never been there.
Let us hope for your sake that you never do. The Ministry of Love is where people who do not love Big Brother are taught to love him. Do you love Big Brother, Winston Smith?
I love Big Brother.
Repeat it.
I love Big Brother. I love Big Brother.
Your tour of duty at the records office begins at 900 hours. Be there on time. 6079 Winston Smith. Dismissed.
That was an unexpected call, wasn't it?
Oh, they do it sometimes. Part of the quarterly brush-up discipline, you know.
Perhaps. But that fellow on the screen was probably from the thought police. They can cut in on anybody's screen, you know. They do. How do you think so many comrades have been vaporized? Thought police, of course. And the home telescreen. They can see you and hear you all the time.
But I've got nothing to worry about. I stick to the party rules. I do my job.
But you don't think the way the party thinks, do you? More important, you don't want to think the way the party thinks, the way Big Brother wants you to think, do you?
I just couldn't face the telescreen any longer. I had to get out and get away.
You and I.
You?
Well, you. I'm you, Winston. I'm the other you who looks out of your eyes.
Yes, you twitch my lips and tingle in my fingertips at the most inconvenient times. But they know nothing about you. They control me like they control everybody else.
Then why do you do the silly things you do?
What silly things?
That book you bought.
But it's just an old book with blank pages. What's wrong with that?
Nothing, except they don't make books like that anymore. And if they ask you where you got it, you'd have to tell them at an antique shop in the Prole Quarter.
But I just wanted to keep a diary. Nothing wrong in that, is there?
No, except you'd find it hard to explain why you wanted to keep a diary. And remember, you're not supposed to go into the Prole Quarter anyway.
I know. The Proles aren't members of the party. They're just slaves. But will you stop it? I've got enough to worry about as it is.
Yes. It's the girl, isn't it? The girl in the fiction department.
Yes. Yes, the way she looks at me, the way she stays near me.
She's rather pretty.
What if you like that sort of thing? A lot of good it is when she wears the red sash of the Anti-Sex League, and could be a police spy into the bargain.
You're rattled this morning. Mustn't get rattled, you know. It shows. That's the way they get onto you first. Pull yourself together. There's where you work. There's the Ministry of Truth straight ahead. Smile now, Winston. Smile!
Good morning, Comrade Smith.
What? Oh, good morning, Comrade O'Brien.
Not often we meet like this.
No, Comrade. Of course, I've often wanted to.
Wanted? What, Comrade?
Well, I don't know. It's probably foolish. You are known as a great man in the party. I've admired you from a distance.
I hear good reports of your work, Smith.
Well, I've often hoped I might discuss it with you.
A pity we have no time now. Never mind. We'll meet again one day. In the place where there is no darkness.
In the place where there is no... I beg your pardon, Comrade.
Good morning, Comrade. Don't let me keep you from your work.
A place where there is no darkness. He said...
Never mind that now, you fool. Compose yourself. You're at work. Everybody watches. Everybody listens for Big Brother.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
But O'Brien understands.
Yes, O'Brien understands.
You know now that you're not alone. But smile, smile. There's that girl again. Don't let her see. Don't let her guess. Above all, not her.
6079, Comrade Smith.
Present for duty.
Repeat the slogan of the Ministry of Truth.
Who controls the past, controls the future. Who controls the present, controls the past.
Does the past exist?
Yes.
Where?
In records and in memories.
Which is the more important?
The records.
Why?
The records endure, but memories fade.
So?
Who controls the records, controls the memory of the people.
Are you impressed with the greatness of your task?
I am.
Then begin, Comrade Smith. This is urgent. Big Brother's order of the day, 17th of the 3rd, 84, contains references to unpersons. Rewrite completely.
Unpersons. Oh, I have to be careful about this. Unpersons are always tricky. Even Big Brother can't refer to them. Unpersons don't exist.
Oh, let's be frank. Unpersons are persons who have been liquidated, destroyed. Your job is to see that all record of them is destroyed as well. Are they mentioned in the press?
Delete their names.
Are they shown in photographs?
Make a new photograph.
Are their voices recorded?
Destroy their records. And presto, they do not exist. They never existed. They have no place in memory or history.
That could happen to you, too.
All personnel will lay aside their work and face the telescreen for the 1 minute hate.
You're out of luck. The girl's sitting right next to you. Watch your step now. Make it a convincing hate. Thought police are very shrewd.
You are here to hate. You are here to loathe, to despise, to detest with all your being. Whom do you hate?
Goldstein. Goldstein. Goldstein.
Goldstein is what?
Enemy of the people. Saboteur. Traitor.
Whom else do you hate?
The Brotherhood. Goldstein and his Brotherhood.
And the penalty for traitors like these?
Death. 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 Death.
We hate traitors. We love Big Brother.
We hate traitors. We love Big Brother. Speak to us, Big Brother.
My comrades, my brothers, we live in times of great peril. We are exposed to the attacks of enemies without and traitors within. But have no fear. I am with you always.
The 1 minute hate is concluded. All personnel will return to work.
Are you eating with anyone, Smith?
Hello, sir. No.
Good, I'll join you.
I don't know what they put in this victory gin, but it always makes me do that.
Yes, it is rather strong, isn't it?
Excellent product, though. Excellent.
You seem rather distracted, Smith. Something on your mind?
What's that? Oh, no. Nothing on my mind. I was just looking at that girl over there.
Yes, she's been looking at you, too. Do you know her?
No.
Wouldn't help you if you did, would it? She wears that red sash like a banner.
It's an odd thing to say.
Comes of working in the poetry department. We're editing Kipling now, you know. Quite a lot of banners in Kipling.
I understand the Junior Anti-Sex League is one of the favored institutions of the party.
Oh, yes, I believe so. You're married, aren't you?
I was.
Oh? Divorced?
Separated.
Oh.
With the consent of the party. It was apparent we would have no children.
The party takes a very wise view of these matters.
Of all matters.
As you say. Funny, that girl's still looking at you.
But I can't help it if she has nothing better to do. Oh, here comes Parsons.
He lives near you, doesn't he?
Yes, next floor down. He's got a wife and children.
You'd better talk to him. I don't think I could.
Hello. Hello, comrades.
Hello, comrade.
Parsons.
Oh, I've been chasing you, Smith.
What?
Yes, it's about that subscription you forgot to pay me.
Oh, which one is that?
Hate Week. The House by House Fund. We're going to decorate Victory Mansions. And $2 you promised me.
Oh, well, here you are.
Thanks. I say, did I tell you about what my little girl did last Saturday? Well, she was out with the junior spies troop near Berkhamsted. They spent the whole of the afternoon following a strange man. They kept on his tail for 2 hours and then handed him over to the patrols. Clever, eh?
What was the man doing?
Nothing, he says. But my little Millie was smart. She spotted him chipping pieces off the rocks with a hammer. Must have been a saboteur.
Well, what happened to the man?
Well, I don't know. But I wouldn't be surprised if, you know?
That's very good.
Of course, we can't afford to take chances. I mean, not with subversive agents everywhere.
No, of course.
Well, I've got a few more subscriptions to chase up. I'll, see you later.
Tell me, Smith, did you ever regret not having any children?
Well, I can't say I've thought much about it. Why?
I was just wondering. Parsons seems very happy with his little brood, doesn't he?
You see what I mean about being careful? Watch that fellow Syme. Oh, he's clever, and he never says a word out of place, but he's marked. One day he just won't come to work, mark my words.
Why should I worry about Syme? He can look after himself. I'm worried about me, about that girl.
Oh, working in the same building, people are bound to see each other frequently.
But for some reason, she's interested in me. She keeps turning and... Why?
It can't be sex. She's a member of the Junior Anti-Sex League. I doubt if she's from the Thought Police. Except for that diary you keep, you haven't given too much away.
Well, anyway, she's not important. The important thing is O'Brien. He spoke to me today. He understands. He knows.
Knows you're guilty of thought crime, that you hate Big Brother, that you...
All of that and more. Everything. Don't you see? If O'Brien knows, there is hope then. There is hope. Oh, I'm sorry, Conrad.
I wasn't looking where I was.
Wait a minute. You're the girl from the Ministry of Truth, aren't you?
That's right.
You've been watching me for days.
Yes.
But why? I'm a good party member. Why do you have to spy on me?
I'm not spying on you. All I wanted to do was to tell you I love you.
You love me? Wait a moment. She loves me. She said she loves me.
Good evening, Mr. Smith.
Oh, hello, Millie Parsons. What are you doing out so late?
Mr. Smith?
Yes, Millie.
You're a traitor.
What?
I've been watching you. You're a thought criminal.
Millie, get out. Go home. I'll tell your father about this.
Smith's a traitor. Smith's a spy. Catch him first and let him die.
There is a chance. There is O'Brien. He understands. He is in revolt, too.
Yes, there is O'Brien. Hello, you've walked a long way. Remember that shop?
Yes. That is where I bought the book for my diary. It's a junk shop. It's old and musty and full of useless things. But it proves something, don't you see? It proves that things were different once, in spite of what the records say. And if they were different once, they could be different again.
Go on. In you go.
Good evening.
Good evening.
What can I... Oh, why, of course. You're the gentleman that bought the Ladies' Keepsake album. Is there anything special I can do for you?
I was passing. I just looked in. I don't want anything in particular.
Yes, just as well. The shop's nearly empty. Between you and me, the antique trade's just about finished. No demand, no stock either.
That's a pretty thing. What is that?
No, it's a glass paperweight.
What's that inside of it?
That's coral.
Coral?
Must have come from the Indian Ocean. They used to melt the glass onto it. More than 100 years old, that is.
It's a beautiful thing.
Yes, indeed it is. Now, there's another room upstairs you might care to take a look at.
Oh, yes, of course.
There's not much in it. It's just a few pieces. We could do with a light if we're going up. Yes, the room. We used to live here till my wife died. Now I'm selling the furniture off little by little. See, that's a beautiful mahogany bed.
There's no telescreen.
Ah, I never had one of those things. It was too expensive. I never really felt the need of it.
You don't live here now?
Oh, dear me, no. I live with my daughter. Oh. She's quite a nice apartment. In the worst of tastes. No, I lock up at night and leave all my memories here. Well, now, if you happen to be interested in old prints at all, there's quite a nice one over here. The frame's screwed to the wall, but I dare say I could fix it for you if you wanted it.
I know that building. It's a ruin now. It's in the middle of the street outside of the Palace of Justice.
That's right. Outside the law courts. It was bombed in, many years ago. It was a church at one time.
A church?
Oh, yes. St. Clementine's. Oranges and lemons, hey, the bells of St. Clement's. Silly of me.
What's that?
Oranges and lemons. That was a rhyme we had when I was a little boy. Oh. How it goes on, I don't remember. But it ends up, here comes a candle to light you to bed.
Go to Paddington Station. Take the train to Ilborne.
Yes.
Now, when you get there, turn left outside the station. Walk 2 kilometers till you come to a gate with the top rail missing. Now, follow the path and wait for me by the fallen tree. Have you got that?
Yes, wait.
I'll be there at 1500 hours. I must go now. Now, don't follow me. Just finish your cigarette.
But listen, you...
I love you. I love you. Do you always talk to yourself?
Usually. It's safer.
It isn't really. Becomes a habit. The habit gives you away.
Oh, I suppose it does.
You can put your arms around me, you know. I don't bite.
I don't even know your name.
Mine is Julia. Yours is...
Winston Smith.
I know. I found out. Now put your arms around me. Kiss me.
Oh, Julia. Julia. Till this moment, I didn't know what color your eyes were. I'd forgotten what a pair of lips tasted like. I'd forgotten how it felt to hold a woman.
It didn't take you long to remember.
Look, before we go any further, I'm 39. I've got a wife I can't get rid of. I've got a varicose ulcer and 5 false teeth.
And I couldn't care less.
Julia, are we safe here?
Safer than anywhere. Now relax. Hold me in your arms. Now just let's be ourselves. Tell me, what did you think the night I told you that I loved you?
I hated the sight of you. You must know I thought you belonged to the thought police.
The thought police? Oh, not really.
Well, if not that, at least it's
a good party member, pure in word and deed. Banners, processions, games, community hikes. And you thought if I had half a chance, I'd denounce you to the police and get you killed off?
More or less, I...
It's this blasted sash that does it. The Junior Anti-Sex League. Let's get rid of it for the afternoon, huh?
Julia, you're a perpetual surprise.
Not really. It's just that I've got the right appearance. I'm good at games. I was a troop leader in the Junior Spies. I do voluntary work 3 evenings a week for the Junior Anti-Sexers. I spend hours and hours pasting their silly posters all over London. I always look cheerful, and I always yell with the crowd. That is the only way to be safe.
Why did you pick me?
Something in your face. I knew you could be one of theirs, but I thought I'd take a chance.
Julia, I've got a place. A room and furniture. We can be there whenever we like.
Whenever we can, darling. It's not quite the same thing. I still have to stick up posters, and you still have to go to discussion groups. But there'll be times. Where is this place?
In the old part of the city where the Proleys live. It's over an antique shop.
Well, we have ourselves a love nest. Oh, but we'll have to be careful. Very careful not to give a sign. Not a flicker of recognition.
We will be. Julia, have you ever done this before?
Of course. Dozens of times. With dozens of men.
Was it the same as with me?
Not quite. You see, darling, I love you.
But the others?
2 reasons, darling. I like it. The party doesn't like it.
You make it sound like a political act.
That's why they'd arrest us if they ever found out. Love is a political act.
Oh, Julia.
Yes, darling.
Do you think it was ever like this for everybody?
Like what?
Being in your own room on a summer evening, talking about things you wanted to talk about. Not worrying about telescreens or thought police.
I don't know. I know it's nice now. We've got another hour to enjoy it. That's all. Would you like me to make some tea?
Yes, please.
I like this room. I like... Oh! Get out, you filthy brute!
What was that?
Oh, only a rat.
A rat!
Oh, it was a big, ugly fellow. I gave him a good fright, though.
Oh.
Darling.
Oh.
Darling, what's the matter?
Of all the horrible things in the world, I hate rats most of all.
But, darling, there's no need to be upset. They're ugly things, unclean things, but that's all.
No, they're more than that. They're much more than that.
Now, darling.
Julie, get rid of it, please.
Darling, just lie back. I'll make tea, and then I'll plug the hole.
No. Plug up the hole first, please. Julia.
All right, darling, of course.
Julia, when I was a child lying lonely and awake in the dark, they were voices gibbering in the darkness. Their feet scurried closer, and then retreated only to come again. They touched my face. It was more horrible than the touch of a dead hand. I've never got over that feeling. Ever since that night, I've lain awake and screamed soundlessly for hours. whenever I heard the small pattering feet of a rat. I'm all right now.
Darling.
Yeah.
Darling, what's this picture? I've seen it somewhere before.
Oh, it's a church, or at least it used to be. St. Clement Danes. Mr. Charrington taught me a rhyme about it. Oranges and lemons, say the bells of St. Clement's.
You owe me 3 farthings, say the bells of St. Martin.
Julia, you know it. Go on, please, go on.
When will you pay me, say the bells of Old Bailey. I forget the next line, but then it says, here
comes a candle to light you to bed, and here comes a chopper to chop off your head. Julia.
Yes, darling.
You know, I have the strangest feeling about that silly little rhyme.
What sort of a feeling?
As if everybody connected with it were someone who could make us happy. As if I hoped the next person to recite it would be O'Brien.
O'Brien?
Yes. I told you he spoke to me again in the lift yesterday. He wants us to go up to his flat.
Oh, darling, must we really?
But he's one of us.
No. He may hate Big Brother and the party and all the rest. But, darling, that doesn't make him one of us. Oh, Winston, we're 2 people. We make love together and we talk together and we drink tea together. O'Brien has no part in that.
But don't you see, as we are now, we're alone. If we join O'Brien and his brotherhood, we won't be alone.
We'll still be arrested in the long run.
But that's not the important thing.
The important thing to me is this room and what we do here and how we live here and the joy we have. We don't need O'Brien to keep us alive.
It's not being alive that counts. It's being human, and being human means you share your living and your hoping and your fearing with other people.
The party's only too happy to have you share.
But not the human things, only the inhuman ones. I want to think there's a hope we could all be as human as we 2 are now. That's why I want to see O'Brien.
I know your names, you know mine. I'm O'Brien. We may dispense with introductions. Pardon me while I switch off the telescreen.
Can you really switch it off?
Members of the inner party have that privilege.
We are...
Alone? Yes, we're quite alone.
Well, Julia and I believe that there is some kind of a secret organization working against the party. We believe that you are involved in it. We want to join it and work for it. We are enemies of the party. We are living together. We are thought criminals. I tell you this because it puts us at your mercy, and you will know that we are telling the truth. If you wish, we will sign a statement.
There is such an organization. Its leader is Emmanuel Goldstein, whom you know of.
Yes, but we thought we were afraid that Goldstein and the conspiracy were invented by the thought police.
No, they exist. But what are you both prepared to do to help the conspiracy?
Anything we are capable of.
You're prepared to give your lives?
Yes.
To commit murder?
Yes.
To betray your country?
Yes.
To cheat, forge, blackmail, corrupt the minds of children?
Yes.
You're prepared to commit suicide if ordered to do so?
Yes.
You're prepared to separate and never see each other again?
No!
It's just as well to understand these things right at the beginning. You understand you'll be fighting in the dark. You'll receive orders and obey them without knowing why. Sooner or later you will be caught and tortured and you will die. You will never know whether your work has served a single good purpose. We and you now are the dead. Our only true life is in the future. 1,000 years away, perhaps. But if in that 1,000 years we extend the frontiers of sanity even a little, we shall have done well. You have a hiding place?
Yes, in the old quarter, a room over an antique shop. The proprietor is called Charrington.
That will do for the moment. Later we shall make other arrangements, give you more definite instructions. Now it is time for you to leave.
Then we are accepted?
Yes, you are accepted. Have you any more questions?
Only one. Do you know an old rhyme called The Bells of St. Clement's?
Yes, I think so. Oranges and lemons, say the bells of St. Clement's. You owe me 3 farthings, say the bells of St. Martin's. When will you pay me, say the bells of Old Bailey. When I grow rich, say the bells of Shoreditch.
You know it, you know all of it. I told you he'd know it, Julia, didn't I? Oh, Julia.
What, darling?
It's nearly time to get up.
Oh, I don't want to get up.
Oh, neither do I. You know what I was remembering just then?
No.
You remember that thrush that sang to us the first day in the wood?
Oh, he wasn't singing for us, just for himself. Not even that, he was just singing.
That's what I mean. I wonder if we will ever see the day when we'll be just singing.
No, I doubt it. What did O'Brien say?
We are the dead.
We are the dead.
You are the dead.
What?
It came from behind the picture.
Behind the picture. Yes.
Oh!
Now you can be seen. You are the dead.
The telescreen behind the picture. Julia!
Stay where you are.
What?
Don't touch each other. Clasp your hands behind your heads. Now stand back to back.
I suppose we may as well say goodbye.
You may as well say goodbye.
And while we're on the subject, here comes a candle to light you to bed. Here comes a chopper to chop off your head.
Mr. Charrington.
(1984), the year of the revolt of Winston Smith against Big Brother and the party of Big Brother. It had been a bloodless revolt, bloodless and small and secret in a mahogany bed in a fusty upstairs room. The issue had been decided before the thought was conceived or the act begun. But even now, Winston Smith had no certainty where he was. His world was a windowless room with walls of white porcelain flooded with light from hidden lamps, stark under the scrutiny of 4 telescreens from which every motion was visible. He was more lonely than he had ever been in his life. And yet, he was not alone.
Can I talk?
There are still the telescreens, Parsons.
Oh, I don't mind those. I have nothing to hide, nothing at all.
What are you in for?
Thought crime. You wouldn't think it possible, would you? You don't think they'll shoot me, do you, old chap? I mean, they don't shoot you if you haven't actually done anything. I know they give you a fair hearing. They'll know my record, won't they? You know what kind of a chap I was. Not brainy, of course, but keen. I'll get off with 5 years, don't you think? Or 10? A chap like me could make himself pretty useful in a labor camp.
Are you guilty?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, I'm guilty. You don't think the party would arrest an innocent man, do you? Thought crime is a dreadful thing, old man. It's insidious. Do you know how it got hold of me? In my sleep. Yes, that's a fact. Never knew I had a bad streak in me, and yet there it was.
How did you find out?
I started talking in my sleep. Yes. They heard me shouting, "Down with Big Brother."
Who denounced you?
Well, actually, it was my little daughter. She listened at the keyhole and heard it, nipped off and told the patrols next day. Pretty smart, eh? And she's only 7. But that's the sort of thing I mean. They'll understand that I trained my children properly. They'll take that into consideration, won't they?
Parsons?
Yes. Yes, just tell me what you want done. I'll cooperate. You won't have any trouble with me.
Room 101.
Oh. Yes.
So, you're alone again. Alone except for that whimpering thing in this gleaming aseptic world of the Ministry of Love. It's not a new experience, this solitude. You're not too afraid, are you?
Yes, I am afraid. I am afraid of this procession of frightened men with broken bodies and terrified eyes. I don't know whether that's part of the treatment, too.
Yes, it's all part of the treatment. Keep reminding yourself of that. The lightest word, the least calculated gesture is all part of the treatment. There is no mercy, there is no kindness, there is no intermission of misery. It is all part of the treatment.
Come on, you. We can't wait any longer.
Me?
No, not you. This. Come on. On your feet.
Where are you taking me?
Room 101.
No! No! Don't do anything but that. You've been starving me for weeks. Finish it off and let me die. Shoot me. Hang me. Take my family and cut their throats. But don't take me there!
Room 101.
No! No!
away from your face. It's forbidden to cover your face in the cells.
Take hold of yourself now. That's part of the treatment, too. Everything's part of the treatment. But so long as you still have those few cubic centimeters inside your skull, you're still a man. You're still stronger than they.
Hello, Smith.
O'Brien.
That's right.
So they got you, too?
Oh, they got me a long time ago.
You mean you are one of them?
Don't deceive yourself, Winston. You knew this a long time ago now, didn't you? You've always known it. I told you myself we should meet like this, in the place where there is no darkness.
Now that we have met...
We are going to make a new man of you, Winston. A new man. Take him! You see how it is, Winston. Pain itself and suffering is no longer a chance, an accident. It is a calculated process, a thing measured and graduated and controlled. We are not medieval butchers probing for the nerve roots. We are masters of this most subtle of sciences. Look, there is a dial upon which your agony is measured. There is a lever by which I can increase or diminish it. But it is not I who inflict this pain on you, Winston. It is you yourself. You understand that, don't you? You've always understood that. Winston, you are suffering the pain of birth, a rebirth to sanity. You must be born again. You know that, don't you? Look at my hand, Winston. How many fingers do you see?
2.
And on this hand,
2.
Put them together. 2 and 2. What does that make?
4.
And if the party says 2 and 2 make not 4, but 5, what then?
There is still 4.
How many fingers, Winston?
4. What else can I say? 4.
How many fingers, Winston?
4. Stop it, I'll tell you 4. 4.
How many fingers, Winston?
5.
Do you know where you are, Winston?
I don't know. I can guess. In the ministry of love.
Do you know how long you've been here?
I don't know. Days, months, years.
Why did we bring you here?
To punish me, to make me confess.
No, Winston, not that. Not the small tasks of punishment and confession. What could you tell us that we don't know already? What satisfaction do we draw from your stricken flesh? Shall I tell you why we brought you here? To cure you.
Cure me of love for a woman.
Love. Love is a word, an obsolete word. There is no love. Only a biological act.
Cure me of what, then?
A false and foolish thinking. We don't want martyrs, Winston. We want disciples. Willing disciples. And when we've made you a willing disciple, then we shall destroy you.
And why do you go to the trouble to torture me?
Because you're a flaw in the pattern, Winston. You're a stain that must be removed.
But you've not told me why. Why?
No, Winston, you must tell me why. The answer to that question is the measure of my whole success with you. It may be the key to your release from this small prison of great agony. You tell me why, Winston. Why do we do all these things?
You are ruling over us for our own good. You believe that human beings are not fit to...
Stupid, Winston! You deserve an eternity of pain for a folly like that. Now I will tell you why. The party seeks power for its own sake. We are not interested in the good of others. We are interested only in power. Not wealth or luxury or long life. Only in power. Pure power. No one ever seizes power with the intention of giving it up. Power is not a means. It is an end in itself. The object of persecution is persecution. The object of torture is torture. Each is an exercise of power, a pressing upon the nerve of agony, until one after another all men are converted
to our discipline. All men are submissive to a universal power. You'll never do it. You'll never do it. Never. Never.
We did it to you, Winston. Shall I show you in a mirror just what we have done to you? Shall I tell you that you're just a bag of bones? That you've lost all semblance of a man? That your hair and your teeth are falling out? That you are an offense to sight and to smell? We did that to you, Winston. Now, 2 and 2 make 5!
But I'll never betray you. You failed there. You couldn't make me betrayer. Could you? You failed, O'Brien. You failed. You failed.
No, we never fail, Winston. Never. We cannot afford to fail.
Take him to room 101.
So this is the end of horror. This small room down in the bowels of the earth. I'm strapped to a chair, tightly, so tightly that I cannot move. I cannot retreat inside my skull case. That does not belong to me anymore. It has been entered and possessed and garrisoned by O'Brien. There is no retreat left anymore. I am faced now with the ultimate agony. I am in room 101.
You asked me once, Winston, what was in room 101. You knew the answer, though. You wouldn't admit it.
No.
Everybody knows it, really. The thing that is in room 101 is the worst thing in the world. The worst thing in the world, of course, varies from person to person. For some, it is burial alive. For some, it is death by fire. For some, it is quite a trivial thing. In your case, Winston, it is rats.
Oh, no. Oh, take them away. Keep them away from me. You can't do this to me. You can't do
You
this.
have not yet surrendered to me, Winston.
How can I surrender if I don't know what you want? I've answered all the questions, haven't I? I've learned all your lessons, haven't I? Take them away. Please, take them away.
The rats are starved, Winston. They will eat a man alive.
Stand, rats.
I can use them on you, or I can use them on Julia. You have your choice now. Which?
Use them on Julia. I don't care. I don't care what you do. But don't let them near me. Don't let Julia suffer now. Let her.
There now, Winston. It's over now. There isn't any more. It's all over now.
And now there is a calm, a great pervasive calm. You sit at your corner table in the cafe and fumble with the chessboard and sip your victory gin and scan the newspapers. You look out the window and watch the people go by. One day, Julia passed, and something stirred in your mind for a moment, and then died again. There are so many people, and this small corner which they keep for you is warm and comfortable. When you finish the newspaper, you watch the telly screen. Strange, that. In a life without struggles, without any hint of climax, that is the moment that comes nearest to emotion. The face of Big Brother flashes on the screen. You hear his rich, full voice.
My brothers, we live in times of great peril, but have no fear. I am with you always. My care and my love reach out to you wherever you are.
And we love you, big brother. We love you. We have erred. We have been punished. And you have taken us back. We love you, big brother. Love you. Love you. Love you.
The Lux Radio Theatre is produced by Sterling McAvoy. 1984 was adapted from George Orwell's novel by Morris West. Tonight's play was directed by Paul Jacklin. Heard in our cast were Lionel Stevens as O'Brien, Alexander Archdale as Charrington, Guy Dolman as Parsons, and Dorothea Dunstan, Gordon Chater, Rupert Chance, Murray Powell, Leonard Bullen, and Alan Herbert. David Netheim was heard as the narrator. Margot Lee played the role of Julia, and as Winston Smith, you heard our distinguished Hollywood star, Vincent Price. One week from tonight, Accent on Youth, starring Hollywood star Melvyn Douglas in person. Until then, this is the Lux Radio Theatre, signing off from 50 stations throughout the Commonwealth of Australia.
That concludes this week's broadcast of Echoes of a Century. This program was an independent production by Dalshoe Radio Creations, copyright 2005, produced in the studios of WLSU La Crosse, an affiliate of Wisconsin Public Radio, on the La Crosse campus of the University of Wisconsin. I'm King David McKenzie. Thanks for listening. I hope that you'll join us again at the same time next week. Until then, remember, fear and God do not inhabit the same space.
This is Jackson Beck in the CBS broadcasting booth way up at the top of the great amphitheater of Pompeii. It's Navy Day here in Pompeii, this blistering hot 26th day of August in the year 79. Navy Day, and no doubt about it. The mighty Roman fleet, fresh from its recent Mediterranean maneuvers, is anchored right out here in the Bay of Naples. And every Navy man that could get liberty is jam-packed into this amphitheater. Practically the whole population of Pompeii, 20,000 people, have turned out to honor the watchdogs of the empire, the mighty Roman fleet commanded by Pliny the Elder. Yes, it's a great day for Pompeii. From my vantage point way up high, I can see this big bowl full of Pompeians spread out before me, and they're having a whale of a time. The games haven't started yet.
August 26,
up rapidly.
79 A.D., the last day of Pompeii. CBS is there.
CBS takes you back 1,869 years to a city in the shadow of an epic catastrophe. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
CBS is there, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical facts and quotations. And now,
August 26, 79 A.D., the amphitheater in Pompeii, and Jackson Beck
today finds the Roman fleet in Pompeii's backyard. And the Pompeians have been looking forward to this holiday for a long time. The customers are still pouring into the amphitheater with their admission tickets of bone and bronze. The ushers are showing the crowd to their seats, patricians to the ringside seats, the freedmen to the middle section, and the ladies way up in the gallery, especially reserved for them. The big show in the arena here this afternoon, of course, is the fight between the gladiators Pugnax, P-U-G-N-A-X, Pugnax, and Moranus, M-U-R-R-A-N-U-S. That's Pugnax and Moranus. But also on the program is the execution of a family of Nazarenes who will be thrown to the lions. And after that, more contests, games, wild animal hunts, and a whopping big review of the fleet with all hands on deck. To cover these exciting events in Pompeii here today, CBS has special events reporters Ken Roberts down there at the ringside, Michael Fitzmaurice up in the ladies' gallery, lucky dog, Cameron Blake at the entrance to the arena, John Daly out in the bay with the fleet, and yours truly, Jackson Beck, perched up here in our CBS observation booth overlooking the whole amphitheater, right up near the gods themselves. And speaking of gods, I'll wager most of them are sitting right up on top of old Mount Vesuvius out there, sipping their nectar, savoring their ambrosia, and enjoying the fine spectacle right along with us poor mortals. Yeah. My calm, cool technician, Philip Airhorn, tells me that Ken Roberts is ready to introduce some of the celebrities who are here today, so we'll switch you to Ken Roberts down there at the ringside. What it is. Very funny. On the dais, the seat of honor for our noted guest today, there is the Senator Lavenius Regulus, the former city officials Caius Quinicius Valgas and Marcus Porcius, the banker M. Cadrius Marcellus, and of course the Aedile Proculus Proprius, one of the leading magistrates of Pompeii, through whose personal courtesy this spectacle honoring the deity has been arranged. The Aedile is very popular with the people. Yes, indeed, Your Honor, Pompeii is one of the most delightful summer resorts in the whole Roman Empire. Of course, the cool winds aren't blowing today. What's wrong? By Jove, 'tis a marvelous day. All honor to the Roman fleet and to my excellent friend, the Admiral Pliny the Elder. Ah, my good people, would that you were with us on this magnificent occasion. Join with us on this day of joy. Never has Pompeii been so honored. Your Honor, do you think the heat will affect the match between Pugnax and Moranus? Not a bit, not a bit. The heat, I vow, is most unusual. Certainly all the world has heard of the salubrious, the exhilarating climate of our fair city of Pompeii. Naturally, but what about... Yes, today is very unusual. Statius, noble author, has said, and I quote him, all things conspire to make life pleasant in Pompeii, where the summers are cool and the winters warm, and where the sea dies away gently as it kisses the shore. By Jupiter, that's well said. Don't you think so? I do, Your Honor. And for the truth, I vow, would that every Roman could enjoy our exquisite weather. And I say to all of them, come to Pompeii. Yes, come to the biggest little colony in the Roman Empire. Yes, enjoy our entertainment, our baths. They are without equal. But, Your Honor, what about the earthquake that caused so much damage a few years ago? Yes, most unusual. But we are rebuilding. By Jove, that earthquake was truly a blessing from the gods, I say. For upon the old, we are setting up the new. Come, everyone. Come and live life to its fullest among the pleasures of Pompeii. I love you all. Your Honor, whom do you favor in the main contest this afternoon, Pugnax or Moranus? As sponsor of the event, it would be injudicious for me to take sides. But by Jupiter, I do favor Moranus. And I placed a small wager with the senator on the goal. But I'm impartial. May the strongest man win. Thank you, Proprius Proculus. Thank you. Another well-known personality on the dais is the famous comedian and buffoon Horconius Rufus. Rufus, who is that divine goddess who accompanied you into the amphitheater?
By my troth, that is no divine goddess. That is she to whom I am wedded.
What is the title of the performance you're now giving at the theater?
Why, we are doing Preface to Dr. Thrown Out. But today is a Roman holiday. Today we do not wear the mask and wig. No talk of the theater now. Let us enjoy this wonderful spectacle. And in truth, I am so glad to be here. Really, I'm awfully glad to be here. You know. A most curious event occurred to me on my way to the amphitheater today.
Oh, really? Would you tell us about it?
I'd be very glad to tell you about it. I was being carried in my litter past the Forum. Forum? That's another name for a meeting of my wife's dear family conferring on the problem of how to squander my wealth. I was being carried past the forum, and there I saw this unusual spectacle. It seems that a slave was carrying an umbrella for his master. Suddenly, the slave stopped walking, and his master continued on out from under the umbrella, and by the gods, he did not get wet. No? No, for by Jupiter flew the it wasn't raining.
Tell me, Rufus, are you wagering on today's contest?
Oh, forsooth I am, Burley, I am. I shall wager 2 talents on Pugnax and 2 talents on Marina.
But that way you'll only break even.
The confirmation's about me to be wished, for indeed I can use the money. I say now, who will take these wages? You, Your Honor. What you say?
Thank you, Antonius Rufus. The trumpets have just time announcing the entrance of the gladiators to the arena. For a description of the procession of gladiators, we return you to Jackson Beck up at the top of the amphitheater. The procession is about to enter the arena from the north portal. I can see the musicians, and behind them, here they come, the gladiators, unarmed, marching in solemn, stately tread into the arena. The crowd is hypnotized by the sight of these men marching slowly to what will certainly be death for many in the ranks. The faces of the gladiators are set in expressions that range from almost inhuman ferocity to utter stoicism. In contrast, the bloodlust of the spectators has charged their faces with almost livid anticipation. All eyes, of course, are on Pugnax and Marinus. Pugnax looks surprisingly young. His body is well-muscled, but not brawny. He looks as lithe as a panther. Marinus, on the other hand, is a picture of savage brutality. His body is covered with hair, and his arms hang from his sides like battle axes. Behind the gladiators, a chariot is bringing up the end of the procession, and chained to the sides of the chariot is that Nazarene family that will be thrown to the lions. There are 3 of them, father, mother, and daughter. The daughter, a girl of about 15. The Nazarenes, you know, are that peculiar sect which of late has been causing so much unrest in the empire since their leader was executed in the Palestine colony by authority of Pontius Pilate. This particular family is well known in Pompeii. The father, Marcus Tullius, was formerly a member of the priesthood of Isis. The prisoners are marching with their heads thrown high, faces that reflect a strange, mystical kind of ecstasy. Now the gladiators have reached the dais. And now the procession is starting its march back out of the arena, which is fairly large, measuring about 400 feet in length and 300 in width. And now Mike Fitzmaurice is waiting to interview another celebrity down in the ladies' gallery. So let's go down there and see who it is. Here at our CBS microphone with me is one of the most beautiful and famous women in all the empire.
Angel.
A favorite of the emperor, the celebrated entertainer, the delightful Umbricia Januaria. Januaria, what brings you from Rome to Pompeii?
The heat, by Lucifer. It's murderous in Rome.
Hard, huh?
Like a baker's oven, but Pompeii is worse. It is like Hades, but no matter. I would travel through brimstone to the ends of the empire to watch Murenus battle. Magnificent, magnificent Murenus.
You're staying here at your villa, of course.
Hardly a villa, Angel. Nearly 15 chambers and an atrium and a peristyle of only 84 columns. Just a modest little place, but away from the city. When will this contest begin? It's simply stifling in this gallery, and these women, they smell abundantly of the farm. Gloria, move that fan faster, girl. Move it, move it.
I noticed you wearing your hair up this summer, Januaria. Is that the latest fashion in Rome?
Yes, the Empress styled it. Do you approve?
It's very attractive with the ringlets piled high on the head that way.
Angel.
By the way, how is the Empress?
Lovely. She gets more beautiful as she grows older.
So I hear. I
I see you're wearing your robe in stroller fashion, almost to the ground.
Yes, you like the sandals? They're more popular than booties this year among the better class of women. So move that fan faster, or I'll jab you with this hairpin. Necklaces, rings, bracelets, and the earrings of worked gold are also being worn.
That's very interesting. Who do you like in the big contest today, January? Pugnax or Morenas?
Morenas. By Apollo, there is a man. Muscles like granite boulders.
Have you seen him fight before?
Many times. Nobody lunges a triton into his opponent's belly more magnificently than he. I remember the last time he fought. It was against the Saxon. Why, he skewered him with the agility of a fawn dancing on a buttercup. The man is a veritable mountain of Vesuvius.
Thank you, Umbricia Januaria. Now over to Ken Roberts, who has moved from the days to the freedman section. Standing beside me in the freedman section is one of those famous gladiators of all time. A man whose name and glorious career is known to all of you. A man who really needs no introduction. The champion of champions, one of the few gladiators ever to retire undefeated from the list. A former slave, but discharged with honor. And now a freedman and a Roman citizen. Tetraides of Macedonia. Greetings. Well, what have you been doing since your retirement, Tetraides?
Oh, I've become an innkeeper. My inn is at the sign of the Wild Dog. At the Herculaneum Gate. I have a very fine inn.
I'm sure it is. Who is your favorite today, Pugnax or Morenas?
Both are names, I vow.
They don't compare with the gladiators of your time?
Why, Zeus, in my time, they would not be fed to the lions. In the good old days...
Thank you, Tetraides. The trumpets are sounding. The big fight is ready to start. So over to Jackson Beck in the observation booth for a blow-by-blow description of this great contest.
Now the fighters have reached the large ring drawn on the floor of the arena by the ringmaster. They must battle within the confines of that circle. Now they're in the circle. The battle has begun. A tense air of expectancy has come over the crowd. All eyes are on the combatants. The two fighters are circling, measuring each other, cautious, careful. Morenas has taken up a position in the center of the circle. Pugnax slowly walking around him. Neither fighter's yet made a move. Pugnax lunges with his sword, but Morenas steps aside with the agility of a deer. Pugnax quickly recovers. His eyes never moving from that net in his opponent's right hand. They circle again. Pugnax punches again and he misses. And the impetus of his stroke has thrown him forward. There goes the net, and he's trapped. Pugnax is in the net. He's smashing him out like a wild animal. Morenas approaches. His face is burning with a deadly eagerness. Now he raises his titan. He has pinned Pugnax to the ground. The wounded gladiator is still fighting. He's still trying to get out of that net. Blood is gushing from the wound in his side. And now Pugnax drops his hand suddenly in a token of defeat. Morenas steps back. Pugnax lifting his hands now toward the crowd. He's asking for pity, for mercy. The men want full shield, but the women, look at those women. They'll not let Pugnax die, not young, virile, handsome Pugnax. The 8-dial signal comes up. Life and mercy for the fallen Pugnax. Listen to those frenzied shrieks of those women. Morenas, snarling in disappointment, is stepping back. He lowers his titan, sneers, scowls, but he must stand back. Now the attendants are rushing into the arena to carry out the wounded Pugnax. Morenas salutes the crowd with a clenched fist. Now he's walking from the field. Well, that was a short fight. Rather disappointing to the crowd. The execution of the Nazarenes is the next event. The Lions will be led into the arena in a moment, so over to Cameron Blake at the arena entrance. The Lions are being let out of their cages now. There the cage door is being opened. Here come the lions, passing through a barred passageway into the arena. There are 8 lions. These beasts have been starved for 48 hours. They are hungry, vicious, panting for the taste of flesh. Here come the Nazarenes from the dungeon. Marcus Tullius, his wife and daughter. They're practically naked. The guards are bringing them up. Marcus holds his wife's hand in his own as if to give her strength and courage. The woman is leaning on her daughter, a beautiful child of 15. They're comforting each other. Marcus Tullius, will you speak to us?
I will pray for you, my son.
This is a bitter end for a former priest of Isis.
When I was a child, I spake as a child. I understood as a child. I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things.
Are you quoting the words of your leader?
These are the words of Paul, of sacred memory. It was he who converted us in Rome. It was he who...
Trumpets are sounding. The guards are pushing the 3 Nazarenes into the arena. They're trying to embrace. The mother is faint and courageous. Does not weep. Daughter and husband support her. The old man is praying aloud. They're brave, these Nazarenes. Here comes the iron gate, closing the way into the arena. There is no escape for them now. Back to Jackson Beck in the observation booth.
The Nazarenes are alone in the arena now with the lions. They're standing together. The lips are moving in prayer. Now the animals have sighted them. They're bounding forward. They're ready. What in the world is that? Now the lights. By God, it's Vesuvius! Our Vesuvius has exploded! The whole mountain is on fire! Vesuvius is erupting! Flashes like lightning are coming from the peak. The air has suddenly become black with smoke and fire. The amphitheater here has been thrown into a panic. People are fleeing toward the exit, trampling each other in a wild frenzy to get out. Men and women are tearing at each other, climbing over one another. The people are jumping, falling into the arena. The lions are loose among them. This is horrible. The cloud of smoke is becoming denser. Very dense. I can hardly see anything. The smoke. The people are in the...
This is CBS in Rome. The special Navy Day broadcast from Pompeii this 26th of August in the year 79 has been interrupted because of transmission difficulties. Just before the failure occurred, Jackson Beck reported from the amphitheater that Mount Vesuvius, just outside the city of Pompeii, had suddenly exploded. We are trying to reestablish contact with Pompeii. Meanwhile, we invite you to listen to one of the Emperor Titus's favorite singers, Marcia Campagna, singing Beloved the Pearl. Speaking. We have just received word this 26th of August in the year 79 from Naples, confirming the fact that Mount Vesuvius has erupted and Pompeii, the most beautiful resort city in this time of the seasons, is on fire. One moment, please. Another report has just been handed to me. The town of Herculaneum, 8 miles west of Pompeii and on the western slope of Vesuvius, has also been inundated with a flood of fiery mud. CBS will do its best to provide the fullest possible coverage of this sudden and completely unexpected catastrophe this 26th day of August in the year 79, the first year of the reign of the Emperor Titus. Fortunately, we were broadcasting from Pompeii when Vesuvius exploded. Our CBS mobile unit was at the amphitheater, and we may be able to reestablish contact with it again. John Daly, aboard the fleet in the Bay of Naples, is equipped with a shortwave transmitter, and... just a moment. I have just been informed that John Daly is ready to broadcast from the Roman Imperial Fleet. So over to John Daly. This is John Daly on the deck of Admiral Plini's flagship, the Augustus Rex. Vesuvius has exploded. Pompeii has disappeared under an inferno of flaming rock and a hail of scalding fiery steam. We can't see anything but flame and smoke rising above shattered Pompeii. The crew of the Admiral's ship have begun to launch barges to head for Pompeii to rescue any inhabitants that may reach the beaches. The Admiral himself has gone ashore, and I hope to be able to board one of the barges with my shortwave equipment shortly and get to the beach. The terrible catastrophe came without warning to us on the fleet out here in the bay. It was just past noon Roman time. As you heard the broadcast of the gladiatorial contest, we out here heard a terrific roar. We all turned to look and saw Vesuvius on fire. A tremendous column of smoke was shooting up from the summit, a cloud-like mass that burst upwards and outwards like a huge pine tree. It burned fiery red in spots, and in other spots it was black, blue, violet, all the colors of the rainbow. Huge chunks of rock and earth were tossed about in the air like pebbles, and everywhere a torrent of blazing embers was flying off into space.
For a few seconds, this entire ghastly mass seemed suspended in the sky, and then, like a fiery blanket, it fell upon Pompeii and nearby Herculaneum. Wait just a moment. The barge on which I'm going ashore is ready. I'll try to get back on the air when I reach the beach. This is John Daly. I return you to CBS Roll.
This is Harry Marble in Rome this August 26th in the year 79. Our CBS mobile unit, which was at the amphitheater in Pompeii, broadcasting the Navy Day spectacle when Mount Vesuvius erupted, has succeeded in re-establishing contact. So we switch you now to Jackson Beck, somewhere in Pompeii.
This is Jackson Beck. This is Jackson Beck. I hope I'm getting through. I'm in the partly soundproof CBS mobile unit moving slowly along Stabian Street, passing the new Temple of Jupiter. You can probably hear the sound of the unit wheels and the steady thump of cinders, rock, and flaming ash on the top. Outside, through the windows, I can see people screaming and shouting. Buildings are burning and crashing in flames. Ken Roberts is in the mobile unit with me, so is Mike McMurray. But we don't know what has become of Cameron Blake. We lost track of him when the panic started at the gladiatorial combat. We're making our way as fast as we can through the beaches, but the going is slow. Tortuously slow. The roads are jammed with thousands of escaping men, women, and children. They're all trying to get in here with us. It's pitch black outside, almost like night. Some people are carrying torches. By their eerie lights, the horrified faces on the road are silhouetted with dark, wild fear. This is the first tragedy in the reign of the Roman Emperor Titus, who was crowned only 2 months ago. The smoke is intense. Most people have thrown their tunics over their heads and are trying to crawl as close to the ground as possible, trying to get under the murk. Smoke. Now, wait a minute. That sound on the roof of our mobile unit. Yes, I can see it now. It's rain. Rain. It's beginning to rain. The rain is mixing with the ashes and embers. The road outside is becoming a hissing, scalding, searing, flaming inferno. Excuse me. The steam and smoke is leaking through. It's unbearable. Hot. I can't talk. I can't. Perhaps Ted Roberts will fit. So they're coughing too, waving their hands. Oh, we can't continue. We can't. I return you to CBS Rome. CBS Rome.
This is Harry Marble in Rome. A report from Misenum says that the estimated deaths are at least 2,000. The Admiral of the Fleet, Pliny the Elder, is missing. Our reporter, Cameron Blake, has succeeded in re-establishing contact. Go ahead, Cameron Blake. This is Cameron Blake. I'm in a room filled with people who have sought refuge from the steady falling downpour of flaming ash, which is continuing to pour from the angry open mouth of Vesuvius and is swiftly reducing this once beautiful summer colony of Pompeii to smoking ruin. This looks like the last day of Pompeii. The Pompeians are almost insensible with fear. Those of us here escaped the amphitheater through a side entrance to the dungeons where the lions were kept. As we ran through the streets, we stumbled over the dead and the dying. The scene was a holocaust. There was a madness about it all. A rich merchant stumbling along with whatever treasures he could salvage from his wrecked and burning house, beads and baubles around his neck, money bags clutched to his waist. Behind him, his slaves carried a smoldering litter. We passed the young boy and girl, clutched tightly together, dead. Somebody just tell us the roof is on fire. I've got to get out of here fast. This is Cameron Blake. The exit is close. We're trapped. There's absolutely no chance for escape. The smoke and the heat are unbearable. I'm crouching on the floor of the roof. The roof is collapsing. Come down it. This is Harry Marble again. The signal from Pompeii has failed. We have only one last recourse now for any news from the burning city, and that is John Daly reporting from the beach by way of the Navy transmitter aboard the fleet. Go ahead, John Daly. moon and their birds, yet making the darkness their escape. It's still almost as black as midnight here. The ashes, the burning embers are still falling. But miraculously, the barge is not on fire. And I think we're going to get through. The scene on the beach was and still is pandemonium. People pouring out of the city, but the thousands standing in the water up to their chins, the breakers plunging over their heads and sweeping them away. The water choked with drowned and drowning people. Sailors formed a human chain between the shore and the barges, taking aboard as many as they could. There are barges to right and to the left of me from the other ships. They're also filled with survivors, and we'll be coming back for more. Ken Roberts, Jackson Beck, and Michael Fitzmaurice are in one of those barges. They're safe, but we still have no word of Cameron Blake. It's impossible to believe that here on this land a thriving city existed a bare few minutes ago. It's nothing now but a funeral fire, a path of flaming, burning, gutted ruins. Now we're beyond the ashes, beyond the embers. The sea is rough, but it's escape. We can breathe again. We're safe. But Pompeii, lusty, glamorous, luxurious Pompeii that only a few short minutes ago was vibrant and alive, Pompeii is dead and gone. As I look above and beyond the ruins, I can barely make out the form of Vesuvius. It is still erupting, flames like lightning flaw from its summit. The thick, suffocating cloud of hot ash hangs like a cloud over the entire area.
August 26, 79 A.D. Mount Vesuvius erupts and Pompeii dies.
You have been listening to The Last Day of Pompeii, another broadcast in the series CBS Is There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The Last Day of Pompeii was written by Irv Kunick. Next week,
June 22nd, 1757. Clive of India wins the Battle of Plassey. CBS is there.
This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Joseph Cotton, Valley, and Louis Jourdain in The Paradine Case. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The cosmopolitan touch brings distinction to the Lux Radio Theater tonight with three great stars from as many nations. First, there's one of our top American favorites, Joseph Cotton. And joining him are two of David O. Selznick's most important discoveries, the lovely and talented Valley from Italy, and from France, the accomplished Louis Jourdain. The play which stars these three together is Mr. Selznick's 10th dramatic hit of the current screen, The Paradine Case, which adds to the international flavor with its highly emotional setting of a London murder trial. And there's another international favorite involved in this production, too. That's Lux Toilet Soap. For wherever beautiful women are found, in Hollywood and all over the world, they've chosen Lux Soap Care to guard that beauty. It's curtain time now for The Paradine Case, and here's the first act, starring Joseph Cotton as Tony Keene, Valley as Mrs. Paradine, and Louis Jourdain as Latour. A few days ago, the London newspapers announced the death of a celebrated war hero, Colonel Richard Paradine. His death was sudden. There was a police investigation with a startling development.
Don't worry about anything, Mrs. Paradine. We'll have you out of here as soon as possible. As soon as possible.
It's incredible, Sir Simon. They came to my home, two policemen. They arrested me. They say my husband was poisoned.
Inspector Ambrose will be back in a moment, my dear. Let's not waste any words. You don't have to tell me that the police are making a terrible mistake. But above all things, we mustn't despair. You're not despairing, are you?
No, I'm not despairing.
Now, let's see. They'll read the charge and ask if you've anything to say. I think you'd better say no. Is that understood?
The trial. Who's to defend me? You?
Oh, dear me, no. I'm no criminal lawyer, Mrs. Paradine. But you'll have one of the most distinguished leaders of the bar. You've heard of Anthony Keene?
Yes, I think so.
He's very good at this sort of thing. He's a friend of mine. I'm sure you'll like him.
That's not as important as his liking me, is it?
I think he will. Yes, I'm sure he will.
Tony, what's the matter, dear? You're miles away.
Just been thinking, Gay. That case Simmy wants me to take Mrs. Paradine.
I don't believe she did it, Tony. Nice people just don't go about murdering other nice people.
So you think she's nice?
A photograph looks nice. A little too beautiful, maybe, but anyone who was nice wouldn't have married a blind man, even though he was so rich.
Nice people never murder their husbands, It's amazing that 11 years of wedlock with an incurable realist hasn't altered a single one of your lovely delusions about nice people.
But you've changed, Tony.
Have I?
11 years ago, you wouldn't have taken on this Paradine case.
That's nonsense. I never turned down a thumping big fee then any more than now. You still love me, though.
A little.
Come here. I'm not really mental, you know, not entirely.
But, darling, Simmy and Judy, they're coming for dinner.
Now, who's the realist now?
Tony, you are taking the keys, aren't you?
I suppose so. I'm meeting her tomorrow with Simmy. I'll wait.
And here's the great man himself, Mrs. Paradine, Anthony Keene. You can take heart, my dear. We've got the Royal Marines on our side.
You're going to defend me?
The Royal Marines look forward to very little trouble, Mrs. Paradine. A brief skirmish, and you'll be lunching at the Savoy again.
Really? I haven't been thinking about lunching at the Savoy. I keep hearing people all the time saying that I married a helpless blind man for his money and then killed him for his money.
Oh.
And what will they say of Richard? It makes him out such a fool for loving me.
We'll have answers for whatever they say. You loved him, and he needed you.
You know that?
Weren't you his eyes?
I was, of course. I had to be.
Had to be, Mrs. Paradine? Had to be? You must mind your verbs, my dear.
Sir Simon means that it was voluntary service. You devoted your whole life to Richard Paradine freely, gladly.
Yes. Yes, I see what you mean.
I am sure it would be better to regard it in that light. Now, I don't know, Mrs. Paradine, whether or not Mr. Keene intends to put you in the witness box, but if he does...
I don't think we need trouble, Mrs. Paradine, with all that just now, Simmy.
When will I see you again?
Just as soon as I've gone over the details with Sir Simon. You've told him everything we should know.
Of course. Thank you deeply.
Until next time, Mrs. Paradine.
Aren't you coming to bed, darling?
A little while, Gay.
Did you see Mrs. Paradine today?
Mm-hmm.
What's she like?
Strangely attractive. Oh, I'm sure you'd think so anyway.
Oh, no, I wouldn't. She's cost me too much.
Cost you? Oh, of course, our anniversary and a trip I promised you. Why, we'll still make it, maybe before the case even comes to trial.
But it's all right, darling.
Gay, but honestly, I was thinking just today how much fun it would be to go to Italy.
Italy?
Huh.
I thought we talked of Switzerland.
I know, but, well, Italy somehow seems so much more colorful. We could go back to Venice, you know, get in the gondola.
Oh, darling.
Oh, it's so amusing.
Nothing. I can't imagine anything more wonderful than being in a gondola, can we?
Well, then.
It's just that you're so transparent.
What?
You're such a devious kind of barrister, too.
You're pretty devious yourself right now.
Mrs. Paradine is strangely attractive. And isn't Italy colorful? So.
Oh, of all the idiotic...
I thought it might please you to know I can be jealous.
You really think I'm interested in a woman who...
Silly, of course you're not interested. And I'm glad you're not getting so old you can't admire an attractive woman.
Well, I'd better get back to work.
Trouble, dear?
No, not exactly, but I thought Semmy would have a lot more information to give me.
But can't she give it to you, Mrs. Paradine?
Yes, of course. I'll see her in the morning.
But I've told you, Mr. Keene, my past is of no concern to anyone but my husband and myself. And my husband is dead.
Don't you understand, Mrs. Paradine? The prosecution always tries to tear down the character of the defendant. Naturally, I wouldn't like them to have the advantage of me.
You think they may discover something?
Well, if there is anything to discover, at least anything that you think might be embarrassing. Mrs. Paradine, it's essential that I have your cooperation.
Forgive me if I've been difficult. It will not shock you, I assume, to learn that I am a woman who, what would you say, a woman who has seen a great deal of life.
Oh, please, don't mistake my persistence for any lack of sympathy.
When I was still in school at Naples, it began. I ran away with a man.
He was much older, of course, rich. He took advantage of your youth.
He was married, respected. I took advantage of him. Then as suddenly as it began, it ended. He wearied of me, I wearied of him. What difference does it make?
There were others?
Of course there were others. We cannot hide these things. You said we cannot hide them, Mr. Keene. Let's drag them out. Let them hang me for the past and be done with it.
No, you mustn't feel like that. We won't permit them to make anything of it.
My poor husband. How he would have hated all this. He gave me his name, his fine name. He depended upon me to protect it.
Well, he knew about you?
I kept nothing from him. He was so good. He trusted me.
We'll get you free, Mrs. Paradine. Trust me.
I shall.
And
I do.
You still have no idea of how your husband met his death.
I've told you so many times. I don't know, Mr. Keene. I don't know.
But I still say, Tony, why not let the Crown have the burden of proof? They say she poisoned her husband. We'll let them prove it.
Sammy, what possible objection could you have to our proving that Paradine committed suicide? He was ill, depressed.
I just think it's dangerous.
Blind men have committed suicide before. We have only to decide who helped Paradine to do it. That's simple. Paradine's valet, that fellow Latour.
Latour worshipped him. He guided Paradine's every step like a mother hen.
It's after midnight.
Darling, I know it's after midnight, but I'm not sleepy and I've work to do.
Well, Simmy looks dead.
Well, he isn't dead.
Quite right, my dear. I only look dead.
Judy just phoned. I told her you were still here.
I wish that daughter of mine would let me manage my declining years by myself.
I'll tell her tomorrow. We're having lunch, you know.
Latour's our man, Simmy. Who more likely to help Paradine out of his misery?
I can't think of anyone less likely.
A devoted, grateful servant and war companion who would do anything to help end his master's suffering.
Well, it won't wash, Tony. Let's face it, Paradine was murdered.
Do you think she killed him?
It's what the Crown will try to prove. We have to prepare ourselves to answer the Crown on Mrs. Paradine.
I'll have the answer.
With facts?
Well, to begin with, we have the very obvious fact that Mrs. Paradine is not a murderess.
Really?
She's too fine a person.
I was under the impression that she's been a woman of very low estate and rather easy virtue.
You're an insufferable snob. I only hope the Crown says that just once.
Sorry, Tony. I hadn't realized the extent to which she has impressed you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Whatever you think it means, my boy, be careful, Tony.
I said I'll get her off, and I will.
Of course. I was just thinking of you and Gay.
It's true, isn't it, Mrs. Paradine? Latour worshipped your husband.
Yes, it's true.
So if Colonel Paradine wanted to die, there was only one person he could turn to. Isn't that right?
I wouldn't say that. That Andre helped him.
Andre? You call him Andre, a valet?
Excuse me, I'm not too well trained in the more subtle snobberies of your class.
My class? I'm afraid you don't know me very well. I'm a bit confused, Mrs. Paradine. You seem very eager to protect Latour from even suspicion of being involved.
Well, this is impossible. You spoke as my rescuer. Talked of a brief skirmish, and
yes, I did. Well, we'll drop Latour for the time being.
And go on to what, Mr. Keene?
I don't know exactly, but... Well, we've time yet before the trial. I'll keep you well advised, Mrs. Paradine.
Now, look here, Judy. Daughter or not, you've no right
to... stop it, darling. You know I'm right. Now, why has Tony dropped the suicide angle and the valet?
I didn't say he dropped it. He just wasn't able to talk Mrs. Paradine into it.
Has he got a substitute?
I don't know. He's going to Cumberland to investigate Hindley Hall. That's the Paradine country house.
But Paradine died in London. And why would Hindley Hall be open?
Well, it's not really open. There's just the housekeeper and... Look here, Judy.
Is that handsome young valet there? Of course he is. Tony's going up there because he thinks there was something between Mrs. Paradine and Latour.
Oh, absurd.
Is it? Well, why are you looking so funny? Or did you have the same idea? And he's jealous. Oh, my heavens, Tony's jealous of that valet.
Judy, of all the...
Have you ever known Tony to visit any other client so often in jail?
Tony's in love with his wife, and you know it.
If he lets Gay down after all these years...
Oh, go on, leave me alone.
The best men always end up with the worst women. Tony's after her boyfriend, and that's why he's going to Cumberland. I'm right, aren't I?
I'll not be treated as a hostile witness by my own flesh and blood.
I just wish I were married to Tony for just 1 hour. I'd make him jump through hoops.
I wish you were married to someone, my angel. Perhaps he could put up with your claptrap better than I can.
What's she like, Father? What's she really like?
Fascinating. I'm an old ruin, Judy, but she certainly brings my pulse up a beat or two.
Poor Gay.
Still working, Tony? I just wanted to say goodnight. Sorry if I didn't seem quite myself this evening. Because I have a headache.
I'm a bit on the ragged side myself.
Tony, could we get away just for a little while? You do need a rest. I've never seen you quite like this before.
I'll be all right.
Even if it's only for a few days. For our anniversary, you did promise.
Really, darling, there are some things more important than anniversaries.
You didn't used to think so.
Matter of fact, I have to go away. Colonel Paradine had a country place up in Cumberland. I thought I might nose around a bit.
Oh, but that sounds wonderful. You won't be busy all the time.
Darling, it's only for a day or two, and it wouldn't be any fun for you. You see that, don't you?
Yes, I see.
This is the place for you. Warm, cozy, protected. I want to keep all this ugly business away from you.
But can you?
Well, what do you mean? I'm to always? What are you afraid of?
Need I say?
Now, listen, darling. This settles it. Nothing is worth this kind of trouble between us. I won't go on with this case at all.
Tony.
I mean it. Simi can get someone else.
But what will she say?
What the devil does it matter what she says? We'll leave for Switzerland.
Oh, Tony.
What's the matter now?
Nothing's the matter. Just thank you. I knew you couldn't have changed that much.
What do you say, Lucerne or Samaritz?
No, Tony, neither. You're going up to Cumberland, and then you're coming back and going into court.
No, I am tired. That's what you said, and you're right.
Not too tired, dear. And you're the only man who can save her.
Oh, you've always had such big ideas about me.
No, darling, I haven't. Besides, I wouldn't like a woman to be hanged. Any woman, just because my husband had a rendezvous with her in jail.
Yay. You'll come to Cumberland with me. We can
I'll be waiting here, Tony. Cozy, comfortable, and protected. Good night, darling.
Yes? Well, Mr. Latour.
Can I have a word with you, Mr. Keene?
Well, don't they announce callers at this inn? How did you know this was my room?
I saw you come up from the lakeshore, and then this light went on.
Oh, you've been watching the inn for some time?
Yes. I walked over from Hindley Hall. It came to my mind it would be well to see you.
What is it you want with me?
I beg your pardon, sir, but I thought it was you who wanted to see me.
What caused you to think that?
You came to the hall today.
I didn't go to the hall to see you. I came to see the house.
But when I met you at the gate, you asked my name. You said you wanted to speak to me later.
Only you disappeared. Why?
I don't know. I think first... No, I don't want to talk to him. And then I think perhaps I'm wrong.
Now, just remember this, Latour. You forced yourself on me. You're not one of my witnesses, and it would be most improper for me to try to establish contact with you.
But you wanted to see me,
You choose to say so. But it so happens that it's my business, my job, to save the life of your employer.
I beg your pardon, sir. She's not my employer. I served Colonel Paradine.
Have that your own way. But I insist upon knowing what you're here for now.
I know why you wanted to see me. She sent you.
She? Mrs. Paradine doesn't even know that I'm here. She had nothing to do with my coming.
It seems I'm wrong, then.
Why would she send me?
She'd have her reasons. Mr. Keene, you may not think it, but you're on the wrong side, sir, and I tell you so.
You'd better make yourself clear.
You have only known Mrs. Paradine since she is in prison, is it not so?
Yes.
Then how can you know her? If you did, I shouldn't need to tell you that only Almighty God, or the Black Devil himself, knows what's going on in that head of hers.
I won't hear anything more against her.
I know what I'm talking about. I know her. If ever there was an evil woman, she's one.
Would you mind getting out of here? I said get out.
Very good, sir, as you wish. If you'll allow me, sir, I'm very sorry for you. And God help you.
After an intermission, we'll bring you Act 2 of the Paradine case. And now, our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins. Who's in the limelight tonight, Libby?
One of the best-known and best-liked stars in Hollywood, Mr. Keeley, Joan Crawford.
You know, Libby, I always look forward to a Joan Crawford picture. You know, Joan makes any role she plays, well, convincing and dramatic.
And in her latest picture, Warner Brothers' Flamingo Road, she plays a most demanding part with her usual finesse.
Yes, it's certainly a picture full of tense situations, with Sidney Greenstreet outdoing himself as a ruthless villain.
Oh, he is really frightening. I don't wonder he drives poor Zachary Scott to ruin in Flamingo Road. But in a harrowing climax, Joan comes out the winner.
And there's a lighter side, too. As a carnival dancer, Joan really earns your admiration.
Yes, indeed. She wears some handsome costumes, too. And she's beautiful in the close-ups. The modeling of her face is perfect from any angle.
Add that quality to a lovely Lux complexion, Libby.
And you have the cameraman's dream girl, John.
Well, Joan Crawford has been a Lux soap fan for years. I guess that proves it's a complexion care that works.
Yes. Joan tells me she's really grateful for the special care Lux soap facials give her skin.
Those facials give a $1 million complexion just the gentle, protecting care it needs. Skin specialists have proved it, too. Tests showed in 3 out of 4 cases, skin became softer and smoother in a short time.
No wonder this fragrant white soap with the delicate perfume is Hollywood's own beauty soap.
So be sure to get some Lux toilet soap tomorrow. It's another fine product of Lever Brothers Company. Now, our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act 2 of the Paradine case, starring Joseph Cotton as Tony Keene, Valley as Mrs. Paradine, and Louis Jourdain as Latour. The defense of Madalena Paradine is far more than just another case to Anthony Keene. Almost against his will, he's fallen under the charm of a lovely woman. And back now in London, his first call is at Holloway Prison.
Mr. Keene, I thought you'd forgotten me.
Forgotten you? I've been up to Hindley Hall.
Why? Why did you go there?
I thought it might help me to know more about your background. I went through the house, into your room.
And spoke to whom?
I saw Latour, Mrs. Paradine. At first he avoided me, then he came to the inn to see me.
Indeed. And what did my husband's valet have to say about me?
I beg you, don't behave this way with me.
I don't know what you mean.
Latour hates you. Don't you know that? He despises you.
He despises old women.
He hates you, and he'll tell the jury why he hates you. Can't you see that?
Of course I see. You needn't explain these things as though I were a child.
Then listen to me. We'll go to trial soon. The presiding judge is a man named Horfield. She's not what you'd call a friend of mine exactly, but Horfield doesn't bother me. It's only that
I bother you?
I want to save you. I want to fight for you, but I can't working like this in the dark. I can't sleep. I can't work. I can't think while
I don't understand you, Mr. Keene. You were so sure of yourself. What has happened to you?
Tell me this much. Is it possible that Latour hates you because you made him disloyal to your husband?
That's enough, Mr. Keene.
What existed between you and Latour?
I will not be treated in this manner by my own counsel. I prefer that you give up the case.
No. I must try to help you. I don't think anyone else can. My personal feelings are such that...
You must forgive me if I regard my life as more important.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Abjectly.
I'm a little tired. You're not yourself either. Perhaps tomorrow, Mr. Keene, we can...
Yes, of course. I'll come back tomorrow.
Tony? In here, dear. You're just in time for tea.
Hello, darling.
How was the journey?
Oh, not very interesting. Tremendous estate. Rather what you'd expect, you know. The Lake District.
Would you rather I didn't talk?
What is it you want to know about Gay? Oh, you've been reading the newspaper. Mrs. Paradine's counsel visits her in jail.
It's a good picture of you, darling.
I suppose you hate her, don't you?
I won't deny there have been moments these past weeks when I've wished the worst for her. It's not easy to face the thought of losing you.
Gay, must
Let
you
me
make
finish, dear. I've come to a conclusion.
Conclusion?
I want her to live. I hope she goes free. Free to kill, or to take other women's husbands, or to do anything else that comes into that beautiful head of hers.
You can't really care what happens to her.
But I do. Oh, not for any noble reasons, but because I want all this business over and done with. An end to your being all mixed up, part lawyer, part lover.
Oh, what nonsense,
All right, frustrated lover, then. Yes. And part husband still. Because you're not finished with me, Tony. You wouldn't have come back here if you were. I know the depth of your feeling for me.
Okay,
I'm counting on your feeling for me. All I ask is that she lives, so the fight can be an even one. Because if she dies, you're lost to me forever. You'll go on thinking you love her, imagining her as your great lost love. But you don't love her, Tony. No, you don't. There are lots of things I don't know, but there's one thing I know better than anyone else. I know you. I want you to win this case, Tony. I want you to get her free. I've made my speech. It's what comes with being married to a lawyer. I'll go up and change.
I may win this case or lose it sooner than we thought.
Oh?
Trial has been moved up.
But are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. We go to court the day after tomorrow.
Jurisdiction of the Central Criminal Court, draw near now and give your attendance. God save the King.
The prisoner will stand. Madalena Paradine, you are charged with the murder of Richard Patrick Paradine on May the 6th last. Are you guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
I can't stay, Judy. I can't. I never should have come in the first place.
Of course you'll stay. Henry doesn't know you're here, and he can't possibly see you. Just two more dim faces up here in the gallery.
I shouldn't be here.
The prosecution will proceed.
Thank you, my lord. It is a simple statement of fact that on the night of May 6th, Richard Paradine, a blind man, died as the result of a murderous dose of poison. We also know that earlier in the evening, a quarrel took place in which the participants were Mrs. Paradine, Colonel Paradine, and his faithful servant and comrade-in-arms, André Latour. Gentlemen of the jury, you are all probably aware of the Colonel's heroic character. One looks back upon his life with humility and pride. Suddenly, in the service of his country, he's doomed to darkness and the life of an invalid. It was then that he met and married the defendant. Outwardly, this woman was a model of patience. Heaven only knows what sultry fires were banked within, but she had patience. She could bide her time. This is indeed no ordinary woman.
The defense may cross-examine if it wishes.
Thank you, my lord. Now then, Mr. Larkin, as Colonel Paradine's butler, you served him dinner in his room, after which he asked for a glass of Burgundy wine at his bedside. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did he usually drink Burgundy?
It didn't agree with him, sir, but sometimes...
Thank you, that is all.
But if you're still implying that the master committed
Please,
suicide...
I said that is all.
Just a moment, Mr. Larkin.
Yes, my lord.
You told the jury that Colonel Paradine did not usually take Burgundy because it disagreed with him. Did he dislike Burgundy?
Oh, no, my lord. On the contrary.
He was very fond of Burgundy, but seldom dared take it.
Yes, my lord. That is correct.
Thank you.
Well, Judge Horfield just killed Tony's point.
How? What do you mean?
By making it clear there was nothing so unusual about his drinking Burgundy.
You will pardon me, Mr. Keene. I was anxious that the point should be clear.
Thank you, my lord. I'm obliged to your lordship.
Has the Crown any questions?
No questions, my lord. Will the clerk call André Latour, please?
Take the testament in your right hand, Mr. Latour, and repeat the oath.
I swear by Almighty God that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Your name?
André Latour.
You were born in Canada and served in the war with Colonel Paradine?
Yes, sir.
You won the Distinguished Conduct Medal and Bar for gallantry in the field?
That is so, sir.
At the time of Colonel Paradine's death, you were employed as his valet and confidential companion. You were very much attached to Colonel Paradine, were you not?
He was the finest man I ever knew.
Mr. Latour, at about 8 o'clock on the night of May 6th, you heard the service bell ringing. You went to the Colonel's room. You saw the Colonel and Mrs. Paradine facing each other. Is that correct?
It is, sir.
What happened then, Latour?
Colonel Paradine was very angry with me.
His exact words, if you please.
He said, "Do I understand you're going to leave me now, when I need you the most?" So I asked him who told him such a thing. He said, "She did, Miss Paradine."
Had you any intention of leaving him?
No, sir. She just wanted to get rid of me.
Did you remain in the room?
No, sir. The Colonel ordered me to leave.
Did you return to the room?
Yes, sir. About an hour later.
Now, listen carefully. Was Mrs. Paradine still in the room?
She was in the hallway, outside.
You're certain of that?
I am.
Is it your impression that the lady was passing directly from Colonel Paradine's bedroom to her own?
Yes, sir.
Your witness, Mr. Keene?
Mr. Latour, just a point or two about the years you spent in Canada.
I'm sorry, Mr. Keene, but the hour's getting late. We will adjourn until tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.
My lord, I should like to examine the witness.
Mr. Keene, you shall have all the time you wish in the morning.
Very well, my lord.
And the Central Criminal Court is again in session.
What's the judge got against Tony, Gay?
I don't know.
Well, maybe he had a better breakfast this morning. Look, that's Latour down there. He lied like mad yesterday.
Or else he's keeping something back.
I'm glad I'm not in his shoes right now. Watch Tony tear him apart. Just you watch.
Now then, Mr. Latour, does the name Margaret Wells convey anything to you?
Yes, sir.
Well, what does it convey to you? No answer? Well, let me try to help your memory. I claim that some years ago, in Canada, you were engaged to one Margaret Wells, and that on your wedding day she rode off with a farmer named Albert Troop.
That is finished. That is in the past.
Your point may be relevant, Mr. Keene. Its relevance escapes me.
My lord, I submit that the witness has shown an almost pathological bias against not only my client, but against all women.
Mr. Keene, after seeing our handsome witness, I should be inclined to regard the young lady's behavior as pathological, not his.
Mr. Latour, were you aware that Colonel Paradine made a will in which he left you £4,000? Well, it's a very simple question.
Colonel Paradine told me he might leave me a little something, but I didn't know about the will, sir.
You mean he told you he was going to leave you this legacy, but you doubted his word?
No, sir, I did not doubt his word.
Then you believed it?
Yes, sir.
You knew you would receive such a legacy on his death?
We never discussed it. I didn't think about it. Yes, sir, I knew.
You don't remember very easily, do you, Latour? And did you or did you not repeatedly hear Colonel Paradine say that he wished to be dead?
That he wished he was dead, sir?
That he was sick of life and wished to be dead?
He said a lot of things when he was angry about his blindness. I didn't take much notice.
You didn't take much notice. Very well. Tell the court, please, exactly what happened at about 8 o'clock on the evening of May 6th.
You want me to go over my evidence again?
No, Latour, I do not want you to go over that evidence again. I charge that your evidence was a tissue of lies, that you were trying to cover up what really happened. There is another person in this court who was also there, who knows what happened. Remember that.
What is your question, Mr. Keene?
I asked Mr. Latour if he still wishes to swear that Mrs. Paradine invented a cock and bull story about his leaving the colonel's employ, and that this started the quarrel.
Yes, sir, she did.
It would be your word against her word against yours.
Yes, sir, and so it was then with the colonel.
So you're asking his lordship and the jury to believe that after your years of devoted service, Colonel Paradine had absolutely no faith in your word of honor? I put it to you, Latour, that your story is a pack of lies. Do you persist in it?
If she says the contrary, she'd better...
Well, what were you going to say?
The witness will answer the question.
I stick to what I said before.
If you don't mind, Latour, did the butler tell you about putting the glass of Burgundy at the colonel's bedside?
Yes.
Well, was that unusual?
Maybe so.
No, maybe about it. Was it or wasn't it?
It was, sir.
And after he told you this, you went upstairs again?
Yes.
Why?
I had no special reason, sir.
Shortly before, the colonel had denounced you for deserting him, and yet you went upstairs for no special reason?
I was unhappy about being on bad terms with him. I wished to make it up with him.
Very well. You knocked at his door and went in?
I did not go in.
Why not?
The colonel told me to go away.
You have stated that you saw someone else in the hall.
Yes, sir. Mrs. Paradine.
And what was she doing?
Going to her bedroom.
Mrs. Paradine's bedroom was directly across the hall from Colonel Paradine's bedroom.
Yes, sir.
And when you saw Mrs. Paradine, did you know where she'd come from?
No, sir. Not for certain.
She might even have come out of her room, seen you, turned to go back?
It is possible.
But she could not have come out of the colonel's room without going around you, or through you. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So, Mrs. Paradine went into her room and shut the door. What did you do?
Nothing. I hung about for a minute or two.
What was your purpose in hanging about for a minute or two?
I just didn't know what to do, and then I decided to go downstairs.
Have you ever seen anyone die by poison, Latour?
No, sir.
Any animal?
No, sir.
Wasn't there an old dog killed by poison at Henley Hall about 2 years ago?
Oh, I beg your pardon, sir. I almost forgot.
So we've noticed.
It was the colonel's old hunting dog. He was sick, so we put him away.
You mean you put him away?
Yes, sir.
What poison did you use?
I don't know, sir.
You don't know?
No, sir. We got the single dose from the vet.
Don't persist in saying we. You mean you did.
Yes, sir.
A large dose?
No, sir. Very small.
And it acted very quickly?
Yes, it did. I understand what he means to say. He's accusing me of poisoning my colonel, but I didn't.
I must ask the witness to collect himself.
But it's not true. I didn't do it. How could I?
You are not on trial, Mr. Latour. It is quite unnecessary to make protestations of innocence concerning actions with which you have not been charged. And I think, Mr. Keene...
My lord?
I think this will be a convenient opportunity to adjourn. We will resume at 5 minutes past 2 o'clock.
This court stands adjourned until 5 minutes past 2 o'clock.
Well, Harfield's done it again, Sim. He stopped me in my tracks just when I had Latour where I wanted him.
In one way, I'm glad he did. You know Latour never would... Tony, wait a minute. Where are you going?
Well, this is Tony's morning, all right.
It was terrible, Judy.
Oh, but, darling, it's his job. Oh, come along, Gay. Let's get a bite to eat.
She's in here, Mr. Keene. Mrs. Paradine.
Thank you. Well, it's gone well for us this morning, really well.
Has it?
Well, surely you must know that.
I'm not a lawyer, Mr. Keene.
Good heavens, you're a clever woman. Don't you realize how I shook Latour?
I only realize that you have not kept faith with me.
Huh.
I do not agree to what you've done today.
But
I objected when you wanted to make it appear that Andre had helped my husband kill himself. Now you make him out to be a murderer. No, I will not forgive you for what you've done today.
Forgive me when I've exhausted myself destroying everything in an effort to save you?
I did not ask you to do that.
Forgive me. And I was idiot enough to fall in love with you. Did you hear that?
If it's true, then how could you deceive me as you've done?
Mrs. Paradine, this case is narrowed down to one of three things. Either your husband managed somehow to poison himself, or Latour did it, or you did it.
As you like. But I will not have you making Andre a murderer.
Are you in love with him?
What has that to do with it? You are my lawyer, not my lover.
Someone else said something very much like that.
I should like to know whether you intend to continue with the case.
Yes, of course. I'm planning to dispense with the witnesses except you. I'm going to rely on your evidence and my final speech to save you.
I know I can trust you. I feel it.
Yes.
You will save me.
You can trust me.
But not at his expense. You understand that, don't you?
But suppose that's the only way to save you.
You are not to destroy him. If you do, I shall hate you as I've never hated a man.
I must go on the way I've begun. I must act according to my own view. You can say what you like in the witness box, but my questions will be mine.
Of course, Mr. Keene. And the answers will be mine.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a few moments, we'll continue with the third act of the Paradine case. Our guest this evening is Miss Joyce Mackenzie, young 20th Century Fox player. Has studio life turned out to be all you expected, Joyce?
Every bit and more, Mr. Keeley. There's always something new and interesting going on. I'll never forget the fun it was to see Betty Grable doing a new picture, The Beautiful Blonde from Bashful Ben.
The screen's #1 box office blonde. You know, it's Betty in a new kind of role.
Yes, the picture's a riotous takeoff on a typical Western. Betty turns out to be a clever comedienne as a trigger-happy heroine of The Beautiful Blonde from Bashful Ben.
With Rudy Valley and Cesar Romero as a pair of timid heroes.
It's a grand piece of entertainment. You know, Mr. Keeley, I'd always admired Betty Grable's beauty on the screen. When I actually saw her, I was more impressed than ever. What do you think, Mr. Kennedy?
Well, I felt the same way, Joyce, when Betty Grable was on our program 2 weeks ago. She's a winner, all right. And, I'm proud to say, one of our most enthusiastic Lux girls.
I know, Mr. Kennedy. Betty Grable depends on Lux soap facials regularly for that delicate skin of hers.
Betty told us when she was here that both her little daughters are Lux girls, too. What better recommendation for this gentle complexion soap?
Personally, I find Lux toilet soap a wonderful beauty care. It really works.
Thank you, Miss Joyce Mackenzie, for coming tonight. There's a reason, you know, why this fragrant white soap is the choice of 9 out of 10 screen stars. And that's why you should begin Lux Soap Beauty Care tomorrow. Here's our producer, William Keeley.
The curtain rises on the third act of the Paradine case, starring Joseph Cotton as Tony Keene, Valley as Mrs. Paradine, and Louis Jourdain as Latour. Back in the courtroom, the trial of Madalena Paradine resumes. Andre Latour is again in the witness box as Anthony Keene pounds away at his testimony.
Answer the question, Latour. Did he discharge you? Did Colonel Paradine discharge you?
I didn't know. I suppose he did.
Yet you continued in the employ of the woman who allegedly lied about you to her master?
I think I wanted to help take care of the Colonel's estate, and there was nowhere else to go.
After you were told that Colonel Paradine was dead, did you see the body?
Yes, sir. I was told to clean up the room after Dr. Young had left.
Who told you to?
She did, Mrs. Paradine.
And you noticed the wine glass. Did it still contain the Burgundy?
Only a few drops.
Oh, there were a few drops still in the glass.
Yes, sir.
Now listen closely, Latour. If you were told that the doctor had examined the glass and found it to be clean, that it had been washed and dried, would you still claim you saw a few drops remaining in the glass?
Yes, I would. I would still say what I saw.
When did you wash and dry that glass, Latour?
I never touched the glass. I never touched it. Really, my lord, I must insist that the counsel for defense keep within bounds.
I quite agree, Mr. Farrell, but I've been reluctant to interfere, knowing how Mr. Keene resents interruptions.
May I continue, my lord?
Please do, Mr. Keene.
You are aware, Latour, of the penalty for perjury?
I've told the truth.
The truth. Was it at Hindley Hall or here in London that you first gave Mrs. Paradine occasion to complain about your attentions?
Not true. She never did.
And was she not at last forced to go to her husband and beg him to dismiss you from his service?
I won't listen to these lies.
The Colonel knew, didn't he? Knew, because she told him.
I will not answer.
Because you don't want to admit that he trusted you and you betrayed him.
No, I did not. She lied to you, and I hate her.
Because she told her husband about you?
No, she did not. He found out.
At last. So he heard you speaking improperly to his wife. Is that it?
Yes.
My lord, I've finished with the witness.
I didn't want to tell about it. I didn't want to hurt his good name.
I said I was finished, Latour.
It was she who dragged us both down. I hated every moment with her, but God forgive me. I couldn't help myself.
My lord, this man is a confessed perjurer. Must the jury listen to this rubbish?
Mr. Keene, this is not the first time you've been responsible for an over-emotional atmosphere in court. I cannot blame the witness for his behavior.
May I be heard, my lord?
You may.
Latour, in testifying as to what was overheard by Colonel Paradine, are you implying that you engaged in improper conduct with Mrs. Paradine?
Yes. You know now what I did. I cannot live with the memory of what I've done.
Did you avoid the truth because of your feelings about this woman?
I lied because I didn't want the world to know what she was. His wife. My Colonel's wife.
That is all, Latour. My lord, the prosecution has concluded its case.
You have heard the Crown, Mr. Keene?
I have, my lord. Members of the jury, the woman in the prisoner's dock is a foreigner, friendless and alone in a strange country. But a country, thank heaven, that has always prided itself on its passion for justice. I had fully intended to call before you numerous witnesses to speak of her character, of her self-sacrifice. A sacrifice made cheerfully by a beautiful woman, fascinating and still young, in order to bring the light of her affection into the life of a blind man. But after hearing the case for the Crown, we find so little to refute that we have decided to call no witnesses except the prisoner herself. I ask Madalena Paradine to go into the witness box.
Hold the testament in your right hand and repeat the oath.
I swear by Almighty God that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
What is your name?
Madalena Paradine.
You are the widow of Richard Patrick Paradine.
I am.
What were your circumstances when you married him?
I was very poor. My life had been unpleasant and unattractive.
Oh. Had you no fear of a lifetime with a blind man?
Oh, I thought it a splendid opportunity.
Opportunity?
Yes, I thought. I will be his eyes.
Did you find it difficult to care for a blind man?
No.
He was never unkind to you?
Sometimes. But I understood. It was terrible for him, so helpless. It was easy to forgive him.
On the night of your husband's death, a quarrel took place.
Yes.
Would you tell the jury, please, the cause of that quarrel?
I had spoken to my husband about his valet, Latour. I asked my husband to find another place for him.
Why?
I did not wish Latour to stay in the house.
Why not?
I did not like his manner with me.
What do you mean by that?
He took liberties.
Did he try to make love to you? Please answer, Mrs. Paradine. Did he try to make love to you?
Yes.
And you complained about him to your husband?
I did.
Now, you've heard Latour's version of the quarrel. What actually happened when Latour came into the room?
My husband swore at him and said, "You have insulted my wife." Latour broke down. He said that if my husband would forgive him, it would never happen again.
Then Latour's version of what took place is completely untrue.
My lord, I object.
I am simply asking a question, my lord.
The form is objectionable, and I am anxious not to have to intervene again, Mr. Keene. I am being clear.
Your lordship always makes his meanings perfectly clear. Mrs. Paradine, after your husband's death, you sent Latour into the colonel's room to tidy it up.
Yes.
Was anyone with you?
Dr. Young was with me.
And was Dr. Young still with you when Latour came out of the room?
Yes.
Have you heard of Dr. Young's deposition stating that after he left you, he went to your husband's room and found the wine glass washed and dried?
I've heard that, yes.
Then, is it not true that the only person who could have washed and dried that glass is Latour?
My lord, the difference...
All right. Could anyone else have washed and dried it?
I know what you're trying to make me say. You're trying to make people think that Andre Latour killed my husband.
Quiet.
I asked you whether anyone else could have washed and dried the glass.
Yes.
What do you mean by yes?
I did.
It is my duty to warn you, Mrs. Paradine, that you've made a very serious admission. Would you like to make some explanation of it to the jury?
My lord, with the utmost respect, I would like to request time to consider this turn of events. This evidence is entirely new to me. I feel...
Very well, Mr. Keene. We will adjourn until 10:30 tomorrow morning.
Hello, Tony.
Well, hello, Judy. Well, what are you looking so sad about?
Oh, nothing. I was there today in court.
Was Gay with you?
Yes.
Was that your idea?
Yes. Oh, Gay's upstairs, Tony. Before you go up...
Well?
If Mrs. Paradine washed that wine
If
glass...
she did wash that glass, it's because she knew that Latour killed Paradine, and if I had access to her while she's a witness, I'd make her say so tonight.
And Latour's motive?
He was in love with her.
What about your motive, Tony?
What do you mean?
Well, you know, and I know, and Gay knows why it is that you think Latour's the murderer. You wouldn't have handled her that way in the witness box for any other reason. You treated her as though you were cross-examining a witness for the prosecution.
Look here, Judy, I'll handle it.
Oh, Tony, it's true. It's terribly true. Somebody's got to show you. You've got to save this woman for Gay's sake.
If you'll let me alone, perhaps I still can.
If you're left to your own devices, I'll bet you one thing. Mrs. Paradine will be done for, and your career along with it. And if it weren't for Gay, I'm not so sure I'd care.
Well, Mr. Keene, the defendant is in the witness box. You may resume where you left off yesterday.
My lord, I have no further questions. I have finished with the witness.
Does the Crown wish to cross-examine?
We do, my lord. Mrs. Paradine, these attentions on Latour's part had gone on for some time.
Yes.
Then why did you delay telling your husband?
I was ashamed.
Ashamed? Why? Was it your fault?
Of course not.
Then why be ashamed? Mrs. Paradine, did you not refrain from complaining about Latour because you were madly in love with him?
Madly in love with him? And yet I went to my husband and asked him to send Latour away? Is that what you think?
And did you not finally succeed in your objective and induce this unfortunate man who worshipped his master to betray him?
I deny that.
Mrs. Paradine, is it not a fact that as soon as you discovered that Latour took no interest in you, you resolved to overcome that indifference?
No.
Weren't you in love with Latour all the time he lived at Hanley Hall?
No.
Were you not madly in love with him all the time?
Just a moment, please.
My lord, I'm simply trying
It's this message. I've just been handed a message from the police. Andre Latour committed suicide an hour ago.
Andre...
Quiet. My lord, I would like to have an opportunity to consider what bearing this new tragedy has on the case.
I submit that it is great bearing, my lord. It is perfectly obvious why the witness committed suicide.
Oh, no, I don't think so. Latour himself said he couldn't live with the knowledge of having betrayed Colonel Paradine.
I suggest that both counsel remember where they are. Mr. Farrell, do you wish to apply for an adjournment?
Adjourn? No, my lord.
Then proceed with your case.
Very well. Mrs. Paradine, you admitted yesterday that you deliberately washed the glass that contained the poison which killed your husband. Why did you wash that glass? Answer my question. Why did you wash that glass?
You must answer the question, Mrs. Paradine.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear it.
Counsel has already repeated it.
What does it matter now? Andre is dead. The man I love is dead. I thought about it day and night, but I didn't know how. I wanted to do it so that we could be free, so that Andre and I could be free. But Andre wouldn't help me. He and his honor.
I must again warn you of the gravity of your statement.
Andre knew I killed the blind man. Andre knew it. I didn't tell him, but he knew it.
I think it quite unnecessary to ask any further questions, my lord.
Mr. Keene?
Mrs. Paradine.
I have nothing further to say to you, Mr. Keene. I loved Andre and you murdered him. My life is finished. It's you who have finished it. My only comfort is the hatred and contempt I feel for you.
My lord, members of the jury, I've done my best. This case has already taken its heavy toll in the life of Latour, in its burden on you and indeed on me. I am more than ever conscious of my shortcomings. Everything that I've done seems to have gone against my client. But you must not confuse my incompetence with any of the issues of the trial. Many things have become obscured. Many things have become obscured. My lord, I regret I cannot continue. I request your lordship's indulgence to let my friend, Sir Simon Flacker, take over the case.
Madalena Paradine, you have heard the verdict of the jury. You will be returned this day to His Majesty's prison in custody of the warden. And there, following 3 clear Sundays, you will be hanged by the neck until dead.
Simi, I'm sorry I'd noticed the time.
It's almost morning. I wonder what the newspapers will say about our day in court.
Yeah, they'll probably suggest that next time you place your confidence with more discretion. And they'll be right. I just don't know what happened to me today when she turned on me, when she said that, well, it doesn't matter now. I'll run along.
Where are you going at this hour? Sit down, Tony. I do wish you'd at least telephone Gay. She must be worried to death.
Worried for fear that I'll come home, you mean? No. At least I can do for Gay is to spare her the boring job of standing by me.
Now listen, Tony, you're not as wise about everything as you may think.
No.
And you mustn't despair. If there's one thing I can't abide, it's despairing.
What would you have me do after this? Hope for a high court judgeship?
Oh, all this talk about giving up the law, poppycock. If I know anything about Gay, there's nothing at all she wants at this moment but
Father?
just... Judy, I thought you were asleep hours ago.
Come here, dear.
I wish you wouldn't constantly butt into matters that... Oh. There he is, my dear.
Hello, Tony.
Kay.
What about having some breakfast?
Thanks, but... Well, as a matter of fact, I was just about leaving.
Tony, you really shouldn't have worried me like this. I suppose I should have known you'd be here with Simi. Tony, I was proud of you today.
Proud?
Yes, I was. Darling, it won't be easy. There'll be those who laugh at you. And I don't think the newspapers were very kind.
The worst of all is what I've done to you.
Tony, the most important moment in your life wasn't when you discovered what she was. It wasn't even when you had the courage to stand up there before the whole world and confess your mistakes. The most important moment. Look at me, Tony. The most important moment in your life is now. My husband is the most brilliant man I've ever known. You can throw away your career and become a beachcomber if that's what you want.
Maybe that's not such a bad idea.
Oh, darling, don't you understand? I want you back on the job just as fast as ever you can. And I hope you have a tough case. Very tough. So that it will take the best you have. Oh, darling.
All your fancy ideas about me. I'll try, Kay. I'll try.
Your applause is a cue for our stars to return for a curtain call. And here they are, Joseph Cotton, Valley, and Louis Jourdan.
Thank you, Bill. It's a great pleasure to be back.
Oh, Joe, you must have seen some exciting things while you and Alida were making your picture in Vienna last winter.
Well, Vienna is sort of an international hotspot right now.
Did you have a chance to visit your home in Italy, Miss Valley?
Yes, and of course, that was the biggest thrill of the trip for me. But you know, one thing that's still missing throughout most of Europe is an abundance of good soap. Like my favorite, for instance, Lux soap.
Well, thanks for the tip. I'm going to Europe myself this summer, so I'll take plenty of Lux soap along.
Louis, I hear you had a little excitement in New York recently when you were mobbed by the fans at the Broadway opening.
Well, to be honest, the crowds were really gathered for the new Selznick picture, Portrait of Jenny. And I just happened to be there. Oh, by the way, Joe, I can assure you that you and Jennifer Jones have made a hit.
Thank you very much, Louis. Bill, what have you lined up for next week?
Next week, a fast-moving musical, Joe. It's the Warner Brothers hit, April Showers. And our stars are Jack Carson, Dorothy Lamour, and Robert Alder. There's a moving, dramatic story and some of America's best-loved songs, like April Showers. So I know our audience will like it.
Sounds like a grand show, Mr. Keeley.
Night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night, and thank you again. Ladies and gentlemen, the armed forces of the United States face a grave shortage of physicians and dentists. Young men who received their medical education during the war years and have not served in the armed forces are urged to volunteer now when the need is so great. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Jack Carson, Dorothy Lamour, and Robert Alder in April Showers. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's cast was Betty Lou Gerson as Gay. Our play was directed by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear April Showers, starring Jack Carson, Dorothy Lamour, and Robert Alder.
If you have trouble with your nice things, change to Lux Flakes, and they will bubble your troubles away. Keep nice things lovely longer, keep undies and stockings stronger. Let Lux bubble your troubles away.
Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of April Showers, starring Jack Carson, Dorothy Lamour, and Robert Alder. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, the Hollywood Radio Theater. with danger. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The famous Canadian Mounted Police have a reputation for always getting their man. We have the same tenacious, persistent federal agents in our own country. And one of them is the postal inspector. In tonight's drama, Paramount Pictures has presented our agent with an assignment that turns into an exciting appointment with danger. And as our stars, we have that popular actor, William Holden, and playing opposite him, lovely Colleen Gray. Now, Appointment with Danger, starring William Holden as Alan Goddard and Colleen Gray as Sister Augustine. The United States Post Office is the biggest business in the world. Every year it handles 45 billion pieces of mail and enough money to pay off the personal debts of everyone in the country. Policing that activity is the job of 800 postal inspectors. This is an account of one of those jobs, and it begins in LaPorte, Indiana, where a few hours ago the body of Inspector Harry Gruber was found in an alley. And now in the city post office...
All right, Al, what you say makes sense, I suppose. Gruber was either drunk when they strangled him or asleep. But he never drank, so he must have been asleep.
Here in LaPorte?
Well?
I don't believe it, Maury. He was killed somewhere else and brought here.
That could be any place. Gruber was on a floating assignment all over Indiana.
Yeah. Well, it's a rat race now.
Until we find that nun.
Nun? Oh, you mean one of those sisters?
That's right. She was passing that alley last night. She saw two men walking with Gruber, supporting him. When she asked if anything was wrong, one of the men said something about their friend being drunk, so she just kept going.
Well, don't try to blame her.
I'm not. Fortunately, she passed a policeman not long after and told him, but the cop was on a call. By the time he got back to the alley, all he found was Gruber's body.
Mm-hmm. What about that nun? Where is she?
We don't know. The police have checked every nun here in LaPorte. Not one of them was anywhere near that alley last night.
Well, did they bother to check the railroads?
Railroads, planes, and buses. Nothing.
Well, she's got to be around someplace. How many nuns are there, anyway?
I don't know, Al. I never counted them.
You're a big help.
I'll be even less help. I've got to get back to Washington tonight. From here on in, this is your case. Stay with it, Al.
Don't worry. I'll find that nun.
I hope so. But you've been chasing hoodlums for so long, you don't know how to treat ordinary people. Warm up, will you?
Oh, sure. I'll fall in love for you.
I don't think you could, because you don't know what a love affair is.
It's what goes on between a man and a .45 pistol that doesn't jam.
Al, let me tell you about you. That badge and a few law books have turned you into a nut. You don't like anybody, you don't believe anybody, you don't trust anybody. You think everybody has a pitch.
Everybody has. You, I, everybody. We're all working for ourselves. A better job, a little more dough, a round of applause. One way or another, everybody you meet is a pitch artist.
Skip it. Just keep me posted. And remember, the biggest thing on your side isn't a pair of brass knuckles. It's time and work and patience.
Thanks. Now, do you mind if I start trying to find out who killed Harry Gruber?
No, and I'm sure you will, Al. Because you're a good cop. But that's about all you are.
A turn from Goddard. Have lead on nun. Railroad brakeman reports seeing two nuns aboard express same night Gruber was killed. Train was en route to Fort Wayne, and so am I.
Mr. Goddard, the Mother Superior said you wanted to see me. I'm Sister Augustine.
I've been looking for you for 3 days, sister. I'm a post office inspector.
Oh, how nice.
I'm here investigating a murder.
Oh. Well, I'm sure we wouldn't know anything about that. This is a school, Mr. Goddard, an academy.
Yes, I know. I followed you here from LaPorte to Fort Wayne and now back here. But that's not important. What is that last Tuesday night you saw 3 men in an alley in LaPorte.
Why, yes. Yes, I did.
But you were on a train, weren't you?
Why, that's remarkable. How did you know?
Because I checked the bus lines and the airlines and the railroads. You were on a train that doesn't even stop at LaPorte.
Well, it certainly did on Tuesday night. There was a tie-up of some kind just outside the freight yard. The train stopped, and the conductor said we'd be delayed at least a half hour, so I got off.
Why?
To get some medicine at a drugstore. Sister Paula, I was traveling with her, wasn't feeling well.
Well, neither was the guy in the alley. He was dead. A government agent named Harry Gruber.
Oh, how terrible. Did he have a family?
What's the difference, sister? He's just as dead either way.
Really, Mr. Goddard?
The point is, could you identify either of the men who were in the alley with him?
Well, one of them, perhaps. He was rather pleasant. He told me the man was intoxicated.
Look, would you mind coming with me and checking the police files? They have quite a collection of pictures.
Oh, I couldn't, Mr. Goddard. I have classes in 10 minutes.
Sister, it's your job to go down there.
Isn't there someone else you can get?
Even if there were, you should know better. Letting someone else do your job is a design of the devil.
I'll see, Mother Superior. You're right about letting someone else do your job.
That was merely a quote.
Well, whoever said it is very true.
It's from the writings of Martin Luther.
Oh? From his earlier writings, I imagine. I'll be back in a moment, Mr. Goddard. I've never seen so many pictures in my life. It's so hard to believe these men were once children. Little boys. Nice little boys, too.
I'm not so sure how nice they were, even as little boys.
They just didn't get the proper training.
This one did. It says here that he studied to be a carpenter. Then he murdered somebody with a hammer.
Mr. Goddard, I don't think that's the least... Oh!
Well?
This one. I think that's the man I saw in the alley. Yes, I'm sure it is.
George Soderquist, huh? Oh, let me have that card. Sergeant.
Find anything?
Fellow named Soderquist. Do you know him?
No, afraid not. What's his record?
3 arrests, armed robbery, 1 conviction. Last known to be in Gary, Indiana.
I'll put a call through to Gary right away.
I'll give him a rundown. And also, tell him I'll bring Sister Augustine as long as an identifying witness.
Oh, I'm afraid the church authorities would frown on that, Mr. Goddard.
If we can't find Soderquist, don't worry. I'll have you back here in no time. I'll have Washington contact your bishop.
Meanwhile, Mr. Goddard, I'm returning to my classroom.
You do that, sister. I'll pick you up as soon as I get an okay.
Good evening. I'm Mother Ambrose.
My name's Goddard. I have a letter here from the bishop.
So I understand. Sit down, Sister Augustine.
Thank you, Mother Ambrose. I've come to Gary at the request of the police department.
We've been advised, Sister. You'll stay here at St. Michael's Parish House.
Thank you.
Is this Mr. Soderquist a friend of yours, Sister?
Oh, no. I picked him out of the mug book.
Mug book?
Sister Frey, she picked up.
Oh. Will you be here long, Sister?
Until we can prefer charges against Soderquist for murder.
Are you sure he's a murderer, Mr. Goddard?
Yes. But he'll get a trial and everything the law allows.
But not one drop of charity.
Excuse me, please. There's a Lieutenant Goodman from the police. He's been here waiting for you to arrive.
You don't think very much of me, do you, sister?
I feel sorry for you, Mr. Goddard. I don't think you have a heart.
Well, fortunately, that doesn't seem to matter so much to the people I work for, so why don't you just forget me?
Right in here, Mr. Goodman.
Thank you. Got it?
Yeah.
I'm Dave Goodman, homicide.
Come on in. This is Sister Augustine.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Well, we've got your boy Soderquist staked out in the downtown pool room.
That's fine. We can't move, though, until the sister here identifies him.
Would you like to come down and have a look?
Well, Very well, Mr. Goodman.
Mother Ambrose, we'll be back shortly.
Where will you be if the bishop or someone should inquire?
I'll be downtown, Mother Ambrose, at the pool hall.
Well, not exactly, sister.
Oh?
There's a hock shop across the street. I've made arrangements with the proprietor. He has a fine view of the pool room.
Pool room? Hock shops?
Must I go?
With any luck, you'll be back here in an hour. Let's go, Goodman.
Better take another look across the street, sister. We've got to be certain.
But I've told you he's the man. The one wearing the coat.
That's Soderquist, all right.
Well, whoever he is, he's the man who spoke to me in that alley in LaPorte. And now I'll go back to the Parriage house if you don't mind.
Just a minute. That man with him, what about him?
I don't know. He may be the one who was with him in LaPorte, but I'm not sure.
The pool room's a known hangout for hoodlums. Got it? He may have a record.
Yeah, let's find out. The tail's still on Soderquist?
Sure.
Is that all, then?
For now, yeah. I'll take you back to St. Michael's.
No, please. You're going to be busy. I'll just get a taxi down at the corner. It's no trouble at all.
Alone? Well, I don't think you should...
Good night, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Earl? This is Regis.
Well?
We're in trouble, Earl. 5 minutes ago, I'm driving down to meet Soderquist at the pool room. Remember I told you about that nun in LaPorte? Well, she's here in Gary, the same nun, and a block away from the pool room. She's here for a reason, Earl.
I'll get hold of Soderquist.
No, keep him under cover.
Where'd she go, the nun?
I don't know. I was stuck with a traffic light. But I'm going to cut this town open and find her. I'm going to find her, see, before she finds me.
You might just as well stay here at headquarters, Goddard. I'll be bringing in Soderquist any minute now.
Yeah. Say, you know this town, Goodman. Tell me why a couple of gunzels would knock off Harry Gruber.
Well, robbery, say?
For dough? If you're a government cop, you have to marry money to buy a stick of gum. Why would they go to all that trouble taking his body to LaPorte? You know, when a hood kills a man, it's the hood who leaves town.
Could be because they wanted to stay here in Gary.
It'd be interesting to have Soderquist tell us.
Homicide, Goodman. Where? All right. Shake down the district and send some men over to his apartment. I want him in here.
You don't have to tell me. He jumped the tail.
Any other time, it's a cinch. This time we draw a nearsighted cop.
Well, we got to head him off. How tight can you seal this town?
Real tight.
Okay, lock it up. Without him, we haven't got a lead.
We'll have him in here tonight.
If you want me, I'll be at the post office. That is, if it hasn't been stolen.
Well, I can tell you this much, Goddard. I've been postmaster here for 10 years, and all that time I've never known Harry Gruber to do anything but hit town and make a routine check.
But this time you say he suddenly became interested in 3 of your truck drivers.
Well, yes. These are their photographs. Gruber sat here and brooded over those files all one afternoon. I don't know for sure, but I'd guess it had something to do with the transfer of money between the 2 stations.
What 2 stations?
Well, here in Gary, we have 2 railroad stations. On through shipments, we transfer from one station to the other by mail truck.
Big shipments?
The one from Cleveland's a Lulu.
And one of these 3 drivers always handles the run between the 2 stations?
Yes. And that's the last question Gruber asked me. He left here, and 6 hours later, he was dead in LaPorte.
I bet he called on this guy first, Paul Farrar.
Well, Farrar's one of the 3 drivers, all right.
Says here on his record sheet that he was offered a better job, but he turned it down. Now, why would he turn down a $500 a year raise to keep driving a truck?
I think he said he'd like to be out of doors.
$500 worth?
He's on duty now. I'll send for him.
No. I just want a quick glimpse. If he's the one I have in mind, that's all I'll need.
He'll be down at the loading platform. This way, Goddard. You see the registry board over there? Well, that's Farrar carrying the sack.
This is quite a break, Taylor. I told you that Soderquist was talking to someone in the pool room. Well, that's who he was talking to, Farrar. Well, you better phone Washington. Get Ahern back in town. And meanwhile, I want a list of all your money transfers.
Well, there's nothing missing, Goddard. So Gruber wasn't killed because he found Farrar stealing money.
Look, a cheat kills his wife for one of 2 reasons. Either she's caught him cheating or she hasn't given him the chance. Same way with money.
You mean Gruber found out about a deal or something between Farrar and Soderquist?
Between George Soderquist and somebody else. That's the big one, Taylor. Who is the somebody else?
How long?
Regis. Stay where you are, Earl. I'll be there in 10 minutes.
The nun, you found her, huh?
Yeah. A place called St. Michael's School.
Well?
Not yet, Earl. But I got a way to do it. Sometime early tomorrow morning.
Continue with this week's production of the Hollywood Radio Theater in just a moment. Make a friend and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has. Take the famous all-Negro basketball team, the Harlem Globetrotters. As unofficial ambassadors, in 1 year they played ball before more than 1 million people on 4 continents. In Rio de Janeiro, they entertained crowds of from 30,000 to 50,000. During one summer, they toured Europe and Africa, chalking up another 600,000 fans. In 1952, they celebrated their 25th anniversary as a team by circling the globe. Yes, sir, the team organized by Abe Saperstein really gets around. And their exhibitions have been more than just a demonstration of American basketball. They've been a lot more. The team is a living example of American fair play and sportsmanship, in and out of uniform. Abe Saperstein now carries a letter which reads in part, "The Harlem Globetrotters have proved themselves ambassadors of goodwill. On any future tours, please call on us for any help we can give." And the letter is signed by the United States State Department. In being ambassadors of fair play, the Harlem Globetrotters prove that by helping others, you help your country. Now our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act 2 of Appointment with Danger, starring William Holden as Al Goddard and Colleen Gray as Sister Augustine, with Dan Riss as Ahern. It's the following morning. The man called Regas has entered a third-rate hotel and gone directly into the manager's office.
Well, what about the nun? She got lucky. Makes sense, Regas. They're fixing the roof of the school. Tile, big hunks of tile.
Yeah.
So accidentally a big piece of tile falls down just when she's walking past. And like I said, Earl, she got lucky.
Well, I'm glad she did.
You get Soderquist?
He's upstairs. You know, you're making too many mistakes, Regas. Killing Gruber was a mistake.
It happened.
Now, forget about the nun. We may never hear from her again.
Soderquist will hear plenty from her. There's a police call out for him.
You sure she can identify him? And what about you?
No. But Soderquist could identify me.
Well, we've got to get him out of here.
Then we'll think about that nun, huh? In case she did...
I said forget about it. I'm still running things. Remember that.
Earl, if they ever get me in the back room of police headquarters, I'll remember it fine.
Come on, Regas. Let's go out and see George.
Hi, Earl. Regas. Sit down, fellas. How about a cup of coffee, huh?
I got rules in this hotel, George. No hot plates. It's a fire hazard.
What? Oh. I fixed the room up pretty good, huh?
You got to get out of here, George. You see, you've been identified by that sister.
You don't know for sure. You told me you didn't know for sure.
We can't afford to take a chance, you know that.
So you better go to St. Louis for a while.
St. Louis? I don't even know anybody in St. Louis.
You're not going there to run for office, you know, George. You're going to protect yourself and us.
Come on, let's start packing. I'll help you.
No, I'm not going. I told you I didn't want to go. You know what's coming up.
You'll be taken care of.
How do I know?
Because I say so.
Earl, listen to me. That's the most money I ever heard of. If I'm dealt out now, I don't have a prayer.
Start packing, George.
I'm not going. I'm staying here until it... Regas, no. What did I ever do to you?
And this is Mr. Ahern. Sister Augustine, Mother Ambrose.
Mother Ambrose.
You see, Mr. Ahern is just as much interested in that accident this morning as I am.
That piece of tile, sister, it fell without any warning at all?
One of the workmen must have left it too near the edge of the roof.
Well, while we're looking for Soderquist, you might be able to help us with the other man in the alley. I'd like you to go through that rogues gallery again.
No. That's a waste of time. Sister, I want you to go back to Fort Wayne.
Well, why the switch, Al? I thought we were...
Well, it's a matter of common sense. Sister, while you're here in Gary, we're responsible for anything that happens to you, like this accident.
Oh, there's no need to worry about me, Mr. Goddard. I have a guardian angel.
You have a what?
A guardian angel.
It's a new idea to Mr. Goddard, sister.
Look, Maury, I've got nothing against angels. I just want her to get back to Fort Wayne before she gets hurt.
You told me once not to let anyone else do my job. It's my duty to stay, and I'm staying.
All right, stay.
Oh, there's the dinner bell. I'm afraid you must excuse us, gentlemen.
And don't worry, Mr. Goddard. I'll be all right.
What would happen, Maury, if we put the screws to Farrar?
No, you'd blow the whole thing, so don't try anything fancy just because you're worried about that knot.
I'm not worried about her. I just want to find some quick way to shake up Farrar and to find Soderquist.
Forget the quick ways. You just stick to straight police work. Come on, let's get out of here. Oh, by the way, Al.
Yeah?
The nun. What's her pitch?
play pool, or would you rather talk?
Get going, Mac.
Me? I'd sooner talk.
Oh, you're real friendly, huh? You don't know me.
Paul Farrar, P.O. serial number 20754.
Are you a cop?
Postal Inspector Al Goddard. I followed you here.
Oh, I see.
Now, there's a nice, quiet little table in the corner. Let's sit down, huh?
What do you got some questions or something?
Yeah, a few. How would you like to go to prison for the murder of Harry Gruber?
What's the matter with you? You're crazy? I don't even know any Harry Gruber.
I believe you. But I can rig it so a jury won't. I can break every alibi you've got, and I can prove that you know George Soderquist. That you were with him the night that Gruber was killed.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, it's very simple, Farrar. I'm going to railroad you for Gruber's murder.
Why? Why go out and just pick a guy up out of thin air? What's the point?
The point is that I'll forget the whole thing if I can get the right price. $25,000.
Oh, this is just a nice little shakedown, huh?
Well, it's my welfare work. I wouldn't want to see you go to prison.
Now, where would I get $25,000?
Your friends. And you can tell them that I know why you turned down that $500 raise.
That doesn't mean a thing.
You can also tell them that I know why you drive that mail truck. Because if you don't, all their plans for that robbery go right out the window.
Look, I don't believe any of this. Not about Soderquist or the robbery or this shakedown. I don't even believe you're a cop.
Then check around. Meanwhile, I'm at the Park Hotel. Talk to your friends, Farrar. And get that money. If you don't, I'm going to frame you and wreck every chance they ever had to pull that robbery.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Wait. Why are you doing this?
I told you. For $25,000. And I want that money by midnight or I catch the late train for Washington.
Yes?
Me, Farrar.
Well?
Well, there's no such thing as $25,000.
Okay, beat it.
You mean you'd still frame me?
Sure I would.
Look, I know some of the men that Soderquist knows, and I've talked to them. But they haven't got that kind of money, and I'm not in whatever they're doing.
Oh, sure,
But
sure.
I'll go along with you in any way I can.
Is that why you're here?
Well, they want to meet you. They say they'll try to work out something. I think they're scared.
Yeah, scared to death.
Well?
Look, I don't want to talk to any third parties. There'll be no tape recordings and no tricks. I'm going to talk to you and you alone. But as far as I'm concerned, the talk's finished.
Now, look, give me a break, will you? I haven't anything to do with this.
I don't believe a word you've said, except there isn't any that kind of money. Okay, I'll buy my racing stable some other time. Meanwhile, I'll concentrate on being a hero.
Will you listen to me? It's not my fault.
Forget the deadline. You've met it.
I'm the one that's going to go to prison. What can I do?
That's your problem.
You still going to take that train to Washington?
Sure. Yeah, why not? Get going, Farrar. Get out of here.
Yes?
This is Goddard. I just thought I'd call you, Maury. I've checked out of the hotel, and I'm counting on somebody to beat my brains out in about 30 minutes.
Al, what are you trying to tell me?
Well, it's one of those quick plans, the kind you don't approve of. But I got a pretty fair chance of finding out who killed Harry Gruber. They've got plenty of reasons now to want me.
Oh, I've told you a dozen times not to try. Where are you? I'll be right over.
Sorry, Maury, but I'm on my way.
Well, you're waking up, huh, Mr. Goddard? How do you feel?
Oh, great.
You better keep the ice bag. It'll keep the swelling down. I'm some nursey, huh?
Do you mind telling me just where I am?
Oh, sure. 4th floor, Compton Hotel. Your friends are waiting for you.
Oh, fine. They were real glad to see me. They met me at the railroad station. Well, who are you, honey?
Me? Hotel stenographer. Drafted for the emergency. I think he feels like talking, Earl.
Get lost, Dottie.
Sure, honey, sure. Get lost.
Remember us?
Yeah, vaguely. But there were more than two of you, though.
You never should have tried to run, pal. Those lumps must be real painful.
Skip it, Riggers. You know who I am?
Yeah, sure. Post office inspector.
You're not silly enough to think you might get away with this.
We can try.
Like Gruber?
We don't know Gruber.
It won't help to put me in concrete. There's too much interest left around. You look like a pretty smart guy. What are you hanging around with a gonif like this for?
Anybody ever weigh your head?
I'm talking to him.
I got 2 years of work tied up in this robbery, got it? I'm all set to go. I'm not going to give it up now.
What else can you do?
Well, that's just it. Farrar tells me you want $25,000 to keep quiet.
That was hours ago.
How do we know you're not a plant?
You don't. But I know what Gruber knew. With Farrar in your pocket, you've got a real big one on tap.
There's a law against robbing the mails, but there's nothing that says you can't talk about it. We're kidding, naturally.
Oh, sure.
No, we haven't got $25,000. But there's close to $1 million in this idea we're working on. We could cut you in.
Why don't you wake up? You can't beat the mails. They got a system.
So have we. With your help, we can make it foolproof. That's why you're still alive.
No, thanks.
You know, you're the one who's on the spot, got it, not us. Sure, we'd have to fold, but if we do, you won't be around to know the difference. So, think it over.
You, keeping me here?
That's right.
I'm due back at work in the morning. Start checking.
You can skip a day.
It'll look funny.
Look, get this straight, got it. Until you prove out you're going nowhere. Nowhere we don't want you to.
There's nothing to prove out. I'm a postal inspector like Gruber was. I came across something that looked phony, just like he did. Only I see it a little differently than Gruber. You can buy me out.
We could also kill you.
And kiss off $1 million haul? Now, your friend here knows better. Like he said, with my help, it's foolproof.
You know, I don't get it. You go along one way for years, and then you pull a complete switch. Why?
Well, sooner or later, every rooster wants to lay an egg.
Any special reason you want $25,000?
Yeah, the same reasons that you'd like $1 million. Only I'm not as greedy as you are.
Look, I told you before, we haven't got it. If you want to cut of the robbery, okay. If you don't, get out.
If I walk out of here, your robbery goes out the window. And you go on running this two-bit hotel. For the next 10 years, you'll be changing sheets and putting drunks to bed. So don't get so tough.
Are you in or out?
I'm in. Now, you run your end any way you want, but I take full charge of the post office.
Yeah? What's wrong with Farrar?
Look, someone else will pick up Farrar the same way I did. If I'm going to risk my neck, I'll do it my way. And one other thing. We got to make it look good downtown. I got to be free to move around on my job as usual.
Okay.
You sure we're giving him enough?
What does that mean, Riggis?
We're giving him his own way and a cut. Why don't we all just give him a right arm for old time's sake?
You know, sometimes you worry me, Riggis. Somewhere in your blood you got a crazy bug and it's swimming upstream night and day. You better get a cure or you'll kill us all.
All right, Earl, all right. We'll let it stand this way. But you got it. One bad move out of you and I'll put you on your back for good.
That's for tonight in the station, okay? All square and even?
Tough guy, huh, Earl? Real tough guy.
I just don't like to be shoved around. Okay, Earl. Now that I'm in, how about giving me some of the details?
But where are you, Al? Where are you phoning from?
Drugstore near the Compton Hotel, my new address.
You all right, Al?
Yeah, I'm all right. Now listen, Maury. We were right about the robbery. It's $1 million reserve stick-up.
How'd you find out about it?
Well, one thing led to another, and I agreed to help them.
Help them? You know what you're saying?
Now, don't worry. I'm not going through with the robbery. Now, look, get a rundown on these two names. Earl Bedecker and Joe Regas.
How long before the robbery?
Oh, maybe 10 days. Enough time to shop on Gruber and get out with my skin. Now, if we could only tie in Soderquist, we'd have... I'll call you back.
Hello.
Hi.
Remember me?
Ah, yes, my favorite nurse.
What are you doing out? Can't you phone from the hotel?
Can't you?
Oh, I don't want to use the phone. I'm just buying some new records. You like pop?
I think I'm starting to.
Well, I got some new ones here. Come on back to the hotel. I got a record player up in my room.
Ah, I'd like that fine, Dodie. But what about Earl? Will he be there, too?
Earl don't ever have to worry about me.
But what about me? You think Earl has to worry about me?
That's something I wonder about. Coming, Mr. Goddard? Or do you have to make another phone call?
I'm fresh out of dimes, honey. Let's go.
Act 3 of the Hollywood Radio Theater will continue in just a few moments. Make a friend, and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has. In 1864, Clara Barton gave up a successful job in the patent office in Washington and devoted the rest of her life to bringing physical and mental aid to the wounded and dying on the battlefield. At first, it was the soldiers of the American Civil War. But when the war ended, she was forced to go abroad to recuperate from nervous exhaustion. While she was in Switzerland, Napoleon declared war on Prussia. Clara Barton was urged to return to her own country, but she refused. She felt it was her duty to remain in Europe and help the wounded of this new war. It didn't make any difference to her if they were French or Prussian. She didn't ask the nationality of the sufferer when she stopped the flow of blood from a soldier's wound. In spite of many inconveniences and hardships, she traveled across the rugged German countryside to reach the Prussian front lines. But there she was told that the only way she could be allowed into a frontline camp would be as a prisoner of war. Clara Barton agreed, and as a prisoner until the end of the war, she continued to do her work with the wounded Prussian soldiers. After the war, she remained in Europe to help the defeated French. When she sailed for home in 1873, grateful Europeans bestowed on her many medals of honor, including the Gold Cross of Remembrance, the Jewel of the Red Cross, and the Iron Cross of Merit. Once again, an unselfish American had discovered that by helping others, you help your country. We pause now for station identification.
Act 3 of Appointment with Danger, starring William Holden as Al Goddard and Colleen Gray as Sister Augustine, with Dan Riss as Ahern. It's the following morning, and Al Goddard is once again in the visitor's room at St. Michael's School, this time with a snapshot for Sister Augustine.
Won't approve of my methods in getting this picture, sister. I stole it from a girlfriend of a gentleman named Earl Bedecker, but I doubt if she'll miss it.
Why, it's a picture of Mr. Soderquist.
That's right, Soderquist and friends. And I think one of these other men was with him that night in the alley. And this one. His name is Joe Regas.
I'm sorry, Mr. Goddard, but I just can't be certain.
Oh, okay.
Is there anything else?
Yes, I told you to stay indoors because you're in danger. And where did I find you? Out in the playground with a bunch of kids.
Now, you won't frighten me away from those children.
Here. This is for you.
A revolver? Mr. Goddard, please. Now, put it away at once.
It'll protect you. Take it as a personal favor.
I didn't know you could afford personal feelings.
All right, it's not personal. It's routine.
You know, with a little practice, you could be quite a nice man. Now, put that gun back in your pocket, and I'll show you through the back way. It may be safer for you.
You're learning fast, sister.
I think the government expects a lot from young men.
Well, it's my job. I have to take the risk.
Well, they should get some of those politicians to do it.
When I'm in trouble, sister, I'll quote you. Now, you be careful.
I will. But remember, I have that guardian angel.
I've got one, too. It's in my pocket.
Only mine never misses. Goodbye, Mr. Goddard.
You know what you're doing, Al, coming here to the post office?
Part of my deal with Bedecker is to keep acting like a cop. Relax, it's okay.
Well, what's this big news you mentioned on the phone?
Bedecker's changed his mind. He's moved the date up. They've set the robbery for tomorrow afternoon.
Tomorrow was going to be a week from tomorrow. If he suspects anything,
I can't figure out whether he does or not. Look, there's one thing for sure. He's set on tomorrow, and I can't stall it. And he's found a perfect flaw. The reserve shipment from Cleveland to Logansport.
A flaw?
Yeah. There's no through train from Cleveland to Logansport. The money's transferred from one train to the other right here in Gary.
Yes, but it's protected all the way by armored trucks and machine guns.
All except that 7 minutes here in Gary. It travels from one station to the other in a single mail truck. One man and a .45 pistol. It's a great scheme.
So you had to tackle the whole thing by yourself?
Well, this time I did.
Because you got soft-hearted about a nun?
Look, she's our star witness to Gruber's murder. We've got to protect her. All right, you've got a badge. Why don't you arrest me for perjury?
How can I? It's the first time I've ever liked you.
Look, we've got to find Soderquist.
We have found him.
You what?
Soderquist is dead, murdered. Goodman's men found the body early this morning in the canal.
You boys keeping secrets or something?
Oh, now take it easy,
Take
Al.
it easy. The Gruber case blows up in our faces.
Look, I had to wait till I talked to Washington.
Oh, fine, yeah. Now I suppose they want us to go ahead with the robbery.
We've got nothing this way that would last 5 minutes in court. We'd get them on a charge like that, and one of them will break on Gruber. Well, can you think of any other way?
Okay, I'll go on back to the hotel.
Just bail out in time, you hear me?
Yeah, sure. I hear you.
Hello?
Maury Goddard. I just got back to the hotel, and the desk said you'd been calling me.
Where are you?
I'm in a booth around the corner.
I put you in a bad hole, Al. Right after you left my office, one of the guards found Farrar. He was hiding.
Farrar?
Just outside my office. He's sure to have heard everything we were talking about. But he slugged the guard and got away. You haven't seen him yet, have you?
No, not yet. But let him alone. Don't even look for him.
He's bound to get to Bedecker and tell him, so pull out now and run. Don't walk.
I got some things up in my room. I'll get him and meet you in 20 minutes.
Oh, we've been waiting for you, Al.
How you doing, Inspector?
What's wrong?
Why, who says anything's wrong?
Nobody, but I opened my door and find you here, so...
We've been waiting for you, that's all. Now, let's get moving.
Where? What's this all about?
Just a final check of the plans. We're driving out to the shack. Cronin and Gunner will meet us out there.
Now?
Now, pal, now.
You got a face a foot long. You just lose your best friend?
I'm my best friend.
That's what he means. Come on, let's get started.
Now, what about the two sedans, Cronin?
Yeah, we borrowed them out of that parking lot. I've been casing them every day for a month. You got no worry.
All right, let's look at the map again. Now, at the end of 4 minutes, the mail truck will be right here. That's point A.
We've been through this 100 times.
We'll go through it again. It's what happens after we grab the door that bothers me.
It's simple. We turn west off the boulevard to point B. We switch the cars, and then we... Sit down, Goddard. Sit down. Earl will answer.
Hello. All right, Doty, what is it? I don't want him out here. You what? Okay, thanks. Farrar called Doty.
Anything happen?
I don't know.
Farrar's coming here?
Yeah, that's right. He's on his way.
I told him to stay away from us. All of us.
You're jumping all over the place, Al. Settle down. It can't matter that much.
Well, if he's followed, it could matter $1 million worth.
Farrar knows what he's doing. Now, let's get back to the map. Now, after point B, these 3 cross streets have got to be blocked off. That's Riga's job. Roadblocks, detour signs.
If anybody sees us, we're dead. Remember that, Regas. The whole job depends on not being recognized.
If anybody slips, it won't be me. What about Pal here? Got it.
I'll be at the mail truck. Among other things, there's a little matter of making sure we grab the right pouch. Now, what about point C, Earl?
There's $1 million waiting for us. But if we're seen, we'll be running for the rest of our lives. Okay, about... 10 minutes later, we'll be back here at the shack. We'll make another switch of the cars, and then we'll be...
Earl, I gotta talk to I put down the gun, Goddard.
What are you doing here, Farrar?
Well, it's about tomorrow, Earl. I gotta make sure. Hey, what's he gotta go point a gun at me for?
Maybe we ought to rent you a memory. Earl told you to keep away. After this thing happens, the town's going to be flooded with federal men. We're all going to be in a spot, so the first guy who talks is going to get a headache he can't cure. You understand, Farrar?
Yeah, sure.
Anything else, Earl?
No, let's break this up.
I'll drive back to town with Farrar.
But why can't
You heard him. The next time you want to see me, phone the hotel.
Let's go, Farrar.
I don't trust him, Earl. Punk Farrar.
He's scared. He'll do what he's told.
Like Soderquist? Soderquist was scared, too.
Now, no more of that stuff. I've had enough of it.
Look, our luck's gone bad, Earl. It went bad that night in the alley.
Stop thinking about that nun.
You want to know why I think about her? Because I'm hot and you're not. And sometime years from now, maybe when the rest of you are all scattered, somebody's going to tap me on the shoulder. That's why I think about it.
Yeah, but you're clear. Soderquist is dead, and you say she never even saw you.
Yeah. And sometimes I believe that. Sometimes for as long as 2 or 3 minutes at a stretch.
Just watch how and where you drive, Farrar. There's a gun in your ribs. You behave yourself, you keep away, and you might get off with 5 to 10 years.
5 to 10? Oh, thanks. That's sure going to help with my love life.
It's more romantic than being dead. Now, drop me off at the hotel.
Come in.
Hi.
Hi. I was just going to pour one. Join me?
No, thanks, Dodie. Can we turn off that music for a minute?
Huh? Well, yeah, sure.
Earl come back yet?
Uh-uh. Unless he's downstairs.
Dodie, what did Farrar want when he called you?
Well, all he said was he had to talk to Earl. He sounded real nervous. What did he lose, an airmail stamp?
You know, Dodie, I'd give an awful lot to know what goes on behind that makeup.
For instance. You afraid of me, Al?
Does Earl ever get jealous?
He understands. You can put strings on good women or bad women. But you can't do anything about the lazy ones.
You can beat them.
They stay about the same. Can't make them do the right thing or the wrong thing. They're lazy. They do the easy thing.
And if Earl found me here with you now, alone?
I don't know. But it sounds real exciting.
A little too exciting, honey. Oh, if Earl asks for me...
Yeah?
Tell him I'm at the post office making a final check.
It looks like we're set, Al. Goodman's bringing his boys here tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock.
And that'll give you over an hour. Okay. Now, just tell him to be careful. I'll be riding in the hold-up car. And don't close in until we're all back at that shack. Now, what about Farrar?
Goodman's tailing him. He'll pick him up at noon tomorrow. He'll be safer in jail.
I'll keep him there. Benedict doesn't want him around either until it's all over.
Where do you go now, Al?
I'll back to the hotel by way of St. Michael's School.
So I'm to go back to Fort Wayne. Is that it, Mr. Goddard?
That's right, sister. Police matron will stop by tomorrow afternoon and go with you.
There's nothing else that I can do?
Well, with Soderquist dead, I'm afraid you're out of it.
I haven't been of much help, have I? Goodbye, Mr. Goddard. I'll remember you in my prayers.
Thank you, sister. If you haven't anything else, at least now I've got a good lawyer.
Well, we better start. It's almost 5 o'clock. Anything from you, Al?
No. Now, look. Just don't get gun happy. You can rob Fort Knox and live, but steal a dime and kill a post office clerk, and they'll spend the rest of their lives running you down.
All right, start moving, Cronin. Now, there's one other thing, but I'll tell you later in the car. We're changing point C.
Right.
What do you mean you're changing point C?
Sounds simple, pal. We're changing it.
I found out just a couple of hours ago.
Found out what?
There's a better road to the shack. There's less traffic. So we're changing point C. Is there any reason why we shouldn't?
No. No, I guess not.
You're not driving, so don't let it worry you. Now, where's your coat?
In my room.
Well, get it, and go out through the lobby and meet me in the back.
Inspector's office, Ahern.
I'm phoning from my room, Maury, but there's no time, so don't ask questions.
Go ahead.
They've just changed point C. I don't know the new location. That means you'll have to watch all the roads in case there's a slip-up. If there isn't, they'll wind up as scheduled at the shack. Now, I won't have a chance to...
I'd say you pulled a boner, Al.
I'd say so, too, Dodie.
I heard what you just said on the phone. Might help if I hadn't been with Earl for so long.
You gonna tell him?
If I told him, he'd have to kill you. That'd make me, what do they call it, accessory or something?
And you don't love anybody that much.
Not 25 years worth. I'm a loser either way. Suppose they get away with all that dough this afternoon. Be wearing mink coats and hideouts and hamburger joints. Living on the run till they catch up with Earl.
Well, at least you read the book. What are you going to do, Dodie?
When you walk out, I'm going to pack my bag and leave. I'm going to forget names and faces and what's going to happen to all of you in the next hour or so.
They can still get you for withholding information.
Not if I tell a government agent. So I'm telling you, They're going to hold up a mail truck. I got to pack, so goodbye.
You won't get a gold star, but thanks anyway.
Don't bother. Earl was good to me. I hope he kills you.
Calling car 73. Calling Inspector Ahern. This is Goodman calling car 73.
Come in, Goodman.
They pulled the job. Everything is scheduled except Regas.
Regas, what about him?
We followed his car from 4th Street. He's gone to the railroad station. He could be skipping town by train, but it doesn't make sense.
Forget Regas. Stick to your schedule.
Right. See you later at the shack.
Afternoon, sister.
Good afternoon.
I'm from the police department. We'd like to talk to you.
But I thought I was to go back to Fort Wayne.
Yeah, sure, later.
Well, if you think you need me. Oh, the matron. She's getting our tickets. I'd better go and tell
Now, look,
her.
there isn't any time. My partner will tell her. This way, sister. My car's just outside.
Where's Regas, Earl? Why isn't he here?
I don't know, and I don't like it. We'll wait 5 minutes if he doesn't show by
What
then.
is this place, anyway?
I told you, the New Point C. It used to be a quarry or something.
Earl, he's coming. Regas.
All right, get him over here. You and Gunner stow the money in back of his car.
Hey, he's heading for the shed. He's got someone in the car with him.
What's he talking about? What shed?
There's an old tool shed back there. Come on, Gunner. We're wasting time.
Fine, boys, take a look. I found her, see? The nun.
What's he talking about?
An old friend, Al. An old friend of Regas from LaPorte.
She's been to the police. She told me. And she got a little noisy, Earl, so I stuffed her mouth.
What else did she tell you?
Nothing yet. And now that we're all here, she's going to tell plenty.
You're crazy, Regas. Do you want us to get
Stop
off?
arguing. We haven't got time.
How about it, Earl, okay?
I don't know.
She knows about the robbery. She's seen us, all of us.
Killing her isn't going to do any good. Besides, who'd touch her? She's a nun.
Regas could do it.
Real quick, pal.
Oh, what harm can she do us? She doesn't know our names or anything about us.
If we're caught, she can identify us.
If we're caught, we're through anyway.
Look, you're here on a free ride, Goddard. Don't come to the party and give away drinks.
Take her gag off, Regas. I said take the gag off.
Yeah, sure.
Now listen to me, sister. We'll take your word. You've never seen us. You can't identify us. We'll take your word.
Thank you. But I couldn't give you my word about a thing like that.
What difference does it make?
A great deal. I couldn't let my silence be used as a weapon against the law.
But you're not hired to defend the law.
I'm sorry. I cannot give you my word.
All right, Regas. Take her out back somewhere.
Come on, lady.
Leave her alone.
Lie down, Rover.
You need a new mouth, Regas.
Please don't. Please, somebody stop this fight.
Come on, break it up. We got to get out of here.
For this, we got time, maybe. With $1 million to split, just pray for a tie.
Mr. Goddard, he's got a gun.
I had to do it, Earl. It was Regas or me.
Yeah.
Well, what are you waiting for? If those shots were heard, we're going to be in trouble.
You're already in trouble, Mr. Goddard. Now, drop the gun. The sister knows you, huh? Well, you picked a talky partner. How far's it gone?
It's a fix all the way. The whole area's staked out for miles around.
Only we got you and we got her.
Leave her here. I'll see that you get through the police.
No, thanks.
You don't have a chance, Earl. Leave her alone. I promise to get you through.
For what? To grab 20 minutes of air and die on a back road?
Right now, 20 minutes is a lot of time.
All right, get out to the car. Sister, you're either lucky or living right. You drive, Gunner.
That's just a warning, Benedict. We've got you surrounded. Put your hands up and start walking.
Get around to the back. There's a path through the woods.
The money. We got $1 million in the car.
We'll give you 5 seconds.
We got nothing. You heard what he said. It's a fix all the way. The doe's phony. Come on.
Earl, look, they're closing in. They're back there, too.
Then shut up and start shooting.
I'm Lieutenant Goodman, Bettiger. We're taking you to a hospital. If you got anything to say, you better say it now.
I'm gonna die, huh?
You asked for it, Bettiger.
Yeah. Sure. Well, where's Goddard?
I'm here, Earl.
It's too bad.
I'd walk over, but I can't. My leg. Your aim was a little low.
Just tell me one thing, will you? For the record, Al. Was the dough phony, too?
No, it was real. You'll die rich, Earl.
Take it easy, Al.
Did you get them all?
We got him.
Mr. Goddard.
It's all right, sister. I'll make it. Now, you did fine. You sure you're not hurt?
No. When the shooting started, I just threw myself down on the floor. That's what the boys do at school when they play those terrible games.
Maury, get her on that train, will you? I think she wants to get back to those kids.
I've got a car waiting anytime you're ready, sister.
Thank you. Goodbye, Mr. Goddard. God bless you.
Well, for once you were right, Maury. Somebody who doesn't have a pitch.
Al, if you stay with it and work real hard, one of these days you're going to qualify for the human race.
Thanks. I may join at that.
In a moment, our stars will return.
The occupation of the Japanese city of Yokosuka is a good example of democracy at work. The first thing our troops had to do was clean up their own area. But then they looked at the devastation, the sickness, and the low morale of the people around them, and they set to work. To create better living conditions, they demolished rotten, rat-infested buildings. They converted unused buildings into schoolrooms, gymnasiums, and chapels. And with their own funds, they furnished much of the equipment. For health, they covered the city giving anti-tuberculosis shots, typhoid inoculations, X-ray pictures, and smallpox vaccinations. To raise the spirits of the people, they started boys' clubs, women's clubs, Red Cross groups. The occupation is over now, but the Japanese have had a taste of democracy. They like it. They've seen it work. Such acts by you and your friends today are shaping our world of tomorrow.
Now, here's Mr. Cummings with our stars.
William Holden and Colleen Gray, please come forward for a curtain call. Bill, have you ever had a real appointment with danger?
Well, Irving, I tried to walk across Hollywood Boulevard again this afternoon.
Don't let him kid you, Irving. A few months ago, Bill made a trip to Japan and Korea to entertain our troops. He went to the front lines and hospitals and talked to the boys.
Well, it was a real privilege to meet them. I hope to go back soon.
How about you, Colleen? Have you had any dangerous appointments lately?
Well, I've been vanquished.
Vanquished? How awful.
No, Irving. The Vanquished is the name of my latest picture for Paramount, co-starring John Payne and Jan Sterling. It's packed with danger and excitement.
Now, really, Colleen, if you want to plug your picture, why don't you just come out and say it like I do?
All right, so go ahead.
Stalag 17.
Hey, Bill, watch your language.
You remember Stalag 17, Colleen. It was one of the funniest plays on Broadway, and it's Bill's latest for Paramount.
Of course. Now tell me, what's the latest, Irving?
A beautiful love story with a perfect setting. The romantic countryside of Italy. It's Paramount Pictures' moving and sensitive drama of September Affair. And starring in their original roles in this unforgettable romance will be Joan Fontaine and Joseph Cotton.
Well, we'll be looking forward to that one, Irving. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. And you have a possible return soon.
Theater is produced by Mr. Irving Cummings. Our orchestra is under the direction of Rudy Schrager. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us next week at this same time for another presentation of the Hollywood Radio Theater. Hollywood Radio Theater is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
is ChestertonRadio.com.
International Silver Company presents the Silver Theater. Starring Helen Hayes in Crossroads for Two, an original two-part story by Therese Lewis and Hubble Robinson, adapted for Silver Theater by True Boardman and directed by Conrad Nagel. Brought to you in behalf of two of the greatest names in silverware, International Sterling, world-famous soldered silver, and 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Conrad Nagel bidding you welcome to the first of two New York performances which celebrate the return to Silver Theater of that brilliant star of the American stage, Miss Helen Hayes. And now our play is about to begin. The house lights dim, the silver curtain rises on Act One of the two-part drama Crossroads for Two, starring Helen Hayes as Brenda Mason, with Carlton Young as Steve Carr and Roberto Bomberg as Pablo. The premiere of a new play has just come to its end. And as the curtain falls on the last of a score of curtain calls...
Brenda, it was beautiful.
Never given such a performance.
You've got a hit, Brenda.
Oh, thank you. You're grand, all of you, and the swellest cast of work with I've ever known. Yeah. And now, what time is it?
11:20.
Good Lord, I'll never make it. Excuse me, everybody. I've got a train to catch.
What about the second part?
Where are you going? Brenda. Oh, Miss Brenda, that show tonight? Well, I want to tell you. Then tell me later, Ellen. I just have time to make it if it don't change. Hand me that cold cream. Oh, yes.
Brenda, you decent?
Oh, it's Mr. Barton, Miss Brenda. Yes, come in, Lee.
Brenda, my dear, it was superb. What happened to you tonight? You were outdoing yourself. And not even Brenda Mason has the right to be better than Brenda Mason.
It did go all right, didn't it, Lee?
All right, with 20 curtain calls? Well, half of Washington's out there to meet you. Do you know that? And I've got...
Wait, Miss Brenda.
I'll be right there.
Taxi?
Lee, darling, this is the one night I can't meet anyone. I'll be back for the show tomorrow, but I've simply got to catch the 11:30 for New York.
New York? But why?
For just about the most important thing that ever happened to one Brenda Mason.
Yes?
I meant to tell you before, but, well, somehow I haven't told anyone. I've adopted a son, Lee.
You... Brenda.
He's a refugee, a 9-year-old war orphan from Barcelona. I found him through the former Spanish consul in New York.
Then you've never even seen the child?
No. His boat docks tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. That's why I've got to go now. I don't intend to have Pablo arrive in America without his brand-new parent being on hand to meet him.
Now, wait a minute. You're not going down to meet that boat all by yourself.
Why not? I seem to do a great many things for myself.
Well, not this. I'll come to New York later tonight. I'll fly in. If you become a foster mother, that ought to make me sort of a foster uncle.
Oh, Lee, that's wonderful, and you can bet you're elected. Why is it that...
What did you say?
I said, why is it that...
What?
I said, why is it that the last 10 minutes of a ship's arrival is always 4 hours long?
It's because...
Oh, so that's why it is.
Brenda, you're shivering. Are you cold?
I'm scared. Scared stiff. Any minute now, Senor Ortega will walk down that gangplank with him. Oh, Lee, what if he doesn't like me? You know, it must be awful traveling all the way across the Atlantic, wondering about the person who's going to be your new mother. And maybe I won't be the kind of person you imagined at all.
Of course you won't. You'll be a lot finer.
Do you suppose you'll know any English? Or will we just have to stare at each other? Talk sign language?
Now, look, will you stop worrying?
No.
Brenda, why are you adopting this boy? After all, there's been nothing to stop you from, well, marrying the right man and having children of your own.
Mm-hmm. Nothing except the absence of the right man, Lee. And as for my adopting a child, why shouldn't I? I've got money, success, all any woman could ask except one thing. Someone who needs affection. Someone who needs me.
If I were only 9 and spoke Spanish.
Look, Lee. They're coming. Senora Ortega and Pablo. Hey, this is going to get me. Look, at the first sign of a weep out of me, kick me or something, will you?
Yes, but then who's going to kick me?
Oh, look at him, Lee. He's beautiful.
Easy now, Brenda.
I'm all right.
Oh, Miss Mason.
How do you do, Senora Ortega? This is...
Yes, this is Pablo.
Hello, Pablo.
How do you do, Miss Mason? And thank you for bringing me to America. I love America.
You darling, you do speak English.
¿Cómo?
You see, I was afraid you wouldn't, Pablo, and that I couldn't make you understand how glad I am to have you.
I am afraid he still does not. What he said was a single speech that all of them were taught on board. As yet, he has but little English. Chiquito, ¿no hablas inglés?
No, señor. Hablo poquito. ¿No puedo quedarme aquí si no hablo inglés?
Sí, chiquito, no te molestas. He wants to know if he will be sent back if he cannot speak more English.
Oh, tell him no.
I did. And he will learn quickly. You engage the governess I suggested.
She's at my apartment.
Then there should be no difficulty. You may take him now. I shall have to contact you later regarding the final legal details. And now I must see to the others. Adios. Adios, Pablo.
Adios, señor.
Goodbye, Mr. Ortega, and thank you. Well, we'll go now, Pablo. We're going home. Do you understand? Home?
Sí. Home. Comprendo.
Do you want to take my hand?
¿Cómo? I have not words.
Oh, Pablo, if your heart is anything like mine, we don't need words at a time like this. This is it, Pablo. This is where we live.
Sí, señora.
Lee, he's so quiet. Do you suppose...
Will you quit worrying? It's all new to the youngster. You going to have him stay here?
Until the player comes into town next week. The governess will sort of help him get adjusted. Mercedes! I'd like to take him down to Washington,
Yes,
but...
Miss Mason.
Mercedes, this is our Pablo.
Oh, bienvenido, Pablo.
Gracias, señorita. Me alegro. Pero tengo miedo que la señorita está enfadada porque no hablo inglés.
He says he thinks you're angry because he doesn't speak English.
Oh, but he mustn't think that. Pablo, come here. It doesn't matter, Pablo. Tell him that.
No importa que no habla.
And I'm the foolish one because I'm grown up and I can't speak his language. Oh, Pablo, darling, I don't care. Mercedes, why does he turn away from me?
Spanish children are often so, Miss Mason. It's nothing. He is maybe a little afraid as yet.
Of course. Let's show him his rooms. Come, Pablo. This will be your bedroom.
Sober, Pablo.
Sí, comprendo.
What's this on the walls? A regular mural in miniature.
The Adventures of Don Quixote. I had Carl Miller paint it.
En los muros. La vida de Don Quijote, ¿no?
He recognizes it, Miss Mason.
Rocinante es falso en color.
Oh, but he says Don Quixote's mule is the wrong color.
Oh, I'll have it changed tomorrow. And now, this is the playroom, Pablo. Everything in here is yours. Just for you.
What did you do? Buy out a toy department?
Does he like it, Mercedes? Why doesn't he say?
Como le gusta. Pablo. Como le gusta.
Pablo. Oh, Pablo.
I'm sorry, Miss Mason.
Wait a minute, Brenda.
But I've got to go to him.
Oh, that's the one thing you mustn't do. If you really want to know, Pablo's crying in there. And the last thing in the world he wants is for you to see him doing it.
Crying? But why?
Any idea how you would feel if every crazy dream you'd ever had suddenly came true?
I don't know. There's something in his eyes from the first moment I saw him. A sort of fear. Or even resentment. I got to lick it, Lee. Pablo and I have to be friends. Otherwise, nothing will have changed for either of us. We'll both just go on being lonely.
Sell out business or not, unless you start taking care of yourself. You're on the go all day, every day with Pablo. The zoo, the circus, the fair, Spanish lessons. You can't do that and play a strenuous part every night. It won't do,
But
Brenda.
it's working, Lee. That look in his eyes, it's nearly gone. I think he's beginning to be really happy, Lee. Really and truly whole kit and caboodle happy. Why, that son of mine will actually break out laughing one of these fine days. You mark my words.
But Brenda, listen.
Can't talk now. I have to go home to him. Good night.
Díganos otra vez.
Oh, sí, señor, nos divierta mucho.
Pues, otra vez soy yo el nuevo Don Quixote y les digo mis aventuras más recientes. El asno mío soy yo mí mismo. De esta manera. ¡Hijo! ¡Hijo!
Senorita Mason. Mercedes, what's the meaning of this? Pablo should have been in bed and asleep hours ago.
It's my fault, Miss Mason. I came here 3 times today to find you, and the last time I decided to stay until you came home. Pablo went to bed once, but he got up again to keep me company.
Well, that was very considerate of you.
As a matter of fact, it was. From what he tells me, it's about time the kid did something he wants for a change.
Really? Who are you?
I'm Stephen Carr.
Look, the señor. He brings to me esta medal.
What is it?
A medal. The Distinguished Award for Valor of the Spanish government.
It was of my father.
You knew Pablo's father?
We flew together in Spain.
You flew? Oh, I see. Here, Pablo, here's the medal. It's very fine.
Tell her what it says.
El murió porque los hombres...
Yes, she speaks not Spanish.
It says, he died because men cannot live in chains.
See, for the liberty it is good to die.
Right, Pablo.
Please don't talk to him like that. Mercedes, you'd better take Pablo back to bed now.
Sí, señorita.
Good night, Pablo.
Good night. Buenas noches, señor.
Buenas noches, Pablo.
Mr. Carr, I believe you've accomplished whatever you came for. And now...
You don't like me very much, do you? Why? Because I made Pablo laugh? How many times have you heard him laugh, Miss Mason?
I wish you...
You wish I'd go, I know. But first you should know this. I was with Pablo's father when he died. He made me promise to find the kid and adopt him.
Adopt? Well, that's very interesting, Mr. Carr. But Pablo happens to be mine, and I wouldn't think of giving him up. Besides, I don't know anything at all about you. You've suddenly turned up here out of the blue.
Out of Spain.
Very well, then, out of Spain.
And I'd have been here sooner, except that I was helping to fight a war. You knew there was one.
Yes, I did know. And if there's anything I hate worse than war, it's outsiders who can't wait to get mixed up in the fighting.
I read about that somewhere, Miss Mason. You gave an interview.
I've given a great many. I do whatever I can for peace. It's rather a lost cause, but not to me.
You fight for peace, is that it?
Work for it, yes.
It may sound odd, but I like to think I do the same.
It does sound odd.
We can't decide this tonight. But I'm glad to know you believe in settling things peaceably, Miss Mason, because I'm going to do everything I can to take Pablo away from you. You see, I've got an idea that what the kid really needs is a father.
Don't let those interviews of mine deceive you, Mr. Carr. I'm not a pacifist about things like this. You'll find that out if you try to get Pablo away from me. I'll give you a good fight, Mr. Carr. And I'm ready to start whenever you are.
And so the curtain falls on Act 1 of Crossroads for Two. Before it rises on the second act, the actor will bring an answer to one of Brenda Mason's most pressing questions. I'd like to answer a question that was asked over 200 years ago. Mr. Shakespeare wanted to know what's in a name, remember? Well, we could tell him that names do mean something. They have associations. Those of you who are familiar with Rachmaninoff's prelude in C-sharp minor or Richard Wagner's famous prelude to Lohengrin will agree that the name prelude is rich in beautiful associations. In the past, it's made musical history. And in the present, it's making silver history. For ever since its creation in the early spring, this newest of international sterling solid silver patterns has been winning first place in the hearts of women who seek perfection in all its forms. And this is why.
Prelude, ladies and gentlemen, is a pattern that in a very special way expresses the new romantic mood of today. Its lines are soft and rhythmic, and the cluster of roses which forms the prelude ornament has an indefinable charm, a richness and elegance that will make your entertaining memorable. Yes, Prelude is exquisite as a fantasy, and yet it has, too, the enduring beauty of the truly genuine. For Prelude is sterling silver, solid silver through and through, that will enrich not only your own life, but become a precious heirloom to your children's children. So remember that name, Prelude, the most sought-after pattern in solid silver today.
The silver curtain rises on the second act of Crossroads for Two, starring Helen Hayes as Brenda Mason. 3 hectic, anxious weeks have passed for Brenda, with Steve Carr trying in every way to assume custody of Pablo, Brenda's adopted child. Then finally in the courtroom of a Supreme Court judge one afternoon.
Here is a certified copy of the decree of the Spanish court allowing my client, Miss Brenda Mason, to adopt the child. It is completely in order, executed in accordance with the necessary... It was written by Pablo's father, Your Honor, a soldier dying in battle. It says that I was to find the boy and look after him.
That's true, Your Honor. When I'm touring in a play, I am out of town for long periods of time. But at least I'm in this country. Mr. Carr's all over the world fighting for any country that hasn't...
Having heard the testimony and examined the evidence, this court is convinced that Miss Mason has and should retain legal custody of Pablo de Casea. Mr. Carr, unless Miss Mason permits you to do so, you must make no further efforts to see the child.
Mr. Carr! Wait before you go.
Yes?
It wouldn't be honest to say I'm sorry. There's one thing, though, I'd like you to know. I won't give Pablo to you, but I want you to feel free to visit him whenever you wish.
Well, that's a pretty quick switch, Miss Mason.
I'm a realist, Mr. Carr. I have Pablo legally, but there's a lot more to this than wherefores and whereases. He's still talking about your visit with him that night. You're the one real bond he has with his father, and that's important. And, Mr. Carr, I have a farm upstate. I'm going there this weekend with Pablo and the Bartons. I'd like you to come, too, if you will.
Well, that's very decent of you under the circumstances.
Then you'll come? I think you might like it. It's quite a change. There's even a cow.
A cow? Well, when you put it on that basis, when you lure me with a cow, well, that sells me, Miss Mason. I'll be there, and thank you. Good morning.
Oh, hello, Mr. Carr. Sleep all right?
Perfectly, thanks. Are you always up at this hour of the morning?
Well, it seems my son comes from a long line of early risers. Since I've so little time to be with him, I've started turning out early, too. Right now, he's taking the cow down to pasture.
Let me help with that digging.
No,
Here, give it to me. Why, what's the matter?
It's nothing. It's a little crazy, in fact.
What is?
When you took that spade away from me just now, Well, have you ever had something happen, and just at that moment you get a flash that the identical scene had happened sometime before?
Sure, I know what you mean. It hasn't, of course, just a retroactive imagination. At least that's what they taught us in psychology.
Where'd you go to school?
Kansas State, when I went, that is. Half the time I was hanging around airfields or trying to put old jalopies together. I'm still at it, too, more or less, only now it's a new kind of combat plane.
Oh.
I tested a ship in Spain, but it wasn't sound. So now I'm making changes. If they work out all right, I'll take it abroad and try again.
You'll fly for some country while you're doing it?
Sure.
Which one?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe China. Maybe some little European nation that's either got to build up its air force or else.
Or else what?
Or else some big friendly neighbor will take it over.
War happens to be your business, Mr. Carr. Please don't make it Pablo's.
You think I would?
Why not? You seem to enjoy fighting other people's wars. And you're not satisfied with the planes they already had to kill people. You're devoting your life to perfecting a better one.
You've pretty well made up your mind about me, haven't you?
Yes. As it happens, my own father was killed in the World War. I learned then about needless destruction, and I've hated it ever since. So while you're my guest here, I ask you not to talk to Pablo about war. or any of your deadly little mechanisms that make it possible. Will you agree to that?
All right, Miss Mason. It's a bargain. And now, do you suppose we can have breakfast, or aren't your guests allowed to talk about food either?
On the contrary, Mr. Carr, I often say a man's best friend is his breakfast.
Now, Pablo, here's one of those dilemmas that faces every croquet player. You can either try for the wicket or hit Miss Mason's ball.
I think the wicket, no?
Well, you'll have to figure out your own strategy, Pablo. But, of course, if you did hit Miss Mason's ball, you'd have 2 chances to make the wicket, and then you could hit her again right after you went through.
And that, I suppose, is letting him plan his own strategy.
It'll make a man out of him. Now, put your foot on the ball, Pablo, and smack it into the woods.
Oh, Mr. Carr, you think of everything.
It's been swell, Miss Mason. I don't mind admitting I hate to leave.
But why do you? The Bartons and I have to go, but you can stay and visit Pablo. Spend the week. We'll be out again after the show Saturday night.
Si, Senor Steve. You must stay. Say that you will stay.
Hello there, still up?
Miss Mason, I thought you were going to stay in town on show night.
Couldn't do it. A week at a stretch is too long away from that young caballero of mine. Think I'll start commuting.
Good. He's been missing you.
Has he really? You're not just saying that.
No, of course not. Why wouldn't he miss you?
Then you don't still think I'm a complete bust as a parent?
No, I don't. I guess I was wrong about that, Brenda.
Thanks, Steve. Good night. See you in the morning.
So, you see, Pablo, when people say, what is a picnic? You say, sandwiches, sunburn, potato salad.
And red ants.
And this is what I meant when I talked about quiet paddling. Regular Indian style. Can't even hear a swish. Now listen.
Pablo. He's asleep.
Yeah.
Swell day.
Swell night. Where's that music coming from?
I don't know. Somebody's radio across the river, I guess. Want me to paddle?
No, that's my job. You lie still. Don't forget, you have a show tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
Brenda, what are you thinking?
I wasn't really. Just looking up at the stars and, well, wondering about the person who made them, and this river, and this night.
Boss architect.
Uh-huh, exactly. The boss architect. He must be very proud of designing a night like this.
I've seen a few other designs he couldn't be very proud of.
Maybe those weren't his fault.
Whose were they then? No, I'm afraid even the boss architect makes a lot of mistakes. For one thing, he put the North and South Poles too far apart.
The North and South... Oh, did he, Steve?
Didn't he?
I'm not so sure.
Oh, Brenda.
Senor Steve?
Oh, Pablo.
We are near to home yet? Already, perhaps?
Yes, son. We are near to home yet, already, perhaps. There you are, darling, all tucked in. Warm enough?
Sí, I'm enough warm. Buenas noches, Mamma Mia.
Mamma Mia? Pablo, you never called me that before.
Steve, he said to me that I should now call you so.
Good night, Pablo.
Buenas noches.
And sleep tight, darling.
Sí, very tight, will I, Steve.
Come on, Steve.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm nearly forgetting. My plane, Steve. The little aeroplane you gave to me. I can have it to sleep with me, no?
A plane?
It is there, Steve, by the window. You see, Mamma Mia?
Why, it's a lovely toy, Pablo. A transport plane.
No. It is like the one that Senor Steve and my father, they're flying to shoot down the enemy. But it is better, faster. Oh. Mama.
Brenda.
Senor Steve.
You stay here, Pablo. Brenda.
Don't say anything. Just let me alone.
Look, Brenda, I broke the promise I made you. I know that. But it was unavoidable. I've been working nights out in the barn on some small models of my plane. Pablo found them yesterday and begged for one. After all, what harm does it do?
It does a great deal of harm. Pablo doesn't see that plane as a toy or a model. It's the real thing to him. And it brings back all the memories I'm trying to make him forget.
And you think you can?
I know I can. But not if you keep all of it alive for him. Not if you keep reminding him of Spain, of his father. His father who went up in the air to kill men, but who got killed himself instead. I suppose you'd like to train Pablo to fly, too, so he can shoot down some other man, or a dozen men. And you could train him. Who better? It's your trade, your living. It's your life.
Brenda, listen to me.
No, I don't want to ever listen to you again.
All right. Have it your way, then. Your prim, proper, pacifist way. And lock Pablo up somewhere so he'll never read a newspaper or hear a radio. That way he won't know what's really happening in the world. And he'll think you're grand when you make your little speeches for peace with all the rest of the talkers who do nothing. I'm beyond that now, Brenda. I've seen people killed. Women and children, animals too. And it made me mad, fighting mad. So I'm trying to do something about it. That's my job, a man's job. And it's about time I got back to it.
I agree with that. It's more than time you left here.
There's a train in half an hour.
That's fine.
Brenda.
Goodbye, Steve. And I'd rather you didn't see Pablo again.
You needn't worry. I won't. Goodbye.
Oh, Steve.
Mamma Mia, Senor Steve. He's going away?
Yes, Pablo, Senor Steve. He has some business to attend to.
You will not even say adios?
No, he won't even say adios.
Mamma Mia, you cry.
I'm sorry, Pablo.
Because of Senor Steve you cry?
No, Pablo. Just because the boss architect made the North and the South Poles so far apart.
Well, we hope you enjoyed tonight's performance of Crossroads for Two, and that you'll be back to your radios next Sunday to hear the Sterling finale. We hope, too, that you remember what we told you about International's new Prelude Sterling. For believe me, ladies and gentlemen, few of your possessions can give you the feeling of background, the inner satisfaction and pleasure which sterling silver can give you. Because the beauty of sterling is permanent. It's solid silver, through and through. Standing beside me now is a young man who can answer your most down-to-earth questions about sterling silver. Be sure to listen to him. All right, Frank Gallup?
Ladies and gentlemen, many of you would have sterling silver in your homes today if you realized how easily and practically it would fit into your budget. For instance, a formal dinner service of Prelude sterling, complete for 12 or 24 persons, can be purchased out of income like your radio or automobile. Or you can start a service with single place settings as low as $16.75 apiece. A place setting consists of 6 finely wrought pieces: luncheon knife and fork, salad fork, butter spreader, teaspoon, and cream soup spoon. And there are other payment plans which your silverware dealer will be glad to explain if you'll drop in and see him tomorrow. So take advantage of his friendly invitation. Remember the date, tomorrow, Monday. Remember the pattern, International Sterling's new Prelude.
Next week, ladies and gentlemen, Helen Hayes, Carlton Young, and Roberto Bomberg will bring you the moving finale of our two-part drama, Crossroads for Two. Next week also will mark the last of these Silver Theater broadcasts for this season. So be sure to be with us, won't you?
In the meantime, remember, if you want solid silver, you want International Sterling. If you want silver plate, you want 1847 Rogers Brothers, both proudly created by International Silver Company. Original music on tonight's show was scored and conducted by Mark Warno. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
International Silver Company presents The Silver Theater, starring Helen Hayes in Crossroads for Two, an original two-part story by Therese Lewis and Hubble Robinson, adapted for Silver Theater by True Boardman and directed by Conrad Nagel. Brought to you in behalf of two of the greatest names in silverware, International Sterling, world-famous solid silver, and 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Conrad Nagel welcoming you to the final performance of Silver Theater series of dramatic productions until next fall. And tonight, as last week, we are happy to have with us that truly distinguished actress, Helen Hayes. The house lights dim and the silver curtain rises on the concluding episode of Crossroads for Two, starring Helen Hayes as Brenda Mason, with Carlton Young as Stephen Carr and Roberta Bomberg as Brenda's adopted son, Pablo. Our scene, the private office of Lee Barton, Brenda's manager and oldest friend, on a morning in July.
I'm not trying to argue you out of anything, Brenda. I'm all for taking the play on this European tour, and I want you in it to guarantee the investment. Only why must we rush things so?
I want to keep working, Lee. I don't like not having anything to do.
10 whole days since the show closed, and you're bored already.
Oh, no, that isn't it. I love my days with Pablo, and not having to rush away from him every evening, but, golly, after he goes to bed, then I just want to keep working.
Well, no, why don't you be sensible and go over to the farm for a couple of weeks?
Oh, that's no good. It's worse up there. Isn't it a treat?
Well, you've hardly seen the place since... Well, that is...
Since Steve went away. That's what you were going to say, wasn't it, Lee? Well, why shouldn't you? Why shouldn't you talk about Steve? Pablo and I do often.
Well, I think it's a shame you've let Steve spoil the farm for you.
That's my fault, not his. He made the place so pleasant by being there last spring that now when he isn't, it just doesn't seem as attractive. It isn't any more serious than that.
No. Well, all right, Brendan. I'll do whatever you say.
Then we'll go to London, eat Yorkshire pudding, and maybe even play before the King and Queen.
Excuse me. Yes?
The London call, Mr. Barton. Mr. Connors.
Oh, yes, put him on. Hello?
Mr. Lee Barton?
Yes?
London calling. One moment, please.
That's Connors, Brenda.
Hello.
Hello, Frank.
Lee, old man. How are you?
Oh, fine, Frank, fine. Never better.
Well, it's all set. The whole European tour. Open on London the 20th. What about Brenda?
Well, Brenda's definitely decided. She's right here with me now.
Put her out, will you?
Of course. Brenda.
Hello, Frank.
Brenda, I'm delighted you're coming over. London needs a good play and a good actress.
I bow, Mr. Connors. All the way across the Atlantic, I bow.
I mean it. I say, Brenda, I read about your adopting a child. Can you?
Yes, a war orphan. I'll bring him along.
Be sure to do that.
Frank, what about the war situation?
Oh, nothing to worry about. Nothing at all. Everybody's too scared of everybody else over here to make a move.
Well, that checks with what I've been hearing.
As a matter of fact, the situation may stay as it is for years. And then you'll be so old, you'll have to make your London debut in a character part.
All right, Frank. You want to talk to Lee again?
No need. No details. Goodbye, Brenda. Have a good crossing.
There you are, Lee. In fact, there we both are. Now grab your hat and come along.
Where to?
Today's Pablo's birthday, and he's certainly not going to celebrate it without having his foster uncle on hand.
Oh, but why didn't you tell me?
Because I was afraid you'd go out and buy him something thoroughly impractical. But we'll stop off on the way home and you can get him a nice pair of sticks.
Stilts? What an extraordinary thought.
I don't see why. What's wrong with stilts? ¿Cómo se llama, chiquito? Pues no importa. Es maravilloso. Oh, Pablo. Hello there. Mamma mia, Senor Lee. Lee
course I have. Hey, what in the world?
Well, a Chinese rickshaw.
See, and this is mine for my birthday. What? Oh, see, Mamma Mia, from Senor Steve. Steve is here?
Oh, no, Miss Mason. This rickshaw was sent to Pablo by Senor Carl from China.
From China? Steve's in China, but how do you know?
There was a note that came with the present, Senorita, from Chongqing.
See, it is weird. Look, I can read it. To Pablo, for him this is a great day from Steve. Oh, and there was something more too. Something more? For you, Mamma Mia. Look, and on this too there is a note.
Yes. For Pablo's mother, to whom this is perhaps an even greater day.
Oh, it's a present for you, Brenda.
You not open it, Mamma?
Yes. Yes, of course. Please.
Oh, it is a little doll.
Some kind of Chinese goddess, isn't it?
Yes. Carved in jade. Oh, Lee, have you ever seen anything so...
Mamma, you do not like what Senor Steve sent to you?
Oh, yes, Pablo. Of course I like it.
Pablo, don't you want to practice running that rickshaw of yours outside?
Si. Come, Mercedes. Careful, Pablo. Be careful of the door now. First I ride you. Then it is the turn for me.
Bueno.
From now on, I think I will have a first day every week. A first day I am in favor.
In China. He said he might go there. Sending Pablo a rickshaw. Crazy.
Brenda.
Huh?
Are you sure you're being wise about Steve?
Steve's gone, Lee. Out of my life and Pablo's.
Well, only because you sent him away.
A pacifist and a militarist aren't a very happy combination.
But Brenda...
Steve works at war. The idea of that, the sound of it, offends me. Oh, I know it's natural for him to talk about his job just as it's natural for me to talk about the theater. But I can't have him telling Pablo about his beautiful, shiny, new pursuit things. Pablo's father was killed in one of them. I don't want the same thing to happen to Pablo. I don't want him to know any more about war than he knows already. That's one of the reasons why I took him. To give him a chance to forget it.
Well, I never thought it was the actual fighting that appealed to Steve so much as testing that new plane of his.
But that's even less admirable as I see it. Developing a bigger and better fighting machine that'll kill more men faster. Oh, Steve and I had this all out, Lee. He said we were both like the North and South Poles, with a world between us. And he was right. I still know he was right. Hear that?
What?
The air mail flies over twice a day. You can imagine what a help that's been.
I wonder if you're the wisest woman I ever knew, or even more confused than the rest of us.
I wonder, too. If you ever figure it out, you might let me know. Come on, Lee, let's find Pablo. I want to ride in a rickshaw.
Third performance of the distinguished American actress Brenda Mason. In this, Miss Mason's first London appearance, she more than justified the high esteem in which she is held by her countrymen.
And all Paris will agree that one does not need to speak Miss Brenda Mason's language to appreciate the quality of her artistry. It is to be regretted that Miss Mason and her company ought to appear for so short a time in Rome. It is a good play.
The Fresh Bill House. Madame Brenda Mason is an American. Nevertheless, she is an actress. Her play should be seen.
Cancelled, Brenda. Nearly every booking left on the tour. Telegrams have been coming in ever since last night. From Prague, Bucharest, Sofia, Warsaw.
Well, what's happened? Maybe after 4 months in Europe, they've suddenly discovered we don't speak their language.
Now, this is no joke, Brenda. There's something up. All kinds of things are rumored. Ultimatums, threats.
Oh, Lee, we've felt that sort of undercurrent ever since we came over.
Yes, but this is different. Even the people in the streets show it. There's a tension in the air. And these cancellations, well, how do you account for them?
I don't know. But it looks as if our brilliant European tour has gone a little sour.
Well, the only place left for us to go at this point is home.
You can take the company back, Lee. But I promised Pablo I'd show him the rest of Europe. And I want to do it while there's still a Europe for him to see.
Brenda, I don't want to leave you here. There may be real danger.
Oh, you go on. And don't worry. I gave Pablo a book the other day about the ancient Greeks. And ever since he's been calling himself Hercules. After all, you can't hire that kind of protection these days.
Why do they call them the Polkans, Mamma Mia?
Why, because... Darling, I'm afraid you've got me. I ought to know, but if I ever did, I've forgotten.
We go on to some other country soon,
Oh,
no?
Pablo, there must be a dervish inside of you. Don't you like it here?
Oh, see, it is a nice little country. But there are others, I would say.
Oh, Miss Mason. Miss Mason. Mercedes, what on earth?
¿Qué pasa, Mercedes?
Oh, it has happened. They talk of war. Now it comes. Mercedes, what's happened? Tell me. The ultimatum. For weeks they have feared of it. Now, early this morning it has come. The ultimatum.
They're going to fight, no?
Be quiet, Pablo. Wait. Hello. This is Miss Mason. What's this talk about an ultimatum? 3 hours? And what'll happen if... Oh, yes, I see. Thank you. Oh, wait. Will you give me the address of the American consulate? Oh, thanks very much.
What happens, Mama? What is it?
I'm going to find out. You stay here with Mercedes, Pablo. I'll be right back.
Serious, Miss Mason? There's so little we can do. Appealed for assistance several hours ago. We sent out a list of the prominent Americans.
Mr. Herrick, another telegram, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Of course.
Yes. Just as I expected. Listen, Miss Mason. It's quite impossible to send planes, evacuate citizens in immediate crisis. State Department sending warning to powers concerned against endangering American lives. Meanwhile, take all precautions. Good luck. From Paris, my last and strongest hope.
But that means we're caught in here. We can't get out.
I'm afraid so. Government here has declared a state of emergency. Closed the frontier and grounded all the planes.
And no one's going to do anything about it? Why? Do thousands of people have to be killed before the diplomats of the world choose to see that something is wrong?
There's nothing more than I can...
Mr. Carrick, sir, I'm sorry, but this man insisted
Carrick?
on... Steve Carr, what are you...
Hello, Brenda. Where's Pablo?
At the hotel with Mercedes, but how did
We'll
you...
go get them. Mr. Carrick, I'm Steve Carr, and I've just flown in from Paris. I have a plane that will carry 3 more passengers. You pick out the people you want to go and have them at the airport in 15 minutes.
Oh, yes,
Come on,
but
Brenda.
Steve. Oh, Steve, how did you know?
Your activities have a way of getting into newspapers, you know, and they have newspapers in Paris.
But what are you doing in Europe? I thought you were in China.
I sent the plans of my pursuit plane to Washington, and they've been approved. I was on my way home, and... Brenda, what's your hotel?
The Ritz, just down the street. Now...
You! Hold on there. You there.
Do you want me, officer?
Your name is Stephen Carr?
That's right.
You're the pilot of the plane that landed a few moments ago at the National Airport?
I am.
You'll come with me to military headquarters. You're under arrest.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of Act One of tonight's Silver Theater story, Crossroads for Two. You know, for many weeks during these brief intermissions, it's been a pleasure and a privilege for me to tell you of the beauty and quality of 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate. And you know that this extraordinary craftsmanship is not a new development with this distinguished house, but goes back almost a century. For even in the beginning, 1847 Rogers Brothers designs had the fine upswinging grace of Connecticut's own birches, the patient fidelity to detail that characterizes the true artist in silver. And because this loyalty to the highest ideals had endured through the years, the name of 1847 Rogers Brothers today is admittedly the most precious in silver plate. So if you've never owned 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate, why not see how gloriously beautiful it is by accepting this friendly invitation?
Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow, Monday, let your silverware dealer show you a complete service of 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate in the Lovelace pattern. For this is the exquisite Pierce pattern, whose sterling-like detail is winning praise from women everywhere. A design of wedding ring orange blossom inspiration with graceful tapering lines and beautiful proportions. And you can now get 62 pieces of this thrillingly lovely silver plate for only $59.75. That's a saving of more than $14 over open stock price. Your silverware dealer will be delighted to show it to you and to explain on what easy, convenient payment terms you can own silver plate from the proudest house in America. America's finest silver plate. 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate.
The house lights dim, the silver curtain rises, and here is the concluding act of Crossroads for Two, starring Helen Hayes as Brenda Mason. of southern Europe besieged. The disaster of attack by land, by air, an impending reality. And in the office of the commander of military affairs...
You may consider yourself at liberty, Mr. Carr. You're fighting for this country with foolhardy at this time, but certainly not a criminal action.
Criminal action? Trying to get your own countrymen out of a war zone?
However, while I can take no action concerning the flight you have made into this country, I can prevent you from leaving it.
But, Commander, you must
Mr.
realize...
Carr, this country is virtually surrounded by hostile forces. Forces mobilized, ready, and, I think, anxious to move. Yours is a foreign plane of a bombing type.
That's true. A bomber's the only ship I could get on short notice that was big enough.
But it's unmarked. There are the enemy anti-aircraft gunners at our borders. How are they to know the plane is not our own, leaving the capital with a cargo of bombs instead of your countrymen?
We'll take that risk.
But we will not. One shot fired at the border may be the spark to set off the conflagration. Mr. Carr, I'm sorry. You cannot leave the capital. The interview is ended.
Thanks for all your help.
You're welcome. Good day.
Oh, Steve. Steve, what happened? Is it all right?
Sure. Everything's swell.
Then you're not under arrest.
Whatever gave you that idea? The commander just heard I was here and wanted to offer me a job. He's heard about me, my flying for Spain with the Chinese. After all, those things get around.
Steve, why are you lying? Don't you suppose I know this is a mess? Now, come on, tell me the truth. I'm a big girl now.
All right. The truth is we can't leave. They won't let us. Not until the government makes up its mind one way or the other about the ultimatum.
But, Steve, is there a choice?
Sure. They can surrender and receive the so-called protection of their nice, friendly neighbor, or they can fight that same friendly neighbor and be outnumbered 6-1. A swell choice.
But the rest of the world, surely they won't just stand by.
I've got a hunch that the rest of the world is going to be looking the other way when this little grab takes place. They'll be too busy over a peace conference.
You haven't changed, have you, Steve? In fact, nothing's changed. You're still quite convinced that there's no argument like a gun, and the bigger the gun, the stronger the argument.
That's not a bad way to put it. Certainly a couple of million guns would carry a lot of weight in this country right now.
And sanity. There's no place for that, of course. These countries couldn't get together and settle whatever their dispute may be without sacrificing countless lives. You wouldn't approve of that.
Sure I would. If I lived in Utopia, I'd be all for it. But I don't, Brenda. Won't you realize?
Stop it. Oh, don't you see? It's our old argument all over again. Just as hopeless, just as futile as ever. And how can I fight with you when you come all the way over from Paris to... Steve, it seems our wars have crossed at last. Let's call a truce.
Okay. It's a deal. We'll have lunch together.
All right. But before we do, I'd like to stop at the hotel and see that Pablo and Mercedes are all right.
Of course. And tell them to make for the cellar if there's any sign of trouble.
Oh.
I'll check at the airfield and see that they're not manhandling that plane. We'll meet in the dining room at the Ritz in half an hour.
But, Steve, we're forgetting the ultimatum.
Sure we are. Why not? There isn't anything we can do about that. And if this country ceases to exist at 3 o'clock this afternoon, I want to tell my grandchildren that I spent the last 3 hours of its history having lunch with America's most beautiful and talented actress.
Just for that, I'll buy your lunch. After all, I couldn't disappoint your grandchildren.
How's the farm, Brenda? Does the cow ever moo in my memory? What's her name? Hezekiah?
Hepzibah.
Oh, well, how is the old girl these days?
We didn't get together much after you left. Every time I looked at her, I thought of you.
Brenda, that's one of the nicest things you've ever said to me.
My wife, it's awful for her. She's in
Steve,
Switzerland. I must get to her. Anne is not well and she'll worry for me.
I'm doing everything I can, Doctor. Believe me.
My Anne is sick for myself.
Oh, Steve, that poor old
Don't
man.
think about it. Tell me about the rickshaw, Brenda. Did Pablo like it? Did you like it?
Yes.
Well, don't get carried away.
No. Oh, really? Pablo adored the rickshaw. He wanted to hire it out as a taxi. He said if the Chinese made money that way, why shouldn't he?
How did you handle that one?
Well, I told him he should keep his amateur standing and I'd raise his allowance.
Well.
The other present that came from China was charming, Steve.
Well, that's okay.
It's the loveliest jade figure I've ever seen.
You know who she is?
No.
One of the 8 Chinese immortals. The only woman in the bunch. They call her the goddess of mercy.
I see.
And Brenda.
Pardon me, sir. There'll be something else?
No, thanks. But look, waiter.
Yes, sir?
See if you can find out what's happened to the musicians. They're dying on us. Tell them to play up.
Very well, sir. Karoli, play up there. Oh, I fear their heart is not in it, sir. Like everyone else, they're afraid. The other patrons think only of what may happen. They look at maps and listen to the radio reports. But you and the lady, you only laugh. Some of the others, they say to me that you're crazy. But I tell them no, you're only Americans.
I suppose that amounts to about the same thing, doesn't it?
Yes, Madam, often I believe so. And now, sir, if you have further needs, one of the other waiters will serve you. I have permission to leave so that I may be home by 3, and I must stop for gas masks for my wife and daughter on the way. Good day, Madame. Thank you, sir.
He thinks of gas masks while you tell me about the goddess of mercy. You know, it's a good thing for an actress to see the world, Steve. To find out that things like this can happen to people overnight, just like that. They don't happen that way on the stage. There's always a reason. Where's the reason here?
Greed. Somebody reaching out. Somebody wanting something that doesn't belong to them.
Steve, what time is it?
10 or 3.
Well, that siren...
Waiter. Oh, waiter.
Yes, sir.
That signal.
A warning, sir, to make for cover.
Does that mean an air raid?
I don't know, Madame. No one knows.
Waiter! They probably want the streets cleared by 3, just in case.
Steve, we got to get back to my hotel to Pablo. Come on, there's so little time.
We'll have to walk, Brenda, all the cabs.
I know. It's just down this block and across the square. Steve, all those troops.
Home guard, last line of defense.
But they look like boys.
They are. Their fathers are already at the border.
You can't cross the square. It's been ordered cleared. You'll have to go around.
Listen, will you? We're Americans.
Sorry, sir. I have my orders.
My son is at the hotel. I've got to get to him, please, officer.
Well, ma'am,
Oh, thank you. Come on, Steve. Turn his back.
Nice work, Brenda.
Better run, Steve. Run.
Going up. That's all. Full car. Next car, please. All guests are advised to take refuge at once at the hotel bomb shelter. Floors, please.
9, please.
Brenda, your floor.
4.
Jim's been trying to get through the Foreign Office all day, but it's been busy.
Oh, if it only stopped that siren. Why don't they stop? He forgot to pack his heavy sweater. I don't know how to get it to him now.
Last week at this time, we were at the festival. Little did I think that...
4th floor.
Mercedes!
Pablo!
Steve, they're not here. Perhaps...
Miss Mason.
Oh, yes?
At last you were here. Your son and his governess are in the bomb shelter in the cellar.
Oh, thank heaven.
And you, Miss Mason?
Later, but thank you.
Yes.
Brenda, perhaps you'd better go down.
Steve, listen. The siren. It stopped.
Yeah.
Everything's suddenly so quiet. What do you suppose? Steve, it must be nearly...
The time has come, the walrus said.
To talk of many things.
Oh, Brenda, it's good. Good to see you.
I'd have been frantic if you hadn't come. Frantic.
I followed your tour in the papers. I kept track of you.
You did?
Yeah.
Pablo, I hope he's all right.
Attention, all citizens. Attention.
Steve, listen.
Yeah. There's a loudspeaker out there in the square. It must be connected to the government radio.
Come out on the balcony.
Yeah.
All citizens, at 2:35 p.m., your government sent its answer to the ultimatum received this morning. That answer was refusal to surrender your liberty. The hour named is now past, and as yet the troops massed beyond our borders have not marched. However, continued caution is advised.
Maybe I was wrong. I guess the hour hasn't come.
But what now?
Who knows?
6-1, and they're ready to fight. How can they?
They can't. It would be suicide. But these people have been independent for centuries. They want to stay that way.
They've got a lot of heart.
Yes, but what they haven't got is just about 2 million more men to back them up.
Well, that announcement seems to have broken the tension. They're all out on the streets again.
Yeah, and that's not a very smart thing to do. What did I tell you?
Oh, Steve!
Brenda, inside, quick.
Oh, Steve, they can't. All those people, they've just come out.
You better get back in and fast. You two, come on, Brenda. Hey, don't watch it, please don't. Now listen to me, Brenda.
Steve, they didn't have a chance. They're helpless. Oh, look, there's our little waiter from the hotel. He's trying to get away.
Why doesn't he run for
Oh,
us?
yes, run, faster. Oh, he'll never make it that way.
Look out!
As if he never was. But he had the gas mask. He had gas masks for his wife and his daughter, and... Oh, do something! Why don't you do something? You can't just stand there.
There's nothing anyone can do now. It's all over. The planes are going back. This is just a sample of what they can expect if they try to resist.
But how can they resist? Look at that square.
They'll give in. There's nothing else to do.
Steve, it could happen anywhere. Look, we saw it there. It could happen in New York. It could, Steve. It could.
No, Brenda. Don't think of New York like that. Think of it as it is, as it must always be. Fifth Avenue on a sunny day. The hurdy-gurdy man, shoeshine boys, carriages in front of the plaza.
I want to go back, Steve. I want to go home.
You will. We may even get out tonight, as soon as the other troops march in.
Steve, you've seen all this happen many times.
No, not many. But often enough so that I couldn't forget it. Brenda, do you remember shouting at me a moment ago, telling me to do something?
Oh, yes, it seemed so terrible that no one was.
You got mad. Well, it's always made me mad, too. That's why I've been flying and fighting these last years, working on my plane. You thought I wanted to kill people. Well, I didn't. I only wanted to prevent people being killed. I want peace, too, Brenda. But I know the world as it is today. And the only way to be sure of peace in such a world is to make defense so strong that no one dares make war.
I never believed that.
But after today, Brenda, how can you help it? Would this have happened if they'd been able to protect themselves?
I guess you're right, Steve. I haven't seen things as they are, only as I wanted to see them.
You couldn't have, darling. You didn't know. You couldn't.
All along, I thought you were so wrong.
I love you, Brenda. Oh. You know that, don't you? Even when we seemed farthest apart, I loved you.
I do know, Steve. Because nothing was right for me after you went away.
We'll go home together. And this time, I'll stay.
Oh, Steve. If you only knew how long I've wanted to be like this.
He got away from me. Where did they see that in me? I could have seen that in me.
No, Pablo, you must not. Senorita, Pablo thinks he's now a soldier.
Steve, it is you.
Hello, Pablo.
Oh, Pablo, give me that balloon. Give it to me.
Where is my gun? I'm a soldier.
You're not a soldier. You'll never be a soldier. Do you hear?
But, Brenda, after what we just said, I thought you...
You thought I understood. And I do, Steve. I do. I know we've got to be strong, ready and prepared to fight, if we must fight. But because that's true for us, for our generation, must it also be true for Pablo and his?
I don't know, Brenda. I'd like to think things might change, but...
They must, Steve. I'll face reality with you from now on. But that doesn't mean I'm going to stop hoping and working for something better. I see now that it's stupid to deny today. But we have tomorrow. It's the only hope there is, Steve. And it's our job to fulfill the promise of a different tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know I'm speaking not only for myself, but for all of you when I say thank you, Helen Hayes, for making our final Silver Theater performance a truly memorable one.
And thank you, everybody, and you especially, Carlton Young and Roberto Bamberg, for your fine support. You were really grand.
Helen, before you go, would you tell us if there's any truth to the rumor that you're going out to California? That couldn't mean a picture, could it?
No. It's for a play Charles MacArthur wrote with Ben Hecht called Ladies and Gentlemen. Herbert Marshall will be in it, too. We'll probably open in San Francisco sometime in July and then bring it here in the fall, if it's a hit.
Well, I know it will be. And after you've settled down for a nice long run, I hope we'll be lucky to have you with us again on Silver Theater.
I'm looking forward to it, Conrad, because I've really enjoyed appearing on these Silver Theater broadcasts. And I've also enjoyed seeing 1847 Rogers Brothers' new Lovelace pattern. It's really beautiful silver plate.
Well, thank you again, Helen, and for a grand show. Good luck to you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, since this is the last Silver Theater broadcast this season, I think I'd like to say a word myself before we ring down that final curtain. Our little company here and in Hollywood has enjoyed bringing these programs to you each Sunday, and we hope that as you think back over them, you'll remember them with real pleasure, and that you, as well as we, will be a little sorry that they're all over for the season. We hope also that you'll remember the two great names that made our Sunday half hours together possible. 1847 Rogers Brothers, creators of America's finest silver plate, and International Sterling, creators of world-famous solid silver. In their behalf, we want to say a sincere thank you. Thank you, our audience, for listening, and you, our cast, who helped to make the Silver Theater program so entertaining. We hope to be back on the air again in the fall. So until we meet again, may we also hope that you'll remember the words that make silver dreams come true.
If you want solid silver, you want International Sterling. If you want silver plate, you want 1847 Rogers Brothers.
both proudly created by International Silver Company. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
Mystery in the Air, starring Peter Lorre, presented by Camel Cigarettes.
But, Countess, are you sure you want to put all your winnings on a single card?
Absolutely sure, my dear Duke.
Well, I don't know how it is in Russia, but here in Paris, it is very seldom that anyone wins on 3 cards in succession.
The game of faro is the same in Russia as anywhere else. But I wish to put the whole amount, 400,000 francs, on my next card.
As you wish, madame. I will deal.
Won.
No.
Look, I have won. See, Duke, you were wrong.
Yes, I was wrong.
What's the matter?
Each week at this time, Camel Cigarettes bring you Peter Lorre in the excitement of the great stories of the strange and unusual, of dark and compelling masterpieces culled from the 4 corners of world literature. Tonight, The Queen of Spades by Alexander Pushkin.
Mystery in the Air, starring Peter Lorre. Brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. Yes, just leave it to your T-zone to judge. Your T-zone, that's T for taste and T for throat, is your true proving ground for any cigarette. See if Camel's rich, full flavor doesn't get highest rating with your taste, and if Camel's cool mildness isn't more than welcome to your throat. See if you don't find, like millions of other smokers, that Camels suit your T-zone to a T.
The story I'm about to tell you, you may not believe, but I assure you it actually happened. Now, the whole thing started one night when a group of young officers were having a game of cards at the rooms of Narumov of the Horse Guard. There were 5 of us there, including a lieutenant in the engineers named Hermann. He was the son of a German who had become a naturalized Russian. And he was an ambitious young man of strong passions and imagination, which he held in check by an even stronger will. Thus, though a born gambler at heart, Hermann never touched a card, for he considered his financial position did not allow it. Oh, I remember that night. At about 4 a.m, we all sat down to supper.
Oh, I'm not hungry. How did you make out, Surin?
I lost. You always lose, Surin. You must be very strong-minded to be so consistent.
If you think he is strong-minded, how about yourself, Hermann?
Me? Why me?
You never held a card in your hand or made a bet. And yet you sit here until 4 o'clock in the morning watching us play.
Well, Tomsky, you see, gambling interests me. It interests me very much. In fact, I'm a gambler at heart, but I'm not in a financial position to sacrifice the necessary in a hope for winning the superfluous. In other words, I cannot afford it.
That doesn't explain anything. We none of us can afford it.
Oh, Hermann's easy enough to understand. He's of German descent. Therefore, he's thrifty.
Right.
Now, it's my grandmother, the Countess Fedotovna, who baffles me. You know, she won't gamble either.
Oh, lots of grandmothers don't gamble. St. Petersburg is full of them.
Ah, yes, but they don't know the secret my grandmother knows.
Huh? Secret? kind of secret does she know?
Something we'd all of us give a lot to possess.
Huh?
Yeah. A combination of 3 cards that can't fail to win at the faro table.
Oh, there's no such
What
thing.
are you trying to tell us?
Oh, let's go home. It's
Wait,
late.
Tomsky, I'd like to know more about this secret.
What do you care, Herman? You don't gamble.
Still, I'd like to hear about it.
All right. Many years ago, when my grandmother was a lot younger, she went to Paris. Oh, she must have been quite a sensation. The Muscovite Venus, they called her. Anyway, she gambled at faro with the Duke of Orleans. Lost a great deal of money. Much more than she could pay.
Yeah, who doesn't?
Come on, keep quiet, will you?
Well, there was at that time a Count Saint-Germain in Paris. A mysterious figure that no one knew much about. Well, be that as it may, he revealed to my grandmother the secret of the 3 winning cards.
And did she win?
That night, she played again with the Duke d'Orléans.
Yeah?
Played the 3 cards, one after the other, doubling her bet each time. And all 3 won, and she recovered everything she had lost 10 times over.
Oh, a little hard on the Duke, don't you think?
Yes, as a matter of fact, he dropped dead, I believe. It was a long time ago.
Come on, Tomsky. Go on with the story.
Well, that's all there is. My grandmother never touched a card again.
You mean she knows how to pick 3 winning cards in succession, and you haven't succeeded in getting the secret out of her?
That's the devil of it. She had 4 sons, one of whom was my father, and yet she would never reveal the secret to any of them. Though it wouldn't have been a bad thing for them.
No, for you either, huh? I've had enough. I'm going home.
Well, I'll go along with you.
All right, come along.
Tomsky, tell me, this grandmother of yours, Countess Fedotovna, does she live in St. Petersburg?
Yes, with a ward of hers named Lizavieta. Poor girl, she is supposed to be my grandmother's companion, but slave would be a better word for it.
Your grandmother's a widow?
Yes. Oh, now, don't get your hopes up, Herman. She's a bit too old for you. She's 86 if she's a day.
Still, I should like to meet her.
No, there's not much chance of it, I'm afraid. She doesn't go about much anymore.
But I still should like to meet her. Yes, I should like to meet her very much.
Well, Lizavieta,
Hello, Paul.
don't tell me my grandmother is here.
No, but she is going to the embassy ball tomorrow. Tonight, I came alone.
Oh, while the cat's at home, the mouse will play, What's this I've been hearing about you?
About me?
All very romantic, I understand.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, come, Lizavieta. You can't tell me that you don't know about the mysterious officer who's been standing outside the house for the last 2 weeks? About the notes he hands you when you get into the carriage with my grandmother? About the letters he sends by the milliner's girl?
Who told you?
Great friend of your officer. A lieutenant in the engineers named Herman.
Herman. Oh, yes, I think I've heard of him. Is he nice?
Oh, I like him very much. But he's a very determined young man and means to get what he wants. Personally, I wouldn't trust him. He has the profile of Napoleon and the soul of Mephistopheles.
Oh, good evening, Tomsky. Good evening.
Speak of the devil. Hello there, Herman. Lizavieta, may I present Lieutenant Herman?
Mademoiselle.
The man we were just talking about. Herman, this is Lizavieta Ivanovna. It's my grandmother's ward.
How do you do, Mademoiselle Lizavieta?
How do you do, Lieutenant?
Would you like to dance?
Yes, I would like to.
Good. See you later, Tomsky. Oh, this is paradise, Lizavieta. Holding you in my arms, feeling your heart beat against mine.
No, you mustn't say things like that. People will hear you. They'll talk.
I don't care.
They're talking already. Why did you make up that story about your imaginary friend to tell Thompson?
Because I didn't want him to know it was I, and I had to talk about you to somebody.
I hope the Comtesse doesn't hear about it.
Devil with her. It's not the Countess I'm in love with. It's you. Oh, Lizavieta, this is so wonderful. It makes up for all those nights I stood outside your house and...
Look, they're in the door. The Comtesse's coachman come to fetch me. I must go home.
When am I going to see you again?
I don't know.
Oh, but this is horrible. My heart is burning with things I want to tell you, but I can never see you alone. There must be some way.
There is a way.
Yes, how?
Take this.
Oh.
This is the key to the Comtesse's house.
Oh, Elizabeth.
Tomorrow night, we're going to the embassy ball. We'll be home at 2. If you let yourself into the house at about 11:30, all the servants will be asleep.
Yes, I will.
Go directly to the library. It's at the right end of the corridor at the top of the stairs. Wait for me there.
Right end of the corridor. Oh, you sweet Elizabeth. I adore you. Where's the Countess' room?
At the other end of the corridor. Why do you ask me that?
I don't want to get into the wrong room by mistake.
But now I must go.
Till tomorrow night at 2 o'clock. Au revoir, chérie. Mademoiselle, good night.
Good night, my child.
Comtesse, are you sure there's nothing you want me to do for you?
No, nothing, thank you, Lizaveta. I think I will just put my jewels away and sit quietly a while by myself. Good night.
Good night.
I am so tired. So very tired. I am too old to go.
Don't be alarmed, madame.
Who are you?
Please don't be alarmed, Countess. I have no intention of harming you, but please.
How did you get in my bedroom?
I have been waiting behind that curtain, waiting just for a chance to ask you a favor.
A favor?
Yes.
Of me?
Yes, a favor of you, madame. You can ensure the happiness of my life. It'll cost you nothing.
I don't know who you are, but you're mad.
No, I'm not. I happen to know that you can name 3 winning cards in order. And...
Oh, that was a joke.
No, it was not a joke. Oh, I can see it by your expression, madame. Madame, I want you to tell me those 3 winning cards. I do.
No.
But whom are you keeping that secret for, huh? Your grandsons, they are rich enough without it. Besides, they don't know the value of money, but I do. Your cards will not be thrown away.
No. It is accursed. It brings death.
I'll chance that. Of what use is it to you? Or is it connected with some terrible sin or some bargain with the devil, huh? I'm ready to take your sins upon my soul, only please reveal the secret to me.
No.
Please.
What
You won't catch. I'll make you answer.
No,
I want
no.
You have my happiness in your hands.
No.
I'll take you to...
Let go.
You won't speak, huh? I'll make you... She wouldn't tell me.
Are you all right? I heard voices. Comtesse, is everything... You?
Yes, it is I.
But I don't understand. Where's the Comtesse?
There she is.
Comtesse, what's...
It's no use. She's dead.
Dead?
Yes, dead. She's taking with her the one thing I wanted in the world. Without which I don't want to face life.
You killed her!
Yes, but you're not going to say anything to her. No one knows I was in the house except you. You can't tell because you gave me the key.
But you killed her?
Yes, I killed her. She deserved to die. But now I'll never know her secret. Never. No one will ever know her secret. Unless she comes back to tell it to somebody.
In a few moments, Mr. Peter Lorre will bring us the climax of tonight's Mystery in the Air, when camels present Act 2 of The Queen of Spades.
Experience is the best teacher.
Remember the wartime cigarette shortage? Who doesn't? One thing about it, though, smokers who went through it really learned a lot about cigarettes. They had first-hand experience with many different brands.
How true. Goodness, we certainly smoked whatever brands we could get in those days. I smoke so many different brands, I'm practically a walking encyclopedia about cigarettes. Well, I'm a Camel smoker now. And believe me, I know Camel's the cigarette for me, because I've compared so many brands.
Yes, smoking whatever brands they could get during the wartime cigarette shortage made people everywhere experts on judging the differences in cigarette quality. That experience convinced a host of smokers that they preferred the rich, full flavor and cool mildness of Camel. Result?
More people are smoking Camels than ever before.
Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel yourself.
So the Countess is dead, and now the funeral is in progress. What a stupendous funeral. The huge church is banked with flowers, all the way from the doors to the catafalque where the coffin rests. And such a distinguished group of mourners. It almost seems as if all Imperial Russia is there.
Topsy. Sad occasion, eh?
Yes. Well, I suppose the old girl had to go sooner or later. No, there were times when I doubted she ever would.
What'd she die of?
A heart attack, they said. Why?
Oh, I've heard rumors. You know how those things are. Something about bruises on her throat.
Oh, no. No, nothing to it, no. The doctor said she could have inflicted those herself when she had trouble breathing.
Hello, Tomsky. My condolences.
Oh, thank you for coming, Herman. That's very nice of you. You never met my grandmother, did you?
No, I didn't, but that's no reason I shouldn't show my respect. After all, you're my friend.
I beg your pardon, but would you gentlemen care to view the remains before the services commence?
I suppose I should, anyway.
Oh, yes, by all means.
I'll come, too, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
Thank you.
Come along. Doesn't she look peaceful? Poor old girl, I was fond of her.
Wait, did you see that?
What? See what?
Look, one of her eyelids moved.
What?
I tell you.
Come on, be quiet.
But I saw it. Her eyelids moved as if she winked at me. As if she winked.
He's fainting.
A fine example of an army officer fainting at a funeral.
No, maybe he's sick. Come on, help me carry him out of here.
I know. I shall never get to sleep. My conscience won't let me. Oh, why did I do it? Why did I go to that cursed funeral? Just because my conscience said you are the murderer of that old woman. I wanted to implore her pardon, but she winked at me. I could swear it, she did. Who's there? Who?
You do not recognize me. You have a short memory.
Countess,
I have come back from the beyond against my wishes. I have been ordered to grant your request.
Grant my request?
Yes. 3, 7, and ace will win for you, if played in succession.
3, 7, and an ace.
But only on these conditions.
Anything at all.
You do not play more than one card in 24 hours. And that you never play cards again during the rest of your life.
All right. I promise. 3, 7, and an ace. 3, 7, and an ace. Oh, I must remember it. 3, 7, ace. 3, 7, ace. Come in.
Oh, there you are, Herman. Are you all right?
All right. Yes, all right. Yes, I'm all right.
That's good. We were worried about you. We hadn't seen you since you collapsed at my grandmother's funeral.
Oh, that was terrible, Lieutenant. And an officer shouldn't faint. I hope you'll forgive me for what happened yesterday.
Oh, that's all right. Could have happened to anyone. But it wasn't yesterday, you know. It was the day before.
Day before? Oh, I don't remember that.
You must have been pretty sick to lose a whole day like that. What got into you?
Chomsky, will you do me a favor?
If I can, what is it?
I've heard a lot about a certain Chekalinsky and the gambling that goes on at his house every night.
Oh, yes. Chekalinsky has practically spent his whole life at the card table.
That's what I heard.
Oh, he's amassed millions at it, but what?
I should like to go there.
Oh, you want to watch them play faro at Chekalinsky?
No, I want to play.
You want to play?
Yes.
What's happened to you, Herman? I thought you couldn't afford to gamble.
Yes, but now I can. You see, I have a little legacy left from my father. And
Congratulations.
I feel I'm in luck. When can you take me?
Anytime.
Tonight?
Yes, if you feel up to it.
Good, that's very good. We'll go to Chekalinsky's tonight, huh? Chomsky, honestly, I've never seen such a magnificent establishment. Never in my life have I seen such a place.
It's all paid for by fellows like you who felt they were in luck. Look, there's Chekalinsky at the faro table.
Where? Oh.
Come on over, I'll introduce you. But don't say I didn't warn you.
Good evening, Chomsky.
Chekalinsky, I want you to meet a friend of mine, Lieutenant Herman. Herman, this is the famous Chekalinsky.
Good evening.
Enchanté.
Herman seems to feel particularly fortunate tonight. Do you suppose he could sit in and take a card?
A friend of yours? But of course.
Good luck, Herman.
Thanks.
Will you be kind enough to select your card, please?
Thank you. This is my card.
And how much would you like to bet, Lieutenant?
I would like to bet 47,000 rubles.
Forgive me, Lieutenant, but we only play for cash.
It's quite all right. I have it. Money's right here.
Are you crazy, Herman?
You're playing pretty high, Lieutenant. Nobody here has ever staked anything like that on one card before.
Well, do you accept it or don't you?
I accept it.
Then if you'll be kind enough to deal.
As you wish. 9, 3.
Herman is 1. 1. Look, his card is a 3.
Well, congratulations, Lieutenant. Do you want me to settle with you now?
If you please.
Here you are. 47,000 rubles. No. Would you like to try again?
No. Not tonight, but tomorrow night I'll be back to try another card.
Well, Lieutenant, what do you want to wager tonight?
Same stake as last night, plus my winnings, 94,000 rubles.
Just as you say. You have picked your card. I will deal. Knave. 7.
Look, Herman's won again. The card is a 7.
There you are. 94,000 rubles.
Thank you, sir. I shall see you again tomorrow night.
Be here tonight.
I don't believe he'll show up. He'd be a fool to go.
Here he comes now, with Thompson. Now, he can't win 3 times in a row. He doesn't impossible.
Gentlemen, quiet, please. Well, Lieutenant Herman, how much do you wish to bet tonight?
Same stake, plus my winnings. Here it is. 180,000 rubles.
On one card?
Yes.
Herman, don't you think that...
Please be quiet, Tomsky. I know what I'm doing.
Gentlemen, please. Will you choose your card, Lieutenant?
I have it. Will you please deal?
Queen. Ace.
I win again. Ace wins. Here it is.
Huh? If you'd been holding an ace, you would have won. But you haven't an ace. You have a queen, and it loses.
What do you mean?
You weren't holding an ace, my dear fellow. You have the queen of spades.
Queen?
Look
queen
at it yourself.
Queen of spades? What? It isn't possible. I have... Yes, it is. Yes, it is the Queen of Spades, huh? Now I see it, but look it. No, it isn't the Queen of Spades. It's the Countess. Look, see the resemblance? Yes. Oh, she's tricked me. She's deliberately tricked me.
What are you talking about?
Your grandmother, the Countess. She told me 3, 7, and 8.
She told you?
Yes,
Well, you never met her.
I did meet her. I waited for her one night in her bedroom, and I pleaded with her. But she refused to tell me. She refused to tell me her secret. And then I took her by the throat.
And you killed her.
Huh?
You took her by the throat and strangled her.
I killed her, yes, but she didn't tell me that. But then one night she came back. She came back from the grave, and she told me 3 cards. It was 7. But she lied. She lied to me. Oh, that dirty woman. She's gotten her revenge. I've lost all the money I had in the world, but I don't care anymore. But I'll show her.
You murdered the Countess. You'll hang for that.
Let them hang me. Let them hang me. I'll get even with her. Beyond the grave, I'll get even with her.
He's gone mad.
I'll be glad when they hang me. I'll be glad when they hang me.
But they didn't hang him. He is spending the rest of his life in room 17 of the Obukhov Hospital. He never answers any question, but constantly mutters the same things.
3, 7, ace. 3, 7.
And free Camels to Servicemen's Hospital from coast to coast. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, American Lake, Washington, U.S. Army and Navy General Hospital, Hot Springs, Arkansas, U.S. Naval Hospital, Brooklyn, New York, U.S. Marine Hospital, Detroit, Michigan, and Veterans Hospital, Perry Point, Maryland.
There are many doctors among America's millions of camel smokers. In fact,
according to a nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
this survey was made by 3 leading independent research organizations who questioned 113,597 doctors living in every state of the Union. What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor? The brand named most was Camel.
Next week, Mystery in the Air, starring Mr. Peter Lorre, brings you one of the greatest American classics of all time, The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe, with a special musical score composed and conducted by Paul Barron.
Mr. Pipe Smoker, do you get the greatest possible enjoyment from your pipe? Do you pack it full of mellow, mild Prince Albert? Prince Albert, you know, is a rich, full-flavored tobacco, specially made for smoking pleasure, specially treated to ensure against tongue bite, crimp cut to burn slow, smoke cool. No wonder more pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco. See if Prince Albert doesn't give you a better smoke. Be sure to listen to Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry Saturday night for a rollicking half hour of folk tunes and humor with your favorite stars, Red Foley, Minnie Pearl, Rod Brassfield, and the rest of the Opry gang. And as Red's special guest, Judy Martin. Yes, folks, Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry, Saturday night over NBC.
Listen again next week at this same time when the makers of Camel cigarettes present Mr. Peter Lorre in Mystery in the Air. The artists supporting Mr. Lorre tonight were Henry Morgan, Lorene Tuttle, Peggy Weber, Ben Wright, Louis Van Ruten, Stanley Waxman, Jack Edwards Jr., and Rolf Sedan. This is Michael Roy in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camels.
This is NBC.
NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Monsignor Fulton J. Sheen of the Catholic University of America will now deliver the 12th in his series of 17 addresses on the general subject, peace. His discourse today is entitled, The Divine Cost of Stopping the War. I present Monsignor Sheen.
Friends, in this broadcast, we enter into the very heart of the question, why does God not stop this war? And the answer is that the divine cost of stopping this war would be the destruction of human freedom. This needs some explanation. Let us begin with this fact. This is not the only kind of a world God could have made. He could have made a world without freedom. He could have so fashioned us that we would have been good by the same necessity the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. But God willed not to make a mechanical universe peopled by automata. Rather did he choose to communicate to us something of himself, namely his freedom. Not in the same degree of perfection, of course, but enough of it to say no, which would give a charm to a yes when we freely chose to say it. In other words, God chose to make a moral universe where characters would emerge by the right use of freedom, a universe like a nation, where there would be patriots because men might be traitors, a universe like a battlefield, where there would be heroes because men might be cowards, a universe like a church, where there would be saints because men also might be devils. There is no epic for the certainties of life. There is no lyric without the suspense of sorrow and the sigh of fear. No watchful love hovers over the invulnerable. No crown of merit rests suspended over those who do not fight. Take this quality of freedom away from man, and there would be no more reason to honor the fortitude of martyrs and soldiers than to honor the flames or the bullets which send them to their death. God willed to make a moral universe of praise and blame, but this could be done only by making men captains and masters of their own fate and destiny. And there is one word which sums up God's plan in making this world, and that is the word love. God made each heart capable of love, but love implies a choice. Love is not only an affirmation, it is also a negation. If I choose this, I necessarily reject that. A heart that loves must be a heart to give or to keep. Because, therefore, God willed to make love of Him possible in this world, He had to make us free. But if He made us free to love, He had to make it possible also for us to be free to hate. The universe thus became populated with free wills, little gods, each armed with a reflection of God's freedom. And God pledged Himself, after giving us that freedom, never to destroy it, regardless of how many petulant souls would shriek against him, why does God not stop this war? God could challenge us, overrule us, permit us to be visited by the consequences of our misdeeds, but he would never destroy that great gift of freedom. Man could, if he so wanted, go on defying God for time and for eternity, subvert his moral law, blast the cosmos, and even break his heart. And still, God would not take away freedom. In this sense, the decree of creation to make man free was also the decree of Calvary. For a free man that could break God's commandments could also crucify him. And not even then would he take away freedom. But in his goodness, he would make man's misuse of freedom the felix culpa, the occasion of offering himself as a holocaust of love, not to force men back to him, for his hands and feet were nailed, but to entice them back by a revelation of love greater than that which no man hath, that he lay down his life for his friends. Now that brings us to this question. Could God stop this war? Most certainly God could. But if God were ever to be untrue to himself or to us, what would God have to do? He would have to destroy our freedom. That would be the divine cost of stopping this war. We say we are fighting for freedom. Then why do we ask God to destroy freedom? And that is precisely what we ask when we say, why does God not stop this war? We say we are fighting to destroy dictators. Then why do we ask God to become a dictator? We say that dictators are wicked because they would destroy the last vestige of freedom on earth. Then why do we ask for a dictator in heaven? Shall we one moment rage against earthly dictators because they would trample liberty underfoot, and then in the next moment shriek for a dictator in heaven who would do the same thing? Certainly, if we had to choose, it would be far better to live under earthly dictators for a few years than to have a dictator in heaven who by one blast of omnipotent power could take away that quality in us that makes us the paragons of creation. Fortunately, however, we have no choice in the matter. God will not destroy freedom. He will not be a dictator. And that is why God will not stop this war. Where then should the blame for war be placed? On God's gift of freedom or on our abuse of freedom? Have we not been too proud to admit that we might be sinful? When the world goes wrong, we blame it on systems, tyrannies, governments, unsound economics, and bad lands, but never on our own will. The real evil in the human situation lies in man's unwillingness to recognize his dependence, his finiteness, his creaturehood, or the possibility that there exists something greater than himself. Sin is the abuse of freedom. That is why the modern man who denied sin found himself in a world of dictatorship. Even the idea of hell is bound up with freedom, because hell means responsibility. Deny hell, and you deny responsibility. Deny responsibility, and you deny freedom. We began this broadcast by asking, why does God not stop the war? Now the question is turning around. Why do we not stop warring against God? This war is not of God's arbitrary making. It is the effect of our own abuse of God's gift of freedom. We must therefore not expect God to suspend the operation of His laws to protect us from their consequences. God will not suspend the law of gravitation to protect the life of a man who throws himself off the top of the Empire State Building. Neither will God suspend the operation of His moral law to immunize man from a war that is born of the abuse of freedom and of the de-Christianization of individual and social life. Why should we always think of the dictators as the creators of the world's woe? They are not its creators. They are rather the creatures. Dictators are like boils, superficial manifestations of an inner rottenness. They would never have come to the surface if there had not been the proper conditions in the world from which they came. It would therefore be a very fatal mistake to think that if we could get rid of the dictators, this world of ours would be lovely and rosy. In the last, we assumed that if we could get rid of the Kaiser, the world, in the last World War, we made that live in peace and prosperity. Kaiser. But we have another World War in 21 years. We removed the boil, but we kept the infected bad blood. We rid ourselves of the symbol of the world's wrong, but we did nothing to correct the wrong. And what assurance have we now that if we defeat these wicked dictators, the world will pursue justice and righteousness? Unless we cut down the evil tree that begets this evil fruit, we shall go on having more wars. To change the figure, it will do us no good to treat the world for a fox fight, if, like the Spartan youth, we are going to continue to carry a fox in our blouse. This war, did we know it, is really only an episode in the working out of a great truth. It is not the great truth that is an episode in this war. And that truth is that this war is not a sign that men are with God. It is a sign that men have been against Him. What I'm trying to say is that God did not start this war, and God will not stop it apart from our free cooperation with His law, which is the perfection of our freedom. And when the world is crashing down on our heads, it's really silly and stupid to say that the major frustrations of life are economic or political, or that if we had another system of economics or another kind of government, all would be well. It is not the systems of the world that have gone crazy, but our hearts. Economics and politics upset the world because evil and selfishness and godlessness first upset the hearts of economists and politicians. And to assure ourselves that the major ills of our time are not economic, we need but inquire, who are the disillusioned people of the modern world? They are not the poor. They are not the economically dispossessed. Rather, they are they who possess, who have power, who are selfish, satiated, and who need blaring orchestras without melodies to drown their self-consciousness. There is 1,000 times more disenchantment among the intelligentsia than among the poor. Something else is wrong, then, besides economics. Our souls have lost God. Now does the appeal for a daily holy hour begin to make sense? You know that in each broadcast, I appeal to Jews and Protestants according to the light of their conscience, to spend an unbroken hour a day in prayer and meditation for our country and for the peace of the world. I ask Catholics to do more than this, because we Catholics believe that our divine Lord is really and truly present on our altars under the species of bread. And to all Jews and Protestants and Catholics who desire a holy hour booklet to assist in this national act of regeneration, we will gladly send one free. The reason of the holy hour is to make us conscious that sin's the source of the world's confusion. That there must not only be an army which will defend us against external enemies, but also an army to overcome evil internally by reparation and by the rededication of our lives to God and to His divine Son. We should enter into this national act of reparation and prayer humbly, as our Lord entered into the Garden of Gethsemane. Innocent though He was, He entered that garden not as one subject to human brutality, not as rebellious against the injustice of the world. Rather did He see in it an occasion to satisfy divine justice by taking upon Himself the sins of the world and thus fulfilling His Father's will. And so should we enter into this war, not regarding ourselves as innocent victims of other sins, for we are all sinners, but as transgressors, assuming part of the blame for the sins of the world. If there's anyone who thinks he is good, let him realize that he lives in an evil world, and therefore he must redeem it. If, however, we feel ourselves as guilty because we abuse God's freedom, then we have need of making atonement for ourselves. In either case, we are under God's purposes, humbly submitting ourselves to His will, either to repair the broken fences of our neighbors, or else to replant our own wrecked vineyards. Like unto the master in the garden, we will not say we are under a violence imposed by men, but under the sweet compulsion of furthering the cause of God. And in our hearts we will feel less that we are suffering from man's injustice than from a free cooperation with God's justice for the redemption of the world. For when evil men came with swords and clubs to apprehend our Lord in the garden, He turned and said to them, This is your hour. And the power of darkness. Your hour. And all that you can do with it is to extinguish the light. Your hour. And all you can do with it is to turn the world into Stygian blackness. Your hour, with the seeming power of authority, but which in reality is only the power of darkness, the power to do evil. And we are living in such an era of the world's history now. An hour of darkness, where evil has its way. And how shall this darkness be ended? Not by the sword alone, even though justice sometimes must be armed. Evil can be overcome only by matching an hour of darkness with an hour of watching. And that is why our Lord in the garden, when he turned to Judas and his followers and said, "This is your hour of darkness," said to his apostles, "Can you not watch with me 1 hour?" He suggested that the holy hour of watching is the divine remedy for the hour of darkness. Shall we foolishly believe that there is any other escape? Satan has his hour, but God has his day. And that day can be ushered in only by watching through the night. Will you watch 1 hour with him? God love you. O Lord Jesus Christ, who in thy mercy heareth the prayers of sinners, pour forth, we beseech thee, all grace and blessing upon our country and its citizens. We pray in particular for the President, for our Congress, for all our soldiers, for all who defend us in ships, whether on the seas or in the skies, for all who are suffering the hardships of war. We pray for all who are in peril or in danger. Bring us all, after the troubles of this life, into the haven of peace, and reunite us all together forever, O dear Lord, in thy glorious heavenly kingdom.
The address you have just heard was entitled "The Divine Cost of Stopping the War," and was delivered by Monsignor Fulton J. Sheen of the Catholic University of America. This was the 12th in Monsignor Sheen's series of 17 addresses on peace. A copy of today's talk, or of the Holy Hour booklet described by Monsignor Sheen, may be obtained by writing to the National Council of Catholic Men, Washington, D.C., or to the station to which you are now listening. The Catholic Hour continues with Osgood's arrangement of the Sanctus. Next Sunday at this time, Monsignor Sheen will deliver another address in this series entitled Trust in God.
Radio 4. It's 3:05. Afternoon Theatre presents The Doppelganger Machine by James Follett.
Dozing at the controls. I'm getting too old for flying. Jerry? Jerry!
Oh, sorry, Captain. I didn't hear you.
You were sleeping.
No, I wasn't. It's these headphones.
Where's Mac?
Oh, back in the saloon, trying to impress Miss Coe.
My instructions about fraternizing with passengers are being ignored as usual.
Do company employees count as passengers?
No wonder we're going broke with air crews like you lot. Go and prize him loose. Tell him what should be the Kent coast is coming up. And would he have any objections to doing a spot of navigation?
We were about to take off when a bunch of those National Socialists came aboard waving their armbands and searched the aeroplane from nose to tail.
Did they say what they were looking for?
Sorry to butt in. Skip's lost. He's wondering if the navigator might do some navigating.
You see, Miss Cole, without my guiding hand, we'd be charging all over the North Sea.
Yeah, I didn't want to tell you in front of our passenger, but we are.
Oh, well, better get us back in course, I suppose. Not that it will do me much good.
I know how he feels.
In what way?
Empire Airways going broke.
Oh. Mind if I sit down?
It's your aeroplane.
How long have you been with Empire?
Nearly 4 years now. I started at the Croydon office, did a couple of years there, and then I was sent to Berlin. I had to leave after only 11 months. I was transferred to Paris. Paris was marvelous.
Yeah?
It's a pity it didn't last. Like all good things, I suppose.
Why did you have to leave Berlin?
The aerodrome manager there is one of those National Socialists. They don't like Jews. They were even boycotting Jewish shops. I was glad to get out.
We had some trouble with them recently.
Nat was just telling me.
Yeah. Still, now that their boss, this Hitler chap's been made Chancellor, you'll be able to make them toe the line.
Yes, I suppose so.
Yeah. What'll you do when we get back to England?
Oh, I honestly don't know. We'll spend Christmas with my parents and then join the millions of unemployed. What will you do?
I could take you out to dinner.
Well, that was so clever, I can hardly refuse.
Right.
What about Mac and Captain Mason?
I thought just the two of us.
I meant what will they do about jobs?
Oh, Mac will be all right. He's going back to his father's farm in Scotland.
Oh.
I don't know about Skip. He must be getting on for 60 now. He won't find it easy.
No, it's good of him to fly me home. It's the first time I've had an Argosy and its crew all to myself.
With all this Christmas mail, I don't suppose we go off the ground with passengers on board. Anyway, people can't afford to fly anymore.
This is the last flight of the Star of Paris, is it?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it needn't be. There are compensations.
Oh?
Well, it's given me the chance to talk to you.
You're worse than Mac.
Yes. May I call you Esther?
Yes, of course.
Get lad. Skip wants you.
Okay.
Has he been annoying you, Miss Cole?
We've been commiserating with each other. One jobless person to another.
Aye, well, he's got a job at the moment.
Okay, I'm coming. Back in a moment. Esther.
Oh, aye. It's Esther now, is it? Can you tell me back for a minute?
Oh, come on.
Skip wants you to contact Lim and find out about conditions at Croydon. There's a lot of low cloud ahead.
Hello, Lim. This is Empire Airways Star of Paris calling. Over. Hello, Lim. Can you hear me? Over. Come on. Hello, Lim. Star of Paris calling. Can you hear me? Over.
Come on, Jerry.
Lim not answering, Captain.
Oh, don't be silly. Try him again.
Yes, Captain, of course.
Well, get on with it.
Hello, Lim. This is Empire Airways Star of Paris calling. Over. Oh. Hello, Lim. Are you receiving me? Over. It's no use, Captain. Maybe they're having their Christmas party.
Well, keep trying. I must know about conditions at Croydon.
Hello, Star of Paris.
Oh.
Can you hear me? Over.
Yes, then. Hello, Lim. What's it like at Croydon? Over.
Hello, Star of Paris. Will you change to the correct frequency, please, and repeat your identification? Over.
No wonder they didn't answer. Why aren't you on the right wavelength?
Well, I am. I'll try again.
Please do.
Hello, Lim. This is the Star of Paris bound for Croydon from Orley.
Hello, Star of Paris. This is Duns Hill Federal Air Base. Will you verify your destination, please? Over.
Duns Hill Air Base? There's no RAF station at Duns Hill, is there?
No, of course not. Only a flying club. They haven't got wireless. What the blazes are you messing about at? We're nearly over the coast, and that cloud's straight ahead.
This is Duns Hill calling the Star of Paris. Over.
Hello, Duns Hill. Star of Paris receiving you. Your message not understood. Will you repeat, please? Over.
Look here. Are you chaps drunk or something? There's no airport at Croydon that hasn't been since the war. Please give your registration letters. Over.
What the hell are they talking about? Can you contact Croydon direct from here?
Well, I'll try.
Got him, sir. That's him coming in at the top.
What range is the radar on?
Intermediate, sir. I'd put them about 10 kilometers due south of Duns Nest at 1,000 meters.
What's that trace there?
An ME-124, scheduled flight to Berlin. And that must be Pilot Officer Cash. Well, he's closing fast.
Is he reporting?
Yes, sir.
Right. Switch on the speaker.
Located him on our radar. We're 800 meters above him and on the same course. Start thinning. There he is. I don't believe it. It's a giant passenger biplane. A pre-war Armstrong-Whitworth Argosy.
Good Lord.
Empire Airways painted on the sides. I'm running the camera now. His registration reads Golf Echo Bravo Lima Foxtrot. I don't think he's seen me. No, he's going into cloud now. Shall I keep after him?
Okay. You'd better recall Cash.
Yes, sir.
He's got some pictures I'd like to see. Now keep an eye on our friend and let me know if he nears commercial airspace. I don't want to notify London Airport just yet. Not until we're certain. Ground their Christmas traffic for nothing and there'll be hell to pay. No luck contacting Croydon, Captain.
I'm going to make trouble for someone when we get down. Damn cloud. I wonder how high its base is. Mac.
Position coming up, Skip.
Well, for God's sake, make it a good one. I want to drop 2,000 feet.
We should be coming up to Hawkhurst. Hold this course steady and we'll be over Tunbridge Wells in 10 minutes.
Jerry, leave that wireless alone. Watch out for breaking the cloud.
Right.
I want a height estimate. I'm going to chance 1,000 feet, Mac.
Duns Hill? Yes. Okay, I'll tell him. That was Fox Warren radar, sir. They've lost him, too. He's lost height and dropped below their radar horizon.
Oh, we'd better call London Airport now. The most sophisticated radar in the world, and we can still lose low-flying aircraft in fog. I suppose we should notify Berlin, just in case Fox Warren do.
1,300 feet now, Skip.
It's no good, man. We could be even lower. I'm going up. We'll keep heading northwest till it clears. What's our latest?
Right, Captain, check the thinning down there.
He's right. Looks as if it might be clear about 300 feet lower.
How about height?
Oh, not bad. About 1,000 feet.
Well, we'd better take it easy. There's some high ground round here.
We'll go down 300. That's better. We're through.
Still a bit patchy.
At least we can see the ground occasionally. Give me a position, please, Mac.
Well, that's easy enough. There's the A25. That high ground is Reigate. Well, I saw it.
What is?
The A25. I suppose it is the A25. Yes, it must be.
What's up, Mac? Got us lost again?
That must be me. I thought I saw a building that wasn't there last week. Damn ground fog. Look! That dual carriageway wasn't there last week.
You must be mistaken, man.
I'm not mistaken. That dual carriageway wasn't there last week.
Someone's been busy. Jerry, see if you can get him on the wireless now.
Right. Hello, Croydon. This is the Star of Paris calling. Hello, Croydon. Over. Still not answering, Captain.
Oh, well, doesn't matter so much now. We've got some visibility.
Can I go back and reassure Miss Coe?
Eh? Oh, go on, then.
Right.
Typical.
Oh, hello again.
Oh, hello. What's happening? I thought we were just going to land.
No. Still a few minutes to Croydon.
Oh.
We couldn't contact anyone on the wireless to find out about our cloud conditions, so we had to go lower to find out for ourselves.
Is that dangerous?
Well, it can be.
It looks clearer now.
Well, that's because we're flying underneath the main cloud base. These patches we keep flying through is ground fog.
It's nice to see England again. It's been 2 years. Isn't it amazing how things can change in 2 years?
And they're just discussing how things can change in a week. Get up here, quick. As fast as you can. Coming. Excuse me, Esther.
Yes,
Duty called. Right, what's the trouble? It's getting me think we're going insane. I've got something to show you.
Here, take the glasses.
So?
Over there to starboard. What do you make of that?
Oh, let's just take a look. It's an aeroplane.
Oh, of course, it's an aeroplane, you blithering idiot. What sort of aeroplane?
Well, hang on a sec, hang on. Oh, I've lost it now. No. It's got no engines. Well, that's something. Scared me thought we were going mad. Oh, clouds hitting it now. I never knew gliders came that big. I could even see a row of windows.
I'd heard that the Army were experimenting with gliders, but not the size of that one.
Croydon in 5 minutes, Skip.
No, I've never approached from this direction before, but whenever I catch a glimpse of the ground, everything looks a bit odd. Jerry, try getting the BBC.
Yeah, that's an idea. Right, hold on. Come on. Here we are.
President Hitler's health is still causing grave concern. In a bulletin issued this morning from Berchtesgaden, his doctors stated that the president spent a comfortable night, but they felt that further visits by heads of federal European governments would be undesirable. The president, who is 83, was taken ill last Tuesday while addressing the European
For God's
Parliament.
sake, switch it off.
President Hitler.
Mac, this can't be Croydon. Look at those buildings.
It's just like New York.
Yes, we'll have to climb. Hold tight.
Those buildings must be at least 30 stories.
Where are we, Mac?
Croydon, we must be.
Don't be so stupid. There's a city down there. Look at it.
That must be a film set. Yes, look. There's the aerodrome. It looks all wrong, Mac.
Looks good enough for me. I've got to get this thing down before I start raving. No, Skip. Up! Up! Goalposts!
Football posts? Who the devil put those there?
What does it matter? They're there. And we've damn nearly hit them. Will you please try and get the control tower on the wireless? No, forget it. God knows what's going to happen next. Let's take her up and circle for a bit. I need to think.
Only 15 to 20 minutes fuel left, Skip. Well, we could put it on that field over there. It looks clear.
As this is my last flight with Empire Airways, and I'll be looking for a job, the last thing I want on my record is that I risk a perfectly sound, expensive aeroplane trying to land on someone's cabbage patch.
Well, Croydon's out the question.
I can see that. We'll go on to Heston and land at the Ferry Aviation Works. If we can't land there, then it's only a couple of miles to Hounslow. Satisfied?
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's not your fault, Mac. I shouldn't have spoken like that.
Don't worry yourself. I just said far worse.
Thanks, Mac. Let's have a course for Heston.
Excuse me, sir.
Sergeant. Either come in or go away.
Well, sorry, Mr. Travers. It's this signal we've just received from Dunsett Air Base.
What about?
Well, there's an aircraft heading our way.
Sergeant, a few more months at London Airport and you will discover that aircraft heading our way are by no means uncommon. I suspect those 3-mile concrete strips attract them. Remind me to have them removed.
Yes, sir. But this is no ordinary aircraft. According to Dunhill, it's a pre-war passenger biplane, an Armstrong Whitworth Argosy. Further details available from the Air Registration Board headquarters in Berlin. Oh, there's a phone number for you to call, sir. Extension 510.
Then find someone who can speak English. English. Bloody crowds.
I beg your pardon?
Travers. London Airport, Heathrow Security. What the hell's the meaning of the signal from Dunhill about a UFO?
Yes. Did Dunhill give you the registration GEBLF?
Yes.
We think they must be mistaken. The aircraft assigned those letters does not exist anymore.
Of course it exists. Dunhill say they'd just taken some pictures of it.
According to our records...
They were our records.
According to our records, GEBLF vanished 41 years ago on a flight from Orly to Croydon in 1933. Are you certain about those letters?
No, of course I'm certain. I've got Dunhill's signal in front of me.
Well, I have a copy of the 1934 inquiry report in front of me. An Armstrong Whitworth Argosy belonging to Empire Airways disappeared on a flight from Orly to Croydon in December 1933. It had a crew of 3, a woman passenger, and was carrying 1 ton of Christmas mail. So, if this is some sort of joke between London Airport and Dunhill, we don't think much of it. We've better things to do than to turn out our archives on the say-so of some...
Bloody crowds. Sergeant.
Yes, sir?
Get on to Dunhill and tell him we're being attacked by a squadron of pink elephants.
I think you ought to have a word with the airport radar officer first, sir. He's on the line, waiting to speak to you. Says it's urgent.
Well, Skip, so much for Heston. What now?
I don't understand it, Mac. Acres and acres of Brussels sprouts. I'm going around to take another look.
Skip, we've got 5 minutes fuel left, maybe 10 at the outside. We've got to land now. There's plenty of fields back there.
I've told you before, we're going to land at a proper aerodrome. My record...
to hell with your record. If we don't land now, you won't have an aeroplane left, let alone a record.
I'm the captain of this aeroplane, and I say we land at a proper field. We're going to answer.
Oh, don't be a fool, man. What will we find there? More goalposts, more Brussels sprouts? We've done emergency landings before, and this is an emergency. If we crash and there's an inquiry, I'll tell them...
I know this aeroplane a lot better than you do. When those gauges show empty, there's still a good 5 minutes fuel left. As for crashing...
Captain, over there! Landing strips! Oh, that's right. They look like concrete.
They can't be landing strips. They're much too long.
But they are, Captain, look! And that building must be the control tower. And there's some aeroplanes on the ground. Will you look at the size of them? Just like that glider we saw. Oh, come on, Captain. That runway there looks clear.
We can't possibly land here. It must be some sort of secret base.
How could anyone hope to keep a place like that secret? You've only got to look at the size of those aeroplanes. My God, look at that one by the building with a swastika on the roof.
The hell with a swastika? I'll take that one, alongside the road. There we go.
The ambulances are going east. Shall I stay with them?
Well, they probably want to pace it as it lands. Turn off here and head for the top of the runway.
Who do you reckon they are, sir?
Film company, I expect. And whoever they are, they'll high jump when they get down, assuming they're sober enough to make a decent landing.
I'd never have thought that one aircraft could cause such a flap.
Okay, this'll do.
Right.
Let's take a look. Looks like the ambulances are in position. There's a whole battery of lights flashing down there.
No sign of our friends.
Hold it. Piston engines. There it is.
Well, anyway, he's not drunk. He's coming in straight enough.
Right, Sergeant, he's certainly not drunk. He's down.
Beautiful landing.
Probably his last for some time. All right. Let's get down to meet them.
Well, sir, it may be a museum piece, but it looks in pretty good nick to me.
Wave him to shut his motors off, Sergeant. Right. Got your gun handy?
Yes, sir.
Good. Keep it out of sight. Don't think we need it. They seem docile enough. Stand well back. Let it come out of their own accord.
Oh, it's quite a fair-sized aircraft, sir. Who are Empire Airways?
I've no idea.
Oh, door's opening, sir. Where do you get those clothes?
Good morning, sir. You in charge of this aircraft?
Yes, I am. Would you please tell me where we are and what this place is?
How many of you aboard?
There's 4 of us. Myself, my wireless operator, my navigator, and 1 passenger.
I'd like you all to step down and come with me, please.
I've got 50 mail bags on board. I can't leave them until they're handed over to the postal authorities.
Where are they consigned?
Croydon.
Croydon?
Yes, Croydon Aerodrome. Are we in Germany?
Have you all got your identity cards?
Oh, we have our passports. What exactly is this place? What are all those gliders?
Will you accompany me, please? My sergeant will ensure this aircraft is properly guarded. I'm sure you don't wish to add to the trouble you're already in.
I'm sorry, but I'm not leaving the aeroplane with unattended mail. The others can go, but I'm staying until the mail's handed over to the postal authorities.
Sergeant.
Sir.
Now, will you come?
Well, I don't have much choice, do I?
None at all. Now, if you don't mind climbing into the back of my wagon, we'll go over to my office for a nice little chat. You've all got quite a bit of explaining to do. Before we start, my name is Travers. I'm in charge of the security around here. We'll start with you, as you seem to be the ringleader. Name?
Mason. Charles Mason. I'm a captain with Empire Airways, and not a ringleader.
All I want is your name.
I've just told you.
Your real name.
That is my real name. You've got my passport in front of you.
I was coming to that in a minute. Now you, Miss...
Esther Cole.
I should reconsider that if I were you. Esther Cole sounds Jewish.
Look here, Travers. What are we supposed to have done?
Please be quiet. What about you?
Gerald Kane, wireless operator.
And you?
Andrew Stewart, navigator.
Now, I want you all to listen very carefully. I'm sure you must realize the serious trouble you're in. You've broken just about every aircraft movement regulation in the book.
Now, look here.
And endangered the lives of innocent people by flying straight into a major airport without clearance. Lying to me won't help.
I'd like to speak to your superior. We are not lying.
Oh, but you are. I know you are, and so do you. Now, listen. I don't mind a spot of entertainment now and again, but I'm likely to get bored very quickly. And when I get bored, I get extremely nasty. Bear in mind, I can easily check your story with every airport in Europe without asking any of you a single question. It means a great deal of trouble for me, but I'll get at the truth. Now, if people make trouble for me, I can make trouble for them. So I suggest you answer my questions truthfully.
But we don't see what sort of trouble it is we're in.
Using false identification documents is a very serious offense, for one thing.
That's absurd. There's nothing wrong with our passports. I can vouch for my crew and Miss Cole.
Nothing wrong. What do you take us for? Look at these passports. Here, look at them.
What can I say to you? Look, we're sorry about flying in here, but we couldn't land at Croydon or Heston. We were getting low on fuel when we spotted this place. It's not marked on our chart, so I suppose I should have known better.
Why?
Well, this place is a secret base, isn't it?
Oh, secret. Can't I get it through to you? The joke's over, finished. Tell me who you are, who financed this crazy scheme, and why.
I'm sorry.
Who built the replica?
I'm sorry, I don't understand. I don't think any of us do.
All right. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll leave you alone for 10 minutes so you can reflect on the position you're in. Only remember what I said about me turning nasty. Very nasty.
You were right, Skip. We shouldn't have landed here.
It's too late now. What I can't understand is what's wrong with our passports. Yours is okay, isn't it, Mac?
Aye, another year to run.
Yeah, mine.
And mine, too. And what did he mean about me being Jewish? He sounded like the aerodrome manager in Berlin.
Mac, are we by any chance in Germany? There was that swastika painted on the roof of the hangar.
Yeah, and the German cross on the side of the van. Oh, no, we're definitely in England. Besides, Travers is English, sure enough. And that sergeant.
Yes, I suppose so. But the only thing I can think of is that this place must be some sort of secret base.
Well, even if it is, what's that got to do with our passports?
I don't know what to think.
Shall I take a peep through the blinds? I might see something that would give a clue as to where we are. No, better not, lad. Just in case this is a secret base. The less we know, the better. There were no windows in the back of that van, do you remember? Yeah. Yeah, it was odd, wasn't it? And do you notice how quiet it all was? It was no odder than this office. Look at that telephone. If it wasn't for the dial, you'd never know it was a telephone.
I've never seen a grey one before.
Well, never mind that for the moment. I've been racking my brains and I'm baffled. Does anyone have any bright ideas?
Well, I know it sounds silly, but do you suppose...
Suppose what?
I was wondering about the date. It might not be... Oh, no, it's too silly of me.
What's that?
It's getting closer. It's passing overhead.
I think I'm going...
It's all right. I've got you.
I'm sorry, but I think I know...
Don't say anything. Jerry.
Yeah?
Go and get help. Quickly.
Right.
Where are your smelling salts, Mac?
Oh, because the door's locked.
Try the telephone, Mac. That's it, Mac. Hold your head down.
Right.
Okay, love. You'll be all right in a minute. Right. What the devil are you gawping at?
This isn't a real telephone. It can't be.
Don't be so stupid. Here, give it to me.
But it can't be. It's as light as a feather.
Shh. Somebody coming.
What's going on?
Oh.
What's wrong with the girl?
She's been taken ill.
I'll call the doctor.
No, it's all right. I feel better now. That noise frightened me.
What noise?
Some infernal machine that passed overhead. What the devil was it, man?
Are you sure you're feeling all right now?
Yes, thank you.
Well enough to answer a few more questions, I hope. Have you all thought about what I said?
I think the best thing is if I give you a full account, starting with our departure from Orley this morning.
Are you sure you left from Orley?
Yes. What's that you're looking at?
A list of Orley's morning departures. It's just come through on the teleprinter. What time did you take off?
Oh, about 8:30.
Who owns your aircraft?
Empire Airways. It's painted on the fuselage. You've got its papers.
Have they authority to use the registration GEBLF?
Well, yes, I suppose so.
For film work?
Well, we have been chartered for occasional film work, yes.
I see. Is your aircraft a replica?
A replica of what?
An Armstrong Whitworth Argus.
Oh, no, it is an Argosy.
It's in good condition.
Well, it's well looked after. It's our bread and butter. Or was. Would you tell me what's happened to the mail we had on board?
It's been handed over to the postal authorities here. I expect they're looking at it now.
Thank you, and perhaps you tell us when and what we're to be charged with.
We're still writing the list. Is the mail in those bags?
But of course, we have a contract with the post office.
No wonder letters take such a time.
Beg your pardon?
Nothing. What happened after you left Orley?
It was an uneventful flight at first, until we tried to find out about conditions at Croydon.
Croydon? Why Croydon?
Because we wanted to land there.
I thought you were going to be sensible. Travers. Yeah? How many bags have you opened? All right. Be right over.
In all my years with the post office, Mr. Travers, I've never seen anything like this. I just don't believe it. Look at the postmarks. Look at them.
Paris, the 12th of December. Limoges, the 10th. Orléans, the 12th. Marseille.
Yes, but all 1933.
Can I open this one? It's unsealed.
Help yourself. And these bags are small.
No, 1933. Yes, according to the aircrew, that is.
Crafty blighters.
Who?
The French. Unearthing this lot and thinking they could slip them through without us noticing. Do you know, last month 2 bags turned up.
How will you deal with it?
I'll have a special rubber stamp made up. Delayed in post by French mail. There'll be a hell of a row.
You deliver it?
We'll have a try.
After 41 years?
We have to, by law. It's the President's mail, and some of the addresses will still be valid.
This one wouldn't be. Coventry. That's a total destruction area, isn't it?
I'm not sure. I haven't seen a Coventry letter for some years now. I'll check the register. No. Coventry's not total, only partial. What street?
Boundary Lane.
Boundary Lane. Yes, it was in a secondary fire zone, 1950. Addresses 1 to 49 odd numbers and 88 to 150 even numbers are all inoperative.
Do you still get normal mail from abroad addressed to destruction areas?
Not so much nowadays. We have a special department to deal with it. They'll have fun with this bag here. Half the contents of a Birmingham. The only operative address there is the Contamination Monitoring Station.
You'll have to hold this mail.
I can't. I was going to set up a special team for an initial sort.
No, leave it for the time being. Keep it locked up till I give you the word.
I'm sorry, but I've no authority to delay mail.
I'll see you get the authority. It's important you leave these bags intact. They might be evidence.
I'll have to consult my superiors first.
Not until I say so. The less who know about this, the better.
Has there been a crime?
That is what I intend to find out.
I've pacified the Air Registration Board in Berlin, sir, and managed to get some more information out of them on that aircraft.
Did you get the names of the aircrew?
Yes, sir. I didn't think you'd believe it.
Right now, Sergeant, I'd believe anything, even this.
Well, I don't understand it. I was beginning to think it was all one big practical joke, but this...
How would you fake 100,000 postmarks and stamps on as many letters?
I don't know, sir. Oh, the charge sheets are ready.
Forget them for the time being. What sort of accommodation can we fix them up with?
Oh, there's the cells.
Something more comfortable.
I'll see what I can find.
Good. Let me know when you have. In the meantime, I've got some more questions I want to ask our friends. Right, a few more questions, then something to eat.
Thank you. Mr. Travers, we want to contact our families. Miss Coe is anxious her parents should know she's all right. I usually telephone my wife, and I've got to notify our Croydon office.
Later.
Now.
It will have to wait.
I insist we have a right.
Rights? Who the hell are you to talk about rights?
You can't hold us without charging us.
Don't you believe it? This is England, part of the Third Reich. I can hold you as long as I like, and there's nothing you or all the civil liberties committees outside Europe can do about it. Mr. Stewart.
Yes?
When I came in, you were reading a newspaper. I'd like to see it, please.
Are you accusing me of stealing a newspaper now?
Mr. Stewart, I may accuse you of something a damn sight more serious than that.
You've no right to...
I've every right! And it's no good you going on about your rights because you haven't got any. None of you. You're all dead. Come in. Hang on, Sergeant. Now come out. Well?
Putting some pressure on.
A bit. Found some quarters?
Now, the quarantine unit's free. Well, the medical people say we're welcome to it, provided they can kick us out if an emergency crops up.
Good. What's he like?
Well, there's 2 wards that'll do nicely. The girl can have one, and the other is large enough for the men. There's a small sitting room adjoining.
How's it fitted out?
Several easy chairs, coffee table, television.
Get rid of that. Radio?
Yes.
That too. Books, magazines?
I'm not sure, sir.
If there are, get rid of them. I don't want anything in that unit to connect the date too obviously with 1974. Is there a picture of Hitler on the wall?
Oh, I expect so, sir.
Take it down.
But
don't argue with me. Take it down. Don't worry. If anyone asks questions, I'll say it was on my orders, okay?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to grab something to eat now. Leave our friends to sweat for a bit. When you've got the accommodation ready, back the van right up to the entrance here so you can bundle them in without them seeing too much.
Oh, won't they think that odd, sir?
I don't care if they do. Anyway, they already think this place is some sort of secret establishment. Now, I'm going to notify Berlin. I don't want to, but there's just a chance that the communists may be behind all this. I have to cover myself. So I want you to get onto the special branch headquarters in the Wilhelmstrasse and give them a brief outline of what's happened.
Shouldn't you do that, sir?
Yes, but they'll attach little importance to an affair reported by a sergeant. I don't want this place crawling with Krauts if I can help it. I shall expect a progress report from you by this evening. Come in, Sergeant. How are they?
All nicely installed, sir. They've had an evening meal.
Did you notify Berlin?
Yes, sir. I spoke to Herr Müller.
Well?
I'm sorry, sir, but he seemed rather interested.
How interested?
He's flying out here tonight.
Didn't I say I didn't want krauts under my feet?
I think he's English.
With a name like Müller?
Yes, sir.
John Müller?
Johann. Do you know him?
I have a horrible feeling I do. John Miller. He and I trained together before the war. A dedicated National Socialist. He threw in his lot with them after the Allied surrender in 1953. He changed his name to Müller. And he's on his way here? I'd rather deal with the krauts any day.
He said he'd be in your office tomorrow morning at 10 minutes past.
Well, that sounds like Miller, all right. Make sure he gets the cracked cup.
Quite incredible, Travers. Quite incredible. Tell me, do you believe them?
There's these passports, the mailbags, the aircraft.
You're evading the question. Do you believe them?
I'm not sure.
But you tell me you fixed up a room for them and removed all fittings that wouldn't be around in 1933.
I said I'm not sure.
And that's why you called us in.
You called yourself in.
Well, not every day an aircraft from the past turns up. One wonders what's going to turn up next.
As you are here, it would be best if you saw the crew for yourself and formed your own opinions.
Oh, I shall. I shall. I'm very curious about the crew. Especially this Esther Coe.
Huh? Why her?
What does her name suggest?
Assuming that's her real name, what should it suggest?
She's obviously a Jew.
Why should that concern me, Miller?
Müller. The president's anti-Semitic policy.
No, I don't care a damn about a person's religion. My job's to enforce the law and to nab villains, be they Gentile, Jew, Muslim, or even National Socialist. In any case, the anti-Semitic laws have not been ratified in this country.
You should have gone to Berlin, Travers. It's a fascinating place. One can keep an ear to the ground.
The disadvantage of having an ear to the ground is that you put yourself in a favorable position for being kicked.
I'd like to see the aircrew now, please. Alone.
I'll show you the way.
Someone else. I wouldn't want to waste your time. Perhaps we could have lunch together. And that'll give you time to get some information together on their families.
I usually lunch at the airport bowling alley.
May I come in?
We are not answering any more questions until my lawyer's present.
I was hoping we might have a little talk. My name's Miller. John Miller. You must be Captain Mason.
Yes, this is Miss Cole, secretary with Empire Airways, Andrew Stewart, navigator, and Gerald Kane, my wireless operator. Are you senior to Travers, Mr. Miller?
In a way, yes.
You realize he's held us against our will and that we've not been charged with anything. We've not even been allowed to contact our families.
All in good time, Mr. Mason. I have some questions I wish to ask you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Miller. No more questions.
Do you speak for everyone?
I think so.
You're not certain?
Of course, if the others wish to answer questions, I can't stop them.
Good. May I speak to Miss Coe?
If you wish.
I wouldn't like to pose a threat to your...
You wish.
Thank you, Captain Mason. I'll start with you.
I said I would answer no more questions.
You're happy to let Miss Coe answer them for you. Not very gentlemanly behavior, Captain Mason.
I don't mind answering questions, if it'll help.
What do you want to know, Miller?
You took off yesterday in your Argosy from Orly Airport.
Aerodrome.
Yes, aerodrome. Now, do you remember anything unusual about the flight? It doesn't matter how trivial it may seem.
Well, just a routine flight, until we tried to contact Lim.
On your...
wireless. We've told all this to Travers.
Is there anything you remember now you haven't told him? Anything at all? No?
Do you believe us, Mr. Miller?
Possibly, Miss Coe. What concerns me at this moment is whether or not the others will believe me, but I think you will. Am I right?
I don't know what you mean.
I think you do. No, don't turn away. Look at me, like you were just now.
Leave her alone, Miller. I'll answer questions.
Tell them about the date, Miss Coe. Don't interrupt.
The date?
What about the date? What about the date? Angst doch, welcher Tag es ist?
That's enough of that.
Ich weiß nicht. I don't know.
Miller, leave her alone.
No, she's got to tell you herself.
Tell us what?
Just see what you're doing.
Tell them the date.
I can't. I can't.
It's all right, Esther.
Yes, it's all right.
Tell them the date.
I don't know the date. I don't know.
You do.
I don't. Is it 1950?
Es ist 1974. 74. I've been watching you play, Travers. 3 strikes in succession. Quite good.
It's easy, Miller. I pretend 10 pins are German collaborators.
And the machine always stands them up again.
Until it breaks down, wears out, or is replaced by something better. How did you get on with our 4 Rip Van Winkles?
False analogy. We know what happened to him, but we don't know what happened to our friends. Not even they do.
You told them about the date?
No. Esther Coe told them.
She knew?
She guessed. She didn't know the precise date, of course.
And you still believe them?
Of course. Don't you?
It doesn't matter whether I believe them or not. It's your case now. Telegram from Berlin says so.
Surely, the evidence...
I think it would be better to go back to my office. I'd rather not discuss it here. Now look, Miller, I mistrust any evidence that's rammed down my throat. Just because we haven't discovered a crime doesn't mean it hasn't been committed, or is at least being planned. All I know is it must be something pretty spectacular.
For instance?
It's your case now.
You're expected to cooperate. Did you come up with anything on their families?
Oh, yes. The one calling himself Mason hasn't learned his part properly. In fact, none of them have.
Well?
Did Mason tell you he was married?
Yes.
Well, he wasn't.
It's impossible. Who told you this?
My sergeant saw Mason's sister this morning.
He must be mistaken.
If it comes to a choice between my sergeant and the one calling himself Mason, I'd settle for my sergeant. That's something for you to think about.
I'm not sure.
I'll tell you something else. The girl, Esther Coe, remember the color of her eyes?
No?
Brown. Her father's 85 now, but sharp as a razor. According to him, they were green.
I see. It does tend to throw a different light on things.
It does.
What do you suggest we do?
I'm not suggesting anything. It's your case.
But you're still involved. Especially if there's been... What was that phrase? Foul play.
Either there has been or there's going to be. The best thing is to get an aviation expert to go over that aircraft with a microscope. Find out where and when it was made. Not only would it give us a lead, but it might give us the evidence we need to break their story.
And where would we find such an expert?
Easily at Heathrow. Anton Barrett, Air Registration Board, inspector with General Aviation. He's a friend of mine. I'll ask him over. There's the beast. What do you think?
She's magnificent.
Hardly my opinion of her.
No, she really is beautiful. Do you know anything about old aircraft, Mr. Miller?
Very little, I'm afraid.
Oh, I cut my teeth on Arguses as an apprentice.
I never realized biplanes were so large.
You can give me an ME-124 any day.
Ah, don't you believe it. You know, if anything went wrong with one of these, they looked round for a handy field, landed, put it right, and took off again.
These things could land anywhere?
Well, not exactly anywhere, but any reasonably flat field would do. This large wing area gave them plenty of lift at low speed. They didn't need about 3 miles of concrete.
Interesting.
Yes, so is this.
What?
Look at these fastenings. Locking wire.
So what? They look like ordinary nuts and bolts.
Yes, they are. It's the way they're secured, you see? Now, in the old days, when you screwed a nut into a screw or bolt and didn't want vibration to shake it off, you drilled a hole right through the nut and the bolt and shoved a piece of locking wire right through the lot, just like this.
So?
Well, nobody will go to that trouble today. Even with a replica, they'd use self-locking nuts. They're less bother, cheaper, and more reliable.
So whoever built this replica was a perfectionist?
No. Not if they wanted a certificate of airworthiness. I can't imagine any inspector being happy with holes drilled through the threaded fasteners when there are safer methods available. At least I know I wouldn't like it. Look, can we go inside?
Help yourself.
All right, thanks. Up we go.
It's surprisingly luxurious.
Oh, the Argosy was a luxury aircraft. One of the first.
It's, a bit cramped up here. I'll try one of those seats and, savor the atmosphere.
Hey, have you seen these charts, Travers?
Yes, why?
Well, there's a course laid off from Orley to Croydon, of all places.
I shouldn't worry about that. It doesn't have any bearing on whether or not this aircraft is a replica.
No, but it has considerable bearing on my curiosity.
Curiosity is my job.
And my failing. Where did this aircraft come from?
I thought you'd tell me.
Well, I know where it came from originally. I was wondering where it came from recently.
Where?
Where what?
Look, Anton, where did this thing come from?
Armstrong Whitworth's workshops. About 40 years ago.
You're certain?
Reasonably.
That's not good enough. You'll have to be absolutely certain. Would you be prepared to stand up in court?
Oh, now, look. You asked me to have a look at this aircraft as a favor. You never said anything about going into court and giving evidence.
No, all I'm asking is if you're sufficiently certain to repeat the same thing in court.
Yes, I think so.
You only think so?
All right, then I know so.
That this thing was built 40 years ago.
About that, yes.
It would never stand up.
Why not?
Because it wouldn't. Common sense alone.
Travers, look, listen. This aircraft is an original. Now, don't ask me how it's been preserved. That's something I can only guess at, but it's not a replica. And it's not a restored airframe. It's a genuine Armstrong Whitworth Argosy. And all the smooth-tongued president's councils in the country can't change that. Look. You see that wiring? It's insulated with fabric. You can't even buy wire like that today.
Couldn't it be made to special order?
Oh, come.
I found something rather interesting, Travers.
What is it?
It was under one of the seat cushions in the saloon. A London tram ticket. Tooting to Wimbledon.
Even the Litters period.
Don't antagonize him. He doesn't like evidence.
I never said that. I said I don't like evidence that's rammed down my throat.
How do you say it's rammed down your throat, when in fact it's rammed down the back of a seat cushion? Good morning, Mr. Barrett.
Oh.
I wondered if you had...
changed my opinion? No, I've not.
No, I didn't suppose you had.
Did Travers send you?
It's not actually his case. He's only acting in an advisory capacity.
Oh, I see. Hell, I don't see. What case?
I'll explain later. But first, I'd like your help.
Well, I've a lot on my plate at the moment.
It won't take long. Could the Argosy fly again?
Well, if you could get hold of some petrol, it could, yes. I'd love to see one flying again.
I'd like to see it flying next week.
Oh, without petrol? Or a certificate?
Maybe I could pull some strings.
Look, if you want that aircraft flying by next week, you'll have to pull ropes. I don't suppose Travers will like it.
I don't expect he will.
I think it's an excellent idea, Miller. A reconstruction of the crime. The classic ploy when you're sunk for leads and want to impress the newsboys. Of course, a good copper doesn't set up a reconstruction to test wild, preconceived theories. I expect they'll enjoy it. They're good actors.
You think so?
Yes.
Why?
Mason's story that he's married, for one thing.
Supposing our present isn't their future.
And what's that supposed to mean?
Have you ever heard of parallel time continuums?
Vaguely. They're not the sort of thing likely to crop up in my daily routine.
Or mine, at least not until now. It was you who made me think of them.
The color of Estico's eyes?
Exactly. In 1933, in our past, an aircraft carrying 4 people disappeared. That we know to be true, but it's only true of our past. And our past isn't necessarily the same as theirs.
Everyone on a jury, especially one of your German juries.
Suppose they're not lying. Now, we know our aircrew can't be the same aircrew that disappeared in 1933.
That's what I've said all along.
And there must be an aircrew that disappeared in another 1933, in another universe existing in separate time and space to ours. These people could be living proof of Nielsen's parallel time continuum theory.
Then how do you explain the differences between their universe and ours? The color of Estico's eyes? And even if you could, how could they have slipped into our universe in the first place?
Have you ever read Nielsen's theory?
Only what I've read in the papers. There was a bit in the Berliner about the possibility of one man having 1 million mother-in-laws.
I've just looked it up. Nielsen said that an infinite number of universes would lead to duplications.
Impossible.
Why? We're talking about an infinite number, remember. Why shouldn't there be duplication? Not perfect duplication, but near enough. There could be a world where there was no Second World War, or a world where the war ended with the defeat of Hitler.
The defeat of Hitler? Well, when you find this world, tell me where it is, won't you? I'm on the lookout for somewhere decent to retire to.
What sort of talk could get you into trouble?
Who brought up the subject?
I'm trying to explain that each universe has its own pattern, like the holes in a punch card, and just once, the holes in one card lined up with the holes in another, and time slipped through.
Carrying 4 people on a bloody great biplane with you.
Yes, at some point during their flight from Orley to Croydon, the holes lined up. There must have been a precise moment when they were existing outside of time and space, a fleeting second of disorientation.
And you hope to pinpoint this moment by reconstructing their flight?
There's just a chance they may remember something if we recreate the original conditions.
No one can say we're not exploring every avenue.
I shall want the Argos's mail back, and we'll have to return their clothing and personal possessions. Everything must be exactly as it was in 1933. We won't even maintain radio contact. They'll fly along their 1933 route and call Lim on their radio just as they did in 1933. It's worth trying.
So are they, in court.
I was hoping you'd help with the arrangements.
I was hoping you'd ask.
Good.
How do we ship the Argosy to France?
Easy. Air Cranes Limited say they can sling it under a helicopter and fly it straight to Orley.
And when do our friends fly it back again?
As soon as weather conditions are similar to those in 1933. They'll be plotted by radar. You and I will be on an air-sea rescue launch in mid-channel to enable us to watch the aircraft as they called Lim. And the whole affair is codenamed Operation Phoenix.
I preferred it when we were moving. It wasn't this horrible rolling. They've gone, you know.
No, I don't know.
Silly, sitting out here in the middle of the ocean.
We'll give them 10 minutes.
I'd give them 10 years if I had my way.
You're not having your way.
And you're not having yours, are you?
10 minutes.
Well, let's go back to Dover. I'll buy you a drink.
10 minutes.
9 now.
Don't split hairs with me. I'm not in the mood.
Now, you listen to me.
Radio telephone for you, Eleanor.
That's them. If you like, Miller, I'll eat my words, but I don't think I could hold them down.
We there yet, Captain?
Oh, this should do. Stop engines. Let her drift. Radar? Sir? Anything?
Yes, sir. Fuzzy Echo, 30 kilometers, 303 degrees, height 1,000 meters.
Good. Looks like she's bang on course.
25 kilometers, sir. Course steady, height steady, 2 degrees deviation our position.
Are you listening in on that shortwave frequency?
That's been on all the time. If they transmit, we'll hear them on the speaker.
21 kilometers.
She's virtually on top of us. Visibility's worsening. Damn. The last thing we want is fog. If they should come down, we'd have a devil of a job finding them.
With radar?
Well, look at that trace. It's fuzzy. That's because a wooden aircraft makes a lousy radar reflector. We'd never see her on the surface.
Fog's thickening.
16 kilometers. Very fuzzy trace, sir. Deviation 0.
Only a few minutes now.
Well, very weak echo now, sir.
I think I can hear their engines. Listen.
Only 10 kilometers, sir, but I'm losing them. Echo's fading.
Why? Are they losing height?
No, sir. They're just fading away.
Hello, Lim. This is Empire Airways, Star of Paris calling. Over. Hello, Lim.
They're going, sir.
Hello, Lim.
They've gone, sir. Just gone. There's nothing.
Hello, Lim. Will you answer, please? Over.
Hello, Star of Paris. They're receiving you. Over.
What's it like at Croydon? Over.
Conditions good. Visibility 2 miles. Miles, 3,000 feet. Wind, north-northeast, 15 knots. Over.
Thank you, Lim. Merry Christmas. Captain, weather conditions at Croydon are good. Visibility 2 miles, north-northeasterly blowing at 15 knots, and cloud base at 3,000.
Who was that?
Lim Aerodrome. He asked me to contact them.
But they answered?
Oh, yes, Captain, of course. Why?
I don't know.
It's just... Oh, nothing. I'm getting too old for flying.
Yes.
In The Doppelganger Machine by James Follett, Travers was played by Peter Pratt, the captain of the aircraft by Hector Ross, Jerry, Nigel Lambert, Mac, Hugh Ross, Esther, Eva Haddon. Muller was played by William Edel, the sergeant, John Sampson, Anton Barrett, Manning Wilson, and the post office official, Dennis McCarthy. Other parts were played by Julian Fox, John Foley, and John Bull. The producer was Roger Pine. Tonight's midweek theatre presentation is called A Test to Destruction, in which a man is faced with an agonizing personal crisis. That's at 8:15 here on Radio 4.
From the Mutual Studios in Washington, I'm Fulton Lewis, and that's the top of the news as it looks from here.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sound of suspense. Welcome to the fear you can hear. But mostly, welcome to the world of terrifying imagination. The story you're about to hear is a love story. But a love story which begins at the point where many love stories end. It begins after the wedding march has been played, after the vows of love and fidelity exchanged. It begins on the honeymoon in a strange and terrifying fashion.
Don't come near me. Stay away from me, Dad.
Susan, are you out of your head?
I saw her picture. Do you hear me? I found her picture on our honeymoon.
Our mystery drama, Deadly Honeymoon, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Betsy von Furstenberg and Michael Wager. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser, and by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. I'll return shortly with Act One.
There's nothing wrong with drinking Budweiser sip by sip, is there? Well, the brewers of Budweiser think there's a better way. Sipping's fine if you're drinking wine. But Bud is the king of beers, a hearty drink. Look, rinse a 10 or 12-ounce glass with cold water. Then open a can or bottle of Bud and pour it right down the middle so it kicks up a good head of foam. Now, take a big drink and then swallow big. No sips. That's how it should be done. More taste, more beer drinking enjoyment. Thanks to exclusive Beechwood aging, Budweiser has a smoothness that lets it go down especially easy. Sure, it's an expensive way to brew beer, but brewing beer right does make a difference. That's why, when you say Budweiser, you've said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
This is WOR New York, your station for Mystery Theater.
Now, ShopRite does the can, selling ShopRite brand of vegetables and cans. For quality that you can trust, for tasty corn, asparagus, for peas and beans, at gourmet scenes, for beef that beat all other treats. The only vegetables that can compare at all with ShopRite brand of vegetables you feed yourself instead of picking off our shelf. Now's the time to shop at ShopRite Can Blast. Now's the time to stock up while the values last.
Stock up on ShopRite soda. Tell 12-ounce cans for 79 cents.
Potatoes that will make the meal, and carrots that have big appeal. A succotash that makes a splash. Spinach that won't finish last. Now's the time to ask yourself, so why pay more? Now's the time to shop right now at ShopRite stores. Whee!
story begins 36,000 feet in the air on a flight which departed from New York's Kennedy Airport and in another hour will be touching down at O'Hare Airport in Chicago. There are almost 100 passengers on this flight, but an observant stewardess is giving special attention to that handsome couple in seats 18A and 18B. Perhaps it's because all honeymooners have a special radiance.
Are you sure you wouldn't like some more coffee?
Oh, no, thanks. Not for me.
I wouldn't mind a cup.
Here you are.
Thanks.
Just ring if you need anything else.
You'd think we were the only people on this flight.
As far as I'm concerned, we are. Oh, Dan, I feel absolutely drunk with happiness. Is that a funny word for the way I feel?
No. It's a great word, Susan.
I was flying hours before we got on the plane. Oh, what time did you say we land in Chicago?
About 2:30.
Is it far from the airport to the hotel?
No, actually, it's only about a half an hour from O'Hare to downtown. About 16 miles.
Still, I don't think we'll have time to make Evanston today, do you?
Well, it might be better to go in the morning. You can call your aunt from the hotel.
Dan, you sure you don't mind going to Evanston? I mean, I just couldn't possibly be a few miles away and not see Aunt Clara. Besides, I want to show off my new husband to somebody, and she's all the family I have.
Was she your mother's sister?
No, my father's. She came east when my parents were killed in that crash. Stayed with me for a month or so. That was about the most that either one of us could stand.
She sounds like a holy terror.
Oh, no, she's just crotchety, that's all. But she'll only be more crotchety if she learns that I passed through Chicago and didn't even stop by.
Well, and what kind of work are you in, Mr. Carey?
Well, right now, we like to say we're management consultants, Mrs. Rowland. But we also do quite a bit of executive recruitment.
I don't understand a word of that.
Dan helps corporations find the right people for important jobs, Aunt Clara. His firm is the biggest in the field. Isn't it, Dan?
Well, it's always hard to measure business like ours.
But it has offices everywhere, doesn't it?
In most of the major cities, yes.
And now Dan is going to take over the branch in San Francisco. He's going to manage the entire thing.
Is that some kind of a promotion?
Oh, of course it is.
I asked the gentleman, Susan. Speak when you're spoken to.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, Mrs. Rowland, it is a promotion. Truth is, it's a job that everyone in my office has been after.
Oh, it's just worked out so beautifully for us. I mean, Dan having to move to San Francisco. We're sort of combining a business trip with a cross-country honeymoon.
And where do you go from here?
Well, we're planning to stay 2 days in Chicago, and then we're going to Dallas.
We're going to cross the Rio Grande into Mexico. I know a great little hotel in Monterey.
Then we're going to Las Vegas.
To gamble, I suppose?
Well, it's no fun going to Las Vegas if you don't gamble a little.
Your father never gambled for so much as a dime, Susan. That wasn't the way he made his fortune.
Well, I promised not to bankrupt the family, Aunt Clara. Anyway, we're just staying in Las Vegas overnight, and then going to Los Angeles.
3 days later, I report to work.
Thoroughly exhausted, of course.
Well, that's your idea of a honeymoon. I hope you enjoy it. Susan, I suppose lunch is almost ready. You want to help me bring it out?
Oh, yes, of course.
Kitchen's this way, in case you've forgotten.
The truth is, I have.
I'm glad to be able to talk to you alone for a minute, Susan.
Did you like Dan, Aunt Clara? Isn't he good looking?
Older than you, isn't he?
What difference does that make?
How long did you know him?
Oh, we met at a party at the Williamsons. Do you remember my friend, Tracy Williamson?
Didn't ask you where you met. I'm asking you when.
Well, it was about 3 weeks ago.
3 weeks? Oh, for the love of heaven, Susan.
Aunt Clara, the time you know somebody isn't always the most important thing.
He's practically a stranger. How can you be sure of anything about a man you've known for 3 weeks?
From the time we met, I saw Dan every single day.
Susan, when a girl is all alone in the world, when she has independent means of her own...
Addie, don't start in about Dan being a fortune hunter. I don't have that much money, and it's all in trust anyway. And I assure you, Dan earns enough income to take care of us both very well.
Well, I'm sorry, Susan. I know I don't have any control over what you do. You're too old for that. But I've seen something of the world, too, you know. And the most important lesson I've ever learned is never trust a stranger.
Oh, Aunt Clara, that's ridiculous. Now, can we bring out the lunch?
I don't know. I just
just have the feeling that Chicago wasn't all you expected it to be.
Well, we weren't there very long, Dan. And don't forget, we spent half the time with your business associates.
Oh, honey, I am sorry about that. I suppose I never should have called Bill Kincaid to say we're in town. Should have known he'd insist on getting together.
Oh, it wasn't that bad. I just didn't know what he was talking about half the time. All those office politics.
Yes. Well, Bill loves to gossip. But you can see what I mean about the San Francisco job. Everybody in the company wanted it. They'll never get over resenting me for being picked. But I am sorry if you were bored.
It's all right, Dan, really. After all, I inflicted Aunt Clara on you.
She was okay.
Well, I know you didn't find her very friendly.
Well, why should she be? I think she's a very protective type. Anybody you married would get her jaundiced eye.
Yes, I suppose that's true enough. Dan, how long did you know Terry Williamson?
Who?
Terry, my ex-roommate. We met each other at her house. Or have you forgotten that already?
Tell you the truth, darling, I didn't know whose house I was at that night.
Oh, so Terry wasn't the one who invited you?
No. It was a man named Bob Chambers, one of the executive types. I got placed at General Utilities. Don't ask me who invited him, because I don't know.
I see. So it was all sort of roundabout.
What's the difference? Still turned out to be the best party I ever attended.
Yeah.
Hey, something the matter?
Oh, no, of course not. Nothing at all. Dan, where did you say we were staying in Dallas?
It's a little hotel called the Lazy Sea. It's kind of rustic, but I think you'll like it. Besides, we'll only be there one night. We'll rent a car in the morning and drive down to Monterey.
You really know all the offbeat places, don't you?
Well, when you travel around enough, I guess you begin looking for them.
You haven't done that much traveling on the job, have you?
Huh? Well, no, not that much. Say, do you know the name of the airport in Dallas?
I forget.
It's called Love Field. Isn't that a great name for honeymooners?
Yes. Starting to worry.
No, I had a little trouble with the phone lines back to New York, but I got through okay.
Everything all right?
Yeah, sure, everything's fine. Hey, you look a little strange, though.
Oh, no, I'm all right. I had a drink while I was waiting for you.
Say, you better watch that tequila. It sneaks up on you like a bandito.
Actually, something sort of funny happened.
What do you mean?
Dan, when we were in Chicago in that restaurant, I forget the name of it.
The place we went to with Bill?
Yes, when you and your friend were talking about all the office politics back in New York, I saw this man looking at us.
What man?
Well, he was at the bar. I'm not even sure why I noticed him. He was wearing this plaid raincoat. I remember wondering if it had started to rain.
I guess you were just bored with all our talk.
Anyway, I saw him turn to look at us.
Probably to look at you. Can't blame him for that.
The funny thing is, as soon as you turned around, he got up very quickly and left.
Susan, I don't remember seeing anyone in a plaid raincoat. And I'm afraid I don't see anything unusual about it.
Well, I guess I didn't either. I probably wouldn't have given it another thought, but I think I saw that same man here again today.
In Monterey? Oh, you're kidding.
I can't swear it with him. I didn't get a good look at his face the first time. All I really noticed was the coat.
And you saw the coat again? Is that it?
Yes. He was carrying it over his arm.
Oh, darling. You know the story about the airport truck?
Airport truck? No.
Well, this guy on a plane looks out the window and sees one of those little red airport trucks. You know, fueling the plane, bringing food aboard, something like that. Anyway, the plane takes off from New York and lands in Chicago. Another little red truck comes out to meet it. The guy next to him says, "Hey, we made good time, didn't we?" And he says, "Yeah, but that little red truck really made time." Well, I can see that I didn't marry a great audience.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dan. It's just, it bothered me a little.
Oh, forget it. And speaking of airports, next up, the City of Angels.
Let's see. I wonder if they have this week's digest. Oh, I see it.
Excuse me.
Yes?
You're Mrs. Daniel Carey, aren't you?
Why, yes, I am. Do I know you?
No, Mrs. Carey, but I know you. Saw your husband leaving the hotel about half an hour ago. Are you planning on meeting him?
Wait a minute. I've seen you before.
Have you?
You're the man with the coat, the plaid raincoat.
Well, you happen to be right. I do own a plaid raincoat, but with this nice sunny weather...
Excuse me.
Look, Mrs. Carey, I know it seems as if I'm following.
Yes, it does.
Well, okay, it's true. But I've had a reason.
Such as?
Could we talk about it someplace? There's a coffee shop in the hotel.
I'm sorry. I don't even know who you are.
Maybe it would help if I introduced myself. My name is Harrington. Lieutenant Gale Harrington, attached to New York City Police Department.
Police?
That's right, Mrs. Carey. So you see, what I have to discuss with you is police business.
But what have I done?
It's nothing you've done. It concerns your husband and what he might do.
It looks like Dan and Susan Carey's honeymoon is in for a surprise. Or perhaps more than one. Maybe Susan will soon wonder if her Aunt Clara wasn't right about a number of things, including her cynical advice about trusting no strangers. We'll find out about the new stranger in Susan's life when I return shortly with Act 2.
And now another tale of the ball and chain. At Kellogg's Special K
Presents Last Tango in Pittsburgh.
There I was at Raoul's All Right Tango Lounge.
My little orchid, will you tango with me?
It was Raoul.
You're a splendid dancer.
Thank you.
But what was that?
I was what?
That sound effect.
Oh, I'm a few pounds overweight, and this ball and chain points out how my extra weight can get in the way.
I'm pointing you back to your chair.
Our heroine decided to lose that extra weight. She exercised and ate smart at every meal, starting with a Special K breakfast. A bowl of Special K, skim milk, tomato juice, and coffee. It's less than 240 calories, 99% fat-free, and 100% delicious. After a while, she was rid of the ball and chain and back at Raoul's.
Darling, you're looking fantastic.
What a happy ending.
What ending? We're just getting started.
Raoul, get lost.
Your happy ending could begin with the Kellogg's Special K breakfast.
And that's another tale of the ball and chain.
This is WOR New York, your Mystery Theater station.
No matter what you're saving for, that's what Suburban Savings for Suburban.
Suburban Savings offers you a regular savings account with flexibility. You can add any amount to your account whenever you wish. Withdraw whenever you want. Suburban Savings pays a 5.25% annual interest rate on regular savings paid quarterly, which earns an annual effective yield of 5.47%. Interest is compounded continuously from day of deposit to day of withdrawal, as long as $50 is maintained in the account to the end of the quarter. Come into Suburban Savings and open an account with flexibility. Our regular savings account in New Jersey at Bayonne, Edgewater, Elmwood Park, Emerson, Hackettstown, Morris Plains, Nutley, Paramus, and Sparta.
In the pleasant, cheerful atmosphere of a coffee shop in a large Los Angeles hotel, newlywed Susan Carey finds herself facing a man she has never seen before. A man whose solemn eyes look at her over a steaming cup of coffee and seem to warn her of nightmares to come. But so far, Lieutenant Gale Harrington of the New York Police Department is merely asking questions.
How long have you been married now?
Only about 10 days.
Was it a long engagement? Did you know your husband for some time before?
No, not very long.
Well, could you be more specific? How long ago did you meet him? And where?
Well, it's a month now. Just about that.
A month. Then you really don't know much about him, do you?
Oh, you and Aunt Clara.
Beg pardon?
Lieutenant, will you please tell me what this is about? Has my husband committed some crime? Is that what you're implying?
Oh, I didn't say that, Mrs. Carey. But believe me, it would be helpful to both of us if you could just tell me a little bit about the circumstances.
You know, I don't see why this has to be so one-sided.
Now, please bear with me.
All right. I met Dan at a party at a friend's house about a month ago. We talked a lot. We liked each other. We started dating. I saw him every single day.
What business did he tell you he's in?
You make it sound as if he lied to me.
No, I didn't mean to do that.
He's a management consultant. I know he is. He's just gotten a very important job in San Francisco, head of the entire office. We're going there tomorrow.
So that was the purpose of the trip?
Yes.
But since you've been married 10 days, I gather it's a honeymoon as well.
Well, naturally it is.
Yes, naturally.
Lieutenant.
Miss Carey, do you know if your husband was ever married before?
Married? No.
Are you really certain? It's police business.
Tell me that Dan's a bigamist or something?
No, Mrs. Carey, certainly not that.
Then what is it?
I'm going to tell you, but you have to understand one thing. Now, I am not assigned to this case anymore. My interest is strictly unofficial. I may be completely mistaken, but you're the only one who can prove it one way or another.
Prove what?
About whether your husband ever called himself Don Crawford. And once, 4 years ago, David Chase. See? All the same initials, like Dan Carey.
You are saying he's a criminal?
Not just a criminal, Mrs. Carey. A wife killer.
You're crazy.
I hope so. Believe me, I do. Let me start at the beginning. If you still think I'm crazy by the time I'm finished, I'll be happy to buy you that coffee and go on my way. But if you think I'm not, if you have any doubts, then I want you to tell me so and let me help you.
All right. Go on. I know you're wrong, but go on.
I first heard of Don Crawford back in 1965 when I was attached to the homicide detail in the Los Angeles PD. Mrs. Crawford was the former Edith Burbank. She was the youngest daughter of a wealthy family in Baltimore. Only when I saw her, she was never going to enjoy her money anymore. She was dead. Her throat had been cut by one of those, quote, mysterious intruders, unquote, that the papers like to write about. Her husband, Don, was broken-hearted, naturally. They'd only been married 4 weeks. But her death also made him some money. Not a fortune, really. There was a mix-up about her will, and he ended up with nothing but a handsome payoff from the family. Mrs. Carey, you okay?
I can't believe I'm sitting here listening to this.
I won't be long, I promise. Anyway, I was assigned to the Crawford case, and I didn't exactly cover myself with glory.
You mean you never found the mysterious intruder?
That's right.
So naturally, you decided that maybe there wasn't any.
Let me go on, Mrs. Carey, okay?
Yes, go on.
Anyway, I ran into a similar case about 4 years ago. The murder of a young bride, fresh from her honeymoon. A broken-hearted groom named David Chase. I thought Chase and Crawford were one and the same man. But I couldn't convince the district attorney of the resemblance. But I am still convinced, Mrs. Carey.
And you think Dan is the same person?
Oh, he's changed again, of course. His hair is lighter than Chase's. He's thinner and paler. But there's something about the face I can't forget.
And even if it's true, you still have no proof. Is that it? You couldn't solve your case, so you're holding on to your first solution.
Wait, Mrs. Carey. Let me tell you why I was so sure that Crawford and Chase were the same man. It was because of the honeymoon.
What?
It's my theory that their honeymoons were identical. A compulsive honeymoon, you might say.
That is ridiculous.
Criminals are like that. Creatures of habit, most of them. Afraid to change a pattern, maybe for fear that their luck will change with it.
What do you mean by it?
I stumbled on the coincidence accidentally. But as far as I could trace it, Don Crawford and David Chase took their brides to the same places. They did the same things. And I knew that if I ever saw that pattern duplicated, I would have my killer. I hope I'm wrong, Mrs. Carey. But you are the only one who can tell me. And my first question is this. Was your first stop Chicago?
Yes. Yes, of course it was. And you knew that. That's where we first saw you, in Chicago, in that restaurant.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
You can't possibly make something out of that. Dan wanted to see people in the Chicago office, and I thought it would be nice to visit my aunt in Evanston. She's my family.
Was your next stop after Chicago in Texas?
Yes. We went to Dallas. Dallas is a wonderful place to visit, Lieutenant. I don't see anything so peculiar about that.
Both Chase and Crawford went to Dallas. They chose offbeat hotels. I guess they didn't care to be seen very much. Where did you stay in Dallas?
It was a perfectly nice hotel. I don't think you could describe it as offbeat.
All right. And then the next stop would be Monterey.
You knew we were in Monterey because that's where I saw you the second time.
By that time, Mrs. Carey, I'd made up my mind to follow you.
Are you saying that these supposed wife killers you're talking about also went to Monterey?
Yes, they did, and from Monterey to Las Vegas.
Well, then you're wrong, Lieutenant. You're completely wrong.
You mean you didn't go to Vegas?
No. So there goes your famous theory, doesn't it?
Well, I admit I'm
We changed our mind about Vegas. We decided that we might be too tempted to gamble away all the money we had for the trip.
Ah, so you did have it on the schedule.
Well, yes. Yes, we did, but we didn't go.
You really think that changes the pattern? The fact that you didn't go?
Oh, please, I can't stand any more of this. I don't want to hear any more of it.
Mrs. Carey, Edith Burbank was killed in Los Angeles, in her hotel room. This hotel.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving
Mrs.
right
Carey,
now.
wait.
You're wrong. You've got Dan mixed up with someone else.
Let me finish, please. Just one more moment.
Please, no, please let me go.
Well, there you are.
Oh. I didn't realize that you were back already.
Yeah. I told you I wouldn't be gone more than half an hour. I thought you'd be in the room.
I went downstairs to get a magazine.
Didn't they have any?
Well, I guess I forgot to buy one. I got to looking in the windows of the dress shops, and I forgot my original purpose completely.
Susan, are you okay?
Of course. Why do you ask?
I don't know. You've got that funny look in your eyes again.
Have I?
Doesn't matter. They're still the two most beautiful eyes in the world. Hey. What is this? Don't tell me the honeymoon's over so soon.
Why do you say that?
That was like kissing a snowman.
I guess I just don't feel like myself today. I think maybe... all this traveling has worn me down a little.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, we don't have much further to go. Just one more plane trip to San Francisco.
Yes.
Look, maybe you'd rather not go out tonight. Maybe you ought to stay in, order some dinner in the room. I don't mind.
But you wanted to go to that restaurant, the one you told me about. You've been looking forward to it.
The Landmark? Yeah. Well, I did want to try the place. It was supposed to be really spectacular.
But you've never eaten there before.
Well, no, how could I? I've never been in L.A. before.
I was thinking today that, well, you seemed to know the city so well when we drove around. You didn't seem to have the slightest trouble.
The streets are very well marked in this town. It's really a pleasure to drive here. Look, you know what I think? I think you ought to take a nap before dinner.
Yes. I was thinking of lying down, but I don't think I can sleep.
Okay, then. Just read your magazine. Wait a minute, you haven't got one. I'll take care of that.
Where are you going?
Going to get my bride something to read. How about a nice magazine about cooking? You know, I never did ask you if you can cook.
Just get me a news magazine of some kind, all right?
Uh-huh, the brainy type. I should have known. See you in 10 minutes. I'll take the key so you won't have to get up.
Yes. All right. Oh, dear God. It can't be true. There just can't be any truth to what that man said. He's made a mistake. Terrible. terrible mistake. Dan's luggage. His initials, D.C. Oh, but anyone could have those initials. Anyone. I wonder if... It's open. Oh, for heaven's sake, what am I doing? Searching my husband's luggage like some kind of hotel thief. No, I won't do it. I won't. I'm not going to believe any of it. I won't. Who's that? Hello?
Mrs. Carey, it's Gail Harrington.
Leave me alone. Stop bothering me.
You shouldn't have run off like that, Mrs. Carey. You didn't give me a chance to finish what I was saying.
I told you, I don't want to hear any more. It isn't true. You've made a mistake, Lieutenant.
Your husband is at the newsstand right now, Mrs. Carey. I can see him from where I'm standing at the house phones. And the more I look at him, the more sure I am that I'm right.
No, you're wrong.
I want you to hear the rest of the story about Crawford and David Chase and what they did on their honeymoon. Maybe what I told you before didn't convince you, but if you heard a few more things...
I'm going to hang up, Lieutenant, right now.
I wanted you to know where Don Crawford took his wife the night she was murdered in a room. He took her to a restaurant called The Landmark. You ever hear of it? Mrs. Carey? Hey, are you listening?
No. No, I'm not listening. I won't listen.
And so Susan Carey seems to have a date at the Landmark restaurant in Los Angeles with her loving husband, Dan. If she keeps the date, something tells me that she's not going to do their cuisine very much justice. Because one needs peace of mind to enjoy good food. Fear affects the salivary glands, and terror ruins the taste buds. I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
I'm Hy Brown, producer of Radio Mystery Theater, and I'm most enthusiastic about this new adventure in modern radio. Here's what listeners are telling us. Your program was absolutely great. Don't oil the door. Or again, you've got yourself a winning show. We'd like your reactions, too. Right now, we're in the last week of our drawing for 50 prizes a week. 2 AM/FM stereo phonos, 2 travel clock radios, and 46 anthologies of modern suspense. Just mail your name and address, and you're eligible, to Mystery Theater, Box 50, Radio City Station, New York, 10019. That's Box 50, Radio City Station, New York, 10019. Entries must be postmarked no later than Saturday, January 26th. Offer good everywhere unless locally prohibited.
This is WOR New York, your Mystery Theater station.
An invitation. This is Peter Roberts. Join us Sunday morning, 8:15 to 10 here on WOR for Rambling with Roberts. 2 hours of music, specially selected for Sunday morning listening pleasure, along with bits of weather information, news headlines, bits of trivia, such as the fact that a man from Onowa, Iowa, received a patent for what he called Eskimo pie, which was ice cream coated with chocolate. It all happened in 1922. It may not seem like very much in the way of history, but it does take place, these little bits of trivia and information, on Rambling with Roberts. So, of a Sunday morning, make a note. 8:15 to 10, right here at 710 on your dial, come Rambling with Roberts. You don't have to give us an RSVP. Just be on hand. Thank you.
Well, what have we here? A quiet meal for two at the Landmark restaurant? No. We seem to be in a hotel room. The same room in which we last saw our honeymooning couple, Susan and Dan Carey. Obviously, there's been a change of plan. Room service has provided the meal for the two lovers this evening. Can it be that Susan Carey has decided that if there is a pattern, it must be broken?
Have some more wine, honey?
No. I really don't think I want any.
Hey, come on. You know what this bottle cost?
You shouldn't have been so extravagant.
Uh-oh. That sounds more like a wife than a bride.
Well, $18 is an awful lot for a wine, Dan. Especially when I really can't drink that much of it.
I just wanted to make up... Well, never mind.
You mean for not taking me to the landmark?
No, it doesn't really matter. I told you, it's fun to eat in the room. It's very elegant.
I'm sure you were disappointed at it.
No, I really wasn't. Look, we're not going to be very far from Los Angeles. We'll probably fly down from San Francisco a few times a year.
There are dozens of wonderful restaurants in San Francisco, too, aren't there?
So they tell me. I'll ask the guys at the office for recommendations.
I think this food is quite good, don't you?
Yeah, sure. It's fine. Tastes even better with the wine.
Well, all right. I'll have some more, I guess.
That a girl. Now, look, I'm not trying to get you drunk, you understand, so I can take advantage of you.